9 Sun God King Chapter 2499 to Chapter 2552. When Ming Yunhui heard this, she immediately understood why Xiaqiru had instructed her to keep an eye on Qin Yun and not let him act recklessly. Xiaqiru understands Qin Yun very well, so she knows that Qin Yun will definitely have other ideas. She only hopes that he won't act recklessly. Sister Kiru is really sealed in that iceberg? We can come and go as we please. Ming Yunhui was extremely puzzled. She believed that Qin Yun might be lying to her. We are us, we can come and go as we please. The main thing is that we won't trigger the sealing barrier, but she will definitely trigger it. Qin Yun said, once she triggers it, it will cause no small commotion. Ming Yunhui followed behind Qin Yun and looked at the Sun Heaven shield that Qin Yun had released. She said in puzzlement, in that case, there are others inside? Did you ask Sister Kiru? I asked, but she doesn't know. Because after she was sealed, she doesn't know anything about what happened outside. So I want to open the other 3 doors and see what's happening inside. Qin Yun said. Ming Yunhui was somewhat worried as she said, Qin Yun, if someone really sealed Sister Kiru, why would they do it? Those people must be very strong. Can we beat them? No matter what, I have to find out who sealed Sister Kiru. Qin Yun said coldly, they sealed Sister Kiru because they were worried that she would help me escape the pursuit of the Empyreans. You might know. Ming Yunhui felt that the matter was very complicated. She never expected that Qin Yun would be embroiled in all sorts of matters. Previously, she felt that Qin Yun was a troublemaker. But now, after interacting with Qin Yun, she understood that Qin Yun was in a maelstrom. Most of the time, he was helpless. For example, right now, Qin Yun wants to find out who sealed Xiaqiru. This will definitely be risky, and he will also become enemies with the powerful manipulator behind the scenes. And Qin Yun has no choice but to go because he absolutely cannot let off those people who sealed Xiaqiru. In essence, that group of people sealed Xiaqiru because they didn't want her to help Qin Yun. It could be considered as them indirectly suppressing Qin Yun and also implicating Xiaqiru. This was something Qin Yun could not tolerate. Yunhui, Sister Kiru asked you to watch over me, will you stop me from entering other doors? Qin Yun asked. No, I'll go with you. But you have to promise me that you will go up in time. Because I can only enter the dragon vein for a total of 10 days. Ming Yunhui said. Alright, I promise you. Qin Yun nodded. Also, even if you know who the enemy is, don't make a move yet. After all, this is the heart of the moon. We don't know the situation below. Ming Yunhui continued, and those enemies are definitely not weak. Qin Yun said, don't worry, I won't take you to do anything dangerous. Ming Yunhui felt a lot more at ease. She agreed to enter the other doors with Qin Yun to take a look. Half a day later, they finally returned to the stone room with 4 doors. When I came to Heaven's Divine Moon and learned of the Bright Moon sect's existence, I thought that Heaven's Divine Moon was controlled by the Bright Moon sect. Qin Yun walked towards a door and said with sigh, it seems like I still underestimated Heaven's Divine Moon's situation. It's not just you. Even I, the Bright Moon Holy Maiden, don't know what's beneath the moon heart. Sect leader might not even know, otherwise he wouldn't be unable to enter the dragon vein. Ming Yunhui nodded at Qin Yun, indicating that he could open the door. Ming Yunhui made her preparations. She held a black longsword in her hand. It was refined from black crystal moon divine iron and could be considered the best crystal moon divine artifact. Qin Yun took a deep breath and went to open the door. The moment he opened the door, an incomparably scorching aura assaulted him. It's fire. Ming Yunhui said in a low voice. You're not afraid of fire, right? Qin Yun asked. I'm not afraid. Ming Yunhui said, let's go in. Qin Yun walked in front and opened the Sun Heavenly Shield. Although he and Ming Yunhui were not afraid of fire, if there were any other sudden attacks. With the Sun Heavenly Shield, they would be able to resist for a while. After entering the door, it was a fiery red world. The soil emitted a scorching aura and the sky was filled with clouds of burning flames. The flaming clouds were emitting an extremely fierce aura. As far as the eye could see, the fiery red soil would occasionally spew out thick exploding flames that charged into the sky, forming fiery clouds, or rain of fire that would fall down. Ming Yunhui took out a disc and said, this is a soul detection tool. If I infuse my blood soul power into it, I will be able to activate the disc to release a very strong soul fluctuation. Will it expose our location? Qin asked. Of course. However, you should have a way to quickly hide, right? Ming Yingyue said, if you feel that it's dangerous, then I won't use it. Let's use it. Qin looked behind him. Although the door was closed, it could be easily opened. He suspected that the people below would not be able to use the Divine Moon Dragon Vein to reach the Divine Moon Land. Ming Yingyue activated the disc and released a probing wave. Not long after, she exclaimed in a low voice, there are a lot of soul fluctuations. I wonder if they are humans. Qin looked at the disc in her hand and saw many sparkling dots of light. He asked, can you detect the strength of the soul? These souls are very strong and they are not far from us. Ming Yingyue said, should we go over and take a look? Just as she finished speaking, the dots of light on the disc quickly moved and rushed towards their location from all directions. There's no need for us to go over. They're coming. Ming Yingyue said, Qin, what should we do next? Qin pulled her hand and immediately concealed himself. Moreover, he was prepared to release the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda at any time. Once they were discovered, he would be able to enter the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda as fast as possible. Not long after, a large group of people arrived from all directions. These people are wearing clothes that are burning with flames. There is a fiery red full moon imprint on their foreheads and the hair on their heads is burning with flames. There are a total of 40 to 50 people. They are all tall and sturdy men. They don't have any weapons in their hands but the flame aura on their bodies is very strong. With a glance, Qin knew that this is a clan and a very powerful one at that. All of them are divine heavenly monarchs. Who is it that came in? A large man shouted loudly, we have no ill intentions. People from the outside world, can you talk to us? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Qin placed the black-dyed 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda on the ground and then quickly brought Ming Yingyue into the pagoda. We are humans from the God Desolate. Who are you people? Qin asked. Humans from the God Desolate? To actually be able to come to this place, could it be that the Heaven Creation God Palace is finished? How could they let the humans from the God Desolate come in? The leader asked. This group of fire people don't have any weapons in their hands. It can be seen that they really don't have any hostility but Qin still has to guard against them. You know about the Heaven Creation God Palace? Qin said in shock. It was the Heaven Creation God Palace that sealed us here. The large man said, we are the Fire Moon Divine Race, the door next door is the Ice Moon Divine Race, Thunder Moon Divine Race and Wood Moon Divine Race. You are all sealed by the Heaven Creation God Palace? How can the Heaven Creation God Palace be so powerful? Qin said in shock. Ming Yingyue is also very shocked. Indeed, there is a very strong race inside the moon's core. However, it has been sealed and it was done by the Heaven Creation God Palace. When the Divine Moon Transformation Realm is in the heavens, there is a time enchantment. You have not seen the Divine Moon Transformation Realm for long but we have experienced thousands of years inside. In these thousands of years, the Mother Moon has been coerced and could only compromise. The Heaven Creation God Palace entered the moon's core and sealed us here, the large man said. Qin and Ming Yingyue are greatly alarmed. The Mother Moon was actually coerced by the Heaven Creation God Palace. How can the Heaven Creation God Palace be so strong? Ming Yingyue said in a low voice. They claim to be able to create the heavens, how can they not be strong? You are from the God Desolate? How did you get in? The large man said. The Heaven Creation God Palace doesn't control the entrance. Qin said, the one at the entrance is the Bright Moon sect. The sect leader's name is Wang Haoyue. Do you know him? Haoyue? Of course I know, the 5 sons of the Mother Moon, Mu Yu, Lei Yu, Hui Yu, Bing Yu and Haoyue. Only Haoyue, this variant, has not been sealed. The large man sighed and said, if he were to guard the entrance, the Heaven Creation God Palace would not be able to enter for the time being. Xianxia said before that Wang Haoyue is a rather special son of the Mother Moon. He is not recognized but he is still taken care of by the Mother Moon. Qin and Ming Yingyue were very shocked at that time. They are also very shocked now because the Mother Moon has 4 very strong sons. The struggle between the Mother Moon 5 sons and the Heaven Creation 5 emperors? Xianxia asked. Of course not, it's far more complicated than you can imagine, the large man said. Brother, who are you? For you to be able to come here, you must be someone. My name is Xianxia. You wouldn't know me even if I told you. Xianxia said. Xianxia? The guy recorded in the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy? You will be ruthlessly killed by the heavenly emperors. I've heard of you, the large man laughed and said. You are still alive? It's not easy. Xianxia is somewhat speechless and looked at Ming Yunue. Do you know that there is a woman sealed in the frozen moon next door? Xianxia asked. The one sealed is Yuro, right? Of course we know that not only is she sealed, she will also be taken away by the Heaven Creation God Palace. In short, her fate is very miserable. The Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy records the fate of many people and her fate is also among them. The large man said, of course, she has already escaped many times. This time, she will be completely corrected and will not be able to escape her fate. Xianxia's expression suddenly became incomparably gloomy. He is very angry in his heart, he never thought that Xiaqiru's fate would be the same as his. She was already destined to be in that Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy. Xiaqiru has already escaped many times. This means that she has been living under all kinds of pressure for many years. Yet, she is constantly helping Xianxia change his fate. Is the Heaven Creation God Palace going to be corrected? Xianxia said coldly. Of course, the large man said. Xianxia, you should be corrected very soon, right? Xianxia had never believed in the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy because he always felt that it was something controlled by someone else. There was a power that specifically used the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy to target people. Just as Xianxia was feeling very angry, the group of Fire Moon Divine Race people suddenly became restless because they discovered that someone was coming over. All of you, quickly hide. The burly man from Fire Moon Divine Race urged. It's the people from the Heaven Creation God Palace. The people from the Heaven Creation God Palace? They have people here. Xianxia said in shock. He thought that only the people from the Fire Moon Divine Race were sealed here. They are the same as us, unable to leave. But we are sealed and they are here to study us, wanting to become like us. The burly man said, all of you, quickly hide. Xianxia and Ming Yunue are inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, so they don't need to hide at all. He controlled the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to become invisible and disappeared in an instant. This also caused the group of Fire Moon Divine Race people to be secretly shocked. There aren't many people from the Heaven Creation God Palace, only a dozen or so. However, this group of people from the Fire Moon Divine Race seem to be very afraid of them. Xianxia and Ming Yunue can clearly see the situation outside from the invisible 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. The people of the Heaven Creation God Palace are all wearing white robes and white cloaks. On the back of the cloaks are the 2 imposing words Heaven Creation. Fiery Moon Azure Bull, why did you bring your people here? Didn't you try many times but you couldn't get out? The leader of the Heaven Creation God Palace is also a middle-aged man but his body is relatively small, much smaller than the people from the Fire Moon Divine Race. The burly man from the Fire Moon Divine Race who spoke to Xianxia earlier is the leader of the dozens of Fire Moon Divine Race people. His name is Fiery Moon Azure Bull. The Fiery Moon Azure Bull walked over and said with a smile, Pei Taiyun, didn't you guys come here to see if you can get out? You've been trapped here for so many years, you definitely want to get out, right? Who doesn't want to? But we have a mission to complete, so we have to stay here. Pei Taiyun coldly snorted and said, you guys, don't have any ideas. What can we do? The Flaming Moon Azure Bull laughed, we don't want to be imprisoned and sealed by you. That's right. Although your souls aren't extinguished, we can seal your souls. If you don't cooperate, I'll seal all of you. Pei Taiyun said coldly with an overbearing manner. I know. The Fiery Moon Green Bull could only smile apologetically. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The Fire Moon Divine Race was the same as the Bright Moon Disciples. Their souls were immortal. It's good that you understand. Pei Taiyun looked around and said, oh right, you guys haven't given us your blood today. Hurry up. Pei Taiyun waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to bring out many large vats. There were a total of 50 vats. Fill them all up. Pei Taiyun said. Didn't you just offer it 5 days ago? We agreed to do it once every 7 days, and the previous vat wasn't that big. The Flame Moon Azure Bull said with a frown. The other dozens of Fire Moon Divine Race members also revealed looks of dissatisfaction, but they dared not to say anything. We need to speed up. So we need more blood. Pei Taiyun said, we'll collect your soul power tomorrow. Cut the crap, hurry up and let out your blood. The Flame Moon Azure Bull's face was filled with unwillingness. It gritted its teeth, but it still walked to a large vat and began to cut its wrist to let out its blood. Although the other Fire Moon Divine Race members were filled with complaints, they were helpless. They all walked to a large vat and cut their wrists to let out their blood. When Xianxia saw this scene, he understood what was going on. The people of the Heaven Creation God Palace wanted to become like the people of the Fire Moon Divine Race, or rather, they wanted their souls to be indestructible. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they would live forever, just like the descendants of the Divine Sun. The people of the Fire Moon Divine Race and the other Yu clansmen all had immortal souls. This was the same as the descendants of the Divine Sun. When they were bleeding, a very tall young man suddenly fell down. Old Gao. When the Flame Moon Azure Bull saw this, it hurriedly shouted. Soon after, another young man fell down. Dongzi. The Flame Moon Azure Bull shouted anxiously. There were more than 10 youths who fell down one after another. And the blood they let out looked very clear and not thick enough. It could be seen that their blood had become extremely weak. The Flame Moon Azure Bull looked at Pei Taiyun and shouted, Big Brother Pei, you can see it too. If we continue to bleed, we won't be able to hold on. At this moment, the other Fire Moon Divine Race people stopped. Can't hold on? Pei Taiyun said with a sneer, are you all itching for a beating? That's fine too, whoever can't hold on, I'll seal that person. As he spoke, Pei Taiyun took out a large black flag. The pole of the black flag was very special. It was black and it looked like a black crystal. When he saw those black crystals, Xianxia was alarmed. They were actually poison crystals. Those were poison crystals from the extreme poison Divine Sun. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. The Heaven Creation God Palace should have always been in contact with the Poison Sun Divine Race. Therefore, the Heaven Creation God Palace had long ago grasped a lot of poison crystals. They were mainly used to deal with the 5 sons of Mother Moon Race. Ming Yanue did not know that the flagpole was a poison crystal. She only thought that it was something that could restrain the Fire Moon Divine Race. Sure enough, when they saw the black flag, all the Fire Moon Divine Race people revealed expressions of fear. How powerful is the Heavenly Evil War God? He was poisoned by the extreme poison Divine Sun and could only wait for death in the end. Later on, with Xianxia's help, the Heavenly Evil War God was able to cure the poison. Otherwise, he could only be reborn. Not only did Pei Taiyun have the flag, the other 9 Heaven-creating God Palace people all took out their black flags and spread out, surrounding the flaming moon green bull and the others. Then, they inserted the flags into the ground, forming a flag array. Once this flag formation was activated, it would definitely release a very strong poison power. The flagpoles of those flags are made of poison crystals. Xianxia said to Ming Yanue in a low voice, I guess that the Heaven Creation God Palace has already grasped this poison. They have been in contact with the Poison Sun Divine Race for a long time and have cooperated with them for many years. What? Ming Yanue jumped in fright. She previously thought that since the poison pool was sealed, it would not be used by anyone. She never expected that the Heaven Creation God Palace had already grasped an extremely strong poison crystal. That damned slut sect leader, he actually called that sorrowful old slut big sister. Could it be that he doesn't know about Xianxia? Ming Yanue can be considered to have experienced the power of the Heaven Creation God Palace. For many years, the people of the Fire Moon Divine Race must have suffered from the ravages of that poison. That's why they are so obedient to the Heaven Creation God Palace. The people of the Fire Moon Divine Race are all heavenly monarchs. They can be considered very powerful, but they also have a nemesis. Xianxia thought of Xiaqiru. He believes that Xiaqiru is most likely the same as Muyu, restrained by this kind of poison. Quickly stop, we will bleed, we guarantee that we will gather 50 vats of blood. When the flaming moon azure bull saw the flag formation, it anxiously shouted in panic. That's right, ha ha ha. Pei Taiyun laughed complacently. The other people from the Heaven Creation God Palace all looked at the Fire Moon Divine Race people inside the flag formation as if they were looking at slaves. Qin Yan observed carefully. The only person who could control the activation of the flag formation was Pei Taiyun. Because he held a very small flag in his hand. As long as he shook that flag, he could control the activation of the large flag formation. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear and turned it into a black sniper rifle. Then, he loaded the Divine Yu gold bullets he refined earlier into it. Yunyue, if I get rid of that Pei Taiyun, you should be able to deal with the other 9 trash, right? Qin Yan said. Ming Yunyue is a violent woman, she is very violent when fighting. I'm afraid of those poisons. Ming Yunyue said. Qin Yan took out a few talismans and stuck them on her body. He said, these talismans can devour poison power. Even if they use the flag formation to stimulate the poison power, they won't be able to poison you in a short period of time. Then I'm not afraid of them. Ming Yunyue took out a black longsword and said in a low voice, among the trash of the Heaven Creation God Palace, only that leader is the Heavenly Monarch, the rest are all Tao gods. As long as I'm not afraid of their poison, killing them is as easy as cutting vegetables. Qin Yan nodded and said, you act according to the situation. I will kill that Pei Taiyun. He set up the sniper rifle and placed it at the window. After the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda became invisible, everything inside became invisible. Now the muzzle of the gun quietly drilled out a little and was not discovered. You can kill that guy? Ming Yunyue doesn't believe it. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a loud bang sound. Qin Yan's Divine King Spear fiercely shook and emitted a burst of golden energy mist. After the gunshot, the Divine Universe golden bullet flew out and hit Pei Taiyun's chest. Berserk Divine Universe power loudly exploded and tore Pei Taiyun's body to shreds. Attack! Qin Yan lightly shouted. Ming Yunyue flew out with incomparable shock and a trace of fear. And outside, there is golden energy mist everywhere. The power of that Divine Universe golden bullet is truly too terrifying. It shook the earth and caused it to split open. The large vats filled with blood exploded one after another and the blood flowed into the soil. The black formation flags surrounding the fiery moon azure bull and the others were blown to the side. The tyrannical Divine Universe power transformed into a gale, whistling in waves, sweeping up the scorching heat waves all around. The fiery moon azure bull and the others are not lightly frightened, they don't know what is going on. Ming Yunyue is a very strong divine heaven monarch, bright moon saintess. Moreover, she has the bloodline heavenly rune box. With her strength, killing Tao gods is as easy as killing ants. Qin Yan didn't even have time to attack. The 9 people from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace were chopped to pieces by Ming Yunyue's quick sword. They can't be any more dead. This won't do, the power of this Divine Universe golden bullet is too strong. As long as the penetrating power is strong enough, it will be enough. In the future, when I refine it, I will have to reduce the materials. He originally thought that it would be enough to penetrate Divine Heaven Monarch's body, he didn't expect that it would directly explode. This level of Divine Universe golden bullet is used to kill Divine Heaven Beast Monarchs. Now that it is used to kill people, it is simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. After the scene calmed down, Qin Yan picked up those poisonous formation flags. Flaming Moon Azure Bull and the others also know that Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue helped them just now. Otherwise, more than half of them would have been tortured again. They were originally very worried about the poisoned sun formation flags, but seeing Qin Yan put them away, they felt a lot more at ease. Are you really that afraid of that poison? Qin Yan asked. Logically speaking, the people from the Heaven Creation God Palace are much weaker than you. Even if you are afraid of that poison, you shouldn't be suppressed by them like this. Flaming Moon Azure Bull and the others all retrieved their blood from the soil. Their blood is very strong. Although it has seeped into the soil, it can still recover quite a bit after being retrieved. You might not know this, but their poison is very strong and can quickly destroy our bodies. Once our physical bodies are destroyed, our souls will be captured by them and then sealed, or tortured in all kinds of ways. Flaming Moon Green Bull's face was full of Flaming Moon Azure Bull said in fear, our souls are immortal, so we will be tortured by them very painfully. Although their souls are immortal, they are not completely like the souls of the Divine Sun descendants. The souls of the Divine Sun descendants have a very strong penetrating power. It is very difficult to seal them. These few Moon Clan people's souls are weak here. It can be said that this is their biggest weakness. If they activate that flag formation, the poison flag will spew out a very strong venom. That venom is very terrifying. If it sprinkles on our bodies, it will quickly melt our flesh and blood. A young man said. Once their bodies were severely injured and completely decayed, their souls would also leave their bodies. Not just you, as long as it's a flesh and blood body, if they come into contact with that poison, they will all rot. Ming Yunhua said, it's very difficult for us to block even with our equipment, let alone you guys who don't have any equipment. This group of Fire Moon Divine Race people are wearing very simple and crude clothes. Indeed, they don't have any equipment, so they can't defend against the poison refined by the Poison Sun Divine Race. Flaming Moon Azure Bull nodded and said, Qin Yun, are you really going to find those guys from the Heaven Creation God Palace? We can take you there. Of course I'm going to find them. Qin Yun said in a deep voice, after I kill them, I'll go next door. He wanted to return to find Xianxia and then annihilate all the people from the Heaven Creation God Palace. We'll rest for a while, then we'll take you there immediately. Flaming Moon Azure Bull seems to have seen a glimmer of hope. If Qin Yun could really lead them to exterminate the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, even if they were sealed here, they could still live a good life. At least they didn't have to bleed. While everyone is resting, Qin Yun returned to 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and took out Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. It had already been some time since he had used the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace to refine the Divine Universe Golden Bullet. Now that it had cooled down, he could refine it again. This time, he refined a Divine Universe Gold Bullet that was not that powerful, so it was enough to deal with the ordinary Shen Tianjun of the Heaven Creating God Palace. To refine such a powerful Divine Universe Golden Bullet, even the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace couldn't handle it. It could only refine one at a time. If it was slightly weaker, Qin Yun would have to continuously refine several pills to reach the limits of the Pill Transformation Heavenly Cauldron. There are a total of 5 Divine Universe Golden Bullets, which are much weaker than the previous one. But it's enough to kill those Heavenly Lords of the Heaven Creation Deity Palace. Qin Yun looked at the scalding Pill Transformation Heavenly Cauldron and touched it. It burned his hand, so he could only helplessly put it away. He divided the Divine Universe Golden Bullet into several levels. The one he refined just now was a level 1 Divine Universe Golden Bullet. It was refined with 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones as the foundation. And the previous one was a level 2 Divine Universe Golden Bullet. It was refined with 5 Divine Universe Golden Stones as the foundation. As for the level 3 Divine Universe Golden Bullet, it required 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones as the foundation, and the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace might not be able to handle it. Qin Yun used the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace to refine 5 Divine Universe Golden Bullets in a row. His speed is also extremely fast. If the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace could withstand it, then he would be able to continuously refine a lot. Therefore, he has to think of a way to increase the strength of the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. Ming Yunhua is outside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, smoking and chatting with the Fiery Moon Azure Bull. Are there no women in your Fire Moon Divine Race? Ming Yunhua asked. The women are all imprisoned. They can't go out because when they are pregnant, they have great research value, the Fiery Moon Azure Bull said. Did those fellows from the Heaven Creation Deity Palace do something very beastly to them? Ming Yunhua's expression changed. She could sense that this Fire Moon Divine Race person has the same bloodline as her. The Fiery Moon Azure Bull said, they don't dare. Because that is our bottom line. If they do that, then we will definitely fight them to the death. In the end, they will only have our souls and won't be able to study us. Qin Yun walked out of the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and said, have you rested well? Let's go. Qin Yun, if the talisman on me is useful, it means that I can defend against poison. You don't need to use that kind of thing to kill their Shen Tianjun. Ming Yunhua said. She also felt that it is a waste for Qin Yun to use the Divine King Spear to kill Shen Tianjun. The talismans I made are definitely useful. Qin Yan took out a few more and handed them to the fiery moon azure bull. He said, "Stick them on your body and guarantee that you won't be poisoned in a short period of time." The runes on these talismans are all Nether Sun Totem runes. They have a very strong devouring power. Aside from the Nether Sun Totem runes, there are also other runes inside the talismans, as well as Qin Yan's infusion of mental consciousness. Once these talismans sense poisonous gas and liquid, they will produce a bubble to envelop the body and protect the body from being invaded by the poisonous gas and liquid. Then they will devour the poisonous gas and liquid surrounding the body. This can last for a short period of time. During this period of time, it is enough for Ming Yunyue and the fiery moon azure bull to join hands and kill 1 or 2 Shen Tianjun. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Shen Tianjun wants to stay under the moon heart to study the Yu people. This is a very bitter job. Shen Tianjun has some ability, how could he be willing to come down and do this kind of thing? Therefore, not many Shen Tianjun can come down and their strength can't be considered too strong. Along the way, Qin Yan asked the fiery moon azure bull about the situation of the moon heart. He found out that the moon heart appeared in 4 different environments and was formed after the outer perfection realm. Fire moon, ice moon, wood moon and thunder moon, the clan emperors of these 4 races are all sons of the mother moon. And the moon heart structure was originally going to become their safe haven, but it was tricked by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The 4 sons of the Mother Moon and the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace fought a great battle and were seriously injured. All of them fled and the moon heart should have gone to find the Mother Moon. Xianxia also participated in the battle back then. She didn't have time to escape, so she was trapped in the Ice Moon Heart domain and later sealed in that ice mountain. Do you have any resources in the Fire Moon Heart domain? Ming Yunyue asked. This is what she is more curious about. After all, it is the Moon Heart domain. Yes, but we don't know where it is. This place is too big, it's not easy to find. We also don't have the mood to look for it because we are more or less like slaves. The fiery moon azure bull said with a bitter smile, the reason why the Heaven Creation Divine Palace wants to control the moon heart is also for the resources here. The fiery moon azure bull and the others have already brought Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue for more than 4 hours. They passed through many volcanoes that spewed lava and arrived at a highland. In the highland there are many stone houses made of fiery red stone. They are the residences of the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace understands the moon heart better than us. The fiery moon azure bull said, the guy in the largest stone house is the person in charge of the fire moon heart domain. He is an elder. How many divine monarchs do they have? Ming Yunyue asked. 7. The fiery moon azure bull said in a low voice, if we get rid of them all in one go, our fire moon heart domain will be at peace. We will definitely repay your great kindness in the future. As long as we don't let those fellows squeeze our blood dry, we will quickly become stronger, break through the seal and get out. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked from afar. He quickly saw through the stone houses and said, there are a total of more than 100 people. This is not easy to make a move. The fiery moon azure bull said, then let's wait patiently, wait for them to be alone and then get rid of them one by one. Ming Yunyue shook her head and said, no, we don't have time. In another 9 days, we will be going up. Qin Yan is also in a hurry to go to the neighboring Ice Moon Heart domain to eliminate the person who is a threat to Xianxia. Then what should we do? Should we directly charge over? The fiery moon azure bull looked at Qin Yan. He also realized that this person who is destined to die a miserable death in the heavenly rule orthodoxy is extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have lived until now. That's the only way. Qin Yan looked at the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and chatted with Yang Yang. Yang Yang is playing inside the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. Qin Yan told her that they are going to face a very strong enemy and prepare to fight. This little girl is actually very happy. Yang Yang, the person we are facing this time is Divine Monarch. This is not a joke. Qin Yan said, he is very strong. I'm not afraid. Yang Yang impatiently wanted to go out and shouted delicately, I'm also very strong. And I just learned a new move. Qin Yan immediately released Yang Yang. She is in the form of a few years old little girl. She is wearing a fiery red dress. Her face is round and her round eyes are wide open as she looked at her surroundings. What kind of place is this? This place is really good, it suits me very well. Xianxia looked at the fire cloud in the sky and pointed with her little hand. Fire cloud, cotton candy. I want to eat it. Seeing this very cute little girl, the fiery moon azure bull and the other large men are all startled. Xianxia suddenly let a little girl run out. What is he doing? Ming Yunue looked at Xianxia and sensed a different aura. She seems to have sensed that Xianxia might be a sun spirit, but she is not sure. Xianxia, there are 7 divine monarchs over there. Wait a moment, I need you to get them out. Oh right, you have to be careful. They have a very strong poison in their hands. Are you afraid of poison? Xianxia also thought of the poison of the extreme poison divine Yang. It is not good to let Yang fight. Soon after, he took out a poison crystal and said, "This is the poison." Seeing the poison crystal, the fiery moon azure bull and the others scattered in fear. Don't be afraid, I can burn it. Xianxia saw the poison and said with a giggle, "In my inherited memories, there is a way to deal with this poison." That's good. Xianxia thought that since Xianxia can easily play inside the divine universe purple sun, she is definitely not afraid of any poison. Xianxia looked at the stone houses in the distance and said, "Is the enemy over there?" Previously, Ming Yunue only suspected that Xianxia was formed from the sun soul, but now, she is very sure that Xianxia is the sun soul because that speed is something that even she is unable to achieve. The fire moon azure cow and the rest of the fire moon divine race are all astonished. They never expected that such a cute little girl would be so fast. Furthermore, the aura of flames on her body made even them, the fire moon divine race, feel ashamed of their inferiority. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived above the stone houses on the high ground. Suddenly, a large amount of flames appeared around her, as if a huge cloud of fire enveloped the sky. Following a deafening cry, a beautiful and gigantic flame divine bird appeared high up in the sky. This beautiful gigantic divine bird's feathers flickered with golden flames. 9 long purplish gold tail feathers fluttered in the air like gorgeous ribbons. Xianxia flapped her wings. The feathers on her wings were as sharp as swords. When they flapped, the flames surged like a huge wave. It was as if a violent waterfall of flames was pouring down from the 9 heavens. It suddenly struck the stone houses below. When Xianxia saw this move, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. In the core region of the myriad realms divine sun, he had seen that magnificent 9-colored waterfall. Xianxia said that she learned a new move. Could it be this move? Xianxia thought. Those stone houses were enveloped by the waterfall of flames in an instant. The people inside let out miserable screams. The 7 Xiantianjun angrily flew out of the sea of flames and into the sky, wanting to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's wings suddenly flapped and fiercely slapped the 7 Xiantianjun who were charging at her. The 7 Xiantianjun were extremely powerful and they all had divine weapons in their hands. When they charged into the sky, they used the vigorous power of the Xiantianjun to launch a fierce counterattack. Xianxia's wings flapped downwards and struck the 7 Xiantianjun's bodies, causing a very strong shockwave. A loud sound reverberated through the air. The combined might of the 7 Xiantianjun was extremely terrifying. They actually managed to push Xianxia's huge body upwards. Xianxia is not a vegetarian. Her wings are very sturdy. It can be seen that her body is very strong. When the divine weapons hit the feathers on her wings, they produced very crisp sounds. The 7 Xiantianjun joined hands and were able to push Xianxia upwards. As for them, they were also smashed to the ground by Xianxia's wings. Yunue, Azure Ox, now! Xianxia shouted softly. Ming Yunue, the Fire Moon Azure Bull, and more than 20 Fire Moon God Race youths immediately rushed over. There were 50 people on Fire Moon Divine Race's side, but only 20 of them could fight right now. The others had not recovered well, and they were all very weak because they had lost too much blood. The 7 Xiantianjun of the Heaven-Creating God Palace were all stunned. They did not know that Xianxia was formed from the Sun Soul and thought that it was a divine beast from the Fire Moon Heart domain. They had just been beaten to the ground when Ming Yunue, the Fiery Moon Azure Bull, and the others had already entered the Sea of Fire. Xianxia followed closely behind. Fiery Moon Azure Bull. You bastard, what are you doing? An old man from the Heaven-Creating God Palace shouted angrily, did you do all this? Xianxia's flames were very terrifying. All of the heaven-creating divine palace's Tao God realm S were severely injured by the flames, and were unable to fight anymore. Old bastard, go to hell. The fiery moon azure bull angrily punched the old man's nose. At this moment, the people of the fire moon divine race are all in groups of a few people, crazily attacking a Shen Tianjun from the heaven-creating god palace. Although the heaven-creating god palace's Shen Tianjun was surrounded and attacked, he was still able to take out the poison yang array flags. Seeing those poison yang array flags, the people of the fire moon divine race felt fear in their hearts. At this moment, a blue light shot out. Qin Yin used the heaven-locking chain to bind the poison yang array flag. Then, he injected the power of the suffering divine ability into the Shen Tianjun's arm through the array flag. Shen Tianjun felt an intense pain. He loosened his grip slightly and the poison yang array flag was snatched away by Qin Yin. Quickly release the poison and exterminate them. One of the Shen Tianjun shouted angrily. The other Shen Tianjun reacted extremely quickly and immediately released a large amount of black poisonous mist. Just as the fiery moon azure bull and the others were panicking, they discovered that the surrounding flames had actually entangled the black poisonous mist. The black poisonous mist was locked by the flames, causing the flames to turn black, but it would not poison anyone. This is Xianxia's flame, it can block the flow of the poisonous mist. Haha, your poison-breaking technique is useless against us. The fiery moon azure bull laughed maniacally and then crazily beat up that Shen Tianjun. After Ming Yunhua stabbed a few Shen Tianjun, she quietly withdrew from the battlefield and came to Qin Yan's side. She let the fire moon divine race people go and beat up those Shen Tianjun from the heaven-creating god palace. Yang flew to the nearby sky and ate all the fire clouds. To her, it was like cotton candy. After eating enough, Yang flew back to Qin Yan's side and pinched her cute little face before returning to the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Ming Yunhua touched Yang's little face earlier and asked in a low voice, Qin Yan, is she a sun soul? N. Qin Yan nodded and said, I heard from your big brother that you guys really need sun soul, right? Yes, we'll talk about this later. Ming Yunhua said, it's not convenient here. The matter of sun soul is very important. She had also heard that Qin Yan has a sun soul, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. The surrounding flames gradually extinguished and the poisonous mist was refined by the flames. The poison yang array flags in the hands of the Shen Tianjun of the heaven-creating god palace all fell into Qin Yan's hands. The 7 Shen Tianjun of the heaven-creating god palace did not die, but they are in an incomparably miserable state. You are going against the heaven-creating god palace, you will die a horrible death. The old man who was beaten beyond recognition looked at Ming Yunhua and Qin Yan and screamed in a trembling voice. Qin Yan held a small pistol in his hand and pointed it at the head of the Shen Tianjun and said, there is a woman sealed in the heart domain of the frozen moon next door. Do you know about this? You're talking about Yu Rou? After Muyu dies, Yu Rou will inherit Muyu's position. At that time, she will be in charge of Divine Moon. Not only do we want to seal her, we also want to control her, enslave her, and obtain the true power of Divine Moon through her. The old man laughed and said, you guys will also be our enslaved targets. Bang! Qin Yan's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. He shot out a spear. Although he did not use the Divine Universe Gold Bullet, it still exploded the old man's head. The heaven-creating god palace's ambition is truly great. Qin Yan said in a deep voice and then killed those Shen Tianjun one by one. The Fire Moon Azure Bull and the others repeatedly thanked Qin Yan and promised that as long as their Fire Moon divine race could break through the seal here, they would definitely repay them. The seals here are only aimed at their souls, so Qin Yan and Ming Yunhua are not restricted. I want to go to the heart domain of the frozen moon. Next door. Qin Yan said, there should also be people from the heaven-creating god palace over there. As far as I know, only our Fire Moon Heart Domain has a lot of people from the heaven-creating god palace. There aren't many in other places. The Fire Moon Azure Bull said, Brother Qin, we want to take you to a place where there is moon flame divine liquid. Where? Qin Yan asked. Please follow us. The Fire Moon Azure Bull and the others are now completely free. They don't need to live under the shadow of the heaven-creating god palace all day, so they are truly grateful to Qin Yan. Qin Yan followed the fire moon azure bull and the others. After walking for a while, they arrived at a huge volcano crater. The crater is very big and very calm. The strange thing is that the crater is like a huge lake, filled with moonlight water. This water is very hot. This is the moon flame divine liquid. I feel that these late nights will be very helpful to that divine bird from before, the fire moon azure bull said. Qin Yan took out a small black bottle and threw it into the lake at the crater of the volcano, crazily absorbing the moon flame divine liquid. Inside the small black bottle, there was a large amount of sun flame liquid before, and now there is a large amount of moon flame divine liquid. That is the sun moon divine flame liquid. The moon flame divine liquid has a certain amount of destructive power towards the soul. Qin Yan also plans to study it in the future to see if he can use it to deal with the descendants of the divine sun. Soon after, Qin Yan let Xianxia come out. When the little girl saw the moon flame divine liquid, she immediately changed into her original form and entered the huge lake. Brother Qin, I don't think Muyu can hold on for long. Her soul was always in the moon before and then suddenly left. At that time, she was already on the verge of death, the fire moon azure bull said. Qin Yan also remembers that he thought that Muyu had died at that time. Muyu only said that she was going to a very distant place and said something about going home. If Muyu truly died, then what? Qin Yan asked. Then our internal affairs will be in chaos. Wood moon, ice moon, fire moon, and thunder moon, the four emperors will fight over the inheritance of Mother Moon. The fire moon azure bull's expression is incomparably grave as he said, and the inheritance of Mother Moon seems to have been given to Yuero. Therefore, this situation will become even more chaotic. Ming Yinue asked, then who will you follow? The fire moon azure bull looked at Qin Yan and said, you know Yuero? If Yuero is beneficial to us as a whole, then we will follow her. If Yuero can help us leave Moon Heart, not only us, the Wood Moon, Ice Moon, and Thunder Moon, three races will follow her. What about the four emperors? Qin Yan asked, you are betraying the four emperors. We are suffering here and they haven't made any movements for so long. They haven't even appeared in the divine moonland. They must be fighting for power. The fire moon azure bull is also rather angry in his heart. Because on the way here, he asked many questions about the situation outside Ming Yunue. The situation. The four emperors have not appeared in the divine moonland. This is clearly a problem. It's not that they don't dare, it's that they haven't come. Qin Yan's small bottle's devouring speed is getting faster and faster. After collecting enough moon flame divine liquid, it slowly floated up and returned to Qin Yan's hand. Yang has had enough fun. She returned to the 9 sun divine soul and entered the divine universe purple sun to cultivate. She wants to evolve into the 9 heaven vermilion bird. Qin Yan and Ming Yinue bid farewell to the fire moon azure bull and the others and immediately left the fire moon heart domain and returned to the 4-door stone room. I want to ask Sister Kiru, she has too many things to hide from me. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. She is afraid that you will be involved in this maelstrom. Ming Yinue also sighed lightly, but she really needs to talk to you because you can help her. After Qin Yan entered the frozen moon heart domain, he released the sun heavenly shield to block the blizzard. Then, he and Ming Yinue sped up and rushed to the iceberg where Xiaxia was. Yinue, your bright moon sect seems to need a sun soul. Qin Yan said, your big brother knows that I have a sun soul, he also wants to borrow it. If it was in the past, he would need it, but now he doesn't need it at all. Ming Yinue said, he is not in the core of the bright moon sect, so he doesn't need to cultivate a divine moon heavenly soul. Oh? What about you? Qin Yan asked, do you need a sun soul? I don't need it either. I have a divine moon heavenly soul myself. Ming Yinue said, you must remember, don't let the other people from the bright moon sect know that you have a sun soul. Qin Yan said, I, Qin Yan, have a sun soul. This is something many people know. However, they don't know that Qin Yan is old cousin. You will still have to walk around Bright Moon City in the future, so you must be careful. Ming Yinue said. Oh right, what is a divine moon heavenly soul? Qin Yan had heard about it from Ming Yongtian before. A type of martial spirit. It is a cultivation method of our Bright Moon sect. To cultivate a divine moon heavenly soul, one's status in the Bright Moon sect is even higher. This can also be considered a symbol of status. Ming Yanyue said. Then how many people in the Bright Moon sect have this kind of divine moon heavenly soul? Qin Yan asked. Not many, there shouldn't be more than 10 people. Ming Yanyue said, and I am one of them. It is also because of the divine moon heavenly soul that I have great authority and can veto the women of other powers from becoming holy maiden. Qin Yan nodded and said, I heard that the Bright Moon sect leader also has a sun soul and it's even a hat. Many people want to borrow it from him, but he said that in order to be fair, he won't lend it to anyone, right? That slut sect leader's sun soul is about to die and he hasn't used it for many years. It's because he lent it out and let others cultivate the divine moon heavenly soul, which caused the sun soul to consume a large amount of lifespan. Ming Yanyue warned solemnly. So, you must not lend your sun soul to others to cultivate the heavenly soul. Don't even lend it to my big brother. There's still such a consumption. Qin Yan said in alarm, it will weaken the sun soul by a lot. My big brother doesn't know about this. Ming Yanyue said, your sun soul is a cute little girl. You have to cherish it. Don't be like sect master and play with your young soul until it's rotten. Qin Yan sighed and said, it's such a pity for your sect master's sun soul. Oh right, can you get your hands on his broken sun soul? I want to take a look. Maybe I can find a way to recover? Ming Yanyue recalled that Qin Yan had the Divine King Heavenly Seal. That was a sun god deity position. It was highly likely that he could revive Wang Haoyue's sun soul. Alright, I'll get it for you. If you can resurrect his young soul will belong to you. After reviving his sun soul, don't tell him. Ming Yanyue said, wait for me to go up, then we'll take action immediately. Ah? He's willing to give you his sun soul? Qin Yan was somewhat surprised because from Ming Yanyue's words, it seemed very easy. He has a daughter. As long as I agree to let his daughter become the saintess and then get him to give me some other benefits in exchange, I'll also get him to give me his sun soul. That way, it'll be settled. Ming Yanyue said. Isn't this giving him the position of saintess? Qin Yan said with a frown, is it a big loss to you? Ming Yanyue said with a smile, of course not. The sect master's daughter becoming the saintess has no effect on me at all. I've been waiting for an opportunity to make a deal with him. As for the saintess of the other powers, they have some effect on me. If Qin Yan obtained the one in Wang Haoyue's hands and repaired it, he would have an additional sun soul in his hands. Then I have to thank you in advance. Qin Yan said. You're welcome. You've helped me a lot too. Ming Yanyue sincerely wanted to repay Qin Yan. Therefore, when she learned that Qin Yan wanted Wang Haoyue's dying sun soul, she immediately said that she would help him get it. Not long after, Qin Yan and Ming Yanyue approached the iceberg once again. It seems like someone else has been here. Qin Yan sensed the aura of others outside the iceberg. He followed the aura and circled around the huge iceberg. Soon, he saw a cave entrance. And at the cave entrance, there are 4 powerful divine heavenly monarchs guarding it. Those 4 divine heavenly monarchs are all wearing battle armor. Their entire bodies are tightly wrapped in powerful divine equipment. With a glance, one can tell that they are very professional in battle. Qin Yan brought Ming Yanyue to conceal themselves, but they still have to be careful. Someone came to find Sister Kiru and they even made a hole. Qin Yan is somewhat anxious in his heart. Then, he used the mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate the thick ice layer of the iceberg and enter the belly of the mountain. After arriving at the belly of the mountain, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease when he saw that the small building is very quiet. Then, he brought Ming Yanyue and quietly arrived at the balcony of the 2nd floor of the small building. Xianxia is sitting in the small hall inside. Sitting opposite her is an old woman wearing a red robe. The red-robed old woman is very old and her face is covered in layers of wrinkles. However, her eyes are very sharp and her aura is also very powerful. The red-robed old woman held a red skull walking stick in her hand and stared at Xianxia with her sharp old eyes. Tian Shiro, have you thought it through? If you are willing to give up fighting against us, we can guarantee that you will smoothly inherit Divine Moon. If you continue to fight against us and stop the operation of the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy, you will definitely die a miserable death, the red-robed old woman said. Qin Yan is alarmed. This red-robed old woman should be from the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. She must be related to the heaven creation divine palace. I have never stopped the operation of the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. Xiaqiru's voice is not as gentle as it used to be. Instead, it is filled with a sharp coldness, as well as a kind of might that Qin Yun has never felt before. Humph, this guy Qin Yun hasn't died yet. Isn't it because you are obstructing him? The red-robed old woman said with sneer, the reason why Qin Yun can live until now is because you have always been helping him. Therefore, you are preventing the normal operation of the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. Didn't the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy say that I would die a miserable death? Moreover, it has been many years since the time was set. Am I not dead yet? Xiaqiru said with sneer, the fact that Qin Yun is alive means that there is a deviation in the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. The red-robed old woman picked up her walking stick and vigorously poked the ground, causing the small building to tremble. She furiously said, therefore, we want you to fix Qin Yun and make his death coincide with the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. If you don't do it, don't even think about inheriting divine moon. Moreover, we will also fix you. Is Grandma Muyu already dead? Xiaqiru calmly said. Dead. His sons were fighting for her right to inherit the throne. As long as we are willing, we can choose one of her sons to take charge of divine moon. And you will forever lose this opportunity, the red-robed old woman said with sinister smile. You better cooperate, let us fix Qin Yun. Xiaqiru said with sneer, don't you claim to be omnipotent? Why don't you personally fix Qin Yun? I think it is you who are afraid of him. Because anyone who touches him will die a horrible death. This is mainly because that old thief heavenly Tao raised Qin Yun to become the embodiment of calamity and misfortune, the red-robed old woman said angrily. You are the person he loves, you can definitely kill him. You can leave now. Xiaqiru said coldly. You really don't want to cooperate? Then we will let you die a miserable death, the red-robed old woman said angrily. I will die for him, I am willing. Xiaqiru said coldly, but I also guarantee that before I die, I will kill everyone who wants to kill him. Including you. Xianxia, Muyu's early death is related to you, right? Because Muyu has already compromised and wants to help us fix Qin Yun. The red-robed old woman said with sneer, if I tell Muyu's sons about this, think about the consequences. Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue who are outside are very alarmed, Xiaqiru calmly said, Muyu died naturally, it has nothing to do with me. The red-robed old woman laughed sinisterly, is that so? The reason we sealed you here is to see how Muyu's sons will treat you, the legitimate successor of Divine Moon. Even if you didn't kill Muyu, if we tell Muyu's sons, they will definitely take it seriously. They are not worthy of inheriting Divine Moon. Xiaqiru said indifferently, Divine Moon belongs to our Divine Moon clan. Divine Moon clan? The Divine Moon clan controlled by Xianxia? Humph, they are all destined to be the female slaves of the heavenly sovereigns. The red-robed old woman said with sneer, and you will also be the plaything of the heavenly sovereigns. Xianxia, take care of yourself. After the red-robed old woman finished speaking, just as she stood up, a blue light shot over. The red-robed old woman's reaction is very fast. However, in that instant, she felt her body become incomparably heavy. She saw a pitch-black nether sun floating above her, producing an incomparably powerful supergravity, causing her entire body to become very heavy and her movements to become very slow. Qin Yun is using all his strength to activate the nether sun and entered Imperial Heaven state. His entire body is emitting a black fiendish aura, and the blue light he shot out is none other than the heaven locking chain. The blue heaven locking chain suddenly turned black and penetrated the red-robed old woman's throat. Damned old woman, you want to leave? Qin Yun grabbed the chain, as if he is holding an old evil dog. He vigorously pulled the red-robed old woman over and ruthlessly slapped her to the ground. You, how can this heaven-locking chain be in your hands? Who the hell are you? Just as the red-robed old woman finished speaking, she screamed crazily. Berserk suffering divine ability power, like a black liquid, gushed out from Qin Yun's body and entered the red-robed old woman's eyes, nose, and ears, causing her to sink into endless pain. This scene caused Ming Yunyue and Xiaqiru's scalp to go numb. Especially Xiaqiru, she never knew that Qin Yun had such formidable ability. I am Qin Yun. Qin Yan sneered, it's very painful, right? That's right. The red-robed old woman screamed crazily, her screams are filled with fear and despair. She really did not expect that the Qin Yan they always wanted to fix would suddenly appear. Even Xianxia did not expect that Qin Yan would return and attack without saying a word. Sister Kiru, who is this old woman? Is she from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked. The red-robed old woman who was knocked to the ground by Qin Yan had her neck pierced by the black heaven locking chain. She was screaming in pain. She also heard Qin Yan's words and she also knew about the meeting at the Heavenly Law pawnshop. The reason why they moved the Heavenly Law pawnshop to the Divine Moon of the Heavens was because the environment here was very beneficial to them. The moon's core was sealed, and there was only the Bright Moon Church in the mystic moonland. They could not cause any trouble. If the Bright Moon sect dared to resist, they could use the poison crystal to quickly suppress the Bright Moon sect. You traitor, you won't live for long. The heavenly rules orthodoxy will take your life. The old woman in red robes cackled, and I am immortal. You can't kill me. As she spoke, a ball of red light suddenly flew out of the old woman's head. That was her soul. Seeing this kind of soul, Qin Yan is alarmed. This is because this kind of soul is similar to the soul power of a divine sun descendant. This is the soul of a divine sun descendant. Xianxia shouted in alarm and promptly released a white square shield to block in front of Qin Yan. The soul's penetrating power is very strong. It pierced through Xianxia's square shield and flew towards Qin Yan's head. Damned old hag, you can't escape. The soul creation heavenly cauldron suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's hand. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the red soul and imprisoned it inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. This old woman is a descendant of the divine sun god? Qin Yan closed the lid and put away the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Thankfully, he had this thing. Otherwise, the red-robed old woman's soul would have escaped. Xianxia shook her head and said with frown, I just discovered it, I didn't expect it to be like this. Qin Yan said, some people in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace might really be descendants of Divine Sunday. Moreover, they are the kind that can break away from Divine Sun. The descendants of the Divine Sun could not leave the Divine Sun otherwise, their bodies would rot. Without a body, they would only be a ball of soul with no power at all. She is the mother of the sorrowful old witch. Is the sorrowful old witch also a descendant of the sun god? That venerable sovereign of the heavens is the son of the sorrowful old witch. Could they all be? Ming Yingyue said. The birth of the supreme sovereigns in the heavens is rather peculiar. It is said that the supreme sovereign of the 9 heavens gave birth to a baby and ate the body of the supreme sovereign of the 9 heavens. That's how it grew to its current state. Qin Yan said, the descendants of the divine sun cannot leave the divine sun. What kind of technique did you master to be able to leave your divine sun and move around? Yun Yu, lend me your sword. Xianxia extended her hand and took the sword from Ming Yunyue's hand. Then, she indicated for Qin Yan to withdraw the heaven-locking chain. Qin Yan has already returned to his original appearance. The heaven-locking chain turned back to blue. After he retrieved the heaven-locking chain, Xianxia slashed down with her sword towards the red-robed old woman's head. Dang, there was a crisp sound as Ming Yunyue's sword trembled. She was actually unable to sever the old woman's neck. Very sturdy, it must have been refined with special materials, right? Xianxia looked at Qin Yan and said, Xiao Yun, check her body. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and released a ball of flame into the hole on the old woman's neck. This is not a normal body of flesh and blood. It should be a body forged from flesh and blood mixed with a large amount of precious materials. After Qin Yan finished checking, he took out the myriad heaven divine saber and chopped down on the old woman's neck. This time, he very smoothly beheaded the old woman. He said with frown, are these guys really the descendants of the divine sun? Could the 5 emperors of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace be the descendants of the divine sun? Why did the sorrowful old witch contact the poisoned sun divine clan? It seems like she is also looking for a method to exterminate the descendants of the divine sun divine race. Ming Yingyue said. Not necessarily. Maybe she is worried that the method to deal with the descendants of the divine sun divine race would fall into the hands of others. Or maybe they are also fighting against the other descendants of the divine sun? Qin Yan shook his head and said. He stored the old woman's body and threw it into the 9-sun divine spirit's small nether sun to devour. Ming Yunyuan knows that Qin Yun and Xiaqiru have something to discuss, so she walked out and waited patiently outside. There is a cave in the ice mountain. There are a few divine heavenly monarchs guarding there, but they don't know the situation inside, otherwise they would have already come in. Xiaoyun, why did you come back? Xiaqiru faintly sighed, walked to Qin Yun's side and hugged his sturdy waist. Because I know you were bullied, so I came back immediately. Qin Yun tightly hugged Xiaqiru's delicate body and said with light smile, Sister Kiru, I more or less know about Xianxia's situation. Soon after, he told Xiaqiru about his encounter in the Fire Moon Heart domain. Xiaoyun, the inheritance of the Heaven's Divine Moon is very complicated. First, you must have the Heaven's Divine Moon order. Then you must find the Divine Moon core. I still don't know where the Divine Moon core is. Xiaqiru said with slight frown, after finding the Divine Moon core, you must also find the Divine Moon seed. It's so complicated? It's that complicated, said Qin Yun with a frown. To find the Divine Moon seed, you must use the Heaven's Divine Moon order and insert the Divine Moon seed into the Divine Moon core. Then the inheritor will enter the Divine Moon core to complete the final inheritance. Xiaqiru said. I can do it within my body. Qin Yun gently held Xiaqiru's hands and asked, Heaven Creation Divine Palace also sealed you, right? N. Xiaqiru lightly nodded. Sister Kiru, I can bring you up. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. No need. I want to stay here to find the Divine Moon core and at the same time save the other moon race people. Xiaqiru said, with their help, I might be able to find the Divine Moon core even faster. All right. Then I will bring you out of the 4-gate stone room. Qin Yun said. That old woman was killed by you, no one can threaten me. This place can't trap me. Xiaqiru gently smiled. I really didn't expect that law enforcement Great Venerable would be killed so easily. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, too weak. That's because her body is too old. She should have a good body, but she didn't bring it down because she was afraid of some damage. Xiaqiru said, but her soul can't return to the best body. Through this, Qin Yun realized that Divine Sun descendants still have a way to leave Divine Sun. Sister Kiru, are you afraid of that poison? Qin Yun took out a pearl and quickly carved the Nether Sun totem on it. It can absorb a large amount of poison. Then he took out the little jade rabbit and gave it to Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru hugged the little jade rabbit and gently stroked the white fur on the rabbit's body. She said, that poison has a very strong destructive power towards my soul and body. I am indeed very afraid. Let little jade rabbit follow you, she can neutralize the poison. Qin Yun said with smile. I haven't hugged a little rabbit for a long time. Xiaqiru hugged the cute little jade rabbit and felt very happy. Xiaqiru took the pearl from Qin Yun and realized that the Nether Sun totem can devour that poison. She sighed and said, Xiaoyun, you are much stronger than I imagined. I can't deal with that poison, but you can easily deal with it. If there's anything in the future, don't hide it from me. Qin Yun giggled and said, I'm not afraid of any danger. Xiaqiru nodded and said, Xiaoyun, after you go up, once you control the Heavenly Law pawnshop, it would be best to quickly return to the Heavenly Divine Desolates through Heaven Sword Formation. That place is the safest. I got it. Qin Yun already has a plan. After returning to the Heavenly Divine Desolate, he will look for the remnant Sun Soul or build a few teleportation formations to teleport everywhere. When Xiaqiru saw that Qin Yun has the Heaven Locking Chain, she felt even more relieved. That is a very terrifying divine weapon. She gently touched the small necklace hanging on Qin Yun's neck and said softly, it is said that this was made by the previous Heavenly Tao. It should be considered an Imperial Heaven Divine Tool. I always thought that this Imperial Heaven Divine Tool was destroyed, I didn't expect it to still be here. This was given to Qin Yun by Tian Daozi. Later on, Tian Daozi gave Qin Yun a key to open a secret room in the Heavenly Law pawnshop. When Qin Yun obtained that broken key, he despised it very much, but now he is looking forward to it. The things Tian Daozi gave him are very good. Xiaoyun, after you control the Heavenly Law pawnshop, remember to find my mother and ask her about the things hidden inside the 9-sun divine spirit. Xiaqiru said. I got it. I've been looking for her but I still haven't received any news. Qin Yan already told the Netherworld Great Emperor to go to the 9 Nether Realm to look for her. That's good. Xiaqiru walked down the small building and walked towards the exit passage. There are still 4 Shen Tianjun guarding outside. Yunyue, let's join hands and take down the 4 Shen Tianjun outside. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun is only a sacred god, he is not suitable to fight Shen Tianjun head-on. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear. He is indeed not suitable to fight Shen Tianjun head-on. However, it is very suitable to attack from behind. Ming Yunyue nodded and walked out with Xiaqiru. Qin Yan used the mysterious penetration divine ability to enter the ice layer and find a good shooting point ahead of time. Not long after, Ming Yunyue and Xiaqiru started fighting with those Shen Tianjun. Qin Yan hid halfway up the iceberg and watched the intense battle in the sky. His Divine King Spear also turned into a very large sniper rifle. He filled in the few Divine Universe gold bullets he obtained earlier. He wanted to test its power for a long time. After aiming at a Heaven Creation Divine Palace Shen Tianjun, Qin Yan told Xiaqiru to speed up and then open fire. Bang! That level 1 Divine Universe gold bullet instantly hit Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Shen Tianjun's neck and sent his head flying. This power is more or less what Qin Yan expected. It is enough to deal with ordinary Shen Tianjun. The gun barrel is very hot. Qin Yan estimated that he can still fire 2 more shots. After killing 1 Shen Tianjun, Qin Yan aimed at Ming Yunyue's Shen Tianjun and quickly killed another one. After killing 2 Shen Tianjun, the rest are much easier. Ming Yunyue and Xiaqiru can easily deal with them. After killing Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Shen Tianjun, Qin Yan brought Xiaqiru and Ming Yunyue out of the Ice Moon Heart Domain and arrived at the 4-door stone room. I'm going to the Fire Moon Heart Domain to find the Fire Moon Azure Cow and the others. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, Yunyue, you two return to the Divine Moon Great Land first. Don't worry about me. When Xiaqiru was sealed, it was only because the seal detected her soul. Once her soul left the barrier, the law enforcement Great Sovereign would appear. So many things happened before and after the Divine Moon of the Heavens, leading to one battle after another. After Qin Yan went to the moon's heart, he realized how complicated the situation of the Divine Moon of the Heavens was. Among them were the Heaven Creation God Palace, the 5 sons of Mother Moon, the law enforcement Great Senior who was in charge of the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy, as well as the Heavenly Emperors. The fight for control of the Divine Moon of the Heavens was bound to be very intense. What made Qin Yan feel at ease was that Xiaqiru had a very good advantage because the Divine Moon clan behind her was the true successor. Xiaqiru and Yu Shangyun both had the Divine Moon Order, each holding half. Xiaqiru had already given the Divine Moon Order to Qin Yan so that he could find Yu Shangyun and borrow the power of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Qin Yan planned to avoid using it as much as possible because this opportunity was very important. If the Divine Moon clan wanted to fight for control of the Divine Moon of the Heavens in the future, they would need to borrow the power of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Ming Yunyue and Qin Yan entered the moon's heart this time and also learned many important secrets. These things were destined to rot in her stomach and she would never say them out. Moreover, this made her want to escape from the Divine Moon of the Heavens even more. The Divine Moon of the Heavens was obviously a battlefield. The current position of the Bright Moon sect was in a very good position in the Divine Moon of the Heavens. If a war broke out, the Bright Moon sect would definitely be involved. Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue returned to the underground palace. They entered the moon's heart for less than a few days. It was still very fast. However, everything that he experienced down there was extremely thrilling. Qin Yan's trip to the moon's heart gave him a new understanding of the Heaven Creation God Palace. He also learned that the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy was controlled by someone and seemed to be controlled by someone. Sure enough, there is a power behind them that is secretly helping the venerated sovereigns control the Divine Desolate and the 9 Divine Sons. Qin Yan followed Ming Yunyue and left the underground palace. He was also thinking about this matter. Behind the Heavenly Emperors was the Heaven Creation God Palace. As for whether there were any differences within the Heaven Creation God Palace, he did not know. He had to meet Yu Tian to further confirm it. Qin Yan directly returned to the Crystal Moon Lane while Ming Yunyue returned to the Saintess Palace. She had to make other arrangements because the current situation was very grim. The upcoming battle for the Heavenly Law pawnshop might cause a big commotion. Therefore, she ordered her subordinates to stay away from the Heavenly Law pawnshop. The Heavenly Law pawnshop was located on the divine moon of the heavens, not too far from Bright Moon City. After Qin Yin came up, he immediately contacted the nameless old man and asked him to secretly bring Yin Long to the Crystal Moon Lane. After that, he contacted Yu Shengyun. She was with Bing Xing in the Bright Moon Church Palace. When Yu Shengyun and Bing Xing heard that Qin Yin had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. What made them puzzled is that Qin Yin did not go for many days before returning. Qin Yin only told them that he saw Xiaqiru. As for other matters, he did not say anything for the time being. He asked Bing Xing to take the other Divine Moon clan's women and leave the Divine Moon realm as soon as possible, and also asked Yu Shengyun to come to the Crystal Moon Lane. Bing Xing and Yu Shengyun realized that something big was definitely going to happen, so they did not ask any further. They followed Qin Yan's instructions and immediately left Bright Moon City and returned to the Divine Desolate. Bing Xing led the team back. This time, they came to the Divine Moon of the heavens and their harvest was not small. They obtained a lot of Divine Universe golden stones, as well as various materials and medicinal herbs. After Ming Yunhui finished arranging the matters of her Saintess Palace, she went to find Wang Haoyue to exchange for Wang Haoyue's Sun Soul. She had promised to help Qin Yin obtain it. Yu Shengyun was still in Bright Moon City. After she told Bing Xing to lead the team out of the Divine Moon of the heavens, she immediately went to the Crystal Moon Lane to find Qin Yin. She was already very familiar with the Crystal Moon Lane and she had a lot of authority here. After entering the Crystal Moon Lane, she went straight to Qin Yan's luxurious suite. When Yu Shengyun arrived, she did not take off her helmet. When Qin Yin saw her, he quickly and simply told her about his meeting with Xiaqiru and his experience under the Moon Heart. As Yu Shengyun listened, she took off her helmet. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed and her moving and elegant face gradually turned serious. Her pair of beautiful eyes, which were filled with dignity, flickered repeatedly as she listened and pondered. Qin Yan's experience in the Moon Heart caused Yu Shengyun to be extremely shocked. She did not know that it would be like this. This is my experience under the Moon Heart. Qin Yin took out the Divine Moon token that Xiaqiru had given him and said, Sister Shengyun, I don't plan on using it until the critical moment. This is too important for all of you. Yu Shengyun also took out her Divine Moon token. There is a half moon on it. She gently shook her head and said, Don't think for us. The matter of taking down the Heavenly Law pawnshop is very important. It must not fall into the hands of the Heavenly Emperors. I hate that bastard very much. The Heavenly Emperor said that Yu Shengyun was his destined empress. They even said that the Divine Moon clan was his harem. Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted. The Heavenly Law pawnshop will definitely not fall into that bastard's hands. I don't know what will happen when the time comes. Qin Yin said. That's why Sharo gave you the Divine Moon token. It will allow you to borrow the power of the Divine Moon at the critical moment. Yu Shengyun stuffed her Divine Moon token into Qin Yan's hands and said, This way, the Divine Moon token will be complete. You can borrow the strongest power of the Divine Moon. After Qin Yan received Yu Shengyun's Divine Moon token, he felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. This is a very important thing. Xiaqiru and Yu Shengyun gave him such an important Divine Moon token, it means that they trust him very much. Thank you. Qin Yin said. I'll go with you to the meeting. Yu Shengyun said again, You must bring me along. Qin Yin nodded. They won't dare to act recklessly in the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Yu Shengyun looked at Qin Yin and asked in a flat tone, Does Sharo know that you slept with me? You didn't tell her, did you? She doesn't know. I didn't tell anyone. Only Princess Luo knows. Qin Yin spread out his hands. Yu Shengyun walked towards the room and said, You must be tired. I will cultivate the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. Firstly, I can help you recover and secondly, I want to properly study the new technique of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. This? Qin Yin is startled. This cold and domineering Empress Shengyun always makes this kind of request suddenly. Come quickly. Yu Shengyun shouted softly. Qin Yin laughed and walked towards the room. Then, he immersed himself in the tyrannical Empress's wonderful fragrance and tenderness. When he woke up, Qin Yin discovered that a day had already passed, Yu Shangyun got up early and left. It was unknown what she was going to do. After Qin Yan woke up, he received a message from Yu Shangyun. She told him to get up and take a bath to wash away the fragrance on her body. Xiao Yun, is Sister Shangyun really studying the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? Or is she studying you? Ling Yuner giggled. Of course I'm really studying the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, what are you thinking? A woman like Sister Shangyun definitely has a purpose in doing things. How could she mess around with me? The drunkard's intention is not in the wine. Ling Yuner laughed mischievously. When you go back, ask Big Sister Yang if the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra has any research value. Qin Yan immediately went to take a bath and changed into a set of gray clothes, disguising himself as a middle-aged man. The nameless old man did not personally bring Yunlong. He handed Yunlong over to Mingyong Tian and asked him to bring him to the Crystal Moon Lane. Mingyong Tian has been doing very well recently. When Qin Yan saw Mingyong Tian, he opened his heavenly eye and discovered that this guy's entire body was shrouded in purple gas. It could be said that he was very lucky. Old cousin, in the past few days, I've been buying and selling and made a lot of money. Furthermore, I've been picking up a lot of good things. Mingyong Tian is also dressed very luxuriously. He is very spirited and has the demeanor of a big boss. You've struck it rich in the past few days? Not bad. Qin Yan patted his shoulder and gave him some carefree smoke for him to sell. Mingyong Tian also has a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. He directly gave Qin Yan 1,000 and immediately went to sell carefree smoke. Actually, he is not going to sell cigarettes but to deliver cigarettes. It is mainly used to build relationships. Qin Yan has tens of thousands of Divine Universe golden stones in his hands and Ming Yunyue gave him some more later on. It can be said that he is not lacking for the time being. Yunlong sat in the hall. His long white beard fluttered like a cloud. After he saw Mingyong Tian leave, he said with a smile, Boss, no matter where you go, you are doing very well. Shopkeeper, what's the situation with the Heavenly Law pawnshop now? Qin Yan said, why did they come to the Divine Moonland? It's the two bosses Gong Sun and Ling Hu. Boss Dongfeng is against coming to the Divine Moon of Heavens but Boss Dongfeng only has one Heavenly Law blood token, so he has no power. Yunlong said. It doesn't matter if the Heavenly Law pawnshop comes to the Divine Moon of Heavens. Qin Yan said with a smile, do they think that coming to the Divine Moon of Heavens is their world? Yunlong doesn't know that there are many undercurrents surging in the Divine Moon of Heavens. However, he still feels that there will definitely be a great conflict during the meeting. Boss, during the meeting, the great emperors will definitely come. Yunlong said solemnly. I know, inside the Heavenly Law pawnshop, he can't do anything to me, right? Qin Yan is actually very calm. That's right. I'm just worried that there will be an accident. After all, he is the great emperor of the heavens. Yunlong is still somewhat worried. Qin Yan shook his head and said with a smile, the Heavenly Law pawnshop is the personal property of the previous Heavenly Law. Only the Heavenly Law blood token can inherit it. Yunlong suddenly lowered his voice and said solemnly, Boss, I received news 2 days ago that your foster father found MOG. She and your foster father are rushing to the Divine Moon of Heavens. Can she come during the meeting? Qin Yan is somewhat excited and asked anxiously. She should be able to. Yunlong nodded. If she comes, that would be great. Qin Yan did not expect that the Netherworld Great Emperor would find MOG so quickly. I will take my leave first. The Heavenly Law altar is nearby, I will go boast to Tian Daozi. Yunlong said with smile. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised that Tian Daozi can bring the huge Heavenly Law altar to the Divine Moon of Heavens. I will go to the Heavenly Law altar very soon. Qin Yan nodded. He originally wanted to give Yunlong a sound transmission Divine Pearl but he doesn't have it anymore. Not long after Yunlong left, Ming Yunyue arrived. The myriad heavens venerable sovereigns had already arrived in the mystic moonland, and it was highly possible that they were in the bright moon city. Qin Yan was not particularly surprised when he heard the news. What is the heaven-creating deity palace doing? Could it be that they want to infiltrate Bright Moon City? Qin said, Yun Yu, your bright moon sect's overall strength is not weak, but the Heaven Creation Divine Palace has already grasped the poison to restrain you, so you cannot lose. Take it easy. The Bright Moon sect could restrain the Heaven Creation Divine Palace in the Mystic Moonland. Once the Bright Moon sect fell, the Mystic Moon clan would no longer have any helpers in the Mystic Moonland. Slut sect leader is not stupid. Ming Yunhua said, he will definitely guard against the Heaven Creation God Palace. Qin nodded and said, it's best to remind him. Tell him that the Heaven Creation God Palace came into contact with the Poison Sun Divine race very early on and obtained a large amount of poison crystals. I will tell him. Ming Yunhua said. She also didn't want the Bright Moon School to be finished. I'm not going to the Holy Maiden Assembly. Qin said, if I'm recognized by all the Supremes, I'll be in big trouble. After Qin cultivated the heavenly soul, he could completely conceal his soul and not be sensed that he was Qin. Previously, the Empyrean Supremacies and the others had a way to sense Qin. Qin could avoid being discovered, but he did not wish to take the risk. He wanted to focus on the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Up to you. Ming Yunhua said, after the Holy Maiden Assembly, I will bring the sect leader's son's soul to you. Remember to remind the Bright Moon sect master to guard against the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin exhorted. By the way, Qin, when will you be forging a saber for Sky Fiend? Ming Yunhua asked, although this guy doesn't say it on the surface, he really wants to get it quickly. I will do it as soon as possible. Qin said with a smile, I already have purple and black crystal moon divine iron. When I have time, I'll help him make it. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Ming Yunhua left. She had a lot of things to do. Qin felt that with Ming Yunhua in the divine moon of the heavens, he would be able to take care of her in the future. The relationship between Ming Yunhua and the divine moon clan was not bad, and they were already openly cooperating. The mystic moon race would definitely understand the situation of the mystic moons through Ming Yunhua. Qin hurriedly entered a secret chamber and took out the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. He threw in an appropriate amount of crystal moon divine iron. Yang. Qin released Yang and took out many divine fruits he obtained from Bright Moon City. These divine fruits were obtained by Qin through Mingyong Tian. Many of them were special varieties that were hard to find in the market. They were also very delicious. Not only did Yang come out, Momo and the little ant queen also came out to eat the divine fruits. Yang did not eat those divine fruits for nothing. After she finished eating, she spewed out fire to help Qin burn the furnace and smelt the crystal moon divine iron inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Only Qin could make this ninth heaven Xian sparrow help him burn the furnace. While Yang was burning the furnace, Qin let the little ant queen help him refine the transcending space divine stone. The little queen ant was a spatial Xian ant queen. That kind of spatial power was very special. She could make the quality of transcendental divine stone better. The quality of the transcendental space divine stones Qin obtained are low to mid-grade ones. They can be said to be very poor. These 1,000 genes of transcendental divine stone were given by the Heavenly Emperor and Wang Haoyue. Some were collected by Qin himself. Most of the good transcendental divine stone were kept by him. Therefore, the quality of the transcendental divine stone is very poor. Fortunately, with the little ant queen's help, the quality of the transcendental divine stone can be improved. While the little ant queen is improving the quality of the transcendental divine stone, Qin also began refining the unfettered divine grass. He refined it into tobacco that is suitable for smoking cigarettes. Qin hid in a secret room for a few days and produced a large saber for the heavenly fiend battle god. Qin carved many rare and powerful runes on the saber. There are sun, moon and star runes, as well as heavenly runes, powerful beast totems, Tao evolution heavenly runes and so on. Next, the heavenly fiend battle god will need to go out and refine it himself. Only then will it gradually mature. Apart from this, Qin also used a small amount of transcendental divine stone to make more than 10 sound transmission divine pearls. He gave one to Xiaxia before, but after coming to Mystic Moonland, he could not contact her. Although Qin has been in seclusion for a few days, the things he produced are very scary. Especially that saber. If it was made by other inscription masters, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, it would require the cooperation of many inscription masters. Just the runes on the saber would take a very long time for other inscription masters to carve. Qin Yan has a large number of inscription spirits, so it is very easy for him to carve. The main reason why he did not run around these past few days is because he does not want the heavenly sovereigns to know that he is in Bright Moon City. He does not want any side issues to crop up before the Heavenly Law Pawnshop Assembly. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God is very excited after learning that Qin Yan has finished crafting a saber for him. However, he is also somewhat puzzled because it is too fast. He originally thought that Qin Yan would need at least 2 to 3 years to finish crafting a saber. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God is very excited after learning that his saber is finished so quickly. He is also very puzzled. He hastily rushed to Qin Yan's luxurious suite and waited for him in the living room. Qin Yan just came out of his bath when he saw the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. He said with smile, "Old brother Heavenly Fiend, your saber is ready." He handed over the saber to the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. It is a rather wide and long saber. This is also the type that the Heavenly Fiend Battle God said he wanted before. It looks very sharp, but it is not too ostentatious. It does not emit a very strong multicolored light, and it does not have a very tyrannical aura. However, after the Heavenly Fiend Battle God received the saber, he sensed that this saber is very different from others. Especially the runes on the inside, they seem to have fused with his body in an instant. They are closely connected with his soul. Qin Yan has the Heavenly Sovereign Inscription Spirit. In addition, he has mastered the Imperial Heaven Divine Power and cultivated the Heaven Might Dao technique. Therefore, this saber can be said to be tailor-made for the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. Take it back and familiarize yourself with it. Qin Yan said with smile, "In a few years, you will be able to unleash the strongest power of this saber." "Many thanks, old cousin," the Heavenly Fiend Battle God is very grateful. "Brother Heavenly Fiend, in a few days I will be attending a conference. At that time I will need experts to hold the fort. You should come with me," Qin Yan said. Although the Heavenly Fiend Battle God looks like a youth, his strength is also very strong. Especially when fighting, he is the type of person with extremely terrifying explosive power. Moreover, he is not afraid of death. No problem, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God has always wanted a good saber, but the Bright Moon sect is unable to satisfy his requirements. Qin Yan gave him a good saber, so he is very grateful to Qin Yan. When the time comes, I might have to face the Heavenly Emperor and all Heavenly Sovereigns, Qin Yan said again. Alright, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God looks very excited. Because he has long been in a bad mood with the Heavenly Emperor. He still has not avenged the Heavenly Emperor who sent him into the poison pool. Soon after, Qin Yan took out a disc and a crystal talisman. He said, "This is the Heart Protection Heavenly Shield and Soul Protection Heavenly Talisman." This. How do I use them? After receiving them, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God knows that they are high-grade goods. Place the Heart Protection Shield at the position of the heart. It can be used to block that kind of poison. Qin Yan said in deep voice, "The Heaven Creation Divine Palace has already grasped that kind of dreadful poison. It is specially used to restrain you. It can quickly destroy your body and capture your soul. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God cursed in low voice, "I knew that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace people are up to no good. Let's see if sect leader will guard against them or not. The two things I gave you can only block their poison temporarily. After blocking to a certain degree, they won't be able to continue. Therefore, if you fight with them in the future, immediately retreat when you see them using poison," Qin Yan said. Got it, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God nodded his head. Qin Yan also made a few of these things. With the help of the Gemini treasure mirror, he can quickly imprint runes on talisman papers and tools. Alright, you go properly refine your saber first. Let's do it at the Crystal Moon Lane, Qin Yan said. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God stayed at the Crystal Moon Lane to refine his saber. Qin Yan also gave him a sound transmission divine pearl. Qin Yan called Mingyong Tian over and asked him to give 2 sound transmission divine pearls to Yun Long and Tian Daozi so that they can contact each other in the future. MOG and my foster father should be here soon. Qin Yan is also impatient to meet MOG. This way, he can clarify some things. Maybe he can find out where his parents are and the situation inside the Heavenly Tao pawn shop. The Holy Maiden Assembly is being held, but the Heavenly Fiend Battle God did not go. He has been staying at the Crystal Moon Lane all along. The main purpose of holding the Holy Maiden Assembly is to announce to the entire Bright Moon sect that there is a new Holy Maiden. This is a very glorious matter. The Bright Moon sect leader is the sect leader, but he doesn't have the authority to decide on the second Holy Maiden. This must be done with Ming Yunyue's consent. Therefore, many people from the big sects hate Ming Yunyue. Otherwise, their sects would have already had Holy Maiden. After the Holy Maiden Assembly ended, Ming Yunyue immediately returned to the Crystal Moon Lane and arrived at Qin Yan's luxurious suite. This is the sun soul of that slut sect leader. It is much worse than I imagined. Ming Yunyue handed over a gray and inconspicuous hat to Qin Yan. This hat looks like a peaked cap. Moreover, it is very shabby and the skin on the surface is peeling. Qin Yan took it and opened his heavenly eye to take a closer look. Is this really a sun soul? That slut sect leader wouldn't lie to me, right? Ming Yunyue is also unable to tell because this hat has no aura at all. It's a sun soul. Qin Yan is very certain and somewhat excited. He said with a smile, I can regenerate this sun soul. After saying that, he hurriedly ran into the secret room. Ming Yunyue felt a lot more at ease. She secretly exclaimed in her heart that Qin Yan could really regenerate a dying sun soul. Qin Yan is in the secret room, excitedly playing with the hat. He said with a smile, this is something that can be worn on the head. It can protect the soul and strengthen it. It can also help the soul absorb more divine power to cultivate. It's truly a treasure. Doesn't that mean I have to wear it often? Ling Yin'er said. The reason why Qin Yan was so excited after obtaining the sun soul was mainly because the hat was closely related to the soul. At present, the soul was his weakness. When he faced the red-robed old woman, the law enforcer Great Sovereign, he felt that her soul was very strong. If not for him having the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron to suppress the law enforcer Great Sovereign's soul in time, it would have been very troublesome. A powerful descendant of the Divine Sun must have a very strong soul. The previous contact with the law enforcer Great Sovereign was also the first time Qin Yan encountered a descendant of the Divine Sun with a strong soul. This made him realize that in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the Myriad Realms Divine Sun Land, there were many descendants of the Divine Sun with strong souls. In this regard, he did not know how to defend for the time being, so he could only use the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron to suppress it. However, he could not use the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron to block it every time. If there was a descendant of the Divine Sun with a strong soul concealment ability, they could quietly approach him and then attack his soul. Now that he had this hat, the Sun Soul could defend against the soul attacks of the descendants of the Divine Sun. After this hat is done, there might be even more surprises. After all, this is a Sun Soul. Ling Yin'er laughed, I wonder how that slut sect leader obtained it. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and carefully examined the hat to see if there were any other damages. The Sun Soul was conscious, but because it was too weak and on the verge of death, it became like this. Qin Yan released Yang. When the cute little girl came out, she was holding a fruit in her hand and biting it. Qin Yan pinched her pink face and placed the hat on her head. He said with a smile, Yang, do you recognize this hat? Ah? It has a very familiar feeling. Yang's big eyes rolled up and looked at the hat on her head. Then, she took it off and frowned in thought. Yang was also a Sun Soul, so she definitely had a familiar feeling about it. I remember now. This seems to be a heavenly hat. Yang said in surprise, Big brother, how did you get it? This hat is dying. Qin Yan patted Yang's head and said with a smile, I just got it. I won't let this hat die. How about this, I bring it back to the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. This can restore some of the hat's vitality. Yang said. That works too. Qin Yan nodded. Yang took the hat and returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Yang had entered the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun, the Divine Universe Purple Sun, and the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but she didn't dare to approach the Nether Sun. She said that she would wait until she evolved into the ninth Heaven Vermilion Bird before she could approach the Nether Sun. Nether Sun is still a very dreadful existence to her. Not long after, Yang came out and handed the hat to Qin Yan. The skullcap had recovered some of its vitality. Although it was still gray, it still had a trace of vitality. Then, Qin took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. His godly monarch Heaven Seal could borrow the power of 3 myriad realms divine suns, but he did not intend to use the power of the myriad realms divine suns. Because once they did that, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. I don't need the power of the myriad worlds divine suns. I have a lot of divine suns in my hands. Qin used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to absorb the divine power of the 9 sun divine spirits 4 divine suns. Then he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal the heavenly hat and pour in the divine power of the 4 divine suns. Through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, one can absorb the divine power of the divine sun and transform it into a special kind of divine power. This kind of divine power can allow a weak sun soul to be reborn. In addition, the 9 sun divine spirit can also absorb the divine power of the divine sun inside and release a very strong sun spirit energy into the skullcap to strengthen the sun soul. Qin has the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the 9 sun divine spirit, as well as a few powerful divine suns. Reviving the sun soul is a piece of cake. If Wang Haoyue knew that the half-dead sun soul that he viewed as trash was revived by Qin, he would definitely vomit blood. Wang Haoyue himself does not know how to use the sun soul. To him, it is a tool used to cultivate the divine moon heavenly soul. However, it is also a very precious thing. When cultivating the divine moon heavenly soul, one needs to extract a large amount of soul power from the sun soul. This is extremely painful for the sun soul, it is like cutting it. And Wang Haoyue has lent it to many people to use. Therefore, in this way, the soul body within the sun soul has been cut many times and finally, there is only a trace left. The sun soul, which is an unbearable pain, is also filled with resentment. It is filled with resentment towards Wang Haoyue, but there is nothing it can do. It can only wait for itself to completely dissipate with hatred. Now that the sky hat has fallen into Qin's hands, it can be said that it has met a good master. The sky hat has its own consciousness, but it will not communicate with Qin. It only has a subtle connection with Qin. It can operate according to Qin's consciousness, as if it is a part of Qin's body. Don't worry, I won't lend you to others to cultivate the divine moon heavenly soul. Qin gently caressed the black hat. He could feel the fear and resentment of the hat. The sky hat's aura was somewhat irritable, but now it has gradually calmed down. The sky hat knew that Qin still had the sun soul, Yang. It was a sun soul that was even higher than his hat. Yang was originally a beast, but later on, it could transform into a human form. It was indeed a very rare sun soul. As the sky hat gradually revived, Qin's understanding of the sky hat increased. Just as he had guessed, this hat was of great help to the soul. Not to mention the defensive aspect, it could protect the soul. Even if the soul was attacked by a powerful heavenly punishment, this hat could still block it. In addition to defending the soul, this hat could also absorb the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun and the power of the heavenly divine moon to cultivate the soul. The absorption speed would be even faster. Furthermore, after being transformed by the sky hat, it would be even more beneficial to the soul. Even if one absorbed a lot of energy, it would not harm the soul. In addition, through this hat, one could make one's soul release divine power even stronger. When Qin opened his heavenly eye, he needed to use the power of his soul, and this hat could strengthen it by a lot. The power of the blood soul also used the soul, which could strengthen the power of the blood soul. If he wanted to attack the opponent's mind, he would definitely be stronger through the sky hat. It could be said that there were many benefits. Qin stayed in the secret chamber for 2 days and finally completely restored the hat. Furthermore, it is turned into a black peaked cap. Its shape is a little smaller than before and there are many black stripes on the surface of the hat. Those are the runes of the inscriptions. This hat doesn't look special on the surface, but after wearing it, Qin immediately sensed that he is absorbing even more divine moon power. When he was on the way to the moon core, he swallowed a lot of divine moon power and stored it in the nether sun and nether moon. At this moment, he is wearing the sky hat. He released the divine moon power he collected and poured it into the hat to transform it. After the transformation, he could immediately strengthen his soul. Looks like I'll be able to cultivate another heavenly soul and heavenly soul soon. Qin now has 1 heavenly soul and 1 heavenly soul each. soon, he will have two each. With more heavenly soul, he would be able to use the heavenly eye better, and the imperial heaven divine technique would also be stronger. Strange, this sun soul is actually related to the 9 sun divine spirits nether sun. Xianxia can sense that the sky hat is involuntarily probing the 9 sun divine spirits' small nether Sunday. That small nether sun was created by Xianxia. Although it is not big, it is also very formidable. The sky hat seems to be very fond of that small nether Sunday. This might be an opportunity. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He believes that he can take advantage of this opportunity to make the sky hat the small nether sun's sun soul. Divine Universe Purple Sun, Heavenly Universe Divine Sun and Primal Chaos Divine Sun currently don't have sun souls. Divine Universe Purple Sun's sun soul should be Yang Yang. Yang Yang is soaking inside all day long. Small nether sun needs to grow. If it has a sun soul, it might be an opportunity to grow and break through. Xianxia has several tens of thousands of Divine Universe golden stones. He plans to put them inside the small nether Sunday. During this period of time, he also refines some sacred Tao divine pills. He plans to eat them and cultivate his nether sun Tao image. Then, with the help of the small nether sun's breakthrough power inside the 9 sun divine spirit, he can evolve his nether sun Tao image into a sacred heavenly Tao image. After he suddenly thought of this, he immediately took out the sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Yu Xiangyun. Sister Xiangyun, I want to eat sacred Tao divine pills, can you come? Xiangyun is somewhat embarrassed. After all, he is talking to the tyrannical empress. I'll be there right away. Yu Xiangyun replied. She is at the Crystal Moon Lane. Because all heavenly sovereigns are in Bright Moon City, she is worried and has to stay near Xiangyun at all times. She said she would be there soon, and she really will be there soon. I'm already in your room, where are you? Yu Xiangyun took out sound transmission divine and asked Xiangyun. Xiangyun put on the sky hat and tried to completely conceal his soul. Even the soul-chasing talisman can't track him, so Yu Xiangyun doesn't know where he is. He put away the sky hat and placed it inside the small nether sun of the 9 sun divine spirit. Then he put all the Divine Universe golden stones on him into the small nether Sunday. That small nether sun is a bottomless pit. Although it is very small, it can swallow tens of thousands of incomparably heavy Divine Universe golden stones. Xiangyun hurriedly arrived at the room. Just as he entered the door, an incomparably rich and wonderful fragrance surged over. Yu Xiangyun has already made all the preparations. She is soaking in a large bathtub in the room and said softly, "Come here quickly." Xiangyun and Yu Xiangyun have met more than once or twice, but every time he faces this tyrannical empress, he is somewhat reserved. On the other hand, Yu Xiangyun doesn't seem to be reserved at all. Instead, she seems to be very familiar with the road. Xiaoyun, don't you think that when Sister Xiangyun is in a certain state, the fragrance on her body is even stronger? Ling Yun'er said with a smile, maybe it's because she's aroused, so the wonderful fragrance on her body is even stronger. This can make it easier for her lover to fall into her embrace and be unable to extricate himself. Don't talk nonsense. This time, Xiangyun really wants to quickly evolve the nether sun Tao image into the sacred heavenly Tao image. In this way, his strength might even be comparable to Shen Tianjun. Even if he faced the heavenly sovereigns, he wouldn't be afraid. Outside of Bright Moon City, it is currently very lively. Because the Heavenly Tao altar is just outside and Heavenly Tao's child is performing a spell on the Heavenly Tao altar, causing demonic wind to blow everywhere. The Heavenly altar was as huge as a towering mountain, towering outside the Bright Moon City. The entire altar was currently emitting a bright white light, and the surrounding air currents were wreaking havoc. At the center of the top of the altar, frightening howls could be heard from time to time. It was as if thousands of tigers and thousands of dragons were fighting, and it was as if an unprecedented battle was about to break out. Most frightening of all was the fact that the enormous Heaven Tao altar would occasionally tremble violently, and in those moments, a powerful heavenly might would spread out in all directions, as if it were the end of the world. The experts from the divine wilderness were currently floating in the air around the Heavenly Tao altar, looking down at Tian Daozi in the middle of the altar. Tian Daozi knew that he was being watched by many powerful Lord of Heaven, but he was very calm and continued to cast his spell. From time to time, he would let out a crazy laugh, causing the atmosphere to become even more terrifying. The heavenly Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao destroys the world. Everything in the world was annihilated. The heavenly Tao is immortal. The heavenly Tao is eternal. Tao Master Tian Dao let out a loud roar and said some nonsense. His voice echoed out in all directions, and it seemed like a world-ending calamity was about to descend. Tian Daozi, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop. The one who shouted was Boss Gong's son. At this moment, he was also extremely nervous, fearing that Dao Tian would act recklessly. I don't want to do anything, but what the heavenly Tao wants me to do. The heavenly Tao is me, I am the heavenly Tao. I am not me, the heavenly Tao is not the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao child was like a swindler, babbling nonsense. The heavenly law pawnshop's meeting is about to begin. You don't want the meeting to go smoothly, do you? Boss Ling Hu sneered and said, Tian Daozi, are you afraid that after the pawnshop is controlled by the venerable sovereigns, they will seize your altar? Tian Daozi laughed heartily. The venerable sovereigns are the real tools. Everything about the heavenly Tao had nothing to do with him. All heavenly venerable sovereigns are nothing but sacrifices. Shut up. The voice came from a woman. It was the great emperor of sorrow. Ha ha ha. Tian Daozi laughed loudly and continued. He only continued to perform the arts, stirring up violent winds, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling. However, it seemed as if he was holding back, and the big move was slow to come. Tian Daozi is currently unable to release powerful calamities and tribulations, he needs Qin Yun. Therefore, he can only put on airs and make people think that he truly controls the heavenly Tao altar and can release powerful calamities and tribulations. After pretending for a while, Tian Daozi also stopped and said loudly, having creating deity palace, you are not the true creator of the heavens. You are just a group of heaven thieves. Tian Daozi, do you really think you are immortal? Boss Ling Hu sneered. Boss Ling Hu sneered and said, Tian Dao, do you really as? Heavenly Tao is dead, not only me, all of you will die. Tian Daozi laughed heartily and said, do you know who the true incarnation of heavenly Tao is? Heaven as he was emperor as he was there, and in heaven as is heaven as. As heaven heavenly emperor was as. Now, his mission had been accomplished. As long as the venerable sovereigns devoured him, they would become the real venerable sovereigns. The heavenly Tao. Inheriting the heavenly law required one to go through all kinds of hardships, and one might even die. How could the venerable sovereigns of the heavens endure that kind of pain? The true incarnation of the heavenly Tao is me. Tian Daozi laughed heartily. Now that the heavenly Tao has no master, anyone can inherit the heavenly Tao and control the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Fellow experts, as long as you are strong enough, you can also ascend to the heavens. This caused the surrounding heavenly lords to be secretly shocked. Right now, there was indeed no order in the world. Only 3 of the myriad realms' divine sons appeared, and they had yet to form their strongest power. The mother moon had just died, and the successor of the divine moon of the heavens had yet to be decided. Currently, in the divine wilderness great era, all kinds of powerful clans were born one after another. Some powerful clans were hard to shake even for the heaven creation divine palace. The entire all heavens divine wilderness great era could be said to be in a state of chaos. Every faction had the possibility of reaching the pinnacle. Tian Daozi, you really are a madman. All heaven's venerable emperors will be in charge of the new heavenly Tao and heavenly rules orthodoxy. This is known to all. Great Emperor Sadness said with sneer, the heavenly rules orthodoxy has already planned out the future direction of this world, the fate of every living being. It has already been written into the heavenly rules orthodoxy, no one can change it. Ming Yunhua is also present. She used to believe it, but ever since she met Qin Yun, she no longer believes in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Because Qin Yun seems to be a person who has jumped out of the heavenly rules orthodoxy and can even change the fate of others. Boss Dongfeng also doesn't believe it because he knows that Qin Yun is a variable in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Now, he has already caused many deviations in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Many people's fate has already deviated from the records of the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Qin Yun should have died long ago, the new heavenly Tao should have been born long ago, but what about now? Tian Daozi laughed loudly and said, Your heaven creation divine palace must know better than us that the heavenly rules orthodoxy is completely out of control. From now on, no one can say for sure what will happen. Small deviations in the process are allowed, the result will not change. Great Emperor Sadness said, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. All heaven's venerable emperors are the new heavenly Tao and Qin Yun will definitely die. Let's go, don't waste time with this madman, Boss Gongsun shouted. Many experts dispersed but many powerful divine heaven monarchs have a thought in their hearts. Living to their current realm and grasping formidable power, they can be said to be the strongest group of people in this great era. It is impossible for them to not have ambition. Everyone wants to stand at the highest peak, to control heaven and earth, to control the fate of millions and millions of living beings, to use the power of heaven and earth for their own use, to become immortal. Seeing that everyone has dispersed, Tian Daozi entered the heavenly Tao altar. Yun Long is also inside the heavenly Tao altar. Yun Long naturally knows that Tian Daozi was the previous shopkeeper of the pawn shop, so they got along very well. Netherworld Great Emperor is also inside the heavenly Tao altar's main hall. He is sitting with his legs crossed and drinking tea. And sitting in front of him is a blue-robed old lady with extremely good temperament. This old lady has a bit of wrinkles on her face and white hair, making her look old. But her entire body is brimming with exuberant vitality. She is an old lady with extremely good spirit. She is Mog, Xiaqiru's mother when she was reborn as Xianqiru. That guy Xiao Fuyun, why hasn't he come yet? Mog saw Tian Daozi return and asked. I caused quite a commotion just now but I still couldn't alarm him. Tian Daozi spread out his hands. He is also holding a sound transmission divine pearl in his hand. He tried to contact Qin Yun but there was no response. Netherworld Great Emperor said with mischievous laugh, maybe he is having fun with some woman. Tian Daozi nodded and said, I think so too, otherwise I wouldn't have been unable to contact him. You men are all thinking the same thing. Mog groaned and said, Tian Daozi, did you see that brothel keeper? I saw her, she is not as young and beautiful as you. Tian Daozi said with smile, she is also not as spirited as you. That brothel keeper's complexion is much worse than yours, she must be worried to death for her son heavenly venerable sovereigns. Mog's face revealed a proud smile and said, this brothel keeper's strength is pretty good now. But as long as Ancestor Divine Sun Transformation Realm, we will also be able to reach her realm. She is relying on Heaven Creation Divine Palace to enter Divine Heavenly Lord's final realm, that's why she is so arrogant, so many years. The Nine Nether Overlord, was also overthrown by them back then. Netherworld Great Emperor curled his lips and said, fortunately, my adopted son is very powerful now, otherwise I would be in danger in the future. Mog's expression suddenly became solemn and said, can Xiao Fuyun really take down the Heavenly Law pawnshop? Heaven Creation Divine Palace is already determined to win and we don't have any helpers on our side. Even if we can take down the Heavenly Law pawnshop, will we be able to leave Heavenly Divine Moon? Netherworld Great Emperor said, don't look at me, ask Tian Daozi and Yun Long. Tian Daozi rubbed his bald head, then shook his head and said, I am also not sure. It is not easy to guess what this Uncle Qin is doing. Is he still Saint God Realm? Mog asked again. Yes. Yun Long nodded, he saw Qin Yun not long ago. That's bad. They both have 10 Tao images but heavenly venerable sovereigns are already divine heavenly lord, why is Xiao Fuyun still climbing Saint God Realm? Mog said very anxiously. Tian Daozi sighed and said, we don't have many experts on our side. Sorrowful Madam's side has a lot of experts, this is dangerous. If Mother Moon was still alive, we might be able to ask her for help and borrow the power of Heavenly Divine Moon. But now, no one can use the power of Heavenly Divine Moon. Mog let out a long sigh and said, what exactly is Xiao Fuyun doing? We need to quickly find him and have a talk, alright. Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun are together, they are indeed carefree and happy, sleeping soundly in the bosom of the tyrannical Empress Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun looked at the man in her bosom, her mood is very complicated. She also can't say what kind of feeling she has towards Qin Yun. Is he cultivating the Nether Sun Tao image? Directly evolving the Nether Sun Tao image into the sacred Heavenly Tao image? How did he do it? Yu Shangyun is still cultivating with Qin Yun, she looked at the sleeping Qin Yun with frown. She doesn't know what kind of state Qin Yun is in right now. She suddenly became somewhat worried. Just as she is feeling puzzled, she suddenly saw many black runes appear on Qin Yun's back. This is Nether Sun Totem? It doesn't look like it. Yu Xiangyun is suddenly alarmed. However, at the same time, the people of Bright Moon City let out a burst of exclamations, because the 3 myriad realms divine suns in the distance are now turning black bit by bit. Yu Xiangyun took out the sound transmission divine pearl and received the message from Bing Xing. Sister Xiangyun, the 3 myriad realms divine suns have turned black. What's going on? Bing Xing asked, is Xiaoyun beside you? Ask him what's going on, he might know. He is in seclusion cultivation, he is right beside me. Yu Xiangyun said with frown, it's not convenient to talk to him right now. Qin Yun is currently sleeping soundly in her bosom. The intense light emitted by the 3 myriad realms divine suns can illuminate a large area of the surrounding dark void. Now that the myriad realms divine suns have turned black, it also caused the world to turn pitch black. Although the heaven's divine moon can emit moonlight, the surface of the divine moon earth is also dark and lifeless. No one knows what caused the myriad realms divine suns to suddenly turn black. Qin Yun is currently leaning on Yu Xiangyun's body, his face is pressed against her chest, he is sleeping soundly in a wonderful fragrance and gentleness. Yu Xiangyun looked at the sleeping Qin Yun and gently touched the black runes on his back. She did not sense any aura. This guy, how long is he going to sleep? Will he be able to wake up before the Heavenly Dao pawnshop meeting begins? Yu Xiangyun can only maintain this state, she doesn't dare to move recklessly, she is worried that she will disturb Qin Yun's cultivation. I wonder if he is cultivating or if he is deliberately pretending. Yu Xiangyun is also letting her imagination run wild. She is currently in a very intimate state with Qin Yun. Qin Yun is indeed cultivating, he has completely entered a strange state. His soul is using all of its power to control the little nether sun inside the 9 sun divine soul. The little nether sun is like a terrifying millstone, it is madly grinding the tens of thousands of divine universe golden stones, causing the inside of the nether sun to burst out with small flashes. The little nether sun created by Xiaqiru is indeed very powerful. Qin Yun also doesn't know if his own nether sun or the little nether sun is stronger. Ling Yuner also has a little nether sun, but it is not as powerful as the one created by Xiaqiru. The little nether sun inside the 9 sun divine soul is now connected to the heavenly hat, it also has its own sun soul. The little nether sun seems to be very hungry, it is crazily devouring the divine universe golden stones to strengthen itself. While devouring a large amount of divine universe golden stones, the little nether sun seems to be eating too fast, as if it is bloated. From time to time, it would burp and then spew out a very powerful nether sunstorm. At this moment, Qin Yun used his heavenly soul to draw out the nether sun storm from the 9 sun divine soul and guide it into his imperial heaven heart to cultivate his nether sun Dao image. His nether sun Dao image is inside the sacred tribulation gate, the sacred tribulation gate is inside his body. Now it is wide open and absorbing the energy of the 9 sun divine soul. As they continued to evolve and become stronger, the 3 myriad worlds divine suns gradually darkened. Yu Xiangyun once again received a message from Bing Xing through the sound transmission divine pearl. Sister Xiangyun, the 3 myriad realms divine suns stopped rotating, it's like they suddenly extinguished. Bing Xing said, I don't know what will happen if this continues. By the way, has Xiaoyun come out of seclusion? He is cultivating the nether sun Dao image. I suspect that it might be related to the nether sun Daoist idol he cultivates. Yu Xiangyun's expression was also somewhat grave as she said, I will continue to pay attention to his situation. You don't have to worry. He is a Yang spirit. With the Divine King heavenly seal in hand, it should be normal for him to trigger such a phenomenon. And, take good care of Xiaoyun. Bing Xing warned. After cutting off the connection, Yu Xiangyun felt that Bing Xing's words were somewhat strange. She could not help but think to herself, could it be that Bing Xing knows that I'm with Qin Yun? She shook her head and sighed, it seems like sooner or later, I won't be able to hide the matter between me and him. A woman's sixth sense is too strong. Even if Qin Yun told others about his relationship with Yu Xiangyun, no one would believe it. Because those who have come into contact with Yu Xiangyun all know that this overbearing empress would definitely not so casually follow others. And in fact, she is currently together with Qin Yun. Not only is she not against Qin Yun, she even feels that this kind of feeling is pretty good. Suddenly, Qin Yun's body moved and he opened his eyes. When Yu Xiangyun saw his eyes, she could not help but cry out in alarm. Because Qin Yun's eyeballs have disappeared, as if they have been melted by a black liquid. Now they are emitting black gas. Qin Yun, what happened to you? Yu Xiangyun shouted in alarm. I'm fine. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and said, my nether sun is about to evolve. Sister Xiangyun, quickly get away from me. No. I want to continue cultivating with you. Yu Xiangyun recalled Bing Xing's words from before, telling her to take good care of Qin Yun. Not only did she not move away from Qin Yun, she even hugged him tightly. My condition is unstable, quickly leave. Qin Yun's voice became somewhat hoarse. Then I can't leave even more. Yu Xiangyun closed her eyes and circulated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, allowing the divine power in her body to enter Qin Yun's body. She also felt that Qin Yun is crazily devouring her divine power. Not good. At this moment, Yu Xiangyun heard a light shout. Ling Yuner came out. When Yu Xiangyun suddenly saw this beautiful and charming long-legged fairy, she was also startled. Because she was currently cultivating intimately with Qin Yun. Being seen by an outsider, she was momentarily caught unprepared. Sister Xiangyun, I am Xiao Yun's fairy. Ling Yuner hurriedly said, Xiao Yun is out of control now. What's going on with him? Yu Xiangyun said coldly. There's an external force interfering, causing him to become like this. Ling Yuner hurriedly said, Sister Xiangyun, you'd better fuse your soul with his. What external force is interfering? Yu Xiangyun had heard of Ling Yuner's existence before, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. She also knew that Ling Yuner was also helping Qin Yun. I don't know either. Ling Yuner is very anxious, she urged. Sister Xiangyun, quickly use your soul to help him, he is no match for you in terms of soul. All right. Yu Xiangyun hugged Qin Yun tightly, then focused her mind and released her powerful soul. Through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, she fused with Qin Yun's soul. She immediately discovered that Qin Yun's soul is being devoured by something. That's a descendant of the divine sun? Yu Xiangyun has been in the 9 heavens for many years, so she naturally knew about the situation of the 9 heavens' heavenly divine Sunday. It was devoured by a descendant of the divine sun, causing the 9 heavens to fall into destruction. Qin Yun actually has a descendant of the divine sun in his body and his soul is being devoured. These guys are everywhere. Yu Xiangyun immediately realized that when Qin Yun's nether sun evolved, it was too powerful and attracted the attention of the descendant of the divine sun. Furthermore, it pierced through space and came here. This is simply inconceivable. Scram. Yu Xiangyun is the divine moon race's empress. Her soul is extremely powerful. Even if she can't destroy the soul of the descendant of the divine sun, capturing those souls is not a problem. After the powerful soul of the descendant of the divine sun was intimidated by Yu Xiangyun, she put it into a small bag. Soon after, Qin Yun's condition gradually stabilized and black runes continued to grow on his body. You are Yuner, right? Yu Xiangyun looked at the long-legged fairy floating in the air. Then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave now. Although Ling Yuner is a rogue fairy, she didn't dare to look around in front of this domineering empress. Have you slept with him? Yu Xiangyun asked very directly, causing Ling Yuner to be somewhat stunned for a moment. Ling Yuner lowered her head and said in a low voice. At this moment, she is actually very shy, she is also suppressed by Yu Xiangyun's aura. Don't talk nonsense about the matter between me and him. Yu Xiangyun warned, alright, go back and rest. You look very tired. Ling Yuner was also secretly helping Qin Yun resist the external force, but she did not succeed. Therefore, she had no choice but to come out and ask Yu Xiangyun for help. Thank you, Sister Xiangyun. Ling Yuner nodded, then returned to the sacred tribulation gate and returned to Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun gradually woke up. His eyes have already returned to their original state and the black runes on his body have also disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful and slightly dignified face in front of him. He immediately remembered that he was still hugging Yu Xiangyun. Are you done? Yu Xiangyun asked, There is a descendant of the Divine Sun's soul that wants to devour your soul. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know. I only felt that it was a very dangerous thing. It was actually the soul of a descendant of the Divine Sun. Qinyan also slightly hugged Yu Shangyun. He really didn't know. It's fine now. Have you broken through? Yu Shangyun stared at Qinyan's eyes and asked. N. Thank you. Qinyan nodded. You're welcome. Yu Shangyun said softly. She and Qinyan's four eyes met, their gazes seemed to collide. Unknowingly, Qinyan kissed her red lips. Yu Shangyun and Qinyan had been together for so long, but this was the first time they kissed each other so affectionately. After the kiss, Yu Shangyun let out a light snort. Without saying anything, she got up and walked to the bath. Qinyan followed and walked down the bath. He said with a smile, Sister Shangyun, thank you very much this time. The way you thank others is to kiss them, right? Yu Shangyun said indifferently. Of course not. Qinyan said. No matter what, you are already my man. As my man, the pressure on my shoulders is very great. Yu Shangyun looked at Qinyan and said, Are you prepared for this? Are you willing to face all the difficulties with me? Yes. Qinyan did not hesitate. All right, after you take down the Heavenly Law pawnshop, I will enter the moon's core and join hands with Xiao Rou to control the divine moon of the heavens. As for you, you must take good care of the Divine Moon Clan for me and become the acting emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Yu Shangyun said. This? I will become the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan? Qinyan was startled and said in a low voice, But I'm a man. You are my man. You being the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan is not a problem. Yu Shangyun said, I have always been unable to let go of the Divine Moon Clan, so I can't leave. However, I trust you and am willing to hand the Divine Moon Clan over to you. Qinyan never expected that he would become the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I am willing to be the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan for a period of time. You can rest assured. Yu Shangyun nodded in satisfaction and said, All right, after you return, go to the Divine Moon Heaven City to take up your post. I will give you a token to make them trust you. Qinyan looked around and said, Sister Shangyun, what about the descendants of the Divine Sun Clan? Did you destroy them? Yu Shangyun placed the soul of the Divine Sun descendant she caught into Qinyan's soul creation heavenly cauldron and asked, Can this small cauldron of yours really suppress the soul of a Divine Sun descendant? Yes. I've imprisoned more than 10 of them before. Qinyan said with a smile, I've already dealt with those 10. Yu Shangyun was somewhat astonished when she heard this and asked doubtfully, Dealt with? How did you deal with it? The soul of this Divine Sun descendant cannot be completely destroyed. Oh right, did the Bright Moon sect leader and the Sad Emperor open the amethyst coffin I sold them? Qinyan asked. Not yet. Yu Shangyun shook her head. Wang Haoyue came to me a few times and asked me to help him open it. I didn't help him and I can't help him. Qinyan said with a smile, They are even worse than I imagined. Yu Shangyun asked, How did you deal with the soul of the Divine Sun descendant? Soon after, Qinyan talked about the soul lost due. Only now did Yu Shangyun know that Qinyan had obtained the soul lost due from the amethyst coffin. After hearing this, Yu Shangyun sighed inwardly. Qinyan's actions were always so sinister. Even if the Sad Emperor and Wang Haoyue opened the amethyst coffin, they would only obtain a piece of paper in the end. Although the secret recipe for the soul lost due was written on that piece of paper, it would definitely be very difficult to make. I haven't studied how to make it yet. I think I should be able to make it. Qinyan kept the soul creation heavenly cauldron. You can even refine the sacred Tao divine pill that I created. It should only be a matter of time before you make the soul lost due. Yu Shangyun was even more at ease as she handed the Divine Moon Clan over to Qinyan. Sister Shangyun, how did you get that bag? To be able to trap the soul of a Divine Sun descendant, it's pretty amazing. Qinyan said. When I was in the 9 heavens, I was the 9 heavens goddess. This was created by the Divine Sun Palace of the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. Yu Shangyun took out the small white bag. It looked like a storage bag and was very small. Divine Sun Palace of the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun? Is it still in the 9 heavens? Qinyan asked. Not anymore. Yu Shangyun shook her head. After the Divine Sun Palace was destroyed, the 9 heavens began to turn into hell. At that moment, Qin Yin took out a sound transmission divine pearl. Many people were looking for him, mainly to ask about the Divine Sun's mutation. He immediately replied that he didn't know. Then, Yunlong and Tian Daozi left a message saying that Mog and the Netherworld Great Emperor had arrived and were in the Heavenly Law Altar. Qin Yin replied to Yunlong and said that he will go to the Heavenly Law Altar very soon. When my nether sun broke through, 3 myriad worlds' divine suns turned black. What is going on? Qin Yin said with frown. You don't know either? Yu Shangyun thought that Qin Yin knew a little. Qin Yin shook his head and stirred the fragrant water in the bathtub. He said, I was in a daze at that time. He really liked to take a bath together with Yu Shangyun, because it was very fragrant and comfortable, and he could also admire such a great beauty. And after bathing, the fragrance on his body would be removed, as if it had been recycled by Yu Shangyun. I want to go to the heavenly altar. Qin Yin is still soaking in the bath. After Yu Shangyun left the bath, the wonderful fragrance disappeared. Yu Shangyun took out some clothes and slowly put them on in front of Qin Yin. Her posture is very elegant and beautiful, causing Qin Yin to be somewhat absent-minded. I'll go with you to the heavenly law altar. After Yu Shangyun put on a set of tight clothes, she began to wear the black armor. All right. Qin Yin immediately came out of the bath and put on a rather ordinary gray gown. He changed his appearance and then took out the hat and put it on. The hat was gray before, but now it has turned black. Although it is still a peaked cap, its shape and size have been changed, so it doesn't look the same as before, and Wan Haoyue won't recognize it. When Qin Yin entered the Bright Moon City, he did not wear the heaven-trampling divine boots. The main reason was that others could see that he is a sun soul. However, no one would be able to see through this hat. Qin Yin also discovered that the hat has a very strong self-defense ability. In other words, if someone hit his head, the hat would immediately release energy to resist. This is a good thing for explosion-proof. After your nether sun Dao image transformed into the sacred heavenly Dao image, your strength has increased by quite a bit, right? Yu Shangyun said, although you are still at the sacred god realm, you are definitely no longer afraid of Shin Tianjuan's heavenly sovereign. Forget about the heavenly sovereign himself. Even if he and his mother join hands to kill me, they won't be able to succeed. Although Qin Yin's Dao image has evolved very quickly, it is not weak at all. During this period of time, any one of the evolved Divine Dragon Dao image, Divine Moon Dao image and Nether Sun Dao image can cause a great commotion. What kind of ability will your Nether Sun Dao image bring you? Yu Shangyun is very curious about this because no one has ever cultivated the Nether Sun Dao image to this level. Gravity. Qin Yin spoke and released gravity to envelop Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun immediately floated up. Yu Shangyun let out a light snort and released an extremely strong divine power to stabilize her weightless body on the ground. Just as she landed on the ground, Qin Yin immediately changed the gravity, making Yu Shangyun's body suddenly become extremely heavy. Yu Shangyun was originally releasing her divine power to resist the weightlessness, but now the gravity on her body suddenly increased by several times. This caused her to suffer a certain impact for a moment. In other words, even someone at her level would need 1 or 2 seconds to react after being controlled by Qin Yun's gravity in an instant. In this very short period of time, she might even be beaten up. Is that all? Yu Shangyun said. This is my most basic. Qin Yun laughed and said, I have many ways to use gravity. I also have a move called Heaven and Earth Unification. When gravity attacks from both sides, it can crush people into meat patties. Apart from gravity and devouring, is there anything else? Yu Shangyun is very curious. Space distortion. Qin Yin spoke and opened his palm towards the front. A black mark appeared on his palm. The power of the Nether Sun is being activated. And the space in front of him also gradually became distorted. Release your divine power to attack me. Qin Yin said. Yu Shangyun gently raised her hand and shot out divine power to attack Qin Yun. Originally it was a straight attack on Qin Yun, but because the space has been distorted, when the divine power approached Qin Yun, it suddenly bent and circled around Qin Yun's body. I knew this move before, but it was somewhat difficult to use it. Moreover, facing Shin Tianjuan's divine power, it was immediately defeated. Qin Yan said, now it should be more stable. Nether's sun is truly a good thing. Yu Xiangyun is also somewhat envious. Let's go to the heavenly law altar. Qin Yan said with smile and then left with Yu Xiangyun. Ming Yongtian and Ming Yunyue are both at the Crystal Moon Lane, as well as the heavenly evil martial god. When Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue came out, they saw the three of them smoking unfettered smoke in the living room of the Crystal Moon Lane. Ming Yunyue still doesn't know that Qin Yan refined this unfettered smoke. She thought that Qin Yan obtained special supply smoke. Old cousin, you finally came out. Ming Yongtian said with smile, our Bright Moon City already has 3 teleportation formations that lead to Heavenly God Desolate. In the future, I can also frequently go there to do business. This is very good. When I have time, I will take you to Heavenly God Desolate for a stroll. Qin Yan still has many transcending space divine stone in his hands. He plans to use them to make teleportation formations. I want to go out for a while. Tiansha, Yunyue, come with me. Qin Yan spoke and threw a small amount of unfettered smoke to Ming Yongtian, sending him away. Ming Yunyue knows a lot of things about Qin Yan, but she never told anyone. When she saw Qin Yan wearing a cap, she knew that Wan Haoyue's son's soul has been resurrected by Qin Yan. Are we going to deal with that sad old slut? Heavenly evil martial god is already somewhat impatient. Not yet for the time being, but we will have to face her very soon. When Qin Yan talked about this matter, the pressure is also quite great because he will have to face many experts soon. Qin Yan and Yu Xiangyun are sitting in Yu Xiangyun's carriage. Heavenly evil martial god is walking at the very front. They left the city together and headed towards the Heavenly Law Altar. The Heavenly Law Altar is not far from Bright Moon City. After exiting the city gate, one can see a huge altar that is as large as a mountain in front of him. In the Divine Desolate Land, the Heavenly Law Altar is also quite famous because Tian Daozi often controls this altar to run around. Heavenly Evil Martial God is walking in front. He is still a distance away from the Heavenly Law Altar, but he suddenly stopped. Someone is following us. Heavenly Evil Martial God came to the side of the carriage and said to the people inside. Ming Yunyue looked at Qin Yan and Yu Xiangyun and said in a low voice, who are they following? And who sent people to follow us? Brother Heavenly Evil, are the people following us Bright Moon sect disciples? Qin Yan asked. No. They have the aura of the 9 heavens divine race on them. Heavenly Evil Martial God said, their strength can't be considered very strong, but they know how to follow us. I only know that someone is following us, but I can't lock onto their position. Even using a soul tracking tool, you can't detect them? As Ming Yunyue spoke, she took out a disc and probed the surrounding souls. However, she did not detect any souls nearby. Qin Yan closed his eyes. Through the heavenly hat, he released a very strong soul power that enveloped the surrounding land. Very quickly, he locked onto a location. There are 3 people hidden deep underground. Underground? Qin Yan said, I'll go get them. Qin Yan walked out of the carriage. Ming Yunyue, Yu Xiangyun and the Heavenly Evil Martial God followed behind Qin Yan. Qin Yan arrived above the ground where the 3 people were and used the heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing heaven finger power to strike the ground. Bang! A deep crater appeared on the ground. Soon after, Qin Yan released gravity and enveloped the 3 people, pulling them up from the bottom of the deep crater. The 3 people were severely injured by Qin Yan's piercing heaven finger power. When they were pulled up by gravity, they were bleeding from their 7 orifices, but they did not die. Is this the level of the Divine Kingdom? How can the people sent to follow me be Dao God Realm? Are you looking down on me? Ming Yunyue coldly looked at the 3 heavily injured people. Who sent you? Heavenly Evil Martial God's body is filled with baleful aura as he spoke to the 3 people in a deep voice. Lei. Thunderous Sovereign King. He told us to follow Saintess Yunyue. One of them shouted in fright because of the Heavenly Evil Martial God. Ming Yunyue gritted her teeth and said fiercely, this guy's subordinate stole my ship last time. I still haven't settled this debt with him and he actually followed me. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants just because he has the support of the Heavenly Sovereigns? Seeing that Qin Yan was going to take action personally, Ming Yunyue and Heaven Fiend Battle God were somewhat worried. From their point of view, it would still be difficult for Qin Yan to defeat Thunder-Crazed Sovereign King. Sovereign King Lei Kuang was, after all, a powerful subordinate of an Empyrean supremacy. They believed that it would be very difficult for Qin Yun to fight an expert of that level head-on. Yu Shangyun was not worried. She believed that Qin Yun's current strength was enough to defeat the thunder-crazed sovereign king. Qin Yun's current strength is no longer as weak as when he first came to the myriad heaven's divine moon. Later on, he made 2 Tao statues evolve into sacred heavenly Tao statues and also cultivated 2 heavenly soul and heavenly soul. Brother, let me do it. The Heaven Fiend Battle God took out the saber that Qin Yun had given him. He had named it the Heaven Fiend Divine Saber. He also wanted to test the might of this saber. I just broke through, I want to test my current strength. If I'm no match for him, then you can make your move. Qin Yun could not help but laugh when he saw the Xianxia Battle Immortal's eager expression. The Wild Thunder Sovereign King, who was rushing over, didn't know that he had become the target of 2 people fighting over him. Alright, if you can't beat me, I'll make a move. The Xianxia Battle Immortal was very confident in his own abilities. He felt that he was the strongest among them. Ming Yunyue was not weak either. She was the Bright Moon Sect's Saint Lady. However, if they were to go all out, she was not confident that she could defeat the Xianxia Battle Immortal. Of course, Yu Shangyun was very strong, but she was not confident that she could defeat the war god of the Bright Moon clan, who was not afraid of death. The Xianxia Battle Immortal was a disciple of the Bright Moon sect. He had been through hundreds of battles and was not afraid of death. This kind of person was the scariest. Therefore, when Qin Yun went to the meeting, he brought the Heaven Fiend Battle God with him. That way, he would have a guarantee. Ever since the All-Sky Supremacy Sovereigns came to Bright Moon City, the people from the All-Sky Divine Nation have become more and more arrogant. They think that the All-Sky Supremacy Sovereigns are invincible and can protect them. The Xianxia Battle Immortal cursed in a low voice as he looked in the direction of the Wild Thunder Sovereign King. The Wild Thunder Sovereign King's aura was very strong. From afar, he released his tyrannical aura, which was like a ferocious thunder roaring over. Thunderous Sovereign King, who was flying over, was like a thunderbolt striking the ground. After a flash of lightning, a tall middle-aged man appeared. Thunder-crazed Sovereign King's body was covered in white armor that flickered with lightning. He held a powerful lightning spear in his hand, and his eyes were filled with lightning as he glared at Ming Yunyue and the others. Woman, you killed so many of my subordinates before, and now you're attacking my subordinates again. Are you asking for a beating? Lei Kuang King said in a sinister and angry manner. The lightning spear in his hand seemed like it was going to pierce through at any moment. I killed more than half of your subordinates who robbed my ship last time. The rest were killed by that old fifth elder. Why don't you go find him? Ming Yunyue also said angrily, now you sent these 3 idiots to follow me. So what if I attack them, what's the matter? Damn slut, I'll stab your mouth until it's rotten. Lei Kuang King furiously shouted. The thunder spear in his hand pierced towards Ming Yunyue like a bolt of lightning. Because Qin Yun had said that he wanted to use this Lei Kuang to practice, Ming Yunyue held back her anger and did not make a move. Otherwise, she would have flipped out long ago. Sovereign King Lei's lightning spear pierced out. Not only was its speed fast, but its divine power was also extremely violent, causing the ground to crack apart. Ming Yunyue knew that Qin Yun would attack, but she hurriedly dodged to prevent herself from being injured. Although the lightning spear was ferociously thrusting out, the spearhead was suddenly grabbed by someone. Qin Yun was actually barehanded. He grabbed the ferocious lightning spearhead tightly, causing Sovereign King Lei to be unable to retract the lightning spear for a moment. Qin Yun is now using all of his sacred heavenly Tao statues, transforming them into Imperial Heaven divine power through the Imperial Heaven Heart. This divine power looks ordinary and faint, but it contains boundless power. When condensed in Qin Yun's hand, it is as if he can control everything in the world. When the lightning spear was grabbed by Qin Yun, it was as if it had suddenly lost its soul. Although the lightning was still exploding, the lightning spear's overbearing aura was instantly extinguished. A powerful divine weapon has a soul. Without a soul, a powerful divine weapon would not have enough power. What did you do? Sovereign King Lei Kuang said angrily. He never expected that someone would dare to use their bare hands to grab his lightning spear. Furthermore, it was the strongest spearhead. Not only Sovereign King Lei Kuang, even the heavenly evil battle god, Ming Yanyue and Yu Shangyun did not expect Qin Yun's body to be so strong. He is not afraid of this kind of divine weapon at all. Yu Shangyun has shared a bed with Qin Yun several times. She also knows how powerful Qin Yun's body is. However, she never expected that it would be comparable to the weapon in the hands of a sovereign king. Is this the level of the weapons under the command of the heavenly sovereigns? Qin Yun mocked. Bastard, go to hell. Sovereign King Lei Kuang roared angrily. He waved his thick and long arm like a giant axe and chopped down on Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun grabbed the lightning spear and is very close to Sovereign King Lei Kuang. It is not a good thing to fight a power-type expert in close combat. Sovereign King Lei Kuang raised his hand and unleashed an extremely powerful strike. His palm blade brought along a violent thunder. It emitted an earth-shattering sound of thunder and heavily struck Qin Yun's head. Boom. At the same time, it is as if lightning fireworks blossomed above Qin Yun's head. Glaring lightning flashed, accompanied by an incomparably berserk energy wave. It struck the ground and created a huge crater. After Sovereign King Lei Kuang finished this attack, he is completely dumbfounded. He and Qin Yun are at the bottom of the crater. The heavenly fiend battle god and the others are floating around and watching. They are also extremely shocked. Qin Yun's head was hit by Sovereign King Lei Kuang with all his strength, but he is actually completely fine. Only Ming Yanyue knows that the hat on Qin Yun's head is the heaven cap formed by the Sun Soul. This hat was previously Wan Haoyue's and only revived in Qin Yun's hands. Not only did Qin Yun revive the heaven cap, he also made the heaven cap become the Sun Soul of the Little Nether Sunday. Moreover, it has grown a lot stronger along with the Little Nether Sunday. The Little Nether Sun swallowed tens of thousands of Divine Universe golden stones and became one size bigger. As the Sun Soul of the Little Nether Sun, the heaven cap naturally grew as well. Only now did the heavenly fiend battle god realize that he had completely underestimated this mysterious old cousin. Ming Yanyue saw Qin Yun kill a mysterious and powerful law enforcement great sovereign, but that was when the law enforcement great sovereign was defenseless. And now, facing Sovereign King Lei Kuang, the opponent is fully prepared. You, who are you? You are only Sacred God Realm? Sovereign King Lei Kuang suddenly thought of something. The reason why all the heavenly sovereigns came to the Divine Moonland was to go to the Heavenly Dao pawnshop for a meeting. They were waiting for Qin Yun to come with 2 Heavenly Dao blood medallion. Sovereign King Lei Kuang also knows about this matter, and everyone knows that Qin Yun is a sacred god. There is only one person in the sacred god realm who is so terrifying, and that is Qin Yun. Just as Sovereign King Lei Kuang is feeling shocked, he suddenly felt his body involuntarily float up. Qin Yun used gravity to make Sovereign King Lei Kuang's body weightless. Let's see how strong my Nether Sun is. Qin Yun thought in his heart and then used all his strength to activate the Nether Sun's power. Just as Sovereign King Lei Kuang's body floated up, his entire body seemed to have been stretched. He was originally 2 meters tall, but now he has been stretched to 3 meters long, as if he has been twisted. Not only has he been stretched out, he has also been stretched out. The lightning spear wrapped around him is like dough. It is being stretched out in all directions. Yu Shangyun and the other 2 at the side saw Sovereign King Lei Kuang, a living person, being pulled into a piece of skin. Their scalps can't help but go numb, and the most terrifying thing is that Qin Yun then kneaded the stretched Sovereign King Lei Kuang into a ball and threw it into the air as if he was making mud. Then he took out his God King Spear. The God King Spear is now in pistol form. Qin Yun took out the spear in a confident and unrestrained manner and fired a shot at the lump in the sky. Level 1 Divine Universe Gold shot out and pierced through the lump of Sovereign King Lei Kuang. Then it exploded and a large amount of fragments scattered down. Sovereign King Lei Kuang is finished just like that. The corner of Heavenly Evil Martial Immortal's mouth twitched. He has seen many people kill people, but this is the first time he has seen someone play this kind of trick. If it was a weaker person, it would be normal for Qin Yun to play with them like this, but that is Sovereign King Lei Kuang, one of the most powerful subordinates of sovereign emperors. He was kneaded into a ball and then thrown into the air to explode with a single shot. What they don't know is that Qin Yun's Imperial Heaven Divine Power can restrain 9 Heavens Divine Race and 9 Heavens Demon Race. That's why Qin Yun could knead a 9 Heavens Divine Race Sovereign King into a ball like he was kneading mud. Old brother Heavenly Evil, you won't have a chance to make a move. Qin Yun said with smile. All the Divine Nations people are so arrogant, I will have a chance in the future. Heavenly Evil Martial Immortal sheathed his saber. He secretly rejoiced that he did not fight with Ming Yunwei in Crystal Moon Lane. Otherwise, he might have been kneaded into a ball by Qin Yun. Yu Shangyun saw Qin Yun's strength and felt even more relieved. Even if Qin Yun could not defeat the sovereign emperors, he would not be killed by them. According to the records in the Heavenly Law Dao tradition, Qin Yun would be personally killed by the sovereign emperors and then devoured. Now this is no longer possible. Of course, if someone else helped the sovereign emperors, it is still possible. However, the Heavenly Law Dao tradition clearly states that Qin Yun was killed by the sovereign emperors. Let's go to the Heavenly Law altar. Qin Yun said and directly flew towards the Heavenly Law altar. They quickly arrived at the Heavenly Law altar. Ming Yunwei and Heavenly Evil Martial Immortal are waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Law altar. Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun walked in. Just as he entered, Qin Yun saw Mog, the old lady with an extremely good temperament. She just took a drag of her cigarette and then skillfully flicked away the ash. Netherworld Great Emperor has already cut off his beard and is smoking. It seems like he cut off his beard to make it more convenient for him to smoke. And even the baldy Tian Daozi is infatuated with the Xiaoyao smoke. He squinted his eyes and crossed his legs to smoke, looking like he is enjoying it very much. Yunlong chuckled and threw one to Qin Yun and said, "Boss, give me one. I have to say, the stuff made by the Bright Moon sect is really not bad. Lighting one can make people feel happy." When Qin Yun came in and smelled it, he knew that their Xiaoyao smoke is rather bad, much worse than the ones he made. However, it still made these smokers very happy. "Foster father, Granny Mog, I finally meet you." Qin Yun did not smoke, instead he walked over with a smile. Mog said with a smile, "Xiao Fuyun, why did you only appear now? Old Ghost Netherworld said that you have been having fun with women these past few days, is that true?" They knew a lot about the Divine Moon Clan's empress. After all, she was a woman that all the supremes in the heavens wanted very much, but now she was with Qin Yun. "I have a rough understanding of the situation. The specifics will depend on the meeting." Qin Yun said, "During the meeting, we should be able to take down the Heavenly Law pawnshop, but it won't be easy to leave the Divine Moon Land." Yunlong nodded, "That's what we're worried about. They have so many people on their side, and the Heaven-creating God Palace seems to have an extremely good relationship with the Bright Moon sect. Any random disciple of the Bright Moon sect is a Lord of Heaven, it's too scary. Xiao Fuyun, we don't have many Shen Tianjun on our side. If we were to really fight, we wouldn't know how to deal with them." Netherworld Great Emperor said, "However, we can hide inside the Heavenly Law pawnshop and control it to return to the heavenly deities." Huang. Tian Daozi shook his head and said, "Master Qin only has 2 Heavenly Dao blood medallions. Including Boss Dongfeng's, he only has 3. 3 Heavenly Law blood medallions are not enough to activate the entire Heavenly Law pawnshop's defense." Mog also nodded and said, "The Heavenly Law pawnshop's defense is very strong, but we are unable to completely open the Heavenly Law pawnshop's various enchantments, unless we can obtain all the Heavenly Law blood medallions. Didn't you say that once you took control of the Heaven's Path pawnshop, you would be able to take full control of it? And all the Heavenly Dao blood tokens are needed?" Qin Yun did not understand this. This was done by the previous Heavenly Dao in order to prevent the Heavenly Dao pawnshop from being completely controlled by them, so that they could restrain each other. Tian Daozi said, "If the Heavenly Law pawnshop is unable to open all the enchantments, will it be destroyed by them?" Yu Shangyun asked. "Of course it will. The Divine Nations and the Heaven Creation God Palace are very strong, there are a lot of Lord of Heaven, it is impossible for the Heavenly Law pawnshop to return to the Divine Wasteland unscathed." Yunlong shook his head, "This is also why they moved the Heavenly Law pawnshop to the Divine Moonland." "The reason? What if I can borrow the power of the Heaven's Divine Moon?" Yu Shangyun said, "I can borrow the power of the Heaven's Divine Moon." The Divine Moon tokens in her and Qin Yun's hands were used for emergencies. Hearing Yu Shangyun's words, Mog and Tian Daozi became somewhat excited. "If that's the case, then we might as well take action now and borrow the power of the Divine Moon of the Heavens to exterminate those guys," Mog said excitedly. Yu Shangyun was the empress of the Divine Moon clan. When she said that she could borrow the power of the Divine Moon, no one doubted it. "There's a time limit to how long I can borrow the power of the Celestial Moon." Furthermore, after using it once, it will take many years before it can be used again. Yu Shengyun shook her head. The time is relatively short. Before we borrow the power of the divine moon, we must carefully consider. Then after boss takes control of the heavenly law pawnshop, he can borrow the power of the divine moon of the heavens to protect the heavenly law pawnshop. This way, the heavenly law pawnshop can stably travel through space. This way, he can quickly return to the heavenly divine desolate's heavenly sword formation. Yunlong said. The heavenly law pawnshop could travel through space, but before doing so, it needed time to prepare and ensure that the space was stable. Such a huge heavenly law pawnshop must not be affected by the space travel. The heaven-creating divine palace and the divine kingdom of heavens could completely interrupt the heavenly law pawnshop spatial travel, so they needed the help of the divine moon of heavens. Let's do that. Yu Shengyu nodded. Granny Mog, my parents went to a place. Do you know where it is? How are they now? Qin Yan had always been worried about this matter. My father was struck by that 9 heavens law curse. He needs to kill divine King Xianxia in order to remove the curse. I'm very worried about him. They went to the ancient desolate. Your lifeline is in the ancient desolate. Mog said, in this life, you were born to them. Only they can protect your lifeline. How can I go to the ancient desolate? Qin Yan asked. It used to be easy to go, but now I can't even find the way. Mog shook her head, looked at Tian Daozi and asked, Damn Baldy, you should know, right? Tian Daozi rubbed his bald head and sighed. It's very difficult to go. Normally, people who can go to the ancient desolate have a pass. Master Qin, your parents got a pass from the heavenly law pawnshop, that's why they can go. Does the heavenly law pawnshop still have a pass? Qin Yan asked anxiously. I don't know. Maybe not anymore. Yunlong shook his head and said, this thing has always been very rare. Mog comforted, Xiao Fuyun, nothing will happen to your parents, you can rest assured. In the ancient desolate, there are many old friends who will take care of them. That's good. Qin Yan sighed lightly and nodded. Come, I have something to discuss with you in secret. Mog stood up and walked towards a secret room. Qin Yan followed Mog and entered the secret room. There are some things that only the two of them can discuss in secret. This involves the secret of the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. Granny Mog, my 9-Sun Divine Spirit still has 2 pearls that I haven't opened. Qin Yan entered and impatiently asked, how do I open them? Qin Yan has cultivated Heavenly Soul and Heavenly Soul, but he is still unable to open it. This kind of barrier is clearly not something that Mog can set up. I don't know either. Mog looked at the 9-Sun Divine Spirit on Qin Yan's wrist and said with a low snort, Xiao Fuyun, where is my family's Xiao Rou? I feel that her situation is not good, you didn't take good care of her. Mog is Xiaqiru's mother, so she is naturally very worried about Xiaqiru. She's in the Moon Heart. Qin Yan simply explained his experience in the Moon Heart. When she learned that Qin Yan killed a law enforcer, Mog was greatly frightened. She exclaimed, You killed a law enforcer? Or the mother of the sorrowful old madam? You are too reckless. It's fine, that guy isn't dead yet. She is the soul of a descendant of the Divine Sun, she can't be killed. Qin Yan said. Mog pressed her hand on Qin Yan's shoulder, stared at him and asked, what is your relationship with the Divine Moon Clan's emperor? The Divine Moon Clan's emperor should be the goddess from above the 9 heavens, Tian Shixiang. She is Xiao Rou's good sister. This woman is not simple, don't anger her. Friends? Qin Yan replied calmly. Is she really a friend? I heard that she hates men. Mog's face is filled with disbelief, you are not honest at all. Don't try to touch a girl just because she is beautiful. She is not someone to be trifled with. Granny Mog, you really know a lot of things. Qin Yan said with a smile, how did you know that Sister Kira was Tian Shiro in her past life? I know a lot of things. Mog sighed and said, back then, it was Xiao Rou who brought me into the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Then, my fate changed completely and it was mainly because of you. Me? Qin Yan frowned. The things inside your 9-Sun Divine Spirit, I put them in the front. And the big things at the back were not controlled by me. Emoji said, it was the heavenly law boss who put them in. Xianxia looked at his 9-son divine spirit and said in shock, then the 2 pearls at the back, what are they? Emoji shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know that the things inside the last 3 pearls are called Imperial Heaven Inheritance by the heavenly law boss. Especially the last 2 pearls, the things sealed inside each pearl are very special and there is more than one. This made Xianxia even more curious. Unfortunately, he couldn't open it. When he opened the 7th pearl, he obtained the Imperial Heaven Heart. After fusing with the Imperial Heaven diagram, it allowed him to master the Imperial Heaven Divine Art and cultivate a powerful Imperial Heaven Divine Power. It was indeed the Imperial Heaven Inheritance. Tian Daozi gave me a key and said that it could open a secret room inside the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Granny Emoji, do you know where the secret room is? Xianxia also took out the key. Of course I know. That secret room is hidden very well. Emoji looked at the key in Xianxia's hand and said, let's take down the Heavenly Law pawn shop and open it to take a look. Maybe the Heavenly Law boss left something behind. Say, is the Heavenly Law boss really dead? Xianxia said, I have a feeling that it is impossible for an existence like him to die. The Heavenly Tao is immortal, the Heavenly Tao is eternal. Of course he isn't dead. As for how he is now, I really don't know. Emoji shook her head and said, in short, his state can't be judged by life and death. An existence like him might not even have life and death, this concept. Oh right, is it possible that the heavenly sovereigns are descendants of the Divine Sun? Xianxia had previously told Emoji about the law enforcement great sovereign. Emoji thought for a while. She didn't know much about these things because it involved the Heaven Creation God Palace. It might be. Therefore, he doesn't have his own body. His current body should only be a container that can hold souls. Emoji said with a frown, if that's the case, then it will be difficult to deal with. Xianxia is filled with curiosity about the Heaven Creation God Palace. He said again, when you were with the Heavenly Law boss, did you hear anything about me? I seem to have been created by the Heaven Creation God Palace. The Heavenly Law boss told me about this matter. He said that you were created by the Heaven Creation God Palace to suffer in place of others. After you bear all the suffering for others, your soul will be devoured. This way, you will be able to smoothly inherit the heavenly law. Emoji said. Sure enough, I was actually created by someone else. Xianxia said with emotion, then is my soul really born out of thin air? Emoji is recalling, she walked back and forth a few steps and said, the Heavenly Law boss said that he participated in the creation of you. Moreover, over the years, he has witnessed many reincarnations of you and watched you grow up step by step, so he has some feelings for you, love. So, he secretly guided me, causing my fate to not be controlled by the Heaven Creation God Palace? Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, my fate is actually being toyed with by others. Not at all. The Heavenly Law boss said that it was you who appeared first, which attracted his attention and made him want to help you. How should I say it? You were created by them and your fate was arranged by them. Originally, no power could change this, but you changed it yourself and broke the rules of the Heavenly Law Tao. When Emoji spoke of this matter, she was also quite emotional. After that, all the changes in the Heavenly Law Tao were caused by you. Afterwards, all the changes in the Heavenly Law Tao were caused by you. After the secret conversation with Emoji, Xianxia gained a clearer understanding of his own situation. Little floating cloud, Boss Heavenly Law once said that your soul was created, so you belong to the category that shouldn't exist in the first place. You weren't born naturally. Therefore, the trajectory of your destiny was added on top of the heavenly rules and orthodoxy later on. Emoji said again. So that's how it is. Xianxia is even more curious about the Heavenly Law Tao orthodoxy. He asked, who added it? Emoji said, they must have joined hands to add it. Furthermore, your fate is determined to be a very important part of the heavenly rules and orthodoxy. Therefore, if you deviate, the fates of all living beings that you come into contact with will be greatly changed because of you. Xianxia thought of Boss Dongfeng. He was the junior brother of the Heavenly Tao, so he knew some things. That was why he wanted to get close to him and use him to change his fate. Because no matter who it was, no one would wish for their fate to be determined by the heavenly rule orthodoxy. As long as there was a slight deviation in the early stages, the deviation would only grow larger and larger in the future. Finally, one would be able to break away from the heavenly rule orthodoxy. They also realized that creating you was a huge mistake. It affected the entire heavenly rules orthodoxy, so they wanted to fix you. Emoji said. This is also the test you will face next. I'm not afraid of them. I'm just worried that the people around me will be harmed by them. After Qin Yun cultivated the Nether Sun Dao image, his strength increased a lot. Even if he doesn't have Shintianjuan's cultivation, he won't die that easily. If you can completely break free from their correction, then you might be able to do things that others can't. For example, completely annihilate the descendants of the Divine Sun. Emoji said solemnly, that's why the 9 suns have placed their hopes on you. In that case, Boss Heavenly Dao has interacted with the 9 suns? Qin Yin touched his 9 suns' divine soul. Emoji smiled and said, of course I have. I heard from the boss of the Heavenly Dao that even the 9 suns were affected by you. That's why their fates changed so much, allowing them to grow to their current state. It could be said that the future 9 divine sons of the myriad worlds, as well as the present the divine desolate heavens was born because of you. Qin Yun was alarmed. He never thought that he would be able to affect the growth of the 9 suns. But I can't communicate with the 9 suns. Qin Yun felt very regretful. There must be a reason why the 9 suns aren't contacting you right now. Because even the 9 suns' existence is recorded in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Emoji said, therefore, if the 9 suns don't contact you, the influence between you will weaken. The heavenly rules orthodoxy has sensed it. Qin Yun guessed that the true heavenly rule Dao orthodoxy should be in the ancient desolate, because back then, the heaven creation divine palace was in the ancient desolate. The headquarters of the heaven creation god palace is definitely in the mysterious ancient desolate. Qin Yun's soul was created there back then, so his lifeline is also in the ancient desolate. Granny Temptress, have you heard Boss Tian Dao talk about bloodline heavenly patterns? Qin Yun asked. Many people have heard about bloodline heavenly rune but no one knows how to use it. Emoji frowned and said, Tian Dao boss said that even he doesn't know what it is, and he can't get it. He only said that bloodline heavenly rune is a kind of thing that can defy the heavens and change fate, it is something that can create the heavens. One vein, one day. It seems like we have to think of a way to find the heavenly Dao boss. As long as he is not dead, he must still exist. Qin Yun feels that the heavenly Dao definitely knows a lot of things. His state is definitely different from ours. Maybe he has already turned into a strand of energy and is floating in the endless starry sky? Emoji shook her head. Qin Yun touched the 9 sun divine spirit on his wrist. He suddenly felt that if he opened the last 2 pearls, he might be able to find a clue to the heavenly Dao. I have said everything I need to say, I want to go out and smoke. Emoji already took out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Qin Yun extended 2 fingers and condensed a flame to help her light the cigarette. He asked, where did this Xiaoyao smoke come from? That brat Mingyong Tian gave it to us. Emoji chuckled and said, Xiaoyao smoke is really interesting. Smoking it can make people tremble with excitement. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, this thing is addictive. If I touch it, it will be very difficult to quit. I won't smoke it. Up to you. Emoji took a drag, then opened the door and went out. The hall outside is filled with faint smoke. Apart from Yu Shangyun, all the other smokers are smoking. Ming Yunue and Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal also came in. They are all Bright Moon Sect's disciples. It can be said that they have been smoking this thing since they were young. Boss, don't you want one? It's very comfortable. Yun Long said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun created the unfettered smoke, but he never smoked it. He took out a few boxes and gave 1 box to each of them. Then he said, this is for you. This is a special supply of cigarettes. It is much better than those trash cigarettes you smoke. Special supply of cigarettes? There is such a thing? Netherworld Great Emperor hastily took one and sniffed it. Then he immediately realized that the Xiaoyao smoke given to him by Qin Yun is indeed much better than the ones from before. Aya, you brat, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? Emoji threw away the cigarette she just smoked and replaced it with the one Qin Yun gave her. Where did this special supply of cigarettes come from? I've never heard of it. Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal also got it from Ming Yong Tian before, so he is very puzzled. Ming Yinue said, it was given to the Divine Moon Emperor by the sect leader. The group of smokers immediately looked at Yu Shangyun. They are also very puzzled. These special supply cigarettes should be very expensive. The Bright Moon sect leader gave it to Yu Shangyun, but she gave so much to Qin Yun. What is the relationship between the two of them? Yu Shangyun also heard about the special supply cigarettes and is very curious where Qin Yun got them. Now that she heard that the special supply cigarettes were given to her by Wang Haoyue, she is immediately stunned because Wang Haoyue has never given her any cigarettes before. She is wearing a helmet, so no one can see her shocked expression. Oh right, did the Bright Moon sect sell the Xiaoyao smoke to the Divine Desolate? Qin Yun asked, changing the topic. It has long been sold to the Divine Desolate. The ones they sell to the Divine Desolate are all of the poor quality, but they sell very well. Currently, the Divine Nations are selling them in the Divine Desolate. The price is very expensive. Ming Yinue sighed and said, this is a big business, it's too cheap, those bastards from the Divine Nations. The Heavenly Evil Martial Immortal said, Divine Moon Clan's Emperor, you are the sect leader's friend, you should find him to sell the goods. Let's talk about it later. After we take down the Heavenly Law pawn shop, I will go find Wang Haoyue and ask. Yu Shangyun also plans to do tobacco business. This is a huge profit, she can't let the Divine Nations monopolize it. Then let's go now. To the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Tian Daozi's face is full of smile. He feels that he will definitely be able to smoke special supply cigarettes in the future and it will be free. Under Tian Daozi's control, the Heavenly Law altar began to move towards the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Yun Long also contacted boss Dongfeng and asked him to come over. And Qin Yun released Dongfeng Bingbing. Seeing Qin Yun suddenly release such a beautiful woman, the smokers in the hall all looked at Qin Yun with mischievous smiles. Dongfeng Bingbing is doing quite well in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. She is often together with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, so she is not bored. Ling Yun'er also came to play with her from time to time. She is also in charge of cigarettes in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, so she knows where the unfettered smoke came from. When she came out, Qin Yun instructed her not to speak of it. Yun Long brought boss Dongfeng in. Both of them are holding cigarettes in their mouths. With a glance, it is clear that Yun Long saw boss Dongfeng and directly handed him a cigarette. If their relationship is good, handing over a cigarette upon meeting seems to have become a common practice. Qin Yun, who makes cigarettes but doesn't smoke, also saw a business opportunity. Because of the unfettered smoke, even many experts are gradually becoming infatuated with it. The unfettered smoke can make people's soul very relaxed and change people's emotions. As for whether it is harmful to the soul or not, Qin Yun is not sure. However, this thing is addictive. In his opinion, as long as there is addiction, there will be some disadvantages. Therefore, when Shui Tianzi and Ling Yun'er wanted to smoke the unfettered smoke, they were strictly stopped by him. In order to prevent them from secretly smoking, Qin Yun made them sign a soul contract. There is also that little girl Yang Yang, she actually secretly stole a cigarette to smoke. Fortunately, she coughed repeatedly and didn't continue. Boss Dongfeng, long time no see. Qin Yun said with a smile. Boss Qin, I knew you would come. Although boss Dongfeng is smoking, his expression is somewhat serious. He said, the current situation is not good for us. Qin Yun nodded and said, I know. But don't worry, I will take care of it. You just need to hand over the authority of the Heavenly Law blood token to me. No problem. I will definitely support you during the meeting. Boss Dongfeng said, we have 3 votes and they only have 2. We will definitely be able to take control of the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Tian Daozi said, they should know that you will side with Master Qin, so they must have threatened you, right? I am not afraid of threats. I am the person who holds the Heavenly Law blood token. Even if they kill me, they won't be able to obtain the Heavenly Law blood token. Boss Dongfeng smiled and said, Tian Daozi, your complexion is pretty good. Your control over the Heavenly Law altar is really getting stronger and stronger. Of course. Tian Daozi said with a beaming smile and proudly puffed out a smoke ring. MOG, Netherworld Great Emperor, Tian Daozi, Yun Long, these are all very familiar faces to Boss Dongfeng. Boss Dongfeng is also very surprised. Qin Yan actually managed to gather all these people. This is... Boss Dongfeng looked at Yu Shangyun, who was wearing black armor from head to toe. Divine Moon Clan's Emperor. Emoji said. Ah, Boss Dongfeng is shocked. Divine Moon Clan's Emperor is actually here. This made him feel even more relieved. The Heavenly Law altar has been moving all along. In front of them is a huge square building, lying on the Divine Moon's earth that is emitting silver light. This huge square building is the Heavenly Law pawnshop. After arriving at the Heavenly Divine Moon, the outer wall unexpectedly became flickering with silver light. Boss Dongfeng was very familiar with the current situation of the Heavenly Law pawnshop. When he learned that all heaven's venerable sovereigns and the others had entered from another entrance, he hurriedly said they should be going straight to the conference room. The seats in the conference room are limited. We have to hurry and grab a seat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up, if there are no seats, it will be awkward. Netherworld Great Emperor said. How many spots are there in total? Tian Daozi asked. 5. Logically speaking, we have 3 Heavenly Law Blood Medallion, so we should have 3 seats. Boss Dongfeng said, let's hurry up, we can't let them occupy our main seat. Emoji said, if I remember correctly, it's not that easy to occupy the 5 main positions. Boss Dongfeng nodded and said, that's right, but they are not ordinary people, so I can't guarantee it. There were only 5 seats in the conference room, which meant that those without the Heavenly Dao Blood Medallion had to stand or sit at the side. Only by fusing with the Heavenly Law Blood Medallion would one be qualified to sit in one of the 5 main seats. What Boss Dongfeng was worried about was that the 5 main seats would be forcibly occupied by the venerable sovereigns. Under the guidance of Boss Dongfeng and Yun Long, Qin Yan and the others hurriedly entered the Heavenly Law pawnshop. There were many passageways inside. If one hadn't lived here for many years, he wouldn't have been able to find his way. The passageways were still very complicated, and there would be regular changes. It was different every day. Only by staying here for a long time would one be able to figure out the pattern. Although Emoji had not been back for many years, she was still very familiar with this place. Along the way, she was also the one who reminded everyone not to touch some of the mechanisms. When Qin Yan came to the Heavenly Dao pawnshop before, he did not enter the core area. He only stayed outside. Now, it was his first time entering the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Within the Heavenly Law pawnshop, there were 5 spaces: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. The Heavenly Dao blood token Qin Yan obtained from Old Spicy Monkey and Fatty Goo corresponded to the Qilin and Black Tortoise space. In addition to the 5 great spaces, there was also a core area called the Heavenly Dao Inner Palace. Each of the 5 spaces had a passage that led to the inner hall of the Dao of Heaven. The path that Qin Yan and the others were taking now was the path from the Azure Dragon space to the Heavenly Law Inner Palace. The Azure Dragon space was under Boss Dongfeng's control. Soon, they entered the inner hall of the Dao of Heaven. The Heavenly Law Inner Palace was gloomy and gloomy. It was located at the center of the Heavenly Law pawnshop. It was a very large palace that looked a bit old. Normally, no one would come here. The conference room was in the inner palace of the Heavenly Law. After Boss Dongfeng arrived, he said in surprise, my Azure Dragon space has the shortest path to the inner hall, so I arrived earlier than them. They aren't here yet? Qin Yan was somewhat surprised. Yes, let's hurry to the conference room. Boss Dongfeng sped up and led the group to jog through the corridors of the inner hall. Then, he opened a large door. After the door was opened, a very ancient aura surged out from inside. It was obvious that it had not been opened for a very long time. Inside was a large and spacious secret chamber. The stone walls were all silver gray in color. This secret room was pentagonal, and there was a large pentagonal table in the middle. The 5 sides of the table were engraved with Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. The 5 chairs were also engraved with 5 kinds of divine beasts. With a single look, you can tell where you are. The pentagonal stone table is very large, it is completely white, each side is several meters wide. When sitting in the middle, it gives off a very grand feeling. I haven't been here for a long time. Tian Daozi walked over to the white tiger chair. Just as he was about to sit down, he was sent flying by a very strong power. His entire body flew up and his bald head hit the golden top wall. Ah, it hurts so much. Tian Daozi fell down and immediately distanced himself from the chair. He squatted down and hugged his bald head while screaming in pain. I already said, you can't sit randomly. Boss Dongfang cannot help but laugh. Tian Daozi, don't tell me you don't remember the rules of this conference room? I thought it was different from before. Tian Daozi's attack just now was very painful. Everyone laughed and didn't dare to randomly sit on the 5 bosses' seat. I'll give it a try. Qin Yan took out the Qilin Heavenly Law blood token, then walked towards the Qilin chair and sat down. It seems like we can only stand. Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile. This place is so big, can't we just prepare our own chairs? Mog took out many chairs and placed them beside Qin Yan's Qilin chair. I will sit on the Azure Dragon chair, Boss Qin will sit on the Qilin chair, Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun will sit on the Vermilion Bird chair and the White Tiger chair respectively. There is still one empty Xianwu chair, Boss Dongfang said. Let Xianwu's side be empty, we will sit on Azure Dragon and Qilin's side respectively. Qin Yan said. After Boss Dongfang sat down, he said, I will call over Old Spicy Monkey and Fatty Goo. Let them fill up the scene. They have a lot of people on their side, we also have a lot of people on our side. Inside the Heavenly Law pawnshop, there is no need to worry about fighting. However, if the other side has a lot of people, their imposing manner will be very weak. Fortunately, Qin Yan called over Heavenly Evil Battle God and Ming Yunue. They are also very strong, they can raise the imposing manner by quite a bit. Mog and Netherworld Great Emperor are also not weak. Qin Yan cannot see through their cultivation but they should be more or less Shen Tianjun. Tian Daozi and Yin Long are a bit weaker and Boss Dongfang doesn't have many people on his side. Only Dongfang Bingbing is on his side. Fortunately, Old Spicy Monkey and Fatty Goo came later, making their side not so deserted. The 5 divine beast chairs are all very large and domineering. They are engraved with exquisite carvings. Anyone who sees them wants to sit down and try the feeling. Especially Old Spicy Monkey and Fatty Goo. They originally had the chance to sit but now they can only sit beside Boss Dongfang. Their Heavenly Law blood token have been given to Qin Yun but they don't dare to have any complaints. They are afraid that they will be killed by Qin Yun. Not long after, Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun brought a group of people and walked in. Seeing the people who came in, Qin Yun and company are also shocked, because there are people they are familiar with, for example, Divine Judge, Spatial God, Sun Dragon Race's Elder Lingyu, Bright Moon Sect's sect leader and a few other important figures of the Bright Moon sect. They are all vice sect leaders and protectors. Obviously, they are here to join in the fun. Apart from them, there are also people from the heavenly divine nations. Divine King Xianxia, Heavenly Demon Divine King, Illusion Race's Clan Emperor, White Sun Fairy Emperor E and a few Sovereign King level people. All Heaven's venerable sovereigns were clad in a luxurious black and gold dragon robe. He wore a purple gold jade crown on his head and held the All Heaven's divine sword in his hand as he walked in. His cold and handsome face looked a little stiff and there was a faint black aura between his eyebrows. The Heavenly Sovereign Emperor and the Heavenly Sovereign Emperor came in together. Mog seems very happy to see her rather old face. Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun are also very reserved. After all, they are loyal to the heavenly divine nations and the heaven creation divine palace. So after they came in, they placed chairs beside the white tiger chair and the vermilion bird chair and let others sit down. The people who came in seemed to know the importance of this meeting, so they are not surprised to see Qin Yun. On the way here, Qin Yun has already taken off the makeup on his face. His clothes look very ordinary. He is wearing grey clothes but his feet are wearing heaven-trampling god boots. He is wearing a heaven-sealing hat and the inconspicuous small necklace around his neck is the heaven-locking chain. After everyone sat down, they are talking in low voices. Judging from the situation, it is obvious that Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun have more people around them, so they are more imposing. However, the Divine Chief Judge, the Space God, the Sun Dragon Tribe, the Heavenly Lion Tribe, Wang Haoyue and the others did not sit down. Instead, they are standing next to the wall more than 10 meters away. This shows that they are not on either side. The heavenly sovereign emperors did not sit down either. He looked at the black tortoise chair. As a heavenly sovereign emperor, he is not allowed to sit in such a domineering position. This makes him feel very aggrieved. The other side of the black tortoise throne was empty. Only the person who holds the heavenly Dao blood token can sit in one of the 5 main seats. The heavenly sovereign emperors also know this. Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun have explained the rules of this place in detail on the way here. Don't look, that seat is mine. Over here, I have 2 seats. Xianxia leaned comfortably on the Qilin chair and said to the heavenly sovereign emperors with a smile on his face. Everyone knows that Xianxia is a tool, a trial for the heavenly sovereign emperors to become the heavenly Dao. However, as a tool, Xianxia has 2 main seats here, while the heavenly sovereign emperors do not have a single main seat. How can a naturally arrogant person like the heavenly sovereign emperors endure this kind of humiliation? Xianxia, you are a dying man, you can be arrogant as much as you want. You won't be arrogant for long. The sad emperor said coldly, his eyes are filled with hatred and murderous intent. How am I arrogant? You are the arrogant ones. You are the ones who won't be arrogant for long. Xianxia said with a smile, heavenly sovereign emperors, don't look, go sit next to your mother. You don't have a seat in the 5 main seats, you are not worthy to sit in the main seat. The heavenly sovereign emperor's originally stiff and cold handsome face instantly became extremely gloomy. His pair of vicious eyes stared at Xianxia. Wang Haoyue also saw Xianxia when he disguised himself as his cousin, but he did not recognize Xianxia. Wang Haoyue also found it strange that Ming Yunyue and Heavenly Evil Battle God are on Xianxia's side. He could not help but connect the dots and immediately realized that Xianxia is most likely that cousin. Thinking that Xianxia is his cousin, Wang Haoyue cursed in his heart because Xianxia pretended to be sent by Mu Yu and deceived Wang Haoyue. Although he guessed that his cousin is Xianxia, Wang Haoyue did not expose him because he knew that Yu Shengyun is beside Xianxia. After Yu Shengyun hid herself, the sad emperor and the heavenly sovereign emperors could not recognize her. After all, she is wearing armor from head to toe. Boss Linghu, Boss Gongsun, why did you call so many Tom, Dick and Harry to sit at the sacred gods conference table? Xianxia did not look at the heavenly sovereign emperors again. Damn thing, shut up. Divine King Xianxia is furious. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Xianxia and scolded. Xianxia saw all heaven's venerables walking towards the black tortoise throne and felt happy in his heart. He deliberately provoked all heaven's venerables to sit on the black tortoise throne. When Tian Daozi sat on the black tortoise throne, he was sent flying and his head hit the wall. All heaven's venerables are definitely stronger than Tian Daozi, so will he be sent flying? Xianxia and others really want to know. Boss Linghu and Boss Gongsun suddenly panicked. Venerables, don't go. That guy deliberately tricked you to sit on it. Without the heavenly Dao blood token, anyone who sits on it will be sent flying. Boss Linghu hastily said. Boss Gongsun also quickly said, Venerables, Xianxia is a despicable villain, he deliberately provoked you to sit on it and make a fool out of you. Xianxia chuckled and said, a grand heaven's venerables is someone who controls the heavenly Dao, how can they be scared by a mere throne? I say, are you two looking down on all heaven's venerables? Come back. Great Emperor Sadamotion also noticed some clues and shouted, the 5 main seats are originally the heavenly Dao pawnshop's boss seats. It's not a big deal not to sit on them. Great Emperor Sadamotion is the calmest, she is also worried that all heaven's venerables will be tricked. All the old guys present can see that Xianxia is clearly provoking all heaven's venerables to sit on the black tortoise throne. All heaven's venerables can be said to be the reincarnation of 9 heaven's venerables, but they look very impatient and hot-tempered. They don't have the calmness that an emperor should have. Everyone can only think of it as the growth of all heaven's venerables. Some people are like this, the more others don't want them to do something, the more they think they can't do it, the more they want to do it. Xianxia is such a person and so are all heaven's venerables. I don't need the heavenly Dao blood token, I am the heaven's venerables, how can I be scared off by this throne? All heaven's venerables coldly said and continued walking towards the black tortoise throne. If I can't sit on the main seat today, how can I control the entire heavenly Dao pawnshop in the future? All heaven's venerables walked to the front of the black tortoise throne and slowly sat down. When he sat down, a powerful divine power suddenly surged out. The entire secret room trembled from the impact of his powerful divine power. Feeling the powerful divine power of the heaven venerable sovereigns, all the divine lords present were shocked. Some divine lords were even horrified. Even the heavenly fiend Martial Immortal and Wan Haoyue, the experts of the Bright Moon sect, were shocked by the dreadful divine power of the supreme sovereigns. That was the power of a peak heavenly lord. The elders of the Sun Dragon tribe and the Heavenly Lion tribe had solemn expressions because they had previously clashed with the divine nation. After all heaven's sovereign venerables displayed his powerful divine power and saw the crowd's reaction, his arrogant face lit up with pride. He slowly lowered his buttocks while releasing his powerful divine power. "It's just a chair. What's there to be afraid of?" All heaven's venerable sovereigns sneered and sat down on the chair. It was also at this moment that his expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had sensed the power coming from under the chair. Suddenly, two surging godly powers surged out from the Black Tortoise throne. One was the divine power of the supreme sovereigns and the other came from inside the Black Tortoise throne. The two powers collided, causing the pentagon-shaped chamber to be filled with turbulent air waves. The strong wind blew everyone's hair into a mess. Soon, the airwaves calmed down. All heaven's sovereigns sat firmly on the Black Tortoise throne and then revealed a proud smile. "See that? There's nothing to be afraid of in the face of absolute power." As expected of the supreme sovereigns. Boss Ling Hu praised with a smile after seeing the divine power fluctuations disappear. All heaven's sovereigns are indeed all heaven's sovereigns. You can sit in the main seat without the heavenly Tao blood medallion, unlike a certain guy with low cultivation who can only strut around with the heavenly Tao blood medallion. Divine King Xianxia sneered as he praised. After all, he's just a tool. He can only yield to the rules. That's why he can sit in the main seat with the heavenly Tao blood medallion. Our supreme sovereigns are the ones who set the rules. Their realms are much higher than his. Heavenly Demon Divine King said viciously. He glared at Qin Yun. One of his puppet avatars had been killed by Qin Yun, so he naturally hated Qin Yun. Emperor Sorrow's eyes were full of praise. He looked at the all-heaven sovereigns and said with a smile, "My son has really made everyone proud. No wonder you are the all-heaven sovereigns appointed by the heavenly rules orthodoxy." While everyone was sucking up to the all-heaven sovereigns, Qin Yun suddenly took out a heavenly Tao blood medallion. It was the Black Tortoise heavenly Tao blood medallion. He held the heavenly Tao blood medallion tightly under the table. Then, the Black Tortoise throne suddenly trembled and emitted a strong light. Boom, the Black Tortoise throne shook violently and an extremely violent wave of divine power erupted. The all-heaven sovereigns sitting on the Black Tortoise throne were sent flying. His head flew into the sky and hit the ceiling wall. Then, he suddenly fell down. Qin Yun couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Those who had been sucking up to all-heaven sovereigns a moment ago now had stiff expressions. The atmosphere was also very awkward. Tian Daozi was even more heartless as he laughed. "Io, so what if you're a venerable sovereign in the heavens, in front of Father Heavenly Tao, he was still beaten up." Qin Yin also laughed and said, "Heavenly Emperor Sorrow, why don't you go and take care of your baby? His butt might have been blown up." "Shut up." The Heavenly Emperor Sorrow shouted angrily and slammed the table. She used a very strong divine power to slap the table. After her hand hit the table, it was immediately sucked in. This is..." The Heavenly Emperor Sorrow screamed in horror and hurriedly moved her hand away. Surprisingly, the Heavenly Emperor Sorrow's entire hand was separated from her wrist and her hand was still sucked into the table. Then, the Heavenly Emperor Sorrow's broken hand melted like ice in the presence of heat. It gradually melted on the table. Then, not even a trace was left. Seeing this scene, the people sitting next to the table didn't dare to slap the table. Otherwise, they would end up like the Heavenly Emperor Sorrow. After all heaven's sovereigns stood up, they were extremely angry. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Qin Yin also found it strange. All heaven's sovereigns didn't seem to know how to control their emotions. Heavenly Tao Pawnshop is not the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. It is not up to you to mess around. Emoji said indifferently, "In today's meeting, we are just here to join in the fun." The main character of this meeting is the person holding the Heavenly Dao blood token. Boss Dongfeng said, "Everyone, please place the Heavenly Dao blood token on the table. Next, we will choose the big boss of the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. Whoever has the most Heavenly Dao blood tokens in front of them will be the big boss." Qin Yan directly took out his 2 Heavenly Dao blood tokens and placed them in front of him. And Boss Ling Hu placed his Heavenly Dao blood token in front of Boss Gong Sun. Now, both Qin Yan and Boss Gong Sun have 2 Heavenly Dao blood tokens on the table. "Boss Dongfeng, if you stand on Qin Yan's side, you won't be able to live for long," Heavenly Demon Divine King coldly threatened. "Boss Dongfeng, if you help Qin Yan control the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, do you think we will let you off?" Heavenly Demon Divine King said. "Don't think that by hiding inside the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, you will be safe. Can you guarantee that this Heavenly Dao pawn shop will not be breached?" All Heavenly Venerable's deep voice is like that of a vicious beast. He looked at Boss Dongfeng with a very terrifying gaze. Boss Dongfeng is under great pressure, his forehead can't help but sweat. "Qin Yan, your father has been hit by my 9 heaven law curse. If you are willing to give up the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, I will immediately help your father remove the curse. Otherwise, he will forever be a wooden man," Divine King Xianxia said with a chuckle. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yan became angry. He also began plotting to capture Divine King Xianxia. In the future, he will definitely be able to eliminate Divine King Xianxia. "Boss Dongfeng, you must think clearly. If you stand on Qin Yan's side, once he controls the Heavenly Dao pawn shop, we will destroy it and you will definitely die miserably," Boss Gong Sun also threatened. Boss Dongfeng looked at the Heavenly Dao blood token in his hand and said, "Heavenly Dao eldest senior brother once said that if one day I have to make such a decision, if I want to change my fate, I will choose Qin Yan. You wake up. Heavenly rules and Dao orthodoxy have already determined things, nobody can change it. How powerful is Heavenly Dao eldest senior brother?" In the end, he still disappeared from this world as determined by heavenly rules and Dao orthodoxy. Boss Ling Hu shook his head and said. Boss Dongfeng walked towards Qin Yan with the Heavenly Dao blood token in his hand and placed it in front of him. After the 3 Heavenly Dao blood tokens were placed in front of Qin Yan, they suddenly lit up and a beam of light shot out from the center of the table and entered Qin Yan's forehead. Heavenly Dao pawnshop's big boss also instantly decided. "All of you must die." All Heavenly Venerables roared in a deep voice. At this time, Qin Yan extended his hand and released formidable Nether Sun devouring power. He grabbed the 2 Heavenly Dao blood tokens in front of Boss Gong Sun. "Qin Yan, you are courting death by stealing the Heavenly Dao blood token." "Ha ha ha." Boss Gong Sun laughed loudly and said. "Master Qin, you shouldn't have done this. This is big trouble." Tian Daozi's expression changed. "Boss Qin, quickly return it." Boss Dongfeng's expression changed greatly and said, "You can't steal the Heavenly Dao blood token, this is the rule, no one can break it." Mog also cried out in alarm, "Xiao Fuyun, you also saw that guy Heavenly Venerables being sent flying, right? You should know that this Heavenly Dao pawnshop's rule is very strict, no one can break it." Qin Yan returned Boss Dongfeng's Heavenly Dao blood token and stored his Qilin and Black Tortoise Heavenly Dao blood tokens. Gong Sun and Boss Ling Hu's Heavenly Dao blood tokens can't be placed inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul, so they are still in Qin Yan's hand. At this time, the 2 Heavenly Dao blood tokens in Qin Yan's hand released a burst of angry roar. The huge 5-sided table also began to shake. "Dizun, this guy is dead for sure, we should just wait and see." Boss Ling Hu is wild with joy, this guy Qin Yan is too greedy, he stole the Heavenly Dao blood token inside the Heavenly Dao pawnshop, he will surely be punished by the pawnshop. When all Heavenly Venerables sat on the Black Tortoise chair, they saw the Heavenly Dao pawnshop's evil power. Therefore, they also believe that Qin Yan is finished. Only mediocre people are bound by the rules and can't break them. Qin Yan said with sneer, "I am the new big boss of the pawnshop, so I will make new rules. You 2 bastards are not fit to be bosses." One had to know that most of the people around the table were powerful Shantianjun. Even they were unable to withstand the might of the tribulation lightning, and were sent flying by the shockwaves. After Yu Shangyun was sent flying, she became extremely anxious. Just as she was about to go over to help Qin Yun, she discovered that Qin Yun was standing at his original spot with a frown on his face. It seemed that the problem was not too big. You're dead meat. After Boss Ling, who recovered from his shock, he laughed heartily and said, let's just wait outside. This new big boss will soon be finished. The venerable sovereigns of all heavens wanted to sit on the black tortoise throne because they were defying the rules. Qin Yun had directly snatched other bosses' heavenly Dao blood tokens. Furthermore, it was 2 heavenly Dao blood tokens. The punishment he would receive would clearly be more severe than the supremacy heavens. They were both defying the rules, but the Empyrean supremacies could only submit in the end. As for Qin Yun, he knew that the consequences would be dire, but he still wanted to defy the rules of the heavenly Dao pawnshop. If he succeeded, he would be able to show that he was stronger than the venerable sovereigns of the heavens. All heaven's Empyreans felt very conflicted because if Qin Yun died here, he would not be able to devour Qin Yun. If Qin Yun did not die, it would mean that he had complete control over the heavenly Dao pawnshop. Furthermore, he would be able to contend against the heavenly Dao pawnshop's law power and even set new rules. With such a comparison, it was clear who was superior. Let's go. The tribulation lightning is about to strike again. Boss Gongsun said, let's quickly leave the heavenly law pawnshop. The lightning that fell just now was an extremely terrifying tribulation lightning of the heavenly Dao. Even the powerful Shen Tianjun was afraid of this tribulation lightning. Therefore, the people from the All-Heaven Divine Nation immediately left the meeting room. You all go out, I will be fine. Qin Yun was hit just now. It can't be said that he is completely fine, there is still some pain. Tian Daozi and the others did not go out, they are very worried about Qin Yun. Everyone get out, the more people here, the more inconvenient it is for me. Qin Yun urged. Boss Dongfeng also hastily said, everyone, let's get out of here quickly, the tribulation power is not something we can resist. Mr. Qin was different. He was a person with 10 images, and he had been tortured by the tribulation power of the Tao of Heaven for many years. He knew how to deal with it. Test. He was not lying. All these years, Qin Yun had been suffering for others. He had been tortured for several lifetimes. Boss Dongfeng and the others knew about Qin Yun's experience. Go. Master Qin has a lot of good things in his hands. Even if I'm blasted to smithereens, he might still be fine. Let's not drag him down. Tian Daozi also saw that Qin Yun's hat is very powerful, it can resist a lot of the power of the violent thunder. After Tian Daozi ran out, the others followed after him. In the end, only Yu Xiangyun remained. Sister Xiangyun, hurry up and leave. Qin Yun urged when he saw that the door had already closed. I heard that you have a 9-son divine spirit, I want to go in. Yu Xiangyun took off her helmet and looked at Qin Yun. Her beautiful face is filled with seriousness. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Xiangyun moved closer and pressed her soft and gentle red lips on Qin Yun's lips. At that moment, Qin Yun sensed an incomparably wonderful fragrance. Quickly let me enter the 9-son divine spirit. Yu Xiangyun said. Qin Yun immediately placed Yu Xiangyun into the 9-son divine soul and got Ling Yuner and Zi Qingqing to receive her. Boom, another bolt of lightning struck down, waking up Qin Yun, who was immersed in a wonderful and intoxicated state. She took the initiative to kiss me. Qin Yun's heart is filled with mixed feelings. He doesn't know if Yu Xiangyun is trying to encourage him or if she is kissing him with sincere feelings. Yu Xiangyun often cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's 3rd layer with him. They had intimate contact and bathed in the same bed many times. And he and Yu Xiangyun have known each other for a long time. He can tell that she is the kind of person who does not have feelings between men and women. Therefore, Qin Yun always believed that Yu Xiangyun is with him to repay him and to help him become stronger. But just now, when Yu Xiangyun took the initiative to kiss him, there was a very wonderful fragrance. That kind of fragrance can still intoxicate people, but it is somewhat different from her usual body. As for what is different, Qin Yun can't say. He is still carefully savoring it. Ling Yuner is currently inside the 9-son divine soul, greeting Yu Xiangyun. Therefore, Qin Yun can't talk to Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner also doesn't know about Yu Xiangyun kissing Qin Yun. Because when she heard that Yu Shangyun wanted to enter the Nine Sun Divine Soul, she immediately took action. She left the sacred tribulation gate and entered the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Boom boom boom, several tribulation thunder descended in succession, all of them aimed straight at Qin Yan's head. As expected of the Heavenly Hat, the Heavenly Dao tribulation thunder can't do anything to me. Qin Yan sensed that the fragrance left by Yu Shangyun's mouth has dissipated. He felt an indescribable melancholy in his heart. The conference room is filled with incomparably berserk energy. Those energy are all being absorbed by the little nether sun inside Qin Yan's Nine Sun Divine Soul. Because he is blocked by the Heavenly Hat, every time the Heavenly Dao tribulation thunder descended, Qin Yan only felt as if his head was ruthlessly slapped by someone. It can't be considered as very painful. Moreover, he is still sitting on the black tortoise throne, gradually calming down. However, the tribulation thunder is still unceasingly descending. The activity outside the Heavenly Law pawnshop is not small. This huge square building is crazily absorbing the energy outside. Boss Dongfeng and the others only left the conference room, they did not leave the Heavenly Law pawnshop. The people from the divine nations are scared to death, so they immediately ran out of the Heavenly Law pawnshop, fearing that they would be affected. Qin Yan already had a plan to snatch the Heavenly Law blood token from the two bosses Gong Sun and Ling Hu. He also did not tell anyone about this matter. He asked Yun Long and Tian Daozi before and knew the consequences of snatching the Heavenly Law blood token, so he hesitated. The moment he became the big boss, he made the decision to snatch the two Heavenly Law blood token. The main reason is that he doesn't want the Heavenly Law blood token to remain in the hands of those two people. Furthermore, he believes that only by controlling all the Heavenly Law blood tokens can he completely control the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Qin Yan already has 4 Heavenly Law blood tokens, he is still missing the one in Boss Dongfeng's hands. Heavenly punishment? I am not afraid. Qin Yan is calmly sitting on the black tortoise throne, waiting for the heavenly punishment to end. Most people would be scared out of their wits when facing heavenly punishment. To Qin Yan, heavenly punishment is a common thing, so he is not afraid at all. Even without the Heavenly Hat, he can still endure it. Heavenly Law tribulation thunder unceasingly fell down one after another and landed on the Heavenly Hat. Qin Yan already arranged for the Heavenly Hat to be Little Nether Sun's sun spirit. Therefore, the Heavenly Hat has very strong devouring power, it can be directly transferred to Little Nether Sunday. The tribulation thunder falling down is equivalent to feeding Little Nether Sunday, come more fiercely. Qin Yan chuckled and said. It is also because there is no one here, otherwise people would think that he is crazy, he actually wants the heavenly punishment to be fiercer. Qin Yan sincerely wants the heavenly punishment to be fiercer, but it gradually weakened. However, it is still continuing. The entire Heavenly Law pawnshop is now filled with heavenly punishment tribulation power pressure. Everyone inside and outside the Heavenly Law pawnshop are shivering in fear under this dreadful heavenly might. Only Qin Yan regards heavenly punishment as floating clouds. Tribulation thunder falling on his head is like a slap to his head. Qin Yan closed his eyes and used his formidable mental power to open the conference room door. After the conference room door opened, he saw Boss Dongfeng outside. Boss Dongfeng, I am now the big boss of the Heavenly Law pawnshop. I have 4 Heavenly Law blood medallion in my hands. Can you give me your Heavenly Law blood medallion and make it complete? Qin Yan calmly spoke to Boss Dongfeng. Boss Dongfeng's face turned deathly pale from fright. Tian Daozi, Yun Long and others are also watching from outside. They could feel the dreadfulness of the heavenly punishment tribulation thunder even though they were separated by the conference room door. But Qin Yan, at the same time that he is being struck by lightning, he is still very calm and collected. Does this person think heavenly punishment is a meal? This. I can give it to you. Boss Dongfeng looked at Dongfeng Bingbing beside him. He now believes that Qin Yan will not harm them. Just as Boss Dongfeng is about to remove his connection with the Heavenly Law blood medallion, Qin Yan suddenly said, I will directly snatch your Heavenly Law blood medallion, this way the Heavenly Law tribulation thunder will be even fiercer. As Qin Yan spoke, he released the heaven locking chain and shot it out of the door. Under Qin Yan's control, the heaven locking chain is incomparably nimble. It accurately bound the Heavenly Law blood medallion in Boss Dongfeng's hand and pulled it over. Boss Dongfang is so scared that he almost vomited blood. Qin Yan actually thinks that the heavenly punishment is not fierce enough. Bang! After Boss Dongfang's heavenly law blood medallion was snatched away by Qin Yan, the conference room's door closed. Then, a ferocious explosion came out from inside, as well as a terrifying and mighty heavenly might. This Master Qin is indeed Master Qin. Tian Daozi sighed. Won't Boss Qin be killed? Yun Long also looks as if he has seen a ghost as he looked at the closed door of the conference room. Ming Yunyua's eyes flickered. Only she knows that Qin Yun is wearing a very strong hat. Bright Moon Sect, Divine Judge, Sun Dragon Race and Heavenly Lion Race have all left the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Only Tian Daozi, MOG, Heavenly Evil War God and others are still inside the pawnshop, waiting for Qin Yun to come out. All the entrances of the Heavenly Law pawnshop have been closed. At this moment, even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to. In the conference room, Qin Yun held the 5 Heavenly Law blood medallions in his hand. For many years, this is the first time that these 5 Heavenly Law blood medallions have been placed together. This is the first time that they are in the hands of a single person. At this moment, the huge conference table also began to rotate. The other 4 large chairs suddenly moved and fused with the black tortoise chair that Qin Yun is sitting on. After the conference table rotated for a while, a pit suddenly appeared in the middle and a ball of dazzling rune light appeared. At this moment, the tribulation thunder stopped. Seeing the rune, Qin Yun's heart trembled. This rune has the same feeling as the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. A sacred tribulation gate suddenly appeared behind him. The gate opened and the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune image floated out. Qin Yun obtained the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune very early on. Later on, the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune became one of his Tao images. He has been having a headache on how to cultivate this Tao image. Qin Yun knew that when the 5 blood tokens fused into one, the Heavenly Tao pawnshop would be under new control. In other words, from now on, there would be no need for a meeting to decide on a boss. He, Qin Yun, would forever be the boss. After the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune image evolved, I have a total of 8 sacred Heavenly Tao images. Qin Yun looked at the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune that flew to the center of the table and muttered. He still had the Divine Knife Tao Idol and the Heavenly Tao Idol that had yet to evolve. The Divine Blade Tao image was relatively easy, the difficult part was the Heavenly Tao image. He also recalled Xianxia saying that she had a way to help him evolve his Heavenly Tao Idol. Xianxia was still at the heart of the moon, searching for the Divine Moon's core and helping the other Yu clansmen. After taking down the Heavenly Law pawnshop, Yu Shangyun will also enter the moon's heart to help Xianxia. Inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, Yu Shangyun was completely relieved when she learned that Qin Yun was fine. Qin Yun let her come out of the 9 Sun Divine Soul. When Yu Shangyun came out, she saw that the conference room was very different. Originally, there were 5 big chairs, but now they were all gone. As for the chair Qin Yun was sitting on, it was a bit bigger. There were even carvings of 5 colored divine beasts on it. With a glance, one could tell that it was a fusion of 5 chairs. You got all of the natural law blood token? Yu Shangyun asked, then looked towards the middle of the big table. Yes, I have obtained Boss Dongfang's Heavenly Blood Medallion. Qin Yun said, that is one of my Tao images, it is fusing with the runes that appeared after the 5 talismans fused together. After fusing, I will be able to cultivate a sacred Heavenly Tao image. That's good. Yu Shangyun stood behind Qin Yun and looked at the blob of golden light in the middle of the table. She asked, what kind of Tao image is this? It looks very special. My Tao looks like a bunch of runes. Qin Yun spread out his hands. I have never been able to figure out what kind of runes this is. He knew that this was a Heavenly Tao divine inscription, and he had received a lot of help from it. For example, his comprehension ability was extremely high, and he could easily understand many things. However, he felt that the Heavenly Tao divine inscriptions had other uses. You still have 2 Tao images to cultivate, the last one is the Heavenly Tao image, it will definitely be very difficult to cultivate. Yu Shangyun said. Sister Shangyun, you only need to help me cultivate another sacred Heavenly Tao image. Qin Yun very gratefully looked at her and said, thank you very much for helping me cultivate so many Tao images. You're welcome. Yu Shangyun said softly, you must also remember your promise to me. After we return, you will become the emperor of the Divine Moon clan. I will remember. Qin Yun nodded. Being the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan is not an easy task. Yu Shangyun said again. Qin Yun was already mentally prepared. Thankfully, he knew many women in Moon Palace. When the time came, he could get them to help. Furthermore, most of Yu Shangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Maidens have an extremely good relationship with Qin Yun. There are also Duchess Li Xuang, the Wind Moon King and the other upper echelons of the Divine Moon Clan. They all have a good impression of Qin Yun. The Divine Moon Clan once had many women who were almost sacrificed to the heavens. Back then, it was Qin Yun who risked his life to save them. This is also the reason why Yu Shangyun believes that Qin Yun can become the current emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Because all the women of the Divine Moon Clan have an extremely good impression of Qin Yun. Sister Shangyun, why didn't you let the Wind Moon King and the others go on behalf? Qin Yun asked doubtfully. They should be enough. They are still unable to deal with sudden changes. Even if they face some small changes, they don't have the ability to deal with them. Yu Shangyun said, and you have this kind of ability. Even I am inferior to you. After the Divine Moon Clan left the Divine Moon, they were able to settle down. Come, this is also thanks to you. The women of the Divine Moon Clan are top-notch sacrificial offerings. Not only the Nine Heavens Divine Race and the Nine Heavens Demon Race are eyeing them, even the Divine Nations and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace want to sacrifice the women of the Divine Moon Clan to obtain some heaven-bestowed power or heaven-bestowed item. Not long after, Qin Yun's Heavenly Dao Divine Rune image successfully fused with the rune that appeared on the table. The entire Heavenly Dao Divine Rune image has undergone a great change. Following Qin Yun's control, the rune slowly floated in front of him. He extended his hands to hold the runes. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar divine power. This is Imperial Heaven Divine Power? Qin Yun sensed that the divine power surging out of the rune is somewhat similar to the Imperial Heaven Divine Power he condensed. Could it be that Imperial Heaven is a kind of Dao? After the Heavenly Dao Divine Rune evolves, it transcends the Heavenly Dao? Qin Yun is puzzled. He released his Imperial Heaven Divine Power and poured it into the rune. The rune suddenly flickered with intense light. It has a very intense reaction. This might be Inscription Spirit? Could it be Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit? Qin Yun is shocked in his heart because he has never heard of Imperial Heaven Inscription before. Since there is no Imperial Heaven Inscription, I will create my own. Qin Yun is suddenly overwhelmed with emotions because he believes that he is the first person in history to be able to cultivate Imperial Heaven Divine Power. He placed the Imperial Heaven Inscription Soul Dao image inside the Sacred Tribulation Gate. After all, this is a special Dao image. It doesn't have any battle power, but it can release very strong divine power and strengthen Imperial Heaven Divine Power. What exactly is this? Yu Shangyun is also very amazed. I still don't understand. Qin Yun shook his head. Qin Yun. The Heavenly Law pawnshop should be completely under your control, right? Yu Shangyun's expression is solemn and cold. She said, then we can start now. Let the Heavenly Law pawnshop leave the Divine Moon of Heavens. All right. Qin Yun nodded and said. Yu Shangyun put on her helmet and Qin Yun opened the meeting room's door. Yun Long, Boss Dongfeng and others are waiting outside. After the door opened, they saw that Qin Yun is safe and sound. They let out a long sigh of relief and entered the meeting room one after another. They exclaimed in admiration and looked all around. Congratulations, Boss Qin. From now on, the Heavenly Law pawnshop will only have one boss, you, Boss Dongfeng said with smile. Boss Dongfeng, you stay behind and manage the pawnshop together with Yun Long. Also, from now on, the Heavenly Law pawnshop will be renamed as Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. Qin Yun said. Shopkeeper Dongfeng, we will manage the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop together from now on. Yun Long said with mischievous smile. Shopkeeper Yun, I, Dongfeng Yin, will learn a lot from you in the future. Dongfeng Yin said with smile. He pulled his daughter Dongfeng Bingbing over and made her salute to Yun Long. Tian Daozi said with smile, Heavenly Law. Imperial Heaven Pawnshop will be leaving soon, right? I will return to my Heavenly Law altar first. It won't be easy for the pawnshop to leave. Boss, let's begin. Open the pawnshop's teleportation formation, we can travel through space and return to Divine Desolate. Yun Long said. With a thought from Qin Yun, a very large map suddenly appeared on the table. The map is not complete, only half of it is there. The other half is shrouded in mist. This is the map of Divine Desolate. The areas shrouded in mist are all places that the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop has never been, for example, the mysterious central area. This is outside the Through Heaven Sword Formation. Yunlong pointed at a point on the map. Qin Yun placed his finger on the spot that Yunlong had pointed at and shouted, "Teleport here." Very quickly, the surroundings of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop began fluctuating with faint spatial fluctuations. Every teleportation requires half an hour of preparation time. "Boss, we must ensure that we are not disturbed," Dong Fangyin said. "Qin Yun, borrow the power of the Divine Moon," Yu Shengyun said. Qin Yun took out the Divine Moon token and handed it over to Yu Shengyun. He said, "Take it, it will be very useful to you. Protect the pawnshop's teleportation formation, I will take action." "You." "All right. I will go with you." Yu Shengyun knows that Qin Yun has cultivated another sacred heavenly Tao image, his strength has become even more formidable. "Old brother Xianxia, let's go out." Qin Yun looked at Mog and Netherworld Great Emperor and said, "Granny Mog, foster father, you two stay here. After the pawnshop returns to Divine Desolate, I will need you two to help me manage it. Be careful." Mog and Netherworld Great Emperor warned. Dong Fangyi knows how powerful Qin Yun is, otherwise he would not be able to completely control the pawnshop, so he is very relieved. "I will also go," Ming Yunyue said. Qin Yun, Heavenly Evil Battle God, Yu Shengyun, Ming Yunyue and Tian Daozi left the conference room together and arrived at the Heavenly Law altar outside the pawnshop. And now, the entire Imperial Heaven Pawnshop is no longer the huge square building from before. Instead, it has turned into a blue light ball, like a small blue sun. It is very much like a small blue heavenly divine sun. All the divine nations people around the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop saw with their own eyes that the huge square building has turned into a huge blue sun. This is, the Heavenly Law Pawnshop is truly under Qin Yun's control? Tragic Heavenly Emperor's expression is unsightly. The Heavenly Law Pawnshop's transformation is too great, it actually turned into a heavenly divine sun. Boss Ling, who said in trembling voice, eldest senior brother Heavenly Dao said before that the Heavenly Law Pawnshop was refined by him by capturing Heavenly Divine Sun. Boss Gong Sun shivered and said in deep voice, Qin Yun must have fused the 5 badges into one and completely released the strongest power of the pawnshop. This bastard, not only did he not die from heavenly punishment, he even passed through it. Heavenly Venerable's expression is unsightly, they forced themselves to sneer and said, even if it is under Qin Yun's control, it is only temporary. As long as I devour Qin Yun, everything he has will be mine. Not good, there is a very strong spatial fluctuation, is this heavenly divine sun going to leave? Divine King Xianxia shouted in alarm. Block the pawnshop. Everyone prepare to attack. Tragic Heavenly Emperor shouted. At this time, Qin Yun and others have already landed on the Heavenly Law altar. Master Qin, it is up to you. Tian Daozi said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and entered Imperial Heaven State. At first, his eyes were blue but very quickly they turned black. This is mainly because he entered Imperial Heaven State through Nether Sunday. At the same time, the 3 myriad realms' divine suns in the distance suddenly let out a loud roar as they released intense rays of light. 3 dragon roars came from the 3 myriad realms' divine suns. Suddenly, a sacred tribulation gate appeared on the sky above Qin Yun. As soon as the gate opened, black energy rushed out and dragon roars came from it. The gate is as large as a mountain, it looks like a heavenly gate. As the black energy rushed out, a huge and ferocious black dragon head suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. This is a huge black dragon. These 3 nether sun heavenly dragons all have different strength, they are mainly influenced by myriad realms divine Sunday. The one condensed from ancestor god sun divine power is the strongest. Then there are 2 divine suns and the weakest is 3 divine suns. Nether sun heavenly dragons are not real dragons, they are formed from formidable divine sun power. Qin Yun summoned these 3 dragons to block the divine nation's people and prevent them from leaving the pawnshop. 3 huge Nether Sun heavenly dragons roared and rushed out of the sacred tribulation gate. Xianxia sent a message to the 3 Nether Sun heavenly dragons, telling them to lock onto their enemies and then interfere with them, preventing them from attacking the pawnshop. These 3 Nether Sun heavenly dragons are very strong. Their bodies are huge and covered with Nether Sun totems. Under the effect of Nether Sun totems, they can gather divine sun power and form a very strong defense. After the largest Nether Sun heavenly dragon appeared, it immediately coiled around the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. That huge dragon body easily coiled around the entire Imperial Heaven pawnshop. It is as if it is protecting its own dragon egg. The other 2 smaller Nether Sun heavenly dragons have Xianxia's consciousness. They automatically recognized the enemy and started attacking crazily. This way, the Imperial Heaven pawnshop will have enough time to prepare for space travel. Xianxia is truly worthy of being chosen by Divine Sun. He can borrow such formidable Divine Sun power, an old man from Heavenly Lion race said with face filled with envy. Didn't those Divine Nation people say that he is dead for sure? He will be killed by the Heavenly Law pawnshop's heavenly punishment. How did he become like this? Bright Moon Sect's 5th elder said, that Xianxia is just a sacred god. How can he do this? Come on. Seeing Xianxia borrow myriad realms' divine sun power, all the divine nations' heavenly monarchs are filled with hatred and jealousy. Especially the heavenly sovereigns and the tragic heavenly emperor. In the heavenly rule Tao orthodoxy, Xianxia is just a tool. He is destined to die in the hands of the heavenly sovereigns and be devoured by them. But now, Xianxia can borrow myriad realms' divine sun power. It means that he has obtained the approval of myriad realms' divine Sunday. Myriad realms' divine sun is one of the strongest divine suns in the myriad realms, and there are 3 of them. Xianxia had obtained the recognition of the myriad realms' divine suns. This meant that if one wanted to kill Xianxia, they had to have the power to resist 3 myriad realms' divine suns. Many people in the divine nations began to doubt the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Many of the deity nations' Xiantian lords were deity kings from other deity realms, including the strongest Xiantian lords. The divine son of the god realm they were in was already on the verge of death. The myriad worlds' divine sons of the divine wilderness were undoubtedly much stronger than the divine sons of the divine world they were in before. But now, there were already 3 of them. They understood the power of the divine sun very well. They knew what it meant for Xianxia to be able to borrow the power of the myriad realms' divine sun. It means that Xianxia is the divine king of divine desolate. It means that the divine king heavenly seal in his hand can be used, and it might even be complete. All heaven's venerable sovereigns were able to rope in a large group of god kings from other god realms because of the records of his fate in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. This was also why the heavenly monarchs from other god realms believed him without a doubt. At this moment, seeing the strength Xianxia displayed, Xiantianjun from the other god realms felt his heart waver, because they did not want to offend the true divine king of divine desolate. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in divine desolate in the future. Divine desolate was the most prosperous god realm in history. Its territory was vast, with divine moon and 9 suns of the myriad realms. In the future, there might even be billions of stars as the dome. Only a strong environment could nurture even more powerful beings. The birth of divine desolate could help billions of beings break through the bottleneck of Xiantianjun and enter a whole new realm. The group of Xiantianjun that came from afar did not plan to take action. They all had a tacit understanding. They floated in the air and watched from the sidelines. Only Divine King Xianxia, Heavenly Demon Divine King and the loyal subordinates of all heaven's venerable sovereigns were attacking the Nether Sun Heavenly Dragon, and Heavenly Fiend Battle God attacked. He held the Heavenly Fiend Divine Saber that Xianxia gave him. He rushed out and fought 1 against 3 sovereign kings. All heaven's venerable sovereigns also saw the change in the situation. The Xiantianjun that supported him from the outside world did not plan to take action. Heavenly Emperor Sorrow's expression was cold. He looked at Xianxia on the heavenly law altar and said coldly, "Xianxia, congratulations on controlling the heavenly law pawnshop. But you are also destined to be a coward forever. Sorrowful madam, I have a gift for you. I originally planned to give it to you during the meeting, but I was afraid that you would vomit blood and anger and dirty my pawnshop's table, so I did not take it out at that time." Xianxia said and took out a human head. This human head was the head of the red-robed old woman from before. She was the mysterious law enforcement great sovereign, the mother of Heavenly Emperor Sorrow. After he released the head, he sent it flying with a powerful kick. The human head flew straight towards Heavenly Emperor Sorrow and all heaven's venerable sovereigns. The speed was neither fast nor slow. Everyone could see the human head clearly. The human head's face was extremely old and full of wrinkles. It was an old woman. After seeing the human head clearly, Heavenly Emperor Sorrow and all heaven's venerable sovereigns were shocked. They could not believe it. They were very familiar with this law enforcement great sovereign, so they could not believe that this powerful law enforcement great sovereign was beheaded. Other than the heaven's venerable sovereigns, Wang Haoyue was also shocked because he knew that this was a law enforcement great sovereign's head. Yu Shangyun had also seen this law enforcement great sovereign before. Even Divine King Xianxia and Heavenly Demon Divine King knew this law enforcement great sovereign. Of course, among so many people present, only a few people knew that this was one of the law enforcement great sovereigns in charge of the heavenly law orthodoxy. Maternal grandmother's head. All heaven's venerable sovereigns said in a deep voice, "Mother, maternal grandmother should be immortal." After the shock, Heavenly Emperor Sorrow released a divine power and controlled the human head to slowly float over. Her hands trembled as she hugged the human head. Then she glanced at Qin Yun and said coldly, "If Mother's head was beheaded and her soul returned, then we would definitely receive news. Mother's soul should still be in Qin Yun's hands." Law enforcement great sovereign's soul was very strong. Qin Yun actually had the ability to suppress a soul of this level. This made Heavenly Emperor Sorrow and all heaven's venerable sovereigns' expressions turn grave because Qin Yun had grown to an unfathomable level. All heaven's venerable sovereigns had always looked down on Qin Yun, mainly because he had chased after Qin Yun and forced Qin Yun to risk entering the myriad world's divine Yang land. At that time, Qin Yun was indeed very weak. He had no power to fight back against all heaven's venerable sovereigns. No one knew how strong the current Qin Yun was. Although Qin Yun looked like he was only at Saint God realm, he would definitely suffer a great loss if his strength was judged by this cultivation level. What do you think of this gift? Qin Yun chuckled. I heard this is the law enforcement great sovereign in charge of the heavenly law orthodoxy, but I don't believe it. Isn't the heavenly law orthodoxy very powerful? How can the guy in charge of the heavenly law orthodoxy be such a weakling? Qin Yun, do you know the consequences of going against the law enforcement great sovereign? Heavenly Emperor Sorrow shouted coldly, you have completely angered the entire law enforcement world. All the law enforcement great sovereigns will join forces to hunt you down. All heaven's venerable sovereigns laughed loudly. Qin Yun, with all the law enforcement great sovereigns hunting you down, you are destined to die no matter where you hide. And you will die a very painful death. You'd better hurry up and eat it. Only then will you be able to die. It's valuable. At this moment, the head in Heavenly Emperor Sorrow's hand suddenly trembled. Boom, a loud explosion sounded. That person's head actually exploded, moreover releasing berserk divine universe purple energy. Inside the head, there was a bomb refined by Qin Yun using divine universe amethyst. Qin Yun had previously obtained a slightly larger divine universe amethyst from the purple sun fairy race. He placed it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine it. Its power can be imagined. Originally, he planned to send the head out when he was in the conference room. But now, he couldn't stuff the bomb in the head. After the divine universe amethyst was refined inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace, the energy inside is very terrifying. After it detonated, it formed a huge purplish-red mushroom cloud in the sky. Seeing that strange mushroom cloud, everyone's heart trembled in fear. At this moment, a very violent shockwave spread out, enveloping the earth and turning the surrounding 10 miles into purplish red. Sister Shangyun, let's go. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Yu Shangyun and then rushed towards the center of the explosion. Yu Shangyun reacted quickly and followed Qin Yun. Everyone was shocked. Qin Yun actually took the initiative to attack. Are the heavenly emperors and Qin Yun going to fight? At the center of the explosion, there was a sudden roar and a gale rose. The strong divine universe purple energy was blown away. Heavenly Emperor Sorrow and the heavenly emperors floated in the air, majestic divine power surging from their bodies, but it can still be seen that they were not lightly injured in the explosion just now. There are cracks on their bodies. Qin Yun, can you deal with the heavenly emperors by yourself? Yu Shangyun flew over, still somewhat worried. I can. Qin Yun also threw out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda turned into a blue square pagoda. appeared above the heavenly emperors and suddenly pressed down. When it pressed down, Qin Yun used the strongest supergravity, causing the heavenly emperors to enter a state of weightlessness. The moment the heavenly emperors became weightless, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda suddenly pressed down. And under the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda appeared a huge heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Boom! The heavenly emperors were heavily pressed into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron by the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. A loud explosion occurred. At the same time, Xianxia rushed towards the heavenly emperor Sorrow, waved the long sword in her hand and countless crescent moon shadows shrouded down. The heavenly emperor Sorrow's body was cut into pieces in an instant. However, a white light suddenly flew out of the heavenly emperor Sorrow's broken body. White light also flew out of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Those are their souls. Qin Yun shouted anxiously. Souls are undying and indestructible, they are the descendants of the divine sun. The souls of the heavenly emperor Sorrow and the heavenly emperors flew very far away in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Qin Yun, we will join forces with all the law enforcement great sovereigns to kill you, just you wait. The heavenly emperor Sorrow's voice was condensed with powerful mental power. Divine King Xianxia, Skyfae Divine King, and White Sun Elf Emperor immediately fled when they saw that the situation was amiss. They ran very quickly and disappeared in an instant. Shen Tianjun, who was with the heavenly sovereigns, also scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in fear. 3 of the sovereigns under the heavenly sovereigns were killed by the heavenly evil battle god. There were also 10 Shen Tianjun who were injured by the 2 nether sun heavenly dragons and were killed by the heavenly evil battle god and Xianxia. The largest nether sun heavenly dragon is protecting the imperial heaven pawnshop that has transformed into a heavenly divine sun. The imperial heaven pawnshop completed the spatial passage and the nether sun heavenly dragon also dispersed. If Qin Yun wants to summon the nether sun heavenly dragon again, it will be several years later. The pawnshop began spatial travel to Divine Desolate. The pawnshop was finally controlled by Qin Yun. All the major powers of Divine Desolate and Bright Moon sect no longer dare to look down on Qin Yun. They all thought that the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy was very powerful and could truly restrain Qin Yun. They never expected that the heavenly sovereigns would almost be exterminated. Ming Yingyue also flew to Wang Haoyue's side and told him that the Heaven Creation God Palace had already mastered the poison that could restrain the Bright Moon sect's disciples. She simply explained what happened in the Moon Heart but did not mention Xiaqiru. Wang Haoyue is not stupid. He arranged for the poison pool to be sealed because he was afraid that the Heavenly Emperor would use it to deal with the Bright Moon sect. However, he still underestimated the Heaven Creation God Palace. They had already mastered the method to restrain the Bright Moon sect. Sect Master, the other Moon Clan Emperors are your elder brothers, right? Ming Yingyue said in low voice. Yes, but my relationship with them is not good. Let's talk about this later, they will definitely come looking for me. Wang Haoyue said in low voice, oh right, go call your cousin to the Bright Moon sect palace. I have something to discuss with him. Ming Yingyue has the sound transmission divine pearl that Qin Yun gave her, so she can immediately contact Qin Yun. After Qin Yun and Xianxia finished packing, they immediately flew towards the Bright Moon City. And Tian Daozi also controlled the Heavenly Law altar to leave. Qin Yun was in a hurry to explore the Imperial Heaven pawnshop, but he still had things to take care of. He had to send Xianxia into the Earth's core, and he had to settle his relationship with the Bright Moon sect. The Bright Moon sect's position was rather strange. For now, it seemed that they were still neutral. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace didn't seem to dare to touch the Bright Moon sect, and Qin Yun also didn't plan to become enemies with the Bright Moon sect. Qin Yun followed Xianxia to the Bright Moon Church. The Bright Moon Church Palace was the largest moon house in the sky above the Bright Moon City. This moon house was very big, but it was much smaller than the divine sun of the universe that the Imperial Heaven pawnshop had transformed into. Now that he looked at it, it wasn't that big anymore. Xianxia is very familiar with the Bright Moon sect palace. After she brought Qin Yun in, she went straight to a very quiet and elegant small hall. Wang Haoyue and Ming Yingyue were also waiting for them here. Wang Haoyue also changed into a set of normal white clothes and dressed herself up. She looked a lot younger. Before, he still looked a little old, but now he looked like a very spirited and handsome middle-aged man, just that his hair was a little white. Qin Yan is wearing a sky hat. Although his appearance has changed, this hat has been with Wang Haoyue for many years. Therefore, Wang Haoyue can roughly guess that after Ming Yunyue obtained it, she gave it to Qin Yan and even resurrected him. When Wang Haoyue saw this hat, his heart secretly throbbed in pain. However, he could only maintain a polite smile on his face. He also didn't expect that Yu Shangyun's relationship with Qin Yan would be pretty good. Based on his understanding of Yu Shangyun, she doesn't walk together with men. The reason why he, Wang Haoyue, could borrow things from Yu Shangyun is because he is Muyu's son and Yu Shangyun can be said to be half a daughter of Muyu. Because of this relationship, Yu Shangyun was willing to lend bloodline heavenly rune to Wang Haoyue. Nine Yang Palace King, Divine Moon Clan's Emperor, please sit. Wang Haoyue very politely said with a smile. Bright Moon Sect Master, you are too polite. Qin Yan also smiled. When Wang Haoyue saw Qin Yan's simple and honest smile, he knew that this smile was something that only an old sly person with an extremely high cultivation realm would have. Previously, Wang Haoyue was deceived by Qin Yan and said that he was sent by Muyu. Palace King, you came from afar, why didn't you be more direct? Why did you need to disguise yourself? Wang Haoyue laughed heartily and said, you came, I will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. I have a lot of enemies, it's better to keep a low profile. Qin Yan said with a smile, Bright Moon Sect Master, I have caused you trouble, please forgive me. It's no trouble, you helped Yunyue so much, I should thank you. Wang Haoyue's face is filled with a kind smile, he is very polite. Ming Yunyue secretly despised this slut sect master, she was swindled by Wang Haoyue before. I heard about you and Yunyue going to the Moon Heart. Sigh, I really didn't expect that one can know a person's face but not their heart. Why are the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace so bad? Wang Haoyue shook his head and sighed. Bright Moon Sect Master, Sister Shangyun also wants to go to the Moon Heart. Can you make it convenient for her to enter the Moon Heart through the Divine Moon Dragon Vein? Qin Yan said. Of course I can. Wang Haoyue said with a smile, if you want to go in, I can immediately arrange it. Go and arrange it now. Yu Shangyun took out a box and handed it to Qin Yan. She said, this is my keepsake. Qin Yan took the keepsake. He didn't expect Yu Shangyun to be so anxious. Alright, I'll go and arrange it. Please wait patiently for half a day. Yunyue, come with me. My daughter is cultivating in the Dragon Vein. Wang Haoyue immediately took action. Regardless of whether it is Yu Shangyun or Qin Yan, he, Wang Haoyue, cannot offend them. Ming Yunyue and Wang Haoyue left. Yu Shangyun brought Qin Yan into the room. She has been living here since before. Sister Shangyun, if all the law enforcement great sovereigns are dispatched, will they be able to break through my heavenly sword formation? Qin Yan asked. Yu Shangyun took off her helmet and flung her long hair over her shoulder. She is ice cold and domineering. When her long hair fluttered, she looked somewhat charming. If the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the Law Enforcement Realm join hands, they can break through the heavenly sword formation. But you don't have to worry, you can definitely deal with it. Yu Shangyun spoke and went to take off Qin Yan's clothes. Sigh. Sister Shangyun, what are you doing? When Qin Yan saw Yu Shangyun reach out to touch his clothes, he was somewhat stunned and asked, you want to cultivate together now? I'm your woman, you're my man. I don't know how long I'll be going to Xianxia this time. Shouldn't we do this kind of thing before we separate? Yu Shangyun said with a frown, I don't really understand, I only know that it's probably going to be like this. Qin Yan was momentarily speechless, he laughed dryly, about this. You can do it or not. Then do it, it won't do us any harm. I see that you enjoy it every time. Yu Shangyun said in all seriousness. Qin Yan really couldn't understand this tyrannical empress, but no matter what, since Yu Shangyun regarded him as her man, then doing this was indeed normal. Qin Yan was immersed in the fragrance and tenderness of the tyrannical empress. He only felt that time was passing very quickly. Yu Shangyun got up from Qin Yan's embrace and said softly, you have to let the 40th world divine sun come out as soon as possible. The more myriad realms divine sun, the stronger the heavenly sword formation. All right. Qin Yan nodded. Help me put on my clothes. Yu Shangyun got off the bed and said. Aren't you going to take a bath? Qin Yan hurriedly helped her put on her clothes and asked. Yu Shangyun gently shook her head, no need. You have my scent on you, so it shouldn't be a problem. If you want to take a bath with me, then take a bath. There's still some time. No need. Qin Yan said with a smile, actually, I can get rid of your fragrance. Yu Shangyun put on her clothes and armor. She always had to arm herself so that she could enter a state of battle at any time. Only by doing so would she feel safe. When she was with Qin Yan, even if she didn't wear clothes, she wouldn't worry about any danger. Because deep in her heart, she believed that Qin Yan could protect her. Qin Yan received a message from Ming Yunyue, saying that he could enter the stone room where the entrance to the dragon vein was. Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun immediately went down. Ming Yunyue had to follow them because only she could bring people down easily. Wang Haoyue was waiting at the top. Beside Wang Haoyue was a very delicate and pretty woman with big eyes. The woman had a pair of long ponytails that hung down in front of her chest. She looked like a very pure and innocent woman. She was Wang Haoyue's daughter. She had just become a holy maiden and her name was Wang Yuejiao. Daddy, who is that man? Wang Yuejiao asked curiously. Why does he look different from other men? What's different? He's a very normal man. Wang Haoyue stroked her daughter's head and said, Jiao Jiao, he's Yunyue's man. You should know what kind of woman Yunyue is, right? A man who can conquer Yunyue is naturally not ordinary, ah? He's Sister Yunyue's man? Wang Yuejiao's innocent and delicate face was filled with astonishment. Her pair of big eyes were wide open. That's right. So, don't even think about snatching her man. Wang Haoyue said with a smile, a man who can handle a crazy woman like Yunyue must also be a madman. You have to keep your distance from him. Is that so? But he looks very easy to talk to. Sister Yun is also very good to me. Wang Yuejiao muttered. After Qin Yan went down, he used the sound transmission divine pearl to contact Xiakiru. He learned that she was still in the Fire Moon Heart domain and told her what happened above. When Xiakiru heard that Qin Yan had taken down the pawnshop, she was very happy. As for the matter of the law enforcement world taking action, she was not very worried. She only said that Qin Yan would definitely be able to solve it. Yu Shangyun's sound transmission divine pearl can communicate with Xiakiru. Furthermore, she also has Xiakiru's soul-chasing talisman in her hands. Therefore, after she entered the Fire Moon Heart domain, she immediately went to find Xiakiru. She did not need Qin Yan to accompany her. Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue returned to the top. When they went up, Wang Haoyue was not there. Only Wang Yuejiao was there. Sister Yunyue, something happened to that poison pool. Daddy is rushing over to deal with it. He told me to tell you guys to immediately go and take a look after coming up. When Wang Yuejiao saw Qin Yan, she said in a shy voice. What happened? Ming Yunyue hurriedly asked. The poison pool had long been sealed, and Wang Haoyue was personally supervising the sealing. He attached great importance to the poison pool, so he sent people to stay near the poison pool to keep an eye on it. Jiao Jiao, go back to the Bright Moon Church. Don't run around during this time. Ming Yunyue instructed. Got it, Sister Yunyu. Be careful when you go out. Wang Yuejiao gently nodded her head and warned sweetly. Ming Yunyue smiled gently at Wang Yuejiao before leaving with Qin Yan. They immediately left the city and rushed to the poison pool. The location of the poison pool was originally Ming Yunyue's Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine. She hadn't expected that the loss of her mine would cause so many problems. The land of the Mystic Moon was very big, especially after the place of Outer Fringe, the entire Mystic Moon became bigger. There were definitely many rich resources hidden in this land that could produce large amounts of Divine Universe Goldstone. In the future, if plants were to grow, there would be even more exotic flowers and plants. It could be said to be a treasure trove of heavenly treasures. The remnant Yang soul that the Bright Moon sect needed could only be found in the Divine Wilderness. Ming Yunyue and Qin Yan flew in the air. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked around. His heavenly eye can see where there are ores. Moreover, he now had a tool that could detect the location of the best quality Crystal Moon Divine Iron. Previously, he had used the Black Crystal Moon Divine Metal to forge a divine saber for the Xianxia Battle Immortal. He felt that the crystal moon divine metal was a very useful material. Ming Yingyue did not have much black crystal lunar divine iron on hand. Qin Yin planned on personally searching for some in the future to enhance his godly king spear, myriad divine saber, and other divine artifacts. There was also the soul creation heavenly cauldron and the pill transformation heavenly cauldron that needed to be improved. Not long after, they arrived at the poisonous pool. Wang Haoyue floated in the air with a solemn expression as he looked down at the pitch-black poison pool. There were many enormous pillars surrounding the poison pool. They were currently surrounding the poison pool, forming a very powerful sealing barrier. Sect leader, what is it? Ming Yingyue asked. There's something under the poisonous pond. If I'm not wrong, it should be the yang seed of the hypertoxic divine sun. Wang Haoyue's face was full of worry as she said, if that thing escapes and enters Bright Moon City, it will be big trouble. Qin Yin said, when I dived down, I didn't find any sun seed. Besides, a yang seed shouldn't be able to fight, right? He had come into contact with the yang seeds before. They were very good at running, but they were not very aggressive. This sun seed is not an ordinary sun seed, but the only fire seed left after the destruction of the hypertoxic divine sun, so it has a strong ability to protect itself. In order to grow, it will slaughter and devour everything it can. As Wang Haoyue spoke, the poison pool suddenly began to bubble. A cloud of black poisonous gas rushed up. The hundreds of huge pillars around the poison pool suddenly started to shake. Is this really a yang seed? Qin Yan was also given a fright. Of course. Furthermore, it's a grown sun seed. It should be absorbing the energy of this mine, so the sun seed has a relatively strong devouring power. Wang Haoyue hurriedly directed the dozens of inscription masters to increase the formation pillars. This made Qin Yin even more excited. If it was a yang seed that grew to a certain stage, it would easily become a small poisonous yang. Sect leader, how much of a threat does this yang seed pose to the Bright Moon sect? Our Bright Moon School's defense can't stop this yang seed? Ming Yingyue is also somewhat afraid of this poison because even the heavenly evil martial god was almost killed by it. The formation of a powerful divine sun is formed through devouring. The myriad realms divine sun must devour the surrounding stars or other divine sun fragments in order to continuously grow stronger. If the poisonous sun seed grows up, it might be able to devour the heavenly divine moon. Wang Haoyue's expression became even more grave. Could it be that the Heaven Creation God Palace intentionally did this? Qin Yin said, this poison seems to be able to restrain you. Speaking of the Heaven Creation God Palace, Wang Haoyue's face is filled with anger. He can now see through the Heaven Creation God Palace's conspiracy. Those damned bastards, they must be planning to use the heavenly divine moon to cultivate the heavenly poison divine sun. At that time, they will be able to catch all of us divine moon and divine sun descendants in one fell swoop. Wang Haoyue said angrily. Divine moon descendants? Qin Yin is startled. We are somewhat similar to the descendants of the divine sun, but we are the descendants of the divine moon. Wang Haoyue said, the Divine Moon Clan, Fire Moon Divine Clan, Ice Moon Divine Clan and so on are all descendants of the Divine Moon. Of course, the Divine Moon Clan is somewhat special, this is mainly because of their reproduction. Their method is different and their clansmen are all women. Qin Yin never expected that the Moon Clan would have such a background. He asked, then are the souls of the Divine Moon Clan also indestructible? Yes. However, their souls are very special. If they are used as sacrifices, the effect will be very good. Wang Haoyue nodded. Sect leader, what is the heavenly poison divine sun? Ming Yingyue is more curious about this. It is the strongest poison sun. If the extreme poison divine sun devours the heavenly universe divine sun, it can evolve into the heavenly poison divine sun. Or if it devours a strong enough divine moon, it can also evolve into the heavenly poison divine sun. Wang Haoyue pointed at the poison pool and said, this poison sun seed is definitely a scourge. It must be a scourge and must be completely sealed. Bright Moon Sect leader, I can completely deal with it. Leave it to me. Qin Yin looked at the poison pool and secretly became excited. This heavenly poison divine sun is very difficult to form. It seems that it has never appeared in the universe. The divine power of the heavenly poison divine sun might be able to be used to restrain the descendants of the divine sun. Xianxia's 9-sun divine spirit has the heavenly universe divine Sunday. He plans to create a heavenly poison divine sun, and right now, it is not too difficult for Xianxia to take away the sun seed. This, if Palace King can deal with it, that would be for the best. Wang Haoyue said with smile, it would be best if you can completely get rid of it. To Wang Haoyue, as long as this thing is not in the heavenly divine moon, it is fine. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye, his 10 fingers quickly moved, his eyes shot out 2 rays of light, a boundless blood soul power suddenly surged out from his body. He is using inscription battle technique to quickly carve runes. Palace King, what are you doing? Wang Haoyue can see that Xianxia's technique is very brilliant, but she doesn't know what kind of rune he is carving. Wait for me to carve runes, then I will enter the poison pool. I know how to deal with the sun seed. Xianxia said. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you. Wang Haoyue knows Xianxia's ability, so she is very relieved. Hoo! The poison pool below suddenly surged with a whistling sound. The formation pillar used to seal the poison pool suddenly trembled violently. Not good, the formation pillar can't hold on any longer. Wang Haoyue shouted anxiously. Sect Master, quickly retreat, an inscription master below suddenly shouted. Everyone retreat. Wang Haoyue shouted, telling the group of inscription masters to move away from the poison pool. At this moment, he also condensed a very terrifying divine moon power, forming a semicircle energy barrier that enveloped the poison pool. Boom! A loud explosion occurred and all the formation pillars exploded in an instant. Xianxia is secretly alarmed. The sun seed is simply terrifying, it actually used such a tyrannical power to break the seal. The sun seed appeared and rushed out of the poison pool. It is a rhombus-shaped black crystal, about the height of a person. After flying out of the poison pool, it wanted to rush into the sky but was blocked by the semicircle energy barrier released by Wang Haoyue. Palace King, I can't hold on any longer. You and Yinue quickly leave. Wang Haoyue shouted in alarm, this sun seed is truly terrifying. The semicircle energy barrier released by Wang Haoyue is like a half-moon covering the ground. At this moment, cracks have appeared on the surface of the energy barrier. The sharp end of the rhombus-shaped sun seed is nailed to the top of the semicircle energy barrier. Moreover, it is spinning very quickly, as if it is trying to drill a hole. At this moment, Xianxia is very certain that the poison sun seed's power is able to restrain Wang Haoyue. Therefore, even if Wang Haoyue is a very strong divine heavenly monarch, his divine power is extremely weak in front of the sun seed. I can't hold on any longer. Wang Haoyue's face is filled with horror, his forehead is filled with veins, he is drenched in sweat as he shouted. Bang! Wang Haoyue's energy barrier suddenly shattered, it is as if a glass cover was suddenly smashed into pieces. He was terrified to the extreme because the yang seed was coming for him, the bright moon school master. The sun seed wants to devour Wang Haoyue. Ming Yinue, who is not far from Wang Haoyue, is trembling from the shock of the sun seed's power. They, the descendants of the divine moon, fear the sun seed from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Xianxia pushed out the carved runes in front of Wang Haoyue. In a very short period of time, Xianxia carved an incomparably complex battle formation, forming a very strong seal. This is Heavenly Seal God Restriction. Wang Haoyue gasped for breath, as if he had just escaped from death. Xianxia quickly made a Heavenly Seal God Restriction. It is like a huge net that enveloped the sun seed. He controlled the Heavenly Seal God Restriction to shrink and wrap around the black rhombus-shaped sun seed. The runes of the Heavenly Seal God Restriction are a light golden color. They became very big earlier and now they are shrinking and wrapping around the sun seed. It is like a golden silk cocoon floating in the air. Even though the sun seed is enveloped by the Heavenly Seal God Restriction, it is still trembling, as if it can break through the seal at any time. Yuner, erase the sun seed's consciousness. Xianxia released a sacred tribulation gate. The tribulation gate opened, Ling Yuner turned into black mist and rushed towards the sun seed. Not long after, the trembling and struggling sun seed suddenly calmed down. Ling Yuner also returned to the sacred tribulation gate. She used this trick to erase the primal chaos divine sun's consciousness. Erasing the sun seed's consciousness is a piece of cake for her. Xianxia waved his hand and stored the sun seed into the 9 sun divine soul. Next time he sees Xiaqiru, he will ask her to help him create a divine Sunday. It's settled. Qin said with smile. As expected of Palace King, so awesome. Wang Haoyue immediately praised and said gratefully, thank you very much. Sect leader, how are you going to thank him? Ming Yunhua lightly groaned and said, you are a grand sect leader, don't just say thank you verbally, you should give Palace King a gift. Wang Haoyue laughed loudly. Palace King is the divine king of heaven's divine desolate, 9-sun Palace King, the big boss of the pawnshop. He controls the through heaven sword formation, he is the person chosen by the myriad realms divine sun. He doesn't lack anything, he won't like my gift. Qin only heard from Ming Yongtian that there are several teleportation formations that lead to divine desolate, but he doesn't know where. There are Heavenly Emperor City, Divine Court of Myriad Realms, 9 Heavens Divine City, these are the main 3 places. Wang Haoyue said, there will be more in the future. Then I want to teleport to Divine Court of Myriad Realms. Qin said. Alright. Follow me. Wang Haoyue said with smile, Palace King, in order to thank you for your help just now, we will waive your teleportation fee. Qin frowned, there's still teleportation fee? Ming Yunhua said, sect leader, Palace King will often come to Divine Moon in the future. Let him use the teleportation formation for free forever. Yunhua. I've already told you many times that I don't have the final say in the Bright Moon Church. It involves the interests of many factions. I also want to give it to Palace King for free, but I can't make the decision. Wang Haoyue said with an awkward expression. Ming Yunhua's eyes are immediately filled with contempt as she snorted. Let's go. I'll teleport back first. Qin said with smile. One teleportation requires 1,000 divine universe golden stones. You need to go back and forth. Wang Haoyue said with smile, Palace King, I'll help you pay for this 1,000 divine universe golden stones. Stingy. Ming Yunhua snorted. Yunhua, Palace King doesn't lack 1,000 divine universe golden stones, right? With his ability, he can easily earn a lot. Wang Haoyue chuckled and said, Palace King, if you have a way to make a fortune in the future, remember to bring me along. Qin only smiled. He already knew this sect leader's temperament. They returned to Bright Moon City together and arrived at the east side of the city. There are 3 large moon houses here, inside of which is a teleportation formation. Generally speaking, they teleport once every 4 hours and can teleport many people at the same time. Qin is in a hurry to return, so Wang Haoyue decided not to wait for the time to open it. She let Qin teleport alone to Divine Desolate Myriad Realms Divine Court. A large city has already been built around the Divine Court. At the center of the city, the teleportation formation is also outside the Divine Court, it is also a moon house. The teleportation fee from the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds to the Divine Moon of the Heavens was the same. It was the Bright Moon Church who was collecting the fees. In this way, the Bright Moon Church would be able to collect a lot of travel fees. Qin looked at the Myriad Realms Divine Palace. It was a dignified and solemn gigantic building that resembled a palace. It was located in the middle of a spacious lawn and emitted a holy glow. Myriad Realms Divine Palace. I'll go in and take a look next time. Qin originally planned to go in for a stroll, but after thinking about it, he decided to rush back immediately. He took out the teleportation bead given to him by the spatial god and was quickly teleported out of the sword-piercing formation. The Imperial Heaven Pawnshop had already entered the Heavenly Sword formation and was located near the Ninyang Divine Palace. It was floating in the air and was located at a relatively high position, so the blue ball of light could be seen from afar. Qin took out a voice transmission god bead and contacted White Death, the steward. He asked her to make time to head to the Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms and use its teleportation array to find Ming Yunhua in Bright Moon City to discuss cooperation. Currently, the internal affairs of the Ninyang Divine Palace, the transfer of personnel, and many other arrangements were all handled by White Death and the Little Palace Spirit. They had a much clearer understanding of the internal members of the Ninyang Divine Palace than Qin. Let her go and talk to Ming Yunhua. As for the prophets, they all belong to the Ninyang Divine Palace and are used as resources for the operation of the Ninyang Divine Palace. After greeting White Death, Qin flew towards the Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. He is now very certain that the Imperial Heaven pawnshop is transformed from the Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. No wonder the energy contained in this pawnshop is so powerful. So it's formed from the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. Ling Yin'er said. This Heavenly Universe Divine Sun should have undergone great changes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to transform. Qin Yan said. After thoroughly controlling this pawnshop, it revealed its true form. The Heavenly Universe Divine Sun is powerful, but the very large kind is very strong. The smaller Divine Sun is very easy to capture. After Qin Yan approached the Imperial Heaven pawnshop, with a thought, the Imperial Heaven pawnshop produced spatial power and teleported Qin Yan inside the pawnshop, appearing in the Heavenly Law Inner Palace. The Heavenly Law Inner Palace has always been empty, so it looked lifeless. And now, Qin Yan directly changed the signboard of the Heavenly Law Inner Palace to Imperial Heaven Inner Palace. After changing it, he gathered everyone and entered the spacious hall in the middle of the inner palace. The hall is completely pitch black, but under Qin Yan's control, it suddenly brightened up. The huge pillars inside the hall are carved with golden dragons and the walls have reliefs of 5 divine beasts. The ground of the hall is also engraved with dragon totems and reliefs. It looks very grand. Qin Yan sat at the seat of honor and waited for people to come in one after another. Dongfeng Ying, Dongfeng Bing Bing, Old Spicy Monkey, Fatty Goo, they were all left behind by Qin Yan because they are more familiar with the operation of the pawnshop. Yun Long is still the shopkeeper. Originally, Tian Daozi was also very familiar with the business here. However, he might have stayed here for too long and didn't want to continue working, so he didn't come and ran away with his Heavenly Law altar. Netherworld Great Emperor and MOG are very familiar with the pawnshop. Moreover, they are people Qin Yan trusts very much. Apart from them, there are also some people outside. They are all trustworthy, but they haven't returned yet. Originally, Heavenly Evil Battle God wanted to come to Divine Desolate, but Qin Yan let him stay in Bright Moon City to assist Ming Yunyue. If Yu Shangyun comes out of Moon Heart and needs help, he can help her. After all, Heavenly Evil Battle God is a very outstanding fighter. I really didn't expect that in the end, little Fuyun would sit in this position. MOG said with smile, previously it was Heavenly Dao Boss, now it's Imperial Heaven Boss? Qin Yan said with smile, Granny MOG, I still have many questions that I need to consult with you. Boss, the current situation of the world is different. In the past, Divine Cosmos Golden Stones were very rare, so we could use them to reclaim many pawned items and souls. Moreover, we reclaimed items with a purpose. Now, this is no longer Heavenly Dao Pawnshop but Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. All the rules are set by Boss, the things we reclaim need to be regulated by Boss. Dongfeng Ying said. What kind of things did you reclaim before? Qin Yan asked. They are all things that can defy the heavens or souls of people who found loopholes in the heavenly rules. They are mainly in this aspect. Dongfeng Ying said. What about those things? Can I use them? And those souls? Qin Yan suddenly became excited, he is now a big boss. Most of them were sent to Ancient Desolate. Dongfeng Ying shook his head, they were sent through teleportation formation. As for who received them, we don't know. Then do we still need teleportation in the future? Qin Yan said with a disappointed expression. I don't know. Dongfeng Ying, Yun Long and others are also thinking about this question. Qin Yan thought for a bit and said, then we won't reclaim souls in the future. We will only reclaim rare heavenly and earthly treasures, naturally formed divine weapons and divine tools, bloodline and divine origin of powerful races. Boss, because of the heaven's divine moon, the amount of divine cosmos golden stones is increasing, we need to store a large amount of them. Yun Long said, but we don't have much at the moment. Then how did you get your divine cosmos golden stones? Qin Yan asked. Some were given by Ancient Desolate, some were collected by us. Dongfeng Ying said, the staff of the pawnshop are very professional, they can go everywhere to find treasures, then exchange conditions with them and complete the pawning. If Ancient Desolate needs them, we will pass them on to Ancient Desolate. Ancient Desolation will obtain a sum of Divine Universe Goldstones. Leave the matter of Divine Universe Golden Stone to me. Qin Yan said with a confident smile, don't worry, we will have a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stone very soon. He planned to sell the unfettered smoke to earn Divine Universe Metal Stones. Boss, I suggest we keep in touch with the ancient desolation. Because they can provide us with tools or clues that will allow us to find the person with the treasure. Yunlong said, also, help the ancient desolate side find what they want, they will. Many good things have been sent over. It was only now that Qingyun knew that the pawnshop had a very close relationship with the ancient desolation. It was helping the mysterious power in the ancient desolation collect precious treasures. Alright. However, if there are any good things related to runes, let me have a look first. Qingyun said. No problem. Dongfangyi nodded. Oh right, go contact the ancient desolate and ask them if they can provide us with help so that we can have a stronger defense. Qingyun said. We will try our best to communicate with them. Yunlong said. That's good. You guys go ahead. If you have time, you can go take a look at the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. They are all on the same side. Qingyun said with a smile, if there are any suitable people in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace who can work here, you can also go ahead and choose. After arranging the matters of the pawnshop, Qingyun and Mog entered the conference room for a secret discussion. Qingyun took out the key given to him by Tian Daozi and said, Granny Mog, quickly take me to that secret dark room. You have to lift this table. Mog pointed at the large conference table. Ah? Under this table? Qingyun is very surprised. No, this table is just a mechanism. After lifting the table, the door will open. Mog said with a smile, that guy Tian Daozi actually doesn't want to see what's inside the dark room. He should also be very curious. Qingyun took a deep breath, released supergravity and enveloped the huge conference table. After trying, he was actually unable to lift it. He could only release a sacred tribulation gate and let Ling Yun'er come out. After Ling Yun'er came out, she also released her gravity but she was still unable to lift it. Qingyun released another sacred tribulation gate, it is the Nether Sun Tribulation Gate. After the tribulation gate opened, Nether Sun sacred divine power surged out and entered Qingyun and Ling Yun'er's body. At the same time, Qingyun borrowed the little Nether Sun divine power inside the Nine Sun divine soul. The incomparably heavy conference table has finally been lifted up. Alright, let the chair be divided into 5 pieces and support this table. Mog said again. That large chair was originally made up of 5 pieces of furniture. Under Qingyun's control, it was divided into 5 pieces and moved under the table to support this table. Ling Yun'er also returned to the Nine Sun divine soul. Let's go. Mog immediately walked out of the conference room and quickly walked through many corridors. The dragon mouth is very big and it is tightly closed. Qingyun walked over and released Nether Sun gravity. It transformed into 2 large hands formed from black gas and opened the dragon mouth. It's really hard to open it. Qingyun gritted his teeth and used all of his divine power. He used his strongest Imperial Heaven divine power and the dragon mouth finally moved. Take your time. Mog said, it's normal that it's hard to open. If it wasn't hard, it would have been opened after being discovered. Qingyun had no choice but to let Ling Yun'er come out to help. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long he would have to struggle. Even with Ling Yun'er's help, he still can't open it immediately but it is faster than before. It took Qingyun and Ling Yun'er a full hour to completely open the dragon mouth. Qingyun originally planned to only open a little bit, enough for people to go in. But if he opened a little bit, the keyhole of the door inside wouldn't appear. Only by completely opening the dragon mouth would the keyhole appear. That's why it took a long time. Ling Yun'er is very tired, she hurriedly went back to rest. Qingyun took out the mysterious key given to him by Tian Daozi and walked into the door inside the dragon mouth with Mog. This door is the same as the dragon mouth, it is grey in color but the keyhole is glittering with golden light, it is very eye-catching. Just as Qingyun was about to insert the keyhole into the golden hole, Mog quickly shouted, Xiao Fuyun, wait. What's wrong? Isn't it here? Qingyun jumped in fright. That's not right. Mog said with frown, Heavenly Dao Boss told me that the keyhole is not in the middle of the door but in the lower left corner. Then what is the middle one used for? Qingyun looked at the golden and dazzling keyhole and felt that it should be it. It should be a mechanism used to confuse people. Only those who know the inside story won't fall into the trap. Emoji said, go touch the lower left corner of the door. Let's see if you can find the keyhole. Xianxia and Emoji's eyesight is extremely good. The surface of the door is very flat. If there was a keyhole in the lower left corner, they would have been able to see it with a glance. But now, they can't see any other holes in the door. Why did you make so many checkpoints? If not for Granny Emoji telling me, it would have been very difficult to find this secret room. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked at the lower left corner. Indeed, there was a keyhole, he could only see it with his heaven eye. This is also to prevent others from entering. Emoji smiled and said, so, only you can enter the secret room. Xianxia squatted down and inserted the key into the keyhole. Sure enough, it easily penetrated. It was very strange. Gotcha, some kind of mechanism was turning, and the door slowly moved to the side. It was finally open. The moment the door opened, a decaying and aged aura gushed out from within, accompanied by a faint white mist. The moment Xianxia and Emoji opened the door, they quickly retreated. They were afraid of being shot by hidden arrows. Soon, the chi dissipated. Looking in from the outside of the door, the interior looked like the passage of a cave. Why does it look like a dragon's throat? Xianxia felt a strange feeling. At that moment, a cold wind was blowing out of the cave. Little floating cloud, I can't go in with you. I will wait for you outside. Emoji said, because apart from you, no one can enter. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Xianxia disapprovingly said. Emoji shook her head and said, if I go in, I will truly be in danger. But you are different. Oh, that's right, take off the key, maybe you will need to open something inside. Xianxia took off the key, the door slowly moved to the side and closed. Quickly go in. Emoji urged. Xianxia immediately jumped through the door. After entering, the door closed completely. He looked inside and saw that the keyhole is at the corner of the door. He also needs a key to go out. It is indeed inside a dragon's throat. Xianxia looked at both sides. There is a very clear bone structure. The dragon bone passage is very bright because the dragon bone is sparkling and translucent like jade. It is emitting a faint fluorescent light. Xianxia wanted to talk to Ling Yun but Ling Yun is currently resting inside the Holy Tribulation Gate. She helped Xianxia twice before and consumed a lot of energy. Could it be that a dragon made an entrance? While walking, Xianxia's imagination started running wild. This dragon gives him a very strange feeling. He also can't say what kind of feeling it is. The passage is very deep. It is as if he is walking inside a dragon's body. What the hell is hidden inside? Xianxia walked for a while but still didn't see anything. The front is completely empty. He shouted loudly but strangely, there is no echo. It is as if his voice was swallowed by something at the end. After walking for half an hour, Xianxia finally saw a light blue curtain ahead. He hastily increased his pace. When he arrived in front of the curtain, he opened his heavenly eye to see what is behind the curtain but he didn't see anything. It can't be some kind of trap right. On the way, Xianxia thought that Tian Daozi might be trying to harm him. But that is just his imagination running wild. Although Tian Daozi is a bit crazy, he still helped Xianxia a lot. Moreover, it was Emoji who brought Xianxia here. Emoji will definitely not harm him. Let's go in and take a look. Xianxia entered the blue curtain. It looks like a study room. The bookshelf in the study room is completely empty. There is a long table with a book on it. What is this place? Xianxia walked towards the short table and looked at the book on it. The cover of the book is empty. There is not a single word written on it. Xianxia picked up the book and opened it. He immediately jumped in fright, because on every page of the book, there are moving images and they are very clear. On the first page, there is a group of people surrounding a ball of light. They are constantly doing something. It is impossible to see their faces clearly because they are all wearing masks. On the second page, the ball of light has become smaller and the number of people surrounding the ball of light has also decreased by a lot. They are all floating and revolving around the ball of light. What is this? Creating sun seed? Xianxia's heart is filled with doubt. He continued reading. When he reached the 10th page, he realized that the group of people are creating a soul. This caused him to be even more astonished. He can't help but think of his own soul. His soul is most likely created by this group of people. Could this be me? Xianxia took a deep breath. This seems to be a record of his birth. He quickly flipped through the book. After that group of people created a soul, they went together to catch a gray dragon. Seeing the struggling gray dragon on the page, Xianxia is very sure that he is currently inside the dragon's bones. This is a primal chaos divine dragon, because he saw that this dragon flew out from a primal chaos divine Sunday. He continued reading. After that dragon was caught, it was used to cultivate dragon eggs and its soul was injected into one of the dragon eggs. After that dragon laid a dragon egg, it exhausted its life force and finally died. Xianxia felt stifled in his heart. If that soul was him, then from a certain point of view, this dragon could be considered his mother. Thinking of this, he became even more melancholy. If it was his mother, then he would definitely recognize her, and that dragon egg was hatched by introducing the divine power of 9 suns. After hatching, it was a little baby. Seeing this little baby, Xianxia is very sure that this is him. This is really me. Xianxia's mood is complicated. He let out a long sigh. I actually came here like this. In the end, he was a few years old, inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Xianxia closed the book and sat on the ground. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Although he already knew that his soul was created, witnessing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. After the book was closed, Xianxia placed it on the table and suddenly flipped it open. A kind old man with a child's face and white hair appeared on the page. The old man said with a benevolent smile, "Little guy, since you can come here, you must have grown up quite well." "Senior, who are you? Could it be that you are the former Heavenly Tao?" Xianxia asked in shock, "Where are you?" "The former Heavenly Tao? He is my son and you were created because he contributed the most." "Then I can be considered your grandfather," the old man said with a smile. "The father of the former Heavenly Tao? Then what kind of existence are you? One of the Heaven Creation 5 emperors or one of the law enforcement great sovereigns?" Xianxia never expected that the former Heavenly Tao would actually have a father. "Neither." The old man said with a smile, "I am in the Ancient Desolate and the former Heavenly Tao is also in the Ancient Desolate. But he is already finished." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "He is finished and you are still laughing." The old man still smiled and said, "If he is finished, he will have to start from the beginning. He will not completely die but he will start from the beginning in the Ancient Desolate. That will be a new cycle and he will begin his own journey of destiny." "He is a descendant of the Divine Sun?" Xianxia said in astonishment. "His soul is undying and indestructible. If he is not a descendant of the Divine Sun, then he is a descendant of the Divine Moon. No, we are still somewhat different from the descendants of the Divine Sun. If you want to say it, then we should be considered the descendants of heaven. You and I are both. In addition to the former Heavenly Tao, there are only 3 descendants of heaven and us." "Huh?" Xianxia is alarmed again. "If you have the Imperial Heaven heart, then you are," the old man said again. "I do." Xianxia promptly replied. He has too many questions regarding the Imperial Heaven heart. "Then comprehend it well. One day, you will truly step into the Tao of Imperial Heaven," the old man said. "Senior, is this place used to contact you?" Xianxia looked around. The old man said with a smile, "Of course not. We have something for you. When you grow to a certain level and can come here, you will be able to obtain it." Xianxia spent so much effort to come to this place, so he is very curious about the things hidden here. Now that he heard that there is something here, he immediately became secretly excited. "What is it?" Xianxia asked. "This table has a keyhole. Put the key in and open it," the old man said. "The keyhole is very well hidden, it is at the corner of the table." "Who set this up? Why is it so mysterious?" "I don't believe that other than me, there is no one else who can find this place." Xianxia touched the keyhole and inserted the key. "You are too naive, someone actually almost came here." "Luckily the dragon head door blocked it," the old man said. "Ah? Who?" Xianxia said in amazement. "A fire dragon," the old man said with smile. "I saw that he is not bad, so I let him go and didn't kill him." "Fire dragon, this is Xianxia's father," Qin Long used to work in a pawn shop. Qin Yan turned the key and saw a crack suddenly appear in the middle of the table. Senior, are you really my grandfather? Qin Yan looked at the crack, then used his hands to pry it open. He saw a faint blue light coming out from below. Of course I am. Your soul is the same as mine. Otherwise you would not have been able to obtain the heavenly eye. The reason why you can do so many things so smoothly is because of your soul, the old man said. This is not a table, rather it is a box. After Qin Yan opened it, he saw an oval-shaped box. Qin Yan is extremely shocked seeing the box. He immediately confirmed that it is a bloodline heavenly rune box. There is actually a bloodline heavenly rune box here, moreover it is oval-shaped. He immediately took out the box, looked at the vein-like runes on the box and exclaimed in admiration, this bloodline heavenly rune box seems to be very active. This is for you, the old man said. What is its use? Qin Yan asked. I don't know, but it is very strong. Moreover, different people have different ways to use it. You should comprehend how to use the bloodline heavenly rune yourself, the old man said. Qin Yan put away the box, then looked inside the table and saw a grey dragon head saber. He held the saber and sensed primal chaos divine power. This is primal chaos divine sun power. Qin Yan lightly sighed, is this the saber of my first life's mother? Indeed. That primal chaos divine dragon is your first life's mother. When she gave birth to you, she exhausted her physical body's life force but her soul is still here. The old man said, this saber is something she carries with her. Qin Yan hurriedly asked, what about her soul? The old man said, her soul is in the ancient desolation. But because he had suffered some injuries, his soul was slightly damaged. Fortunately, your birth mother came and fused with her soul, so you are complete. What? My mother went to the ancient desolate to fuse with the soul of my first life's mother. Qin Yan was very surprised. Your mother in your first life is your lifeline. She gave birth to you, so her soul is connected to yours. Those guys can use the curse on her soul to deal with you. The old man said. What about now? How is my mother? Qin Yan sighed inwardly. His mother in this life had fused with his first life's mother's soul. Qin Yan's impression of the other reincarnations was that their souls absorbed the heaven and earth energies to condense a body to grow. They did not have a mother. She's fine now. She's with that fire dragon. The old man smiled and said, don't worry, I'll take good care of your parents. Qin Yan was indeed a lot more relieved. Senior, since I'm a descendant of heaven, why did they agree to let me work as a puppet? Look at me now, even the heavenly venerables can't kill me, those heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxies are also in chaos. Qin Yan is very puzzled. Because the former heavenly Tao participated in creating you. He secretly injected the soul seed into his heavenly descendants. Of course, at that time he was not sure if he succeeded or not. You should know that it's very difficult to create a soul that doesn't belong to the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Therefore, the former heavenly Tao and I used this opportunity to create a soul of the same origin as us. The old man smiled happily and said, that's right. I didn't expect it to succeed. He also waited for many years to know that it was successful. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, you don't even know if it was successful or not. You even waited for many years, that's right, Tian Daozi is the son of the heavenly Tao, right? Indeed. He can be considered your big brother but he is not a descendant of heaven, he is a failure. The old man sighed and said, however, he is still very strong. What are the special characteristics of heavens? Descendants? Qin Yan asked. Heaven's descendants are people from outside the heavens. We are outside the heavens, we can control or exterminate the heavens. When we meet in the future, I will properly explain it to you, the old man said with smile. Qin Yan is holding the grey saber, he can feel that it is different. It seems like it is not directly forged, rather it is a saber condensed from Tao image. I can use this saber to evolve my divine saber Tao image into sacred heavenly Tao image. Qin Yan is very happy in his heart. This is something his mother left for him, it is definitely suitable. He looked inside the box and saw that it is already empty, there is nothing else inside. This caused him to feel very disappointed. no more? Qin Yun sighed and said. Brat, why are you so greedy? Bloodline heavenly rune is very precious. Even in ancient desolate, it is fought over. You can get it, are you still not satisfied? The old man scolded with smile. Qin Yun secretly despised him. He has several of these boxes, if Ming Yunyue doesn't need them in the future, he will get another one. Senior, what is your name? Qin Yun asked. My name is Heaven Extermination, my son is Heavenly Tao and you are Imperial Heaven, the old man said. Qin Yun replied with an O and asked, is there really nothing else? Brat, what else do you want? Heaven Extermination said in a bad mood. Of course it is good stuff. Qin Yun said with smile, that box is currently useless to me and this saber was left for me by my mother. I went through untold hardships to come here, don't tell me I don't have anything else. Heaven Extermination curled his lips and said, you brat, alright, there is an ancient passage platform inside the pawnshop, it can connect to ancient desolate. I will give you something. That's more like it. Qin Yun said with smile, Grandpa, remember to give me a lot of good stuff. You are only willing to call me Grandpa after hearing me give you something? Heaven Extermination scolded with smile, you stinky brat, your eyes are truly open at the sight of wealth. Grandpa, I killed a law-enforcing great sovereign, is this a big deal? Qin Yun asked. What? Heaven Extermination was still laughing a moment ago but now he can no longer laugh. You really killed a law-enforcing great sovereign? That kind of thing has a mortal and indestructible soul. Heaven Extermination said in amazement. His body was killed by me. His soul was captured by me using Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. When Qin Yun mentioned the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, he immediately recalled that he had seen it in the book in front of him. However, it was very big back then and it was not blue. His soul was actually created by that Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. So it was captured by Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron, no wonder. Heaven Extermination wrinkled his thick white old eyebrows and said, no matter what, something happened to a law-enforcing great sovereign, this matter must be very big. How big? Qin Yun asked. I also don't know. In short, I haven't received any news in Ancient Desolate. Oh that's right, how did you get rid of law-enforcing great sovereign's body? Heaven Extermination asked. Heaven locking chain. Qin Yun pointed at the heaven locking chain around his neck. So it's the heaven locking chain, I almost forgot about this thing. I refined it, I didn't expect that after not seeing it for so long, even I wouldn't recognize it. Heaven Extermination said with chuckle. Heaven Extermination's face is on the page of the book, he can also see Qin Yun's situation. How did you get that pill transformation Heavenly Cauldron? That thing is also very awesome. Qin Yun said with smile. I stole it. It is indeed very awesome. Heaven Extermination said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun said, Grandfather, can I bring this book with me so that I can contact you at any time? No, you can only contact me inside the pawnshop. Otherwise, you will be discovered. Heaven Extermination said. Alright. Then how can I resist those law-enforcing great sovereigns? Qin Yun asked. How can you resist? Don't be afraid, just go up and fight. You have so many things in your hands, you can definitely beat them back. Heaven Extermination said. I will go to the ancient passage platform to receive the things. Qin Yun finally understood who the pawnshop sent to Ancient Desolate was for. Then I will also prepare. Heaven Extermination said. Along the way, Qin Yun took the book and asked a few questions regarding the pawnshop. This pawnshop is made from a small-scale Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. The things sent to Ancient Desolate are indeed for Heaven Extermination. Heaven Extermination is also not the one who wants it. Because in Ancient Desolate, there are many people who need things from other places in Divine Desolate or some heaven-defying souls to cultivate. Heaven Extermination is a businessman in Ancient Desolate. Qin Yun also told Heaven Extermination that the pawnshop needs a lot of Divine Universe golden stones and all kinds of resources. Heaven Extermination promised Qin Yun that when exchanging, he will send more Divine Universe golden stones or other resources to the pawnshop. Qin Yun walked out of the passage and saw Emoji anxiously waiting outside. Granny Emoji, I'm fine. Xianxia came out and said with smile, "Let's go to the ancient passage platform." "You know about the ancient passage platform? It seems like you learned a lot of things inside." Mog felt a lot more at ease. Xianxia closed the dragon's mouth and looked at the dragon's head for a long time. This is his first life's mother. The former heavenly Tao kept the bones of the primal chaos divine dragon here. Maybe it was so that Xianxia could understand the ins and outs of the matter in the future. When Xianxia entered, he had a strange feeling. Now, he understood what was going on. After all, flesh and blood are connected. Mog did not ask Xianxia what he found inside. Xianxia did not speak along the way. Instead, he was thinking about his mother. Heaven Extermination said that his first life's mother's soul suffered a rather serious injury. This matter is definitely not simple. Xianxia suspected that his mother's soul had been tortured. After all, it was his lifeline. It must have been refined through soul refining and other methods. Xianxia wants to use this saber to evolve his divine saber Tao image into sacred heavenly Tao image. Although this saber is very old, it has been preserved very well. It is also formed from Tao image and is together with the bloodline heavenly rune box. If he fuses with this saber, Xianxia believes that his divine saber Tao image will be greatly improved. Later when he uses myriad heaven divine saber, its power will be even stronger. The ancient platform is inside a very large stone room. This stone room is located on the west side of the Imperial Heaven Palace Hall's main hall. Xianxia followed Mog to the main hall and walked towards a door on the west side. After opening the door, they passed through a passage and arrived at the secret room. Upon entering the chamber, Xianxia saw a squarish blue stone table. The surface of the table is engraved with many mysterious and profound runes that are emitting faint spatial fluctuations. This is also a kind of space rune, but it is not as good as my space heavenly rune. Xianxia is very proud of himself in his heart. He believes that the space heavenly rune he has mastered is the best and strongest among all space runes. He has yet to familiarize himself with space heavenly rune, otherwise he would be able to create a lot of playthings. Another reason is that he is limited by resources. Space heavenly rune is a very powerful rune, so when it is engraved on a tool, it will produce a very powerful energy. This means that the tool must be very strong. When refining spatial type magic tools, transcending space divine stone must be added. To increase the strength of the tool, other materials must be added. When many materials are mixed with transcending space divine stone, the transcending space divine stone will be diluted and the effect will be very poor. This is a test of an inscription master's skill in material handling. Xianxia did a very good job fusing the transcending space divine stones with other sturdy materials. Therefore, the small voice transmission divine bead was able to contain the spatial heavenly rune and activate the powerful energy produced by the spatial heavenly rune without destroying it. "Grandpa, it is time to deliver the item." Xianxia opened the book and shouted. "It's here, receive it." Heaven destroyers had appeared inside the book, he said with chuckle. The runes on the ancient platform suddenly flickered with very strong blue light. Mog is also very shocked. She did not expect that Xianxia can directly contact ancient desolate people and even let them deliver the item. After the teleportation formation on the ancient platform was activated, something appeared on the table. It was 10 shiny crystals. This crystal was not big, it was as big as a jade pendant, and there were many glowing threads inside the crystal. Those threads of light were very thin, and they slowly flowed and interweaved within the crystal, flickering with multicolored light from time to time. "What kind of rune is this?" Xianxia looked at the crystal pieces and said in astonishment because he is actually unable to see what kind of rune it is. "This is a talisman crystal. It's a very peculiar thing, it's mainly used to embed weapons and magic treasures." Heaven Destroyer said. "Then what is the use of these 10 talisman crystals embedded in weapons and magic treasures?" Xianxia said with a frown. He knew that this was a good thing, but he did not know what benefits it would bring him. "These are all fire attribute talisman crystals. After you fuse it into your weapon will be able to obtain an additional fire-type divine skill." Heaven Destroyer laughed and said, "This talisman crystal is equivalent to a very powerful divine technique. 1 talisman crystal is equivalent to 1 move. Once you're done using it, it's gone, then how did you do it?" Qin Yan was very interested. Extremely high-level inscription master, he fused runes with divine technique and divine technique together. He needs to use several kinds of Dao evolution. Heavenly runes and talisman crystals are also very rare. It is very complicated to make. Heaven Destroyer said. Qin Yan looked at the 10 talisman crystals and said, the runes on them are almost the same. Could it be that they are the same kind of divine skill? What kind of divine skill is this? Is it strong? Of course it is strong. In any case, it can force Shen Tianjun to retreat in one move. So long as it is Shen Tianjun, he will be forced to retreat when facing my power. Heaven Destroyer said very confidently. Can it be attached to a weapon? Qin Yan still doesn't understand how to use it. It can be attached to a weapon, it can also be attached to a defensive tool. Drop your blood on the talisman crystal and you can establish a connection with it. During battle, you can release it whenever you want. Heaven Destroyer said with smile, little guy, this is a very precious thing. Are you satisfied now that you can keep your life? If it can be used to fight against Shen Tianjun, then I will be very satisfied. Qin Yan feels that this is also a very good thing, he wants to give it a try. If he knew how to make it himself, it would be even better. This talisman crystal can be said to store an expert's great move. Those powerful great moves have conditions to use and consume a lot of energy. Moreover, they also need to be prepared beforehand. If one could store the great move and throw it all out during battle, they would definitely be able to stun people. No matter how awesome an expert is, they would be smashed to their knees. Then let's do this first, we will contact each other again. Oh right, if a law enforcement great sovereign comes looking for you, don't ever say that I am your grandfather, do you understand? Heaven Destroyer said. Why? Is this a shameful thing? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. That will cause me great trouble in the ancient desolate. Heaven Destroyer chuckled and said, goodbye, remember what I said. Heaven Destroyer disappeared and Qin Yan closed the book. Granny emoji, do you think this thing is useful? I'll give you 2. Qin Yan handed over 2. Emoji said with smile, you should keep it. You will have to face those law enforcement great sovereigns in the future. Besides, my enemy's strength is equal to mine, I don't need to use these precious talisman crystals. With an old hand like Emoji in the pawnshop, Qin Yan is very relieved. He doesn't need to worry about the pawnshop, they will run it very well. Qin Yan returned to the conference room. To him, this is an excellent secret room. He wants to cultivate here. That grey saber is a very strong divine saber Dao image. Qin Yan released the divine saber Dao image's sacred tribulation gate and placed the grey saber inside, then he put away the tribulation gate and began fusing the 2 divine saber Dao images. This cultivation process is also very smooth. I didn't expect to succeed so quickly. My divine saber Dao image has finally evolved into a sacred heavenly Dao image. Qin Yan took out the myriad heaven divine saber and placed the divine saber Dao image inside it. In an instant, the myriad heaven divine saber released a very terrifying aura. Let's test out the primal chaos divine sun's divine power. Qin Yan promptly activated the 9 sun divine spirit and released the primal chaos divine sun's divine power and poured it into the myriad heaven divine saber. The primal chaos divine sun's power is very scorching hot, it is a flame from the primal chaos era. I wonder if this full-powered saber strike of mine can kill that kind of powerful divine heavenly monarch. Qin Yan was able to destroy the body of the heavenly sovereigns mainly because he released the head in advance. The heavenly sovereigns and heavenly emperor were both injured by the bomb inside the head, so their strength has been greatly reduced. I'm only missing the heavenly Dao image. Qin Yan took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. It was not easy for him to reach this step. He left the pawnshop and returned to the Ninyang Divine Palace. He met up with his old friends and helped the outstanding disciples carve runes and refine their souls. In the past few days, more and more divine heavenly monarchs have been born in the Ninyang Divine Palace and there are more and more Dao gods. The 3 myriad realms Divine Sun are now taking good care of the Ninyang Divine Palace. The Divine Sun power inside the Divine Palace is very dense. As long as one's talent is not bad, they can cultivate very quickly. Now, the Myriad Realms Divine Court is secretly cooperating with the Ninyang Divine Palace and sending many resources into the Heavenly Sword formation. Bai Si has already gone to the Divine Moon to discuss cooperation with Ming Yunyue. Qin Yan stayed in the Ninyang Divine Palace for a few days before flying to Divine Moon Heaven City. Sister Bingxing, I want to go to Divine Moon Heaven City. Qin Yan used the sound transmission Divine Pearl to contact Bingxing. During this period of time, Bingxing has been rather idle. When she found out that Qin Yan is coming to Divine Moon Heaven City, she immediately said, Xiao Yun, don't come in first. Wait for me outside. Qin Yan is going to Divine Moon Heaven City mainly to become the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. The women of the Divine Moon Clan still do not know. Sister Bingxing, why can't I go in? Qin Yan muttered, is it because men are not allowed to enter? If Divine Moon Heaven City did not allow him to enter, then he, the Divine Moon Clan's emperor, could only stay outside. Bingxing said, men are not allowed to enter but you can. It's just that, we have to inform the girls in the city in advance. This will take time. Qin Yan recalled the scene when he boarded the Divine Moon ship. At that time all the beauties of all sizes were dressed very casually. This made him think that within Divine Moon Heaven City and Guanghan Palace, there were some rather casual women who wore revealing clothes and ran around. Not long after, Qin Yan arrived outside Divine Moon Heaven City. The entire Divine Moon Heaven City is covered by a hazy half-moon barrier. This is the Divine Moon Clan's formation. It can condense the power of the myriad realms' divine sun into the power of the Divine Moon. It can allow the women in the city to absorb the power of the Divine Moon during the day. The Divine Moon Clan can't return to the Divine Moon of Heavens yet. They have to wait for Xiaqiru and Yu Shangyun to inherit the Divine Moon of Heavens and completely control it. Otherwise, the Divine Moon of Heavens would still be very dangerous. Qin Yan waited for Bingxing outside the city. According to what he knows, Yang Shiyue, Yu Yu and the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens are currently not in the Guanghan Palace. Among the 9 Sun Divine Maidens, only Bingxing is in the Guanghan Palace. Bingxing quickly flew out and landed on the ground with Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, why did you suddenly want to enter the city? Must we go in? Bingxing is somewhat puzzled. Sister Shangyun, let me be the Divine Moon Clan's emperor for a period of time. Qin Yan said with a wry smile, if it's not convenient for me to enter, then I won't. Help me tell them that I'm the acting clan emperor. If there's anything, they can contact me at any time. Bingxing is startled, a pair of cold and beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. She said, then you must go in. Since Sister Shangyun let you be the clan emperor, you must know some things that the clan emperor must know. Bingxing pulled Qin Yan's hand and walked towards Divine Moon Heaven City. She noticed that Qin Yan seems to be somewhat nervous. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Bingxing's eyebrows are slightly knitted, her beautiful face is somewhat puzzled. I'm a little nervous. I'm a man but I want to be Divine Moon Race's emperor. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile. Don't think too much. Sister Shangyun must have her reasons for letting you be Divine Moon Race's emperor. Bingxing pulled Qin Yan and suddenly quickened her pace. Originally, they wanted to walk slowly so that the women in the city could prepare to welcome a man into the city, however, Bingxing quickened her pace. It seems like she is looking forward to Qin Yan becoming Divine Moon Race's emperor. Ling Yan'er has been waiting for this day for a long time. To her, Divine Moon Heaven City is a dreamland. Because it is filled with women, all kinds of beauties. Xiao Yun, be a bit happier. Divine Moon Heaven City is such a good place, what are you so nervous about? Are you afraid of being eaten by them? Ling Yan'er said with a charming smile. I'm a man and I'm going to a city filled with women. Moreover, I'm going to be their race's emperor, of course I'm nervous. Even if Qin Yan faced a group of powerful enemies alone, he would not be in this kind of mood. What are you nervous about? After you enter the city, open your eyes wide and admire those big and small beauties. Ling Yan'er giggled and said, when the time comes, I'll also go out and make friends with all kinds of beautiful big sisters. Qin Yan knew that this rogue elf is very excited and felt extremely speechless in his heart. Bingxing's hand is warm and soft. As she pulled Qin Yan's nervous heart also relaxed a lot. Sister Bingxing, if I enter Divine Moon Heaven City like this, will I be beaten up by those big sisters? Qin Yan suddenly asked. After all, they are all Divine Moon Race women. If they dislike men, they might beat him up. How could that be? Bingxing found it somewhat strange and said, "You are now Divine Moon Race's emperor, why would they beat you?" "I'm a man." Qinyan said, "I heard that Divine Moon Race's big sisters don't welcome men. But you're different. You're their benefactor." Bingxing said, "You saved many of their sisters and gave them a safe place to stay. They are very grateful to you." Hearing Bingxing's words, Qinyan felt much more at ease. Actually, he also knew a few female members of the Divine Moon Race, such as Duchess Li Shuang, Fengyu, Xiaoyuxiang, Xiaoyuya. Under Bingxing's lead, Qinyan easily passed through Divine Moon Heaven City's half-moon barrier. Outside the barrier, it was impossible to see what was happening inside, but inside, it was possible to see what was happening outside. After passing through the barrier, they saw the Silver City Wall. The huge city gate was tightly shut, and there was a small door at the bottom that led in. Bingxing brought Qinyan through the small door and entered Divine Moon Heaven City. There were very few tall buildings in Mystic Moon Heaven City. Most of them were small houses of 2 or 3 stories. Moreover, they were not arranged in a street. Instead, they looked like a very spacious villa with a small river, green grass, and many gardens. Many standalone buildings were scattered in the garden and beside the river. It was like a paradise. A light breeze blew through the city, bringing with it a refreshing fragrance. It was unknown whether it was the fragrance of flowers or the body fragrance of thousands of women. In the middle of the city was the Moon Palace. Yu Shangyun usually lived in the Moon Palace. It could be considered the core area of the Moon God clan. Bingxing brought Qinyan along a small path. She did not hold Qinyan's hand again. "Sister Bingxing brought a man in. Is this the reason why she asked us to put on our clothes?" In a small river, a woman suddenly shouted. There are more than 10 beautiful women in the small river. They are all soaking in the water, their hair is tied up and only their heads are exposed. "Sister Bingxing, is this your man? He's pretty good, handsome, quickly come down and take a bath, this water is very warm." Another slightly valiant woman laughed and said, "Handsome, what are you shy about? Qinyan is wearing ordinary white clothes and a hat. He is wearing very low-key attire." He was handsome, but handsome men like him were a dime a dozen in the deity desolate. Of course, he has an extraordinary temperament, which is very rare. Therefore, when those women saw Qinyan, they all felt that he is very pleasing to the eye. "Little brother, quickly come down and take a bath together. I want to see what's the difference between a man's structure and us women's." Another charming woman also said with a charming smile. Qinyan did not even dare to look over. He did not expect these Divine Moon Clan women to be so bold and unrestrained. He thought that the women here would not come into contact with men and would be shy and afraid of strangers. But now, when they look at him, it is as if a tiger is staring at a little sheep. "Sister Bingxing, your man is really henpecked. Look at you, you bullied him to the point that he doesn't even dare to speak." A woman even stood up from the river and said with a charming smile, "Handsome brother, quickly look over here, this place is as beautiful as a painting." Qinyan really wants to let out the hungry and thirsty Ling Yuner and bully this group of female hooligans. The cold and elegant Bingxing found it rather funny when she saw Qinyan being teased to the point where he doesn't even dare to speak. She secretly nudged Qinyan and said softly, "Xiaoyun, you will have to face them. Often in the future. You can't not say a word." "Do they know who I am?" Qinyan asked softly. "I don't know. I just told them that I wanted to bring a man in." Bingxing replied softly. The group of women in the river are still incessantly making a ruckus. "Handsome brother, quickly come and help me rub my back." A woman smiled coquettishly and said, "Let's take a bath together." Bingxing did not continue walking. Instead, she gave Qinyan a meaningful glance, indicating for him to deal with the dozen or so women bathing in the river. After all, Qinyan has just entered the Divine Moon Heaven City. This is his first trial. Qinyan took a deep breath and turned his head to look. Indeed, it is as beautiful as a painting. It is so dazzling that he can't help but take a deep breath. Ah! He's looking over. The few women who stood up quickly submerged their bodies into the water. However, their faces are filled with charming smiles. "Little big brother, how dare you stare at us like that? Aren't you afraid that Sister Bingxing will freeze you into a popsicle?" a woman said with a charming smile. Xianxia walked over and shouted, "Which little sister asked me to help you rub your back just now?" As he walked over, he rolled up his sleeves and looked very serious. It seems like he really wants to help rub their backs. "It's me." The charming woman raised her slender and beautiful jade-like arm. Her charming eyes under her curved eyebrows gently squinted and smiled. After Xianxia walked over, he stood by the river and said, "Little sister, come here. You're in the water, how can I help you rub your back?" "I can't walk anymore. My legs hurt, come down and help me rub my back and also my legs." The charming woman said with charming smile. "Come down." The other women laughed coquettishly. "There is a difference between men and women, I can't go down." Xianxia said, "It's better if you come over with your back facing me. I'll help you rub your back." "What difference between men and women? Could it be that you've never bathed with Sister Bingxing?" The charming woman giggled and said, "I don't care, I'm not going over. You said you would help me rub my back, you must help me, you are not allowed to act shamelessly." As the soon-to-be Divine Moon Clan's emperor, how can Xianxia act shamelessly? He also knows that if he doesn't show a few moves, he won't be able to intimidate this group of female hooligans. With a solemn expression, he released gravity and enveloped the charming woman. Under Xianxia's control, the charming woman, along with a ball of water, floated towards Xianxia. This caused the women in the river to let out delicate cries. The charming woman floated in front of Xianxia from within the ball of water. Xianxia extended his hands and placed them on her back. He gently rubbed and said with a smile, "Little sister, the skin on your back is very smooth, you don't need to rub it." "Sister Bingxing, your man is so powerful." The charming woman, who is wrapped in gravity, is somewhat frightened. All right, you've passed. We won't make things difficult for you." The charming woman suddenly chuckled and said, "Handsome, quickly put me back." "What trial?" Xianxia placed the charming woman and the ball of water into the river. Sister Bingxing said that the man she brought in is not a bad man. A woman lying on the riverside looked at Xianxia and said with a charming smile, "We are the guards of this city. Even if it's a man brought in by Sister Bingxing, he will have to pass through us." Xianxia is secretly alarmed. Only now did he realize that these dozen or so women are all divine heavenly monarch cultivators. The Divine Moon Clan's growth speed is also very fast and the outside world doesn't even know about it. Even Xianxia thought that among the Divine Moon Clan, only Yu Shangyun and a few other kings, as well as the 9-son Divine Maiden, possess relatively high cultivation. "Are you guys so sure that I'm not a bad man?" Xianxia suddenly said with a beaming smile. "If you were a bad man, you would have died a long time ago." The charming woman said with a smile, "Your hand is only rubbing my back, you did not touch me randomly. Since you rubbed me so comfortably, I'll consider you qualified." Xianxia suddenly took out a box. He opened the box and saw a silver dagger inside. "This dagger looks like a token, this is the keepsake that Yu Shangyun gave him. She said that as long as he took this to Divine Moon Heaven City, he would be able to gain her trust." "Ah, this is Sister Shangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. How did it end up in your hands?" The charming woman cried out in alarm. Xianxia is rather surprised. He never expected that this would be the Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. The people of the Bright Moon sect cultivate the Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. The intrepid woman asked solemnly, "Aren't you Sister Bingxing's man? Who are you? Why do you have Sister Shangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit?" Only people that Sister Shangyun trusts a lot can obtain her Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. "Did something happen to Sister Shangyun? Did she ask you to come to us for help?" "Sister Shangyun gave it to me. She is in the Divine Moon's moon core and will be there for a period of time. During this period of time, she was worried about you guys, so she asked me to be your clan's emperor." Xianxia said with a smile. When the dozen or so women in the river found out that the man who was about to become their clan's emperor was Xianxia from the Ninyang Divine Palace, they were all dumbstruck. Divine Moon Heaven City was in the Heavenly Sword formation mainly because Xianxia had agreed. There were very few people in the Heavenly Sword formation who didn't know Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia famous, he was also a person who dared to go against the divine nations. Ninyang Temple's Dragon Hall, Divine Universe Dragon and other dragons often went out to exterminate man-eating demons. Because of this, they gained the favor of many people. Especially in the past few days, the news of Qin Yun destroying the bodies of the Empyrean supremacies shocked the entire divine wilderness when it spread from the divine moon of the heavens. Ever since the emergence of the supremacies of the heavens, they had released information about the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxies, as well as some images of the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxies, to inform the people of the divine wilderness that Qin Yun was a dead man. It was mainly used to consolidate his prestige. In divine wilderness, many people believed the words of the divine emperors because they were very strong and had many divine kings from the outer divine world following them. Therefore, even the people of White Sun Heaven City, 3i Heaven City, 9 Yang Royal Family, Divine Moon Clan and many other forces in the Heavenly Sword Formation believed that Qin Yun would be killed by the divine emperors. When they learned that the bodies of the divine emperors were destroyed a few days ago, the entire Heavenly Sword Formation was in a state of jubilation. In the Heavenly Sword Formation, the people who hated the divine moon emperors the most were the women of the divine moon clan. Because the divine moon emperors always said that the women of the divine moon clan were their harem. They also said that as long as they broke through the Heavenly Sword Formation, they would reward a portion of the divine moon clan women to their subordinates. Many unsightly words from the divine nations were aimed at the women of the divine moon clan. Therefore, they hated the divine nations and the divine emperors. For many days, they were filled with worried that Qin Yun would be killed. In their eyes, Qin Yun dared to go against the divine nations, so he was a great hero. What's wrong? Am I not suitable to be your clan's emperor? You guys don't have to worry too much, I am only temporarily. When Sister Xiangyun returns, she will still be your clan empress. Qin Yun quickly explained. Palace King, you are very suitable to be our clan emperor. Greetings big brother clan emperor, that charming woman from earlier promptly said with charming smile. She even jumped out of the water and pounced towards Qin Yun. But just as she jumped up, her slender jade legs were grabbed by another woman in the water, and she was dragged back into the water. You little slut, go away. Don't scare big brother emperor. A beautiful woman laughed tenderly and said, Elder brother clan emperor, quickly come down and take a bath. We will help you scrub your back. Stop messing around. Xiaoyun still has a lot of important things to do. Bingxing shook her head with a smile and said, take a good bath. After saying that, Bingxing quickly took Qin Yun away. She is also afraid that Qin Yun will be dragged into the water by the dozen or so young ladies. Seeing Bingxing and Qin Yun leave, the charming woman said with a charming smile, great, we will be blessed in the future. Palace King is so handsome, Sister Bingxing called him Xiaoyun, it seems like their relationship is really good. Another woman giggled and said, just now, I really should have dragged him into the water to play with us. The future is long. Our big brother Xiaoyun will definitely stay here for a period of time. There will be opportunities, that intrepid woman said with smile. If Qin Yun heard their words, he would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't dare to stay in Divine Moon Heaven City for long. 9 Yang Divine Palace's Palace King has entered Divine Moon Heaven City. This news quickly spread throughout the Divine Moon Heaven City. This news was spread by the dozen or so women in the river. However, they did not say that Qin Yun will become the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. Because such an important matter, they don't dare to speak carelessly. They must wait for the Guanghan Palace to officially announce it. Moreover, they can't guarantee that the Guanghan Palace will not approve it in the end. The Guanghan Palace has great power. There are 5 Divine Moon Heavenly Maidens, 5 Divine Moon Kings, 10 Divine Moon Dukes, as well as Xianxia, Yu Tian and other 9 Palace Masters. The 9 Sun Divine Maidens are the 9 Palace Masters of the Guanghan Palace. In addition, there are also White Sun King Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng who just joined the Divine Moon Clan. They all need their approval to become the core experts of the Divine Moon Clan. In short, if they have a disagreement, they will need to vote. Only with more votes can Qin Yun become the acting Divine Moon Clan Emperor. Along the way, Qin Yun saw many women wearing revealing clothes. They can be seen on the balconies of small buildings or through windows. When a crescent moon appears on the foreheads of the Divine Moon Clan women, as long as they are within a certain distance, they can transmit messages. Therefore, the news spread very quickly. Qin Yun doesn't dare to look around carelessly because some of the Divine Moon Clan women are not afraid of him at all. They are not wearing any clothes at all. Even if they are wearing clothes, it is only a thin layer. Their beautiful bodies are faintly discernible, they are even more seductive and beautiful. Sister Bingxing, didn't you already greet them? Qin Yan said in low voice, why are they still like this? I don't know either. Maybe it's because you are the Nine-Yang Palace King that they don't care. Bingxing also feels that it is strange, but she doesn't care that much. After all, whether they wear clothes or not is their freedom. Do I have such prestige in Divine Moon Heaven City? Qin Yan did not expect this. Of course. We are disgusted by the heaven's great emperors, but we can't do anything to them and the divine nations. You destroyed the bodies of the heaven's great emperors on the Divine Moon continent, they naturally revere you. Bingxing nodded and said. Revere me, then they shouldn't receive me in such a disheveled manner. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, what kind of person do they think I am? Bingxing can't help but chuckle a few times and said, they all know that you are Yuelan's husband. And Yuelan is very popular in Mystic Moon Heaven City. Qin Yan cannot help but pat his head. Xiao Yuelan is a female hooligan, she must have done a lot of good deeds. He suddenly felt that it is necessary to restrain Ling Yun'er to prevent her from acting recklessly. The Guanghan Palace has changed a lot. It is not the one Qin Yan is familiar with, but the overall atmosphere has not changed. The entire palace looks like it is made of silver white fine jade. It is grand and magnificent but also very beautiful. After arriving at the entrance of the palace, Qin Yan saw a very familiar, beautiful and moving woman. When this rather lovely woman saw Qin Yan, she hurriedly ran forward and shouted happily, Brother Xiao Yun, Sister Bingxing. This woman is Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix used to be Nangang Shuiru's personal servant. Later on, she met Qin Yan and her fate changed completely. Now, not only she can stay in the Guanghan Palace, her position is also very high and her strength is also not weak. She used to be a lowly servant girl and was even injured and plotted against by evil people. It is because she met Qin Yan that she became who she is today. Little Phoenix, hello. Long time no see. Qin Yan smiled and caressed her beautiful face. Brother Xiao Yun, I have been waiting for you to come to the Guanghan Palace. It is so good to see you. You killed that scoundrel great emperors, it is truly satisfying. Little Phoenix said with smile. That scoundrel is not dead yet. Qin Yan lightly sighed, he is very hard to kill. It doesn't matter, you will definitely be able to kill him in the future. Little Phoenix is very confident in Qin Yan. Oh, that's right, how is the sun god tree that Shuiru planted? Qin Yan asked. That tree's growth speed is rather slow. Although it has borne fruit, the fruit has not ripened yet. Moreover, the sun god tree changes according to the myriad world's divine sun, it is very strange. I also don't know. You can ask Sister Shuiru, she is in the Guanghan Palace's back garden. Little Phoenix said. Little Phoenix, go inform all the sisters. Don't let them know that Xiao Yun has entered Divine Moon Heaven City for now. We don't need others to know about this. Bingxing said. All right. Little Phoenix nodded and said, I will do it right away. Qin Yan followed behind Bingxing and entered the central hall of the Guanghan Palace. It is not very luxurious, it can be said that there is not a bit of luxurious aura around it. On the contrary, it is very simple and elegant. The ground of the central hall is made of milky white ice jade bricks. At the center of the ceiling, there is a small moon emitting moonlight hanging down. The formation pillars in the hall are also light white in color and carved with some very simple moon runes. After walking up more than 20 steps, they arrived at the jade chair at the top. This is the seat of the clan emperor. And below, the two sides of the passage in the middle of the hall are also filled with chairs. During the meeting, everyone has a seat. I will call all the core members that I can and announce that you are the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. A crescent moon appeared on Bingxing's forehead. Wait. Qin Yan suddenly said. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Bingxing asked, if you want to be the clan emperor, just announce it here. Most of the core members of our Guanghan Palace will agree. Qin Yan nodded and said, I know. On the way here, you also told me that I know most of the core members, but what about a small portion? If it's a small portion. Bingxing muttered to herself and slightly shook her head. She doesn't know what to do. Since most of them agree, there is no need to call them over. Just give them a greeting. If the small members have other opinions, we need to communicate with them. After confirming that they agree, it won't be too late for us to announce it. Qin said. That's right, let's do as you say. Then, what should we do next? Bingxing frowned slightly. In this aspect, she is still inferior to Qin. Qin held her lily-white hand and said with a smile, Sister Bingxing. I know that you won't object to me becoming the acting clan emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. However, there are some women in the Divine Moon Clan who definitely have various doubts. They don't understand me or they have different opinions. For the sake of the entire clan, the Divine Moon Clan must be of one mind, especially the core members. If there are differences, there will be conflicts in the future. A small conflict will accumulate into a big conflict and become a hidden danger. It will be very disadvantageous to the Divine Moon Clan. Qin looks very confident, but he is somewhat lacking in confidence in his heart. What he is more worried about is that because he wants to be the current emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, it will cause a rift within the Divine Moon Clan. He knows that most of the core members of the Guanghan Palace support him. If there are a few who don't support him, there will definitely be a conflict. If it is serious, a few core members of the Divine Moon Clan who don't support him might leave. Who would have an opinion? Bingxing slightly frowned, thought for a while and gently shook her head. I'm not too sure, I'll have to ask Fengyu about this. In short, our original sisters of the Guanghan Palace will not oppose you. It all depends on the Divine Moon Clan. If Yu Xiangyun is not here, Fengyu, as a king, has a lot of authority. Furthermore, she understands the Divine Moon Clan very well. Then contact Fengyu. Qin said, can you contact her directly? Sure. Bingxing closed her eyes, a crescent moon appeared on her forehead. She is contacting Fengyu. Let's go to my room first. Bingxing contacted Fengyu and brought Qin to her room. Qin has a very deep memory of the Guanghan Palace. Because when he was immortal King Fu Yun, he spent a period of time here with Yang Shiyue, Xiao Yuelan, and Xiao Yuemei. Back then, Bingxing was also a female expert of the Guanghan Palace. At this moment, she held Qin's hand and walked through the corridors of the Guanghan Palace. She recalled many past events. After so many years, they are once again holding hands and strolling through the Guanghan Palace. She sighed endlessly. Bingxing's residence is very large, it has a very spacious hall. In the middle of the hall, there is an ice pool emitting cold air. The tables, chairs, and walls are all emitting white light. It is not cold at all. On the contrary, it feels very cool. Let's go to my room. Bingxing said, it might be a little cold here. Sister Bingxing, I remember that your living room was also like this. Qin said with a smile, you're still the same. Bingxing brought Qin into her room. The room is also the same style, ice walls, and ice bed, but it is not cold. Sister Bingxing, your room is also the same. Qin feels that it is very familiar. Bingxing sat on the bed and asked, Xiao Yun, how's the situation at the pawnshop? I have complete control. Qin said, the pawnshop is refined from the Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. There is a passageway that is connected to the Ancient Desolation. The pawnshop is trading with the Ancient Desolation. How much help did this pawnshop give you? Bingxing is also concerned about Qin. It's a great help. The main thing is to see how many things the pawnshop can take back. At that time I will be able to discuss business with the Ancient Desolate and have them send over some rare treasures from the Ancient Desolate. As Qin spoke, he took out the talisman crystals. Then, he talked about the power of the talisman crystals. After Bingxing heard this, she is also amazed. After all, this is something that can store a very powerful divine technique. A faint crescent moon mark suddenly appeared on Bingxing's forehead. She said in a low voice, Fengyu is here. She's in the hall. She immediately got up and opened the door to let Fengyu in to talk. Fengyu was one of the 5 great nobles of the Divine Moon Clan. Furthermore, she was a very powerful woman. In the Divine Moon Clan, she only wore a red phoenix robe, causing Qin to suddenly not recognize her. When Qin saw her in the past, she was wearing a fiery red battle armor, looking very domineering and awe-inspiring. Now, Feng Yu is wearing a fiery red phoenix robe and a phoenix hair ornament on her head. Her entire person looks bright and beautiful. She has a dignified and noble temperament, and at the same time, she did not lose her original might. Sister Bingxing, so you were the one who hid the palace king. Many little sisters are looking for him everywhere. After Feng Yu came in, she smiled and winked at Qin Yun with her charming phoenix eyes. Bingxing lightly snorted and said, "Our Divine Moon Clan sisters are really something. Have they never seen a man before? Just now, a few naughty girls from the palace ran into my hall." Feng Yu said with a smile, "It's not that I haven't seen a man before. It's just that I've never seen a man like the palace king. If Sister Bingxing hadn't called me here, I wouldn't have known that he was hiding here. I'm also looking for him everywhere. Wind Moon King, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you." Qin Yun said with a smile. "Could it be that my appearance is so mediocre that the palace king can't even remember me? Actually, it's no wonder. After all, the palace king is always surrounded by beauties." Feng Yu said with a smile and walked towards Qin Yun. Bingxing's room is rather large and there is a table. Qin Yun sat on a chair beside her, crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Please sit. I've never seen a Wind Moon King without battle armor, so I almost couldn't recognize you." After Feng Yu sat down, a pair of beautiful and dazzling jade legs boldly appeared from under her fiery red phoenix robe. She even slightly raised her legs, her posture is very alluring. Bingxing never expected that this king would have such a good relationship with Qin Yun. "Palace king, what wind blew you here? Why didn't you say hello before you came? So that I could go out and welcome you." Feng Yu looked at Bingxing and pouted coquettishly, "Sister Bingxing, I really couldn't tell. You are usually ice cold, I didn't expect you to have such charm, you have long since conquered our palace king." Bingxing lightly rolled her eyes at her and said with a low groan, "Feng Yu, Xiao Yun and I have known each other for a long time. Is our sister Bingxing jealous?" Feng Yu very happily smiled and said, "Wait for Yuan to come back, I'll let her bully you." Bingxing said with a threatening expression, "It's fine, before she comes back, I'll bully her man." Feng Yu looked at Qin Yun like a tiger looking at a sheep. Bingxing faintly smiled, "Up to you. The consequences of bullying Xiao Yun are very serious. He's not easy to bully." Feng Yu pursed her lips and lightly smiled. She used her jade-like feet to lightly kick Qin Yun's leg and said with a stern expression, "Palace king, where is my sister Xiang Yun? As far as I know, she should have been with you at that time. She killed Great Emperor Qing Qing's body and you killed Heaven's Emperor Venerable's body, why didn't she come back?" "She went to Moon Heart." Qin Yun said, "She and Sister Kiru are going to inherit Heaven's divine moon. This process is rather complicated and difficult, so it will take some time." Feng Yu nodded. "She also followed you Xiang Yun and Bingxing to Heaven's divine moon. She is currently in the Bright Moon Sect Palace." At this moment, Qin Yun also took out the silver dagger, "It is Yu Xiang Yun's divine moon heavenly spirit." Seeing this dagger, Feng Yu's expression changed. "This is her divine moon heavenly spirit, why did she give it to you?" Feng Yu said solemnly, "Did something happen to her?" Qin Yun said with a bitter smile, "Don't worry, nothing happened to her. This is the keepsake she gave me. She told me to bring it to Divine Moon Heaven City and be the acting clan emperor for a period of time." Feng Yu's beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly widened. Her sexy mouth opened and closed, looking very shocked. Then, she looked at Bingxing's sister Xiang Yun wants him to be our clan emperor. "Feng Yu, what do you think? Will the sisters of Divine Moon Clan approve of him?" Bingxing asked. Interesting. After Feng Yu recovered from her shock, she squinted her eyes and laughed tenderly, "Too interesting. A man wants to be our Divine Moon Clan's clan emperor, Sister Xiang Yun really knows how to play." Bingxing walked over and pinched Feng Yu's thigh. She said with a frown, "Feng Yu, I'm serious. Xiao Yun is worried that some sisters will object, so he doesn't dare to announce it." "That's very good. Our current Divine Moon Clan emperor is a man, isn't that very interesting?" Feng Yu smiled and said, "And it's even Yuelan's man." When Qin Yun heard Feng Yu mention Xiao Yuelan, he had a bad premonition. "Feng Yu, will there be any core members of the Divine Moon Clan who oppose me? Make a list and we'll go talk to them alone." After everything is settled, we'll announce it to the entire clan. Qin Yun said. Well, they won't oppose it. But there will definitely be some opinions. It is indeed necessary for you to communicate with them in advance. Feng Yu nodded and said. Then who are there? Are there many? Bing Xing asked. Anyway, none of the original sisters of our Guanghan palace will object. As for the 10 dukes, none of them have any objections, I can guarantee that. 5 dukes, other than me, of the other 4 dukes, only the Watermoon Duke is in the city. Feng Yu said, let's go find Watermoon first. After talking to her, we'll go find the 5 Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters. 3 of the Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters were Yu Huaxue, Yu Wulan, and Xiaoxian Qin. Qin Yan knew all of them. Is the Watermoon Duke easy to communicate with? Qin Yan asked. Not bad. Feng Yu smiled and said, it's just that her temper is a bit strange. If you can deal with her, then the other 3 dukes who have gone out will basically not have any objections. Bing Xing said, I heard that the Watermoon Duke has the highest prestige among the 5 dukes. Even the 5 Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters listen to her very much. Feng Yu nodded and said, yes. Although I have mingled with my sisters in the clan. However, Shui Yu's prestige is much higher than mine because she is truly very strong. Your Divine Moon clan is truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. I've never heard of such a powerful person. Qin Yan exclaimed. No matter how strong she is, she's not as strong as you. If it weren't for you saving us last time, so many of us sisters would have become sacrifices. Feng Yu smiled and said, that's why, Palace King, don't worry. We all know how to repay kindness. There's no problem with you being the Palace King. Sister Shangyun's decision is very good. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, I don't want to be, but it's not good for me to reject her. I can only brace myself and do it. Feng Yu scolded with a smile, Palace King, isn't it good to be the Divine Moon Clan's emperor? You make it sound like you're going deep into a tiger's den. Qin Yan laughed dryly. He really felt that it was about right. Shui Yu was in the Guanghan Palace and Bing Xing did not have much contact with her. Although they had met and talked, they did not have a deep understanding of each other. This was because Shui Yu was the kind of person who did not have a deep relationship with others. Furthermore, she liked to be alone and quiet. She did not have an ice-cold personality. It could only be said that she was a very strange woman. When Qin Yan learned that Watermoon Duke disliked men, he did not think much of it. Because previously, Yu Shangyun also seemed to dislike men. Shui Yu's residence was located in a rather cold and gloomy place in the Guanghan Palace. As they walked through the passage, they felt an inexplicable coldness. At the end of the passage was a door formed by a curtain of water. The falling water brought with it a cold white light, it looked extremely beautiful. Sister Shui Yu, is it convenient for us to go in now? Feng Yu asked, there's something very important to discuss. There's a man? An ethereal and gentle voice sounded. From the voice, Shui Yu did not seem like the kind of icy beauty who kept people at arm's length. Bing Xing's voice was that kind of slightly cold. Watermoon Duke's voice was not only not cold, it was also very gentle and beautiful. He's the Nine Yang Palace King. You don't mind if he comes in with us, right? Feng Yu said. Then please wait, I want to put on my clothes. Shui Yu's voice was as gentle as before. There was no sign of disgust. Feng Yu smiled and said, Sister Shui Yu, you're still the same. Do you always wear no clothes? Why should I wear clothes? Aren't people born without any clothes? Shui Yu said faintly. Feng Yu nudged Qin Yan with her elbow and said with a smile, Palace King, then answer Sister Shui Yu, why do people need to wear clothes? The human body is very fragile. In the beginning, it was to keep warm and resist the cold. Later on, clothes can also have a very strong defense and resist all kinds of attacks. Furthermore, clothes also have a decorative effect. When wearing different clothes, a person's temperament will also be very different. Yun said seriously, if I'm alone, it doesn't matter if I wear it or not. My body is very strong, I don't need clothes to protect me. My body is very beautiful, I don't need clothes to decorate me. Shui Yu's leisurely voice sounded, I don't like to wear clothes, but when I interact with men, I can't not wear clothes. Therefore, I don't like to interact with men. Qin Yan also knew why Feng Yu said that Shui Yu's personality was somewhat strange. Qin Yan was experienced and knowledgeable. He had seen many strange people, so he did not think much of it. If I don't work close, I will be touched by Yuelan. Feng Yu said with a smile, Sister Shui Yu, has Yuelan ever come to your place? She has. This naughty wild girl has come to my place quite a few times. Shui Yu softly snorted. Now, her man is here. You can properly bully her man. Feng Yu chuckled. Shui Yu said gently, you can come in. Qin Yan did not dare to go in but Feng Yu pushed him in. She said with a smile, Palace King, don't be afraid. You are Yuelan's man, it's nothing to suffer a bit for her. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. You are looking for Yuelan, why are you looking for me? Qin Yan muttered in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud. After passing through the water screen door, Qin Yan seemed to arrive in a space created by water and mirrors. Beneath his feet was a mirror but there were faint ripples of water. When he stepped on the ground, the water rippled and splashed white flower shadows. When the flower phantom appeared, a faint floral fragrance wafted out. Shui Yu's residence only had one room. It was about 10 meters wide and circular, unlike Bingxing's residence which had a living room and a few rooms. Qin Yan looked up at the sky. A hazy moon hung in the sky. The moon looked like it was in water. This is a very fantastical and beautiful room. How fantastical! Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration. After he entered, his attention was attracted by the ground and the sky. Please sit. Shui Yu's voice came out and the ground seemed to suddenly burst out with a fountain. The fountain turned into a bench and then solidified. Even if he sat down, he would not get wet. Only now did Qin Yan notice the water moon duke. Shui Yu is a beauty. She is not the kind of beauty that is breathtakingly beautiful. When he first saw her, he only felt that she was beautiful but he could not tell what was beautiful about her. However, as he continued to look, he felt that she was becoming more and more beautiful. Whether it is her temperament or her facial features, it is as if they are in harmony with each other, giving people a very natural feeling. Her beautiful jet black hair is not tied up. She is wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Her long hair is naturally hanging down, draping over her shoulders and a small part of it is hanging down in front of her chest. Her pair of jade-like feet are delicate and exquisite. She stepped on the clean water mirror and slowly walked towards Qin Yan. Her face has a gentle and natural smile. At this moment, it is as if she has fused with the mirrored scenery. She is naturally beautiful and gentle, it is very pleasing to the eye. Palace King, thank you very much for helping our Divine Moon clan several times. Shui Yu walked in front of Qin Yan and bowed slightly. She said with a gentle smile, you don't have to be nervous. I won't bully you. Qin Yan is indeed somewhat nervous. Because on the way here, he heard that Shui Yu is not easy to deal with. However, from the looks of it, it is completely different from what Feng Yu described. Sister Shui Yu, don't you dislike men? Feng Yu said in a low voice, that's why I told the Palace King to pay more attention to you on the way here. Feng Yu. Did you say that I am very fierce in front of the Palace King? Shui Yu said with a light smile. Then, she held Bingxing's hand and pulled her to sit down. Bingxing heaved a sigh of relief. She was indeed somewhat worried that Shui Yu would not be easy to deal with. No, absolutely not. Feng Yu said with a smile, Sister Shui Yu, since you are so easy to talk to, this matter will be much easier. Shui Yu also gracefully sat down and asked, you said earlier that you have something important to discuss? What is it? Could it be that something happened to Sister Xiangyun? Not long ago, Little Phoenix told me about Sister Xiangyun joining hands with the Palace King to fight against the Heavenly Sovereigns and the Great Emperor of Sorrow in the Divine Moon Land. Yu Xiangyun is not in the Divine Moon Heaven City. All the women of the Divine Moon Clan can sense it. Although Shui Yu rarely comes into contact with the outside world, Little Phoenix often comes here and tells her about the outside world. Therefore, Shui Yu also knows about the matter of Qin Yan destroying the body of the Heavenly Sovereigns. Bingxing touched Qin Yan's hand. Qin Yan immediately took out the silver dagger given to him by Yu Xiangyun. Sister Xiangyun wants me to temporarily be the acting clan emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Qin Yan said, Miss Shuiyu, do you have any other opinions? Shuiyu looked at the silver dagger in Qin Yan's hand. She naturally knew that this is Yu Shangyun's divine moon heavenly soul. She frowned slightly and did not reply. She seemed to be thinking about something. While she was pondering, Qin Yan, Bing Xing and Feng Yu did not speak. Furthermore, they looked at each other from time to time. Since it's Sister Shangyun's decision, I have no objections. After a moment, Shuiyu said with a faint smile on her face. Sister Shuiyu, do you think any of the core members of the Divine Moon clan would object? Feng Yu asked. Shuiyu gently shook her head, you guys are overthinking it. Sister Shangyun has paid a lot for the Divine Moon clan and even made great sacrifices to save our Divine Moon clan many times. The decisions she makes are naturally beneficial to the Divine Moon clan and will definitely not harm the Divine Moon clan. It's not that I'm overthinking it, it's the Palace King who's overthinking it. He's afraid that some of us would have objections and cause a conflict. Feng Yu said with a smile. Palace King, our Divine Moon clan has always been very united. If there's anything, we can discuss it properly. You don't have to worry about internal conflicts. Shuiyu smiled sweetly at Qin Yan. Then can we announce it to the entire city? Bing Xing asked. Sure. You guys go make the arrangements. I want to have a good talk with the Palace King. There are some clan secrets that he wants to know. Shuiyu stood up and said to Bing Xing and Feng Yu. Sister Shuiyu, you're sending us away? It can't be that you want to bully the Palace King, right? Feng Yu said worriedly. Shuiyu could not help but gently laugh, he is the Nine-Yang Palace King, how can I bully him? Feng Yu, let's go. Bing Xing pulled Feng Yu and walked out. After Bing Xing and Feng Yu left, Qin Yan became nervous again because he could not see through Shuiyu. Palace King, sit down. When Shuiyu saw Qin Yan stand up, her watery eyes flickered with an extraordinary splendor. Within her smile, a hint of craftiness flashed. Qin Yan immediately realized that this woman was definitely not simple. He could only calmly sit down and say, Miss Shuiyu, just call me Shuiyu. Shuiyu's posture was elegant. She flicked her long hair and slightly tilted her head. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a very strong penetrating power as she stared at Qin Yan. Shuiyu, even if I become your clan's emperor, I will still be a hands-off shopkeeper. Everything in the Divine Moon clan will continue as usual. When the Divine Moon clan faces a crisis, I will do my best to help you. Qin Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at like this. How many times have you slept with Sister Shangyun? Shuiyu asked. Her voice was still as gentle as ever and she even had a faint smile on her face. Qin Yan's heart could not help but skip a beat. Fortunately, he had faced this kind of questioning many times. He immediately pretended to be puzzled and asked, What? How many times have you slept with? Sister Shangyun helped you cultivate the 10th Tao image, so she must cultivate the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. Shuiyu said with a faint smile. Originally, it was indeed like this, but after discussing it with me, she unexpectedly and coincidentally helped me cultivate it. There is no need to cultivate the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan replied indifferently. Don't lie to me. If you are not the man that Sister Shangyun approves of, her Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit would not be able to stay in your hands. Do you know? This is her most important lifeline. If she dies, she can be reborn through the Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. Shuiyu said. The Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit was placed with me because Sister Shangyun trusts me. Qin Yan explained. Sister Shangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit is different from us other sisters. Her Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit only recognizes women. Now that it recognizes you, it's because you have already obtained her body and mind. Shuiyu smiled lightly and said, Palace King, you don't need to continue lying to me. I know that Sister Shangyun forbids you to admit it, I know her. Qin Yan also understood why Shuiyu would ponder for so long when she saw the Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. It turned out that she was very clear about this matter. Qin Yan laughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He asked, Shuiyu, what secret does the Divine Moon clan have that I must know? I'm considering whether or not I should tell you. Shuiyu smiled. How could I be scared? Qin Yan spread his hands and said with a smile, if it's really a secret, it's best not to tell me. It's not a good thing to know too many secrets. Shui Yu suddenly said sternly, you are already our Divine Moon Clan's emperor. Even if it's a substitute, you must still do your duty. Qin Yan nodded and said, of course, I will definitely do my duty. Very good, as the clan emperor, your first duty is to help create humans. You should know how our Divine Moon Clan's women are born, right? Shui Yu asked. This is created. Qin Yan nodded and said, is this process difficult? I can learn it. Shui Yu giggled and said, I won't tease you anymore. You can't create humans, you have to create women. Qin Yan scratched his head and heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, oh right, I remember that there are some old grannies in the Divine Moon Clan. Where did they go? Don't I need their consent to become the clan emperor? They were invited to the Ancient Desolate by Muyu. They will live in the Ancient Desolate in the future. Shui Yu sighed softly, in the future, the Divine Moon Clan will be filled with us young people. We will have to rely on ourselves. Back then, after the old divine position gods passed down their divine position, most of them went to the Ancient Desolate. Qin Yan suspected that someone from the Ancient Desolate was contacting them and asking them to go to the Ancient Desolate. Qin Yan did not know what kind of environment it was in the Ancient Desolate. He only knew that it should be pretty good. Otherwise, no one would be willing to go there. Clan Emperor, the matter of creating humans is currently handled by us kings and dukes. You don't have to worry about this matter. Shui Yu said, there are many matters within the clan that you don't need to personally worry about. We will take care of them. As for you, you only need to do your best. You just need to put in the effort. This is very suitable for me. Qin Yan said with a smile, I am the palace king of the Nine Yan Divine Palace and the big boss of the pawn shop. However, I leave everything to them. Shui Yu smiled lightly. Then can you tell me now, how many times have you slept with Sister Xianxia? This? I have never slept with her. Qin Yan still refused to admit it. Seeing that you're tight-lipped and listen to Sister Xianxia, I'll let you go. Shui Yu laughed tenderly, otherwise, don't think about leaving this place so easily. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Fengyue said that you are a strange woman, but I don't think you are strange at all. You were so mischievous, and you even said that you hated men and liked to be alone. It's mainly because I've lived for too long. Every day is like this, so no matter what I do, I always find it boring, but now, our Divine Moon Race's clan emperor is a man. I suddenly feel that life is not so boring and dry. Shui Yu's eyes sparkled, as if she had seen something fun. It was also at this time that Bing Xing contacted Qin Yan through the sound transmission Divine Pearl. She asked him to go to the main hall of the Guanhan Palace and officially take over as the clan empress. She also said that many women are waiting for him there. I already said that we can just inform them. Why do we have to gather them together and make an official announcement? Qin Yan was a little nervous as he shook his head and sighed. Don't be afraid. Come, I'll go with you. After Shui Yu got up, her delicate body slightly floated. Although the tip of her feet is pointing down, she did not touch the ground. It is as if she is stepping on water and sliding on the ground. Qin Yan can only follow Shui Yu and leave her fantastical room. They are heading towards the spacious main hall. When he entered the Guanhan Palace, Qin Yan looked at the clan emperor's seat in the main hall. Now he is finally going to sit on it. Shui Yu walked in front. Seeing someone come out from the side door of the clan emperor's seat, many women's tender cries came out from inside the hall. Since Shui Yu personally came out, it is clear that this new clan emperor has obtained Shui Yu's approval. Qin Yan followed behind Shui Yu and came out rather late. When he came out, he immediately saw countless beautiful eyes looking at him from below. Among them, there is no lack of women he is very familiar with, such as Little Phoenix, Shui Weiwei, Gu Qiufei, Nangong Shuiru, Tian Roling, Long Qiaofeng, and others. Xiao Xianqin, Yu Wulan and Yu Huaxue, these divine moon heavenly daughters also arrived. Qin Yan also saw many faces he has not seen for a long time, especially Lu Jingmeng and Qi Meian, these two very pure and pleasant little sisters. They are waving at him with sweet smile. Xian Rujing is together with her clone Xian Lingxue. Feng Honglan, Yu Shutian, Meng Feiling, and others are also beside her. Jian Linglong is an inscription master, her position is very high, she is standing at the very front. Lan Fengjin and Meng Feiling are behind her. These two charming and extraordinarily beautiful women are constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Qin Yun. Yi Yaoxue, Yuan Yenying and Lan Suyao are whistling from behind. Qin Yun is also feeling very emotional in his heart. Most of the beauties he met over the years are here. Even if they did not come, they went out to do some business and entered the Guanghan Palace. There are already several thousand women gathered inside the main hall. Previously, the All-Heaven's Venerable Emperor had said that as long as he took down the Divine Moon clan, his harem would have 5,000 beauties. He even said that he would give 2,000 to his subordinates. This disgusted the women of the Divine Moon clan. "Greetings, Clan Emperor." All the women in the main hall shouted in unison and then knelt down on one knee. This caused Qin Yun to jump in fright. He promptly yelled, "Quickly get up, there is no need for this kind of etiquette. Big brother Clan Emperor, can you stay in Divine Moon Heavenly City in the future? You can always be our Clan Emperor and return to Ninyang Divine Palace from time to time." A woman said with charming smile. "Our place is very good, we have so many sisters to serve you." The one who spoke is the charming woman Qin Yun met when he entered the city. "I am only acting Clan Emperor, wait for your sister Shan Yun to return, this position will still be hers." Qin Yun dryly laughed. "Sister Shan Yun is a female Clan Emperor and you are a male Clan Emperor, there is no conflict," a woman yelled from behind. Many women also repeatedly expressed their approval. Qin Yun is truly speechless, he did not expect that he would be so popular. He began to feel that Xian Rujing and the others did not speak ill of him, otherwise he would not be so popular. Qin Yun glanced around and saw Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian, this pair of beautiful mother and daughter are here. He recalled that their Gemini heavenly rune is very important, so he must find time to chat with them. Then he looked at Long Tianji, she is together with Long Yuqing and Long Qiaofeng. Qin Yun wants to let Long Tianji return to Nine Sun Divine Soul because she can take out many small dragons and make them help her smoke cigarettes. If Sister Shan Yun doesn't come back during this period of time, we will have to save up on Sacred Tao Divine Pills, a woman said. It doesn't matter, we don't need Sacred Tao Divine Pills to cultivate Sacred Tao image. I have some Sacred Tao Divine Pills, I can refine them. Qin Yun suddenly said. Is that so? This is Sister Shan Yun's unique skill. Apart from Sister Shan Yun, no one else can refine them. Shueiyue said in amazement. Only Feng Yu knows. That Qin Yun can truly refine Sacred Tao Divine Pills, moreover they are even better than Yu Shan Yun's. Qin Yun said with smile, I learned it. It is not a matter of learning or not, I need Sister Shan Yun's ability to refine it. Nangong Shuiru is very doubtful as she said, I learned from Sister Shan Yun before but I couldn't master it. Shuiru, I can teach you. Qin Yun said with smile, my method is very reliable, I guarantee that you will be able to learn it. Jian Ruyan laughed loudly and said, our new clan emperor is very awesome, the sword totem on my body is so strong, it was him who helped me carve it. If he said he can teach me, then he will definitely be able to learn it. This caused a group of sword-wielding women to feel very envious. They repeatedly shouted for Qin Yun to help them carve sword totems. If not for Bing Xing and Feng Yu holding down the fort, they would have already rushed up. Although I have become the acting clan emperor, Divine Moon Heaven City will still be the same. As for me, I will refine pills, make some talismans or even refine tools. As for carving runes, I will teach Sister Linglong and others how to do it. Qin Yun said. Jian Linglong, Lan Fengjin, Xiang Yalan, Shimen Shuqian and Yu Huaxue are all pretty good inscription masters. Letting them carve sword totems will not be a problem. I want Big Brother Clan Emperor to help me carve it, a woman delicately shouted. Xiao Qian, wait until I learn it, you will be the first to join hands with me. Jian Linglong said to that woman with mischievous smile. There's no time to lose, I will immediately teach Shuiru how to refine Sacred Tao Divine Pills. Qin Yun immediately stood up. He can no longer sit still, some women are truly too mischievous. Bing Xing also said, sisters, Clan Emperor also has many things to do. Heavenly sovereigns have not died and Heavenly Divine Nations and Heaven Creation Divine Palace will definitely strengthen their alliance to resist the Through Heaven Sword formation. Furthermore, Clan Emperor killed the law enforcement great senior who was in charge of the Heavenly Rules Tao tradition. Many law enforcement great senior will come to suppress him. You all also know that his cultivation is only sacred god realm. He needs to cultivate in seclusion and quickly become stronger. Only then can he suppress heavenly divine nations. Hearing Bingxing's words, the cheerful atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became solemn. Because they are very clear that Qin Yun's enemies are very strong. He indeed needs to cultivate. This also made them deeply worried. It doesn't matter, if we work hard together, we will definitely be able to exterminate all the enemies. Qin Yun indifferently smiled. Those heavenly sovereigns repeatedly flaunted their prowess in front of me before. Didn't they also get killed by me? They have nothing to be afraid of. We are relieved that Clan Emperor has this kind of strength. Then you should quickly go cultivate. If you need to speed up your cultivation, we are willing to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. Feng Yu charmingly smiled. First layer, second layer, third layer is fine. Speaking of cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the group of young sisters below immediately became restless. My cultivation is very special. I don't need to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yun finished speaking and immediately walked to the side. Bingxing and Nangong Shuiru also followed. There are many women who Qin Yun had good relations with before. They all wanted to chat with Qin Yun, but they know that it is not convenient now, so they did not follow. After Qin Yun left, Shueiyue said in low voice, since Clan Emperor is so busy, we shouldn't let him work hard. We will take care of the operation in a few days. Alright. But we still have to inform Clan Emperor, we can't not inform him. Feng Yu said. Fire Moon, Ice Moon, Thunder Moon and Wood Moon, the clan emperors of these 4 clans will bring people to discuss with us about cooperation. This is no small matter. Xiao Xianqin said, let's inform the clan emperor. At this time a bird suddenly flew into the main hall. It brought along weak spatial power. Xian Rujing and the others all know that Qin Yun has a lot of matters to deal with. The reason why Yu Shangyun made him the acting clan emperor is because she is not in Divine Moon clan. With Qin Yun here, she can feel a lot more at ease and also let the entire Divine Moon clan feel at ease. Moreover, there are some matters that the kings of Divine Moon clan might not be able to handle better than Qin Yun. Qin Yun is well informed and knows many secrets. He can combine all kinds of information to make an accurate judgment of the current situation. Coupled with his connections and ability, he would definitely be able to do better than those dukes. Mengshu and Flower Moon Marquis are together, you don't need to worry too much about her. They should also be rushing back soon. Feng Yu said. Then I will go find Clan Emperor and tell him about the meeting with the other Yu clan. Shui Yu finished speaking and left in a hurry. Shui Yu is really something, she is deliberately looking for an opportunity to get close to Clan Emperor. Feng Yu said with smile. That damned Heavenly Emperor, does he still not understand? He is not our clan emperor's match. Jian Ruyan cursed in low voice, he actually wants to continue taking revenge on our clan emperor. Everyone go cultivate. We can't let clan emperor feel too much pressure, we must also become stronger. Xiao Xianqin yelled at the women. She is one of the Divine Moon heavenly daughters, so her position is very high. After the women dispersed, they are still enthusiastically discussing the matter of their acting clan emperor. At the same time, Xiao Xianqin and the others also ordered that no one is allowed to spread the matter of Qin Yun becoming the acting clan emperor. Bingxing brought Qin Yun and Nangong Shuiru through the corridors of the Guanghan Palace. Very soon, they arrived at a large hall filled with wonderful fragrance. This hall is very simple, there are more than 10 wooden chairs, there are 2 doors on both sides of the wall in front of the hall. Is this Sister Shengyun's residence? I did not expect it to be so simple. Qin Yun said. Sister Shengyun's room, secret room, cultivation room, pill refining room are all here. Xiao Yun, you can stay here for the time being. Bingxing said. At this time, Shuiyu walked in and said with smile, Clan Emperor, if you are not used to Sister Shengyun's place, you can stay with me. My room is very big. This place is very good. Qin Yun said with smile. Shuiyu, aren't you not used to wearing clothes? If Xiaoyun goes to live with you, you won't be used to it. Bingxing also wants to take Qin Yun to live with her but she is too embarrassed to say it. I'm fine. Since I've acknowledged him as my clan's emperor, there's nothing wrong with not wearing clothes in front of him. As Shuiyu spoke, she was about to take off the simple long robe that she was wearing. Wait! Qin Yin immediately shouted, Shuiyu, I am now the clan emperor. I order all of you not to take off your clothes in front of me. Clan emperor, didn't you say that everything will be the same as before? It's our habit to undress. There was a faint smile in Shuiyu's eyes. Her robe had already slid down, revealing her beautiful shoulders. Qin Yin secretly cursed Feng Yu. She had previously said that Shuiyu was repulsed by men and had an eccentric personality. Now, from the looks of it, she really had an eccentric habit of not wearing clothes. On the contrary, it was as if she had never seen a man before. Qin Yin had a certain amount of experience in dealing with such a woman, so he did not say anything else and directly released Ling Yun-er. With a flash of multicolored light, Ling Yun-er with a fiery figure and charming long legs suddenly appeared. She flapped her pair of beautiful fairy wings and said with a grin, Hello big sister Shuiyu, I'm Qin Yun's fairy. You're so beautiful. Ling Yun-er immediately pounced over and hugged Shuiyu's body. Shuiyu was at a loss for what to do with the sudden appearance of this rogue fairy. She also saw the shadows of Yu Shaoling and Xiao Yuelan on Ling Yun'er's body. She immediately determined that this is a rogue fairy. What made her somewhat speechless is that Qin Yin clearly has a rogue fairy, but he himself is so upright. Alright, I won't mess around anymore. I have something important to say. Shuiyu was also tossed around by Ling Yun'er until her clothes were in disarray. Ling Yun'er had been taken advantage of by Shuiyu many times, but she didn't care. She loved to play with beauties the most. Qin Yin spread out his hands and said with a smile, Shuiyu, if you have something to say, quickly say it. I want to teach Shuiru alchemy. This can be considered a secret of our Divine Moon clan. It's related to the Mother Moon. After Shuiyu sat down, she swung her pair of beautiful jade legs. Although her legs are not particularly long, they are very beautiful and white. It caused Ling Yun'er to sit beside her and want to reach out and touch them several times. Mother Moon has several sons named Huiyu, Leiyu, Muyu, Bingyu, and Haoyue. As for Sister Xiangyun and I, as well as Huayu and a few other kings, we can all be considered Mother Moon's daughters. Shuiyu said. Bingyu is a man? I thought it was a woman. Bingxing said. She was originally a woman, but after the original Bingyu died, her ice moon heavenly spirit was inherited by her son. Shuiyu explained. Huiyu, Leiyu, Muyu, and Bingyu, are they coming? Qin Yin asked. These 4 clan emperors contacted us during this period of time and wanted to meet with us for a discussion. They told us that Mother Moon has completely left. Shuiyu sighed softly. In the end, Mother Moon still couldn't pass the hurdle of Shintianjun. Qin Yin immediately thought of something, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he continued listening to Shuiyu. Shuiyu continued, the location of the meeting has not been set. But the time is 5 days later. The location of the meeting is different. They said that they want to meet at the Divine Court Heavenly City where the Myriad Realms Divine Court is located. As for us, we want to meet outside the Heavenly Sword Formation. Did they say what they want to talk about when they meet? Qin Yin asked. They did. They said that after Mother Moon passed away, there is no one to inherit the Heavenly Divine Moon. They want to discuss this matter with us. They don't know that Sister Xiangyun is not here and we didn't tell them that you are the acting clan emperor. Shuiyu said. Tell them to meet outside the Heavenly Sword Formation. If they are not willing, then there is no need to talk. Qin Yin said. He is very clear about the thoughts of the 4 sons. But, this concerns the inheritance of the Heavenly Divine Moon. They said that they must let us go to the Divine Court Heavenly City to discuss. If we don't go, then we won't have a share in the Heavenly Divine Moon. Shuiyu sighed and said, we can't contact Sister Xiangyun. Qin Yin said with smile, Shuiyu, I am the clan emperor. In this matter, you should listen to me. Shuiyu looked at Qin Yin and asked, then clan emperor, can you tell us your thoughts? The inheritance of Heaven's Divine Moon requires Sister Kiru and Sister Xiangyun's Divine Moon Medallion. They also need to find the Divine Moon Core inside the Moon's core. Qin Yin said, therefore, those 4 children are not qualified to talk about the inheritance of the Divine Moon. this? Shuiyu is startled and looked at Bingxing. Bingxing also knows a bit about this matter. She nodded at Shuiyu. In addition, these 4 suns were originally inside the moon's heart. Mother Moon even divided them into 4 spaces inside the moon's heart. But later on, a portion of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's power intervened. It seems like these 4 guys didn't even fight and directly escaped from the moon's heart, then left behind the people of the 4 clans to suffer in the moon's heart and be tortured and killed by the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. After Qinyan let out a long sigh, he talked about his own experience in the moon's heart. He saved Xiaqiru, who was jointly sealed by the Law Enforcement Great Sovereign and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, as well as Fire Moon Azure Bull and others in the Fire Moon Heart domain. After knowing this matter, Shuiyu understood even more why Yu Shangyun handed over the position of Clan Emperor to Qinyan. As far as I know, after these 4 sons escaped from the moon's heart, they had dealings with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Maybe they have already submitted to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qinyan said. These damned bastards. Shuiyu is very angry. Fortunately Qinyan is here, otherwise they might have been tricked. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you want to go to the Divine Court's heavenly city. Qinyan faintly smiled. I am the Divine King of the Myriad Realms Divine Palace. It's just that I haven't reported to the Myriad Realms Divine Palace yet. In the Myriad Realms Divine Palace, many gods listened to Qinyan. Even the Divine Judge helped Qinyan. One must know that the Divine Judge asked Qinyan to help pass the god position several times. Most of the gods who were past the god position have already matured. Although Qinyan hasn't reported to the Myriad Realms Divine Palace, he is indeed the Divine King. Because he controls the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he can take back the god position at any time. Clan Emperor is still the most awesome. I won't dare to take off my clothes in front of you again. Shuiyu laughed and said. Shuiyu, inform all the core members of the Divine Moon clan about Moonheart. Tell them to be wary of those 4 guys. Don't treat them as your own people. Qinyan instructed. Yes, Clan Emperor. Shuiyu suddenly felt that Yu Shangyun making Qinyan the Clan Emperor was a very clear decision. Oh, that's right, Clan Emperor, that Myriad Heaven's venerable Emperor has been resurrected and has a new body. Shuiyu's expression became very solemn as she spoke about this matter. Bingxing, Nangong Shuiru, and Ling Yiner's expression also changed. However, Qinyan faintly smiled. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. After exchanging blows with him before, I roughly understood his strength. There is no need to be afraid of him. What we need to worry about are the 2 factions behind the Myriad Heaven's venerable emperors. One is the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the other is the law enforcement world that controls the heavenly law Tao Orthodoxy. We contacted Yu Tian. She said she would come back but she has not come back yet. Bingxing said. Shuiyu, send down the order, find out where the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is located. I want to pay a visit to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and bring back our Yu Tian. Qinyan said. Yes. Shuiyu promptly got up and said, I will do it immediately. Shuiyu didn't leave her room before, mainly because she felt that many things were too boring. But now it is different, with a male clan emperor here, she feels that it is very interesting. She is not the only one thinking this way, many women of the Divine Moon clan also think this way, so they are all very excited. Shuiru, you are in charge of planting medicinal plants, right? Qinyan said with smile. We have always been in charge. Xiaoyun, do you want us to help you plant something? Nangong Shuiru gently smiled. The Divine Universe Goldstone is very useful. Qinyan wants to use it to feed his Divine Sunday. Moreover, the Divine Universe Metal Stone contained a lot of energy. If this energy was used well, it would be very helpful in refining artifacts, planting herbs, and refining pills. The main reason why Qinyan sold the unfettered smoke was to compete with the Divine Kingdoms. This was because the Divine Kingdoms were the overlords of the unfettered smoke in the Divine Wilderness. This would allow them to obtain large amounts of Divine Universe Goldstones. If the All Heavens Divine Kingdoms grew stronger, they would pose a great threat. Next, Qinyan taught Nangong Shuiru how to refine Saint Dao Divine Pills. Actually, the most important thing is that Nangong Shuiru can duplicate the sacred Dao Divine Pill's energy. Qin Yan can duplicate them but Nangong Shuiru can't. However, Qin Yan has also thought of a method. He wants Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian to create Gemini Heavenly Rune and then have inscription masters cooperate with them. This way, they can use Gemini Heavenly Rune to duplicate the medicinal energy. As for the process of alchemy, it was still relatively difficult. Therefore, Qin Yan imparted some techniques to Nangong Shuiru. He also imparted some good tools to Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru learned from Qin Yan for half a day and has already mastered it. Now it will be up to pill masters to display their abilities. Shuiru, are the fruits of the Sun Divine Tree ripe? Qin Yan asked. Only 2 ripened. I already plucked them. Nangong Shuiru said. As she spoke, she took out 2 round fruits that emitted intense light and handed them to Qin Yan. After Qin Yan received it, he sensed a very miraculous fluctuation of divine power. I also don't know what use this fruit has. Nangong Shuiru lightly shook her head. I asked Sister Shangyun and the other nobles of the clan but none of them knew. It was Sister Yang who told me to ask you. Qin Yan looked at the 2 sun god fruits in his hands and said with a frown, even Sister Yang doesn't know? She is the 9 suns divine lady. He glanced at Bingxing. Bingxing shook her head and said, even though I'm the 9 sun goddess, I've never heard of the sun divine fruit. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, Xiao Yun, I have a way to know what use this sun god fruit has. Tell me. Qin Yan said. Feed one to Yang Yang, she'll definitely know. Ling Yun'er giggled and said, when this little girl sees this kind of fruit, she will definitely eat it. If you don't give it to her, she will definitely not say it. Qin Yan immediately released Yang Yang. This little girl had been sleeping inside the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. It seemed like she had already become the Divine Universe Purple Sun's sun soul. She is wearing purple-red clothes, her eyes are hazy and her hands are rubbing her eyes. Her appearance is extremely adorable. Nangong Shuiru can't help but caress her face. Bingxing also gently caressed her little face and asked softly, Yang Yang, there is fruit to eat. Do you know what use this fruit has? Fruit? The sleepy Yang Yang immediately woke up. She widened her eyes and immediately saw the extreme sun divine fruit in Qin Yan's hand. Big brother, quick, give it to me. Yang Yang shouted excitedly as he jumped. Her current appearance made people unable to restrain their laughter. Here. Qin Yan gave her a Yang Yang and then gently caressed her cute little face. After Yang Yang took it, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite. She enjoyed it very much. She smacked her lips and kept saying, it's delicious. Yang Yang, what is the use of this fruit? Qin Yan asked. I'm not too sure either. In short, after eating it, I can become stronger. If it was any other living being that ate it, they might be able to cultivate the Divine Sun Heavenly Soul. Yang Yang took another bite and said, with the Divine Sun Heavenly Soul, my soul will be even stronger. Qin Yan said in amazement, how strong can it be? I don't know, your cultivation is different from mine. Anyways, after eating it, I will become stronger even faster and evolve into 9th heaven vermilion bird. Yang Yang shook her head and said. Qin Yan believes that this extreme sun divine fruit might be helpful in cultivating heavenly spirit and heavenly soul. Therefore, he wants to put it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace and refine it into a pill. There are still some on the sun divine tree, there will be more in the future. Nangong Shuiru said. Sister Shuiru, when the time comes, remember to leave 2 for me. Yang Yang said sweetly. I know. Nangong Shuiru said with gentle smile. After Nangong Shuiru mastered the method to refine sacred Tao divine pills, she hastily left to find Kong Feiqing. And Qin Yan told Bingxing to find Jian Linglong. Jian Linglong is wearing a white inscription master robe. Her braid is hanging down in front of her chest. Her fair and beautiful goose-egg-shaped face has a trace of faint majesty. However, her eyes are very gentle and beautiful, flowing with gentle ripples. Jian Linglong is Qin Yan's old friend. Although her name is Linglong, her stature is very tall, she is as tall as Qin Yan. This caused her to look very dignified. Inscription Gate Sect Master, is our Inscription Gate still there? Jian Linglong said with smile. Of course it is. Did Yue confer you the title of an elder? Qin Yan laughed loudly and said. Xiao Yuemei conferred many titles to everyone in the inscription gate, he doesn't even remember them. Bingxing said, Hua Xue and Yalan didn't come? They are inscription masters, they should have come to learn. Indeed, there is also Sister Lan, she is my disciple, she actually didn't come. Qin Yan also did not see Lan Fengjin, that slightly tanned and charming wild black pearl. They all think that they can't learn. After all, carving runes on people's body is very difficult for them. They don't have confidence that they can successfully carve runes on their sister's body. Jian Linglong said with smile, let me do it, I am now the management inscription master of Divine Moon Clan. Sister Linglong is very responsible. Qin Yan said with smile. Those girls, they also want you to carve runes for those sword cultivator big sisters of Divine Moon Clan. Jian Linglong laughed and said, those naughty girls are deliberately causing trouble for our clan emperor. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, then I must properly teach them a lesson. What about Jingmeng? She is also an inscription master, moreover, she has totem inscription spirit. Qin Yan obtained totem inscription spirit from Lu Jingmeng. Recalling this matter, he sighed endlessly. She is together with little Malian. These two little girls are fiddling with something, they didn't tell us, they only said that they want to give us a pleasant surprise. Jian Linglong said. Qin Yan took out tools and began imparting the technique of carving runes. He has mastered many runes and they are all evolved by Momo, the magical fairy. Jian Linglong also has Gemini treasure mirror, so she learned very quickly. What caused Qin Yan to be somewhat surprised is that she has also mastered space runes. Moreover, it is very good. Of course, she can't learn space heavenly rune because it is very difficult. Even space god would need a very long time to master it. After being busy for more than half a day, Jian Linglong also grasped the main points that Qin Yan taught her. Before leaving, she did not forget to tease Qin Yan a few times. Nighttime, Qin Yan is soaking in a fragrant bath. This is originally the place where Yu Shengyun used to soak. Bingxing is also in the bath, she is leaning on Qin Yan's side. She finally has the opportunity to be alone with Qin Yan. Sister Bingxing, thank you for accompanying me. It's really good to have you by my side. Qin Yan hugged Bingxing's delicate body and kissed her face. I will leave tomorrow. Bingxing faintly sighed, she is also very reluctant to part. She leaned on Qin Yan's chest and tightly hugged him. Is it the goddess's mission? Qin Yan said with a frown, what are you going to do this time? The northern part of the Divine Desolate is not cold enough. It will affect the climate of the entire Divine Desolate and cause the divine power of the Divine Desolate to be unbalanced. It will easily cause all kinds of extreme disasters to erupt and it will also affect some natural formations. Bingxing's soft arms hooked around Qin Yan's neck. Her eyes flickered with gentle ripples as she looked at Qin Yan and said. Bingxing's charm is the most fatal. Because when she is aroused, this kind of soul-captivating charm will naturally appear. It is not usually seen. It is like a charming and beautiful flower that suddenly bloomed in a world of ice and snow. At this moment, the fragrance on her body even overshadowed the wonderful fragrance of Yu Shengyun in the bath. Qin Yan's entire soul was immediately intoxicated by this cold and beautiful yet incomparably charming flower. He could not help but kiss her beautiful red lips. The two of them forgot themselves and kissed passionately. Then they entered an incomparably intoxicated and sweet world of lovers. After a night, Qin Yan woke up from his bed. Bingxing is sitting at the dressing table and combing her long hair. Sister Bingxing, how long will you be gone this time? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. In any case, after it's done, I can rest. Furthermore, I can obtain the divine power bestowed by the divine sun and use it to increase my strength. Bingxing also did not want to leave but she had no choice but to leave. Are Big Sister Yang and the others doing these things? Qin Yan sighed. Yang Shiyu and the others are currently not here. Bingxing nodded and said, this is also a way for us to become stronger. Oh right, you must bring Yu Tian back. It's not good for her to continue staying in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I contacted her and asked her to come back but she refused. She said she had something important to do. Don't worry, I will bring her back. Qin Yan said, oh right, if you contact Yu Shi, remember to ask her to come back. N. Xiaoyun, you don't have to worry about us. Divine Sun wants us to do things and will also protect us. Bingxing said softly. I know. Qinyan got up and put on his clothes because he can already sense that Shuiyu is outside. He picked up Bingxing's clothes and helped her put them on. After Bingxing put on her clothes, she kissed Qinyan affectionately for a moment before walking out of the hall. Fengyu and Shuiyu are both in the hall. When they saw Qinyan and Bingxing come out of the room, their eyes showed slight shock, but it quickly disappeared. I'm going out for a while. I'll leave Xiaoyun to you guys. Bingxing warned. Don't worry, we will take good care of the clan emperor. Shuiyu chuckled and said, Bingxing, you have to take care of yourself outside. N. Bingxing smiled gently, then hugged Shuiyu and Fengyu before leaving. Fengyu and Shuiyu both know that Bingxing is the nine-sun goddess and has a mission as a goddess. Therefore, she has to go out for a period of time from time to time. After Bingxing left, Fengyu said, Huiyu, Bingyu, Leiyu, and Muyu are very stubborn and refuse to talk outside. Then we won't see them. I think they should be even more anxious to talk to us. Qinyan said with a smile, anyway, we won't lose anything if we don't see them. Just let us handle the heavenly creation divine palace. We now have many divine heaven lords, our overall strength is not weak. Shuiyu did not want Qinyan to overwork himself. Shuiyu, when Sister Xiangyun was here, I didn't see you guys being so diligent. You only know how to stay in your room all day. Fengyu giggled and said, when Sister Xiangyun comes back and knows how good you are to the clan emperor, I wonder how she will feel. Shuiyu curled her lips and said, the clan emperor wants to cultivate. Furthermore, he just became the clan emperor not long ago, so we naturally have to reduce his burden. Qinyan said with a smile, leave the matter of going to the heavenly creation divine palace to me. All of you can stay in Divine Moon Heavenly City at ease. You guys have more important things to do, that is to try your best to earn more divine cosmic golden stones. Ah? Clan Emperor, are you going to the Heavenly Creation Divine Palace by yourself? Shuiyu immediately stepped forward and pulled Qinyan's hand. She also wanted to go. In the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City, only you two kings are here. Of course you have to stay. Qinyan said with a smile. All right. Shuiyu thought about it and knew that Qinyan was doing this for their own good. You guys continue talking to those four. If they agree to meet outside the Heavenly Sword Formation, then call me along. Qinyan said, I want to see what kind of medicine they are selling in their gourd. Fengyu said, Clan Emperor, the strength of the Heavenly Creation Divine Palace is not weak. Are you really going by yourself? Of course not, I will go to the Nine-Yan Divine Palace and call for a few helpers. Qinyan said. It was time for the big shots of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace who had just become Divine Heaven Lords to find an opportunity to go out and train. Fengyu and Shuiyu almost forgot that Qinyan is the Nine-Yan Palace King. When they thought that Qinyan would go to the Nine-Yan Divine Palace to call for help, they felt even more relieved. After Shuiyu and Fengyu left, Qinyan immediately started making the teleportation array. He has the spatial heavenly rune and many good quality transcending space divine stones. It is very fast to make a teleportation array. The teleportation array that Qinyan made is not very big. At most, it can teleport a few dozen people, which is enough for them to use. The teleportation formation was placed near the Nine-Yang Temple, and could absorb the energy of the Heavenly Sword Formation to operate. However, if one wanted to stabilize it, they would need some divine cosmic gold stones every time they teleported. This teleportation array only led to the Myriad Worlds Divine Court. Therefore, Qinyan made a trip to the Myriad Worlds Divine Court and got the spatial god to arrange a safe and reliable secret chamber in the Divine Court's heavenly city to place his teleportation array. In this way, if he wanted to go out in the future, he could use this teleportation formation to go to the Divine Court heavenly city first. The space god is very interested in Qinyan's teleportation formation, especially those runes. When he came into contact with Qinyan's teleportation formation, he jumped in fright. Little brother, where did you get these runes? Space god scolded with smile, you have such good runes yet you still want them from me. Old brother, this is a space heavenly rune. I fused many kinds of sun, moon and star runes with the space runes you gave me and created it. Qinyan said with smile, Without your space runes as foundation, I wouldn't have been able to create the space heavenly rune. Spatial heavenly pattern? Looks like I won't be able to learn this. After all, you are the one who created it. It definitely doesn't conform to my logic. Space God shook his head and said with smile. In his heart, he is extremely shocked. Qin Yun can actually create his own heavenly rune. The teleportation formation Qin Yun placed in the Divine Quartz Heavenly City is in the Space God's villa. It is very safe. There is a teleportation formation in the Divine Quartz Heavenly City that leads to the Heavenly Divine Moon, so it is very fast to go there. Qin Yun also made some sound transmission divine pearls. He gave one to the Space God and the nameless old man. This is much better than the communication talismans from before. The Space God gave Qin Yun a teleportation pearl before, but now it has been severely damaged and can no longer be used. This teleportation pearl cannot be used indefinitely, it has a lifespan limit. Qin Yun also plans to make some teleportation pearls. This is a very convenient thing. What made him feel somewhat helpless is that the transcending space divine stones are almost used up. In order to make that stable teleportation formation, he used up a lot of transcending space divine stones. The remaining transcending space divine stones in his hands are only enough to make one teleportation pearl. After Qin Yun came to the Divine Quartz Heavenly City to set up the teleportation formation, he immediately returned to the Divine Moon Heavenly City to make the teleportation pearl. Shuiyu and Fengyu also have the sound transmission divine pearls that Qin Yun gave them. If they have any problems in the future, they don't need to directly look for Qin Yun. When Qin Yun was making the teleportation pearl, he learned that Bingyu, Huiyu, Leiyu, and Muyu had all agreed to meet outside the Heavenly Sword formation. The time was set to be 3 days later. At that time, Shuiyu or Fengyu would go out with Qin Yun and meet with the four to talk. They don't need too many people because they don't know what the four's goal is. Qin Yun finally received news from Jiang Jiuchuan. Previously, he had asked Jiang Jiuchuan to set up a trap and lure Divine King Xianxia to a place with few people. It was not easy to catch an old fox like Divine King Xianxia when he was alone. Jiang Jiuchuan told Qin Yun that Divine King Xianxia had already fallen for the trap. Jiang Jiuchuan pretended to want to make a deal with Qin Yun, saying that Qin Yun wanted to use the Star Lord Inscription Spirit to exchange for the Transcending Space Divine Stone. This matter was set up by Jiang Jiuchuan and Jiang Daliang. Now Divine King Xianxia is going to personally snatch it. Star Lord Inscription Spirit is a very precious thing to inscription masters. Even if they have an inscription spirit, as long as there is an opportunity, they will do their best to obtain it. Qin Yun and Jiang Jiuchuan agreed to a place to pretend to trade. Moreover, Qin Yun asked Jiang Jiuchuan to confirm that the emperors will not bring people over. After making the teleportation pearl, Qin Yun is very satisfied. After all, this teleportation pearl is made from many materials and the condensed space divine power is also from the little queen ant. The little queen ant is a space Xian ant queen, it can bring Qin Yun great convenience. Especially when using the teleportation pearl, it can create a more stable teleportation channel. The space god's teleportation pearl can only record one teleportation point. Qin Yun's teleportation pearl can record 2 teleportation points. If there are enough materials, the density of the teleportation pearl will increase and the number of teleportation points will increase. 2 days passed by, Qin Yun gradually adapted to the Divine Moon Heavenly City. However, he still doesn't dare to run around, he usually hides in the Guanghan Palace. In the past few days, Nangong Shuiru has also refined Holy Dao Divine Pills. Although the quality is not very good, at least she can refine them. In the past 2 days, Qin Yun has met many old friends in the Guanghan Palace. Especially his sisters, for example, Qi Malian, Gu Qiufei and Lu Jingming. Shui Weiwei, Feng Honglan and the others discussed the matter of planting free and unfettered divine grass with Qin Yun. Qin Yun wants them to try and plant a large amount of free and unfettered divine grass. After all, this thing can be exchanged for many divine universe golden stones. At night, after the divine moon came out, Feng Yu and Shui Yu arrived at Qin Yun's room. Those guys, I don't know what kind of intentions they have for meeting me at night. Feng Yu said with low groan. Don't be afraid of them. Oh, that's right, who wants to go out with me? Qin Yun said. Let's go out together. Shuiyu said, anyway, we are just outside the heavenly sword formation, what kind of danger can there be? Then again, even if something happens to us, Xianxia and the other divine moon heavenly daughters will be able to take charge of the situation. Moreover, the other three dukes are going out. They are on their way back. Alright then, let's go out. Qin took out the transmission pearl and said, grab my arm, I will directly teleport out. You can directly teleport out like this? Is it that awesome? Fengyu said in amazement. Clan Emperor is truly awesome. Shuiyu promptly grabbed Qin's arm and said with charming smile, Clan Emperor, I feel that you are much more awesome than Sister Xiangyun. When Sister Xiangyun comes back, she can temporarily retire and you can be our clan emperor. Fengyu slapped Shuiyu's butt and said with smile, Shuiyu, if Sister Xiangyun knew, she would be angry. Fengyu also grabbed Qin's arm. Qin activated the transmission pearl and arrived outside the heavenly sword formation in a flash. Fengyu is already wearing her fiery red phoenix armor. Her long hair is tied into a ponytail, she is ready for battle. Shuiyu is wearing light blue soft armor but her hair is still disheveled. Qin is wearing ash-white clothes, a sky hat and a pair of heaven-treading divine boots. This equipment looks very ordinary but it is extremely dreadful, it can block all kinds of formidable heavenly thunder. They are on the east side of the heavenly sword formation. Fengyu said. That's not far from here. Qin is not afraid at all because this place is like his home. If he can't beat them, he can directly enter the heavenly sword formation. At night, the sword forest mountain desert, the desert and the huge sword mountains are dyed a faint silver under the heavenly divine moon. Especially the desert, it is like a soft silver beach. From time to time, a cool breeze would blow over. Moments later, Qin and the others saw a strong light flickering in front of them. Waves of powerful divine heaven lord aura surged from time to time. They're right there. It seems like they've been waiting for us for a long time. Fengyu said. There are at least 100 people over there. Furthermore, there are more than a dozen beasts the size of small hills. From time to time, the flashing multicolored light is emitted from the eyes of the giant beasts. The people beside the giant beasts are all wearing strange clothes. It can be seen that they are wearing 4 different styles of clothes. Those who are wearing white ice armor are from the Ice Moon Divine Clan. Their entire bodies are covered in fire, they are definitely from the Fire Moon Divine Clan. Their clothes are made of tree bark and green leaves. Without a doubt, they are from the Wood Moon Divine Clan. They look very shabby. The most powerful one is still the Thunder Moon Divine Clan. They are all wearing cloaks made of lightning and under their feet, it is as if they are trampling on lightning. Their auras are extremely strong. When the 4 moon clansmen saw someone approaching, they immediately became vigilant. Are you from the Divine Moon Clan? Someone shouted from the other side. I am Duke Feng. You. Fengyu said, I was the one who was in contact with you all the time. Where's your clan emperor? A middle-aged man from the Fire Moon Divine Clan shouted. Then where's your clan emperor? Fengyu also shouted. It's not convenient for our clan emperor to come. The middle-aged man sneered and said, didn't your clan emperor not appear either? Shuiyu sneered and said, our clan emperor is here but your clan emperor is not. Are you playing with us? Qin was somewhat speechless. He was actually thought to be a tomboy. He suddenly felt that he should learn from Yu Shangyun and wear black armor. There were not many people who had seen Yu Shangyun before and it was rumored that she was a great beauty. However, there were very few people who had seen Yu Shangyun. Only the women of the Divine Moon Heaven City had seen Yu Shangyun. This was mainly because whenever Yu Shangyun went out, she would always wrap herself up tightly. When Shuiyu heard the other party call Qin a tomboy, she almost laughed out loud but she held it in. Qin immediately took out a mask and put it on so that the other party wouldn't call him a tomboy again. This is our clan emperor. Our clan emperor is here but your clan emperor is not here yet. Are you guys that untrustworthy? Fengyu said. Rumor has it that the Divine Moon Clan's emperor is a peerless beauty but the clan emperor you speak of is unbearable to look at. Who knows if you are just randomly finding someone to fool us? The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon Divine race looked at Qin with a puzzled expression. Qin cursed in his heart, he was actually unbearable to look at. Previously, when he was in the Divine Moon Heaven City, those young ladies all called him a handsome guy, and in the eyes of these fellows, why was he unbearable to look at? Shuiyu secretly held Qin Yun's hand to comfort him. However, she held back her laughter and nearly suffered internal injuries. "Who are you calling unbearable to look at?" Qin Yun said angrily. "Damn, why is your clan emperor's voice even more manly than mine?" The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon Divine race jumped in fright and took a few steps back. Feng Yu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Our clan emperor is here. What do you want to talk about? Hurry up and talk." The people on the other side had faces full of suspicion. Because Qin Yun's voice just now sounded like a man's. "Is that person your clan emperor?" The middle-aged man asked again. "Let's get to the bottom of this first. Our clan emperor is not feeling well and has yet to recover from his injuries. That's why he's acting strangely." "Then how do you think we can prove that our clan emperor is real?" Shuiyu asked with a smile. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Very simple, the Divine Moon Clan Emperor can refine Saint Dao divine pills. If she can refine a Sage Dao Dan on the spot, then we will believe that this is true." An old man from the Thunder Moon Divine race nodded his head. "That's right, only the Divine Moon Emperor can refine a Sage Tao Dan, no one else can learn it, we know this." "Doesn't that mean that the refined Sage Dao Dan will be given to you to verify?" Feng Yu laughed coldly. "You guys plan to cheat us of a Sage Dao Dan. Do you know how precious a Sage Dao Dan is? I naturally know that the Sage Dao Dan is very expensive. If you guys can refine it, we are willing to use Divine Universe Golden Stone to buy it. The price is negotiable." The middle-aged man from Fire Moon Divine race said. A pill that could allow someone to quickly cultivate the saintly heavenly Dao image was naturally precious. It was said that after eating the Sage Dao God pill, there was a chance that the Divine Calamity Gate would appear when the Dao idol evolved into the Sage Heavenly Dao idol. This was why the Heavenly Dao statue was so precious, even if it was someone who had long passed the Saint God realm. Once they reached the Dao God realm or became a Shintian Lord, they would be able to cultivate the Sacred Tribulation Gate by eating the Saint Dao God pill. The Four Moon Clan, the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the divine nations of the heavens, they all knew very well that only Yu Shangyun could refine the Saint Dao God pill. Feng Yu and Shuiyu are very relieved because Qin Yun would definitely be able to refine it. They are just worried that it would take a lot of time. Because whether it was Yu Shangyun or Nangong Shuiru, when they went to refine the Saint Dao God pill, they consumed a lot of energy. Especially Yu Shangyun, every time she refined pills, she needed someone to take care of her. Refining a Saint Dao God pill is very difficult. Shuiyu coldly snorted and said, "Do you want me to refine it for you to see on the spot?" Qin Yun waved his hand and took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He opened the pill transformation heavenly furnace and indicated that there was nothing inside. At this time, from the Four Moon Clan's side, some elders walked over one after another. They carefully looked inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace and nodded repeatedly. These few elders all have a faint medicinal smell on their bodies. It can be seen that they are people who often deal with medicinal pills. They should be alchemists. The Four Moon Clan actually sent alchemists. Clan Emperor, don't fall for their trick. Refining a Saint Dao God pill consumes a lot of energy, people will take advantage of it. Feng Yu said in a low voice. Qin Yun slightly shook his head and did not say anything else. Instead, he took out a few bottles. He opened the bottles and drew out a few different colored medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid is like a ribbon as it was drawn into the pill transformation heavenly furnace by Qin Yun. Shuiyu and Feng Yu immediately looked at each other in dismay because when Yu Shangyun was refining the Saint Dao God pill, it was not like this. The people from the Four Moon Clan side all stretched their necks and watched with wide eyes. They even took out some tools to record the process of refining the pill. Of course Qin Yun is not afraid of them secretly learning, this is something they can't learn. The medicinal energy in those bottles were all copied by Qin Yun. Later on, when he was with Yu Shangyun, he obtained even more details about the Saint Dao God pill from her. As long as energy entered the pill transformation heavenly furnace, it would operate and refine everything inside into a pill. Of course, the premise was that he had to send enough energy to the pill transformation heavenly furnace from the outside. The amount of energy needed to refine sacred Tao divine pills was not much, especially for Qin Yun who had cultivated 9 sacred heavenly Tao images. It was a piece of cake. Originally, Qin Yun would have been able to refine the Saint Tao God pill very quickly, but in order to pretend that it was difficult, he deliberately used an hour. An hour later, Qin Yun opened the lid and a faint and wonderful fragrance wafted out. Of course, this was not the fragrance of Yu Shangyun's body. It was a fragrance that Qin Yun had added. In order to have the original fragrance of Yu Shangyun's body, he needed to add her fragrant blood. Although it did not have the wonderful fragrance of Yu Shangyun's body, the fragrance that Qin Yun had added was enough. According to the rumors, Yu Shangyun was a woman with a natural fragrance on her body. Therefore, the moment Qin Yun opened the pill furnace, the 4 Moon Clan members all took a deep breath. When Feng Yu and Shueiyue smelled the fragrance, they knew that it was not Yu Shangyun's body fragrance. However, they knew that Qin Yun could really refine Saint Tao God pills. However, they were still very puzzled because Qin Yun had done it too quickly and it did not look like he had expended any effort. Previously, when they accompanied Yu Shangyun to refine pills, they were very tired and worked very hard to refine a batch of pills. A pale white pill floated out of the pill furnace, releasing a very intense multicolored light. It looked like a resplendent pearl, shining with a fantastical and gorgeous light. Regardless of whether it was the pill fragrance or the visual effect, this pill was a peerless divine pill. It looked extremely good. This was all done on purpose by Qin Yun in order to fool the group of people in front of him. The Saint Tao God pill has been refined. How many divine universe gold stones are you willing to pay? Feng Yu asked. 500. The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon divine race hurriedly shouted. Qin Yun secretly transmitted his voice to Feng Yu and Shueiyue, telling them to provoke the leaders of the 4 Moon Clan and let them compete in the auction. He also told them how to provoke them. When Shueiyue and Feng Yu heard Qin Yun's voice transmission, they secretly gained a new understanding of this clan emperor. Originally, refining a Saint Tao God pill would take several days. However, in order to seize the time, our clan emperor used enough medicinal liquid and added a large amount of her blood essence to quickly condense the pill. Feng Yu said. Therefore, this pill is not an ordinary Saint Tao God pill. You should also be able to tell that this pill is extraordinary, right? Shueiyue sighed. Originally, this pill should not be given to you. However, in order to prove himself, the clan emperor can only sell it to you, guys. Feng Yu said, since all of the Moon Clan's clan emperors are the sons of the Mother Moon, then we can be considered allies. We will sell this pill to you cheaply. 1,000 divine universe gold stones, the highest bidder will get it. This was what Qin Yun had taught them. The people of the 4 Moon Clan had definitely never eaten a Saint Tao God pill before, so they naturally could not distinguish between good and bad Saint Tao God pills. They only knew that eating a Saint Tao God pill was useful, especially when it could raise a single Tao image. 2000. The voice of the middle-aged man from the Thunder Moon divine race was like thunder. 3000. The Fire Moon divine race was unwilling to be outdone. 5000. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race, who looked rather shabby, said indifferently. 6000. The Ice Moon divine race's side sneered. Feng Yu continued, this Saint Tao God pill is of extremely high quality. After eating it, you might be able to cultivate the sacred tribulation gate. You should all know that our Divine Moon Clan Saint Tao God pills are never sold outside. 10,000. When the middle-aged man from the Thunder Moon divine race heard that it was possible to cultivate the sacred tribulation gate, he roared again. Following that, the leaders of the 4 clans fought until their faces were flushed red as they continuously increased the price. In the end, the old man from the Wood Moon divine race took it for 130,000 divine universe gold stones. This amount of divine universe gold stones was an astronomical figure to Feng Yu and Shueiyue. They knew that there were a large number of divine universe gold stones on the divine moon, but they had no idea. 130,000 divine universe gold stones were the size of rice grains and were placed in a special storage box. I can't give this storage box to you, it's very expensive. The cost is extremely high. You are the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, you should be able to store these 130,000 divine universe gold stones, right? The old man said. Xianxia gently waved his hand, and the 130,000 divine universe gold stones in the box suddenly floated out. Like fireflies that filled the sky, they scattered in the air and formed a river of light that floated towards Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, all of the divine universe gold stones entered Xianxia's 9 yang divine spirit. This scene caused the 4 Moon Clan members to be dumbstruck. Because those 130,000 divine universe gold stones were extremely heavy. But now, with a casual wave of someone's hand, they gently floated up. This kind of power was simply unimaginably strong. Greetings, Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race hurriedly knelt down on one knee. At this moment, he had also obtained the Saint Dao God pill. Although he did not eat it, he could clearly feel the natural Dao aura contained within it. It was extremely mysterious. Greetings, Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. The others also knelt down on one knee. Because just now, they had all witnessed the power of the clan emperor in front of them. If those floating divine universe gold stones were to be controlled and smashed towards them, the destructive power would be extremely terrifying. Strength was king. The reason why this group of people were so respectful to the Divine Moon Emperor was because they saw Xianxia reveal a few moves earlier. The Saint Dao pill that the old man from the Wood Moon divine race bought was also appraised to be real. It was indeed of extremely high quality. Not to mention being able to refine Saint Dao pills, he could also easily control a large number of divine universe golden stones to float. There was also a very small storage magic treasure that could hold divine universe golden stones. Just based on these points, he was one of the best in the entire God Desolate Land. At this moment, the 4 Moon Clansmen suddenly felt that the emperors of the heavens clamoring to marry the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan were simply toads lusting after swan meat. What do you want? Speak quickly. Fengyu said again. Because it was these 4 Moon Clansmen who had invited them out to talk about this. The few of us want to have a private discussion with the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race said in a low voice. Soon after, the leaders of the Fire Moon divine race and the Thunder Moon divine race walked out. They were all middle-aged. The leaders of the Wood Moon divine race and the Thunder Moon divine race were old men. The leaders of the 4 clans all had solemn expressions. Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, the matter we want to discuss with you in secret is extremely important. Outsiders cannot be around. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race said in a deep voice, this matter is indeed of great importance and it concerns the safety of the Divine Moon Clan. Xianxia waved his hand and released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda became a pitch-black square building. It looked inconspicuous, so no one recognized it. Let's talk inside. Xianxia deliberately said in a hoarse voice. Although he gave the few leaders a strange feeling, they didn't say anything because they had all seen the power of the Divine Moon Clan's emperor just now. Fengyu and Shueiyue also followed them in, but they were on the first floor. Xianxia brought the 4 leaders to the second floor. Speak. Xianxia said. The 4 leaders were still worried. They took out some array flags and set up various enchantments to prevent news of them from leaking out. Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, to be honest, the emperors of our 4 clans won't come at all. The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon divine race said, we have already betrayed them. Why? Xianxia's voice was calm but he was secretly alarmed. Because of our clan. Emperor, they have all sided with the heaven-creating God Palace and the divine nations of the heavens, colluding with them. The middle-aged man from the Thunder Moon divine race said angrily. As for us, we will join the Myriad World's divine court. That's why we arranged to meet you at the divine court's heavenly city. That way, it'll be safer. The Wood Moon divine race's elder said. Xianxia nodded and asked in a hoarse voice, is that all you wanted to talk about? Of course not. The important matter we are talking about is something else. Out of the 5 kings of the God Moon clan, 2 of them are traitors. The old man from the Wood Moon God clan said in a low voice. Xianxia was alarmed but he did not believe it. He asked again, what evidence do you have? The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon God race shook his head. We have no evidence. We only know that the 2 spies were planted by Muyo. Moreover, these 2 traitors are in contact with the Heaven Creation Deity Palace and the Gods Nation. Some time ago, they even met with the 4 emperors of our clans. Which 2 kings? Qin Yan asked again. Even if he couldn't be sure if it was true or not, it was still good to be on guard. Dark Moon King and Blood Moon King. The old man from the Ice Moon divine race said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, even if we tell you, we have no evidence to prove it. But we are sure that the 2 of them are traitors and will definitely harm the God Moon clan. Why do you want to talk to me alone? Fengyu and Shueiyue are down there, can't you tell them? Qin Yan said again. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race shook his head. The 5 of them grew up together and are as close as sisters. They have never suspected each other. I'm afraid that they won't believe us and will attack us. Then what do your 4 clan emperors plan to do next? As far as I know, they escaped from the moon's heart without fighting. Qin Yan said. They indeed escaped without fighting. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't have escaped with them. But those bastards didn't even tell us and directly took us away from the moon's heart. Speaking of this matter, the old man from the Ice Moon divine race was very angry. My child is still in the moon's heart. The other 3 leaders are also filled with grief and anger. The 4 of them definitely want to fight with you, Emperor of the Divine Moon clan, to snatch the divine moon of the heavens. That's why they want to borrow the power of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the divine nations of the heavens. The middle-aged man from the Fire Moon divine race said. You guys go back first. If there's anything, contact me again. Qin Yan paused for a moment and said, when you want to find me, just take this talisman and go to the Divine Court City to find the nameless old man. Got it. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race seems to have a rather high status, so he handed the talisman over to him. Oh right, Emperor of the Divine Moon clan, regarding the matter of the traitor, it's best if you don't tell the other princes. The old man from the Wood Moon divine race said. Qin Yan only nodded, then walked down the first floor with them and sent them off. After the 4 Moon clan people left, Fengyu and Shueiyue immediately asked Qin Yan what they discussed in secret. They received news that the 4 Moon clan emperors want to join hands with the divine nations and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to fight for control of the divine moon. This is also within my expectations. Qin Yan sighed and said, no matter what, I will take a trip to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yan gave Fengyu and Shueiyue a portion of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. They will properly use it to benefit the entire Divine Moon clan. After returning to the Divine Moon Heavenly City, Qin Yan hastily returned to the Guanghan Palace. Then he took out the sound transmission Divine Pearl and contacted Bing Xing. Sister Bing Xing ran so far so quickly? Qin Yan cannot immediately contact Bing Xing. The main reason is because the distance is too far. Moreover, there might be something interfering with space in her current location. He thought for a bit and asked Little Phoenix to find Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue. It is highly possible that there is a traitor in the Divine Moon clan. Although Qin Yan doesn't believe it to be true, he would rather believe it to be true. This is also for the sake of safety. He cannot talk about this matter with the Divine Moon clan's women. Therefore, he can only find people he can trust in the Guanghan Palace. Moreover, they usually don't have much contact with the 2 princes. Xiao Xianqin and Yu Wulan are Qin Yan's most trusted people. Now they are Divine Moon heavenly daughters, they must have frequent contact with the 2 princes. Therefore, he cannot let them probe. Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue immediately rushed to Guanghan Palace's Fragrant Charm Pavilion. This is Yu Shangyun's residence, it is now Qin Yan's residence. Xian Rujing is often together with Xian Lingxue inside the Guanghan Palace. Xian Lingxue is her clone but she has her own personality. Xian Lingxue also knows about this matter, so she made them even closer. Yi Yaoxue is often together with Yu Shedian and others because they have been together for a very long time. Xian Rujing is wearing very skimpy clothes, she is wearing very short white muslin skirt, perfectly revealing her slender jade-like legs. Her upper body is simply wrapped around her chest, revealing her slender waist and navel. Yi Yaoxue is wearing white blue skin-tight clothes. After she arrived, she poked Xian Rujing's jade-like waist and scolded with smile, Sister Rujing, you know Xiao Yun is looking for you, you dress like this. Xian Rujing is ice and snow goddess, normally she is cold and arrogant, she is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Now she is wearing this kind of seductive attire, it can be said that it is very rare. In any case, this is Guanghan Palace, it doesn't matter if I don't wear it. Xian Rujing lightly smiled, arrived beside Qin Yun and directly leaned on his body. Her charming eyes flickered with tenderness as she said in delicate and soft voice, Xiao Yun, I missed you so much. Yi Yaoxue is not to be outdone, she arrived beside Qin Yun and also leaned on his body. She slept with Qin Yun not long ago and used her mysterious fusion heavenly rune to help Qin Yun stabilize the loose Tao image and mysterious divine veins in his body. I have important matter to discuss with you. Just as Qin Yun finished speaking, Yi Yaoxue kissed him, she is one step ahead of Xian Rujing. Qin Yun immediately let Ling Yuner come out, otherwise he won't be able to deal with Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue. After Ling Yuner, this long-legged immoral fairy came out, Qin Yun somewhat regretted it, this fairy is simply causing trouble. When Xian Rujing saw Qin Yun release his snow fairies, she also released her 2 snow fairies. Qin Yun suddenly recalled that he has urgent matter to discuss with Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing. He said, I already said I have important matter to discuss with you. Look at how you are tormenting me, I almost forgot about the important matter. Yi Yaoxue mumbled, I also want to cultivate fairy. Sister Rujing, you let out 2 snow fairies, this is too much. Alright, I will teach you cultivation. Xian Rujing chuckled and said. How much do you know about Dark Moon Marquis and Blood Moon Marquis? Qin Yun asked. Dark Moon Marquis. I feel that she speaks very little. I have very little contact with them, I also don't know much about them. Yi Yaoxue slightly frowned and shook her head. I have met with Blood Moon Marquis, they are very beautiful but just so. Xiao Yun, what about them? Xian Rujing asked. Qin Yun waved his hand and said, I suspect that they are traitors, it is just a suspicion, nothing more. I cannot tell this matter to the women of Divine Moon Clan. You are people I trust very much, I can only speak with you. Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing's expression became startled, they looked at each other and their expression gradually became grave. Because they also trust Qin Yun very much, they know that Qin Yun has this kind of suspicion, they need to be careful. Leave it to us. We will secretly watch them. Xian Rujing said. Xiao Yun, you can rest assured. You are the current emperor of Divine Moon Clan, we will surely support you. Yi Yaoxue said. After returning from the meeting with the 4U clansmen, Qin Yun became paranoid. Xiao Yun, where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Who planted them? Xian Rujing asked. Dark Moon and Blood Moon King, they are Divine Moon Clan senior figures. They grew up together, they are like sisters, moreover they were born from Mother Moon. Yi Yaoxue is also very suspicious and said, Xiao Yun, aren't you being too suspicious? Qin Yun shook his head, he did not say how he knows, he only said, I am somewhat suspicious, that is why I want you to pay attention to them. Remember, this matter must not be spread out. Because if it is spread, it will create a big conflict, otherwise, there will be a huge conflict. We know. Xian Rujing said. The 4 Moon clansmen had said that it was the Mother Moon who planted the Dark Moon and the Blood Moon. On this point, Qin Yun could not figure it out. Because it is impossible for Mother Moon to harm the entire Divine Moon Clan. Could it be that after she died, she was unable to control those 2 traitors, or did she have some disloyalty towards Divine Moon Clan before she died? Qin Yun only knows that Mother Moon compromised with law enforcement realm and did not want Divine Moon Clan to help Qin Yun fight against Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy and Divine Nations. Qin Yun can clearly sense this point, Mother Moon's thoughts are very complicated. Moreover, on the verge of death, Qin Yun would not find it strange if she did something. Because of this, he is half believing and half doubting the traitors. I want to go out for a trip to Heaven Creation Divine Palace. If there is anything important, you must contact me immediately. Qin Yun said. He has teleportation pearl and little ant queen, if he needs to go back, he can come back immediately. Heaven Creation Divine Palace? You are going alone? Xian Rujing is somewhat worried. And, I am enough. Qin Yun originally wanted to go to Nine Sun Divine Palace to call people, but considering that there are traitors in Divine Moon Heavenly City, moreover they are 2 formidable kings, he decided to leave them in Nine Sun Divine Palace. Alright. Yi Yaoshue also knows that Qin Yan is very strong, she should not be worried. Daybreak arrived. Qin Yan bade farewell to Fengyue and Shueiyue before leaving Divine Moon Heaven City. He went to Purple Sun Manor to find Zao, the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor. The Purple Sun Fairies were trustworthy. Qin Yan came here to inform Zao. Within the Heavenly Sword formation, Zao's clan was considered very strong. With them around, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Through the sound transmission Divine Pearl, Qin Yan learned from White Death that she had already discussed with Ming Yunue. She would help Ming Yunue find a large number of remnant sun souls. Ming Yunue would regularly send resources to the Ninyang Divine Palace. Qin Yan contacted Ming Yunue and learned that the 4 Moon Clan's clan emperors have already appeared on the Mystic Moonland and are rapidly building 4 large cities. The 4 Moon Clan emperors occupied the north, south, east, and west regions of the Mystic Moonland, while the Bright Moon sect occupied a smaller region in the middle. Therefore, in the land of the Mystic Moon, the big shots of the Moon Clan began to have conflicts. Qin Yan composed himself and immediately rushed to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. During this period of time, the Heaven Creation Divine Palace appeared in front of everyone in a high-profile manner. It occupied a very spacious treasure land in the God Desolate Land. That treasure land is very strange. It is as if there is a hidden array in that treasure land, causing 9 colored clouds to appear from time to time in the sky above the treasure land. Those 9 colored clouds all contain very dense divine power, and there are many 9 colored mist emitted from the ground. In some places, there is even 9 colored spring water with dense divine power that gushed out from the ground. The place where the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is located is called the 9 Cloud Province. The 9 Cloud Province is very wide. Shintianjun would need a day to fly across it. In the center of the 9 Cloud Province is the most important treasure land where the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is located, the 9 Cloud Sky City. The 9 Cloud Sky City is extremely large and has a population of tens of millions. It is said that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace attracted a large number of outstanding people from the God Desolate Land. Almost all of these people came from the Outer God Realm. Because of the 9 color spring in the 9 Cloud Sky City, they were all attracted here. Many of the divine sons of the Outer God Realm seem to be on the verge of destruction. Therefore, when people from the Outer God Realms come to the God Desolate Land, they naturally have to choose an extremely good environment to cultivate in. Most of the Outer God Realms are very powerful and have developed very well. Therefore, there are many capable people. If their divine sons want to be destroyed, they can only come to the God Desolate Land. Qin Yan is also not sure how many people there are in the God Desolate Land. He had asked the Divine Judge before, and according to his estimation, there are at least 100 billion people. And this is under the situation where many people from the Outer God Realms have not completely migrated to the God Desolate Land. After hearing this number, Qin Yan did not believe it at first because he did not feel that there were that many people in the God Desolate Land. Only when he found out that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's 9 Cloud Sky City had absorbed tens of millions of capable people from the Outer God Realms did he believe that there were hundreds of billions of people in the God Desolate Land. However, because the God Desolate Land was too big, he could not sense it. In addition, a large number of people were mainly gathered at the Divine Nations. According to the information Qin Yan obtained from Fengyu, the Divine Nations already has 9,000 cities and they are all from the Outer God Realm. Now, whether it is the Outer God Realm, the Divine Nations or the powerful races, they all call the ordinary humans born in the God Desolate Land stupid. Just how big is the God Desolate Land? It can accommodate so many people and yet it doesn't feel crowded. Qin Yan is currently flying in the sky and below him is desolate and uninhabited. The people from the Outer God Realms have not completely migrated over. Furthermore, there is a very large mysterious central region in the God Desolate Land. Even now, I don't know what the situation inside is like. Ling Yin'er said. When Qin Yan controlled the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop to travel through space, he could roughly see the map of the God Desolate Land. The center of the map is shrouded in mist. Not to mention the powerful barrier, it is also very dangerous to enter. The mysterious central region took up nearly a third of the map. The God Desolate Land should have stopped growing, right? Qin Yan is very clear that back then, the God Desolate Land was very small. Later on, it devoured many God realms and continued to grow. I don't think so, because those Outer god realms have not been completely destroyed. When the outer divine world is completely destroyed, the divine sun will explode and the space will collapse, then it will definitely be devoured by the heavenly god Desolate. Ling Yuner doubtfully said, Xiaoyun, I suddenly feel that the heavenly god Desolate is not a heavenly god. In the center of Desolate, there might be a very, very large nether sun. Qin Yun, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped. He looked in the direction of the central region and said with a frown, it's highly possible. Only the nether sun could have such a terrifying devouring power. Such a huge nether sun was actually not in the sky, but in the sky. The center of wasteland? Ling Yun laughed, Xiaoyun, don't forget, this is God Desolate. You are the godly king of the divine wilderness. Qin Yan shook his head, divine Desolate is a newly formed power, it will definitely be reshuffled again in the future. The center of the divine Desolate heavens was definitely terrifying. As a god king, I will definitely be watched by many people. It will be even more dangerous. The heaven creation god palace is still very far away from the heavenly sword formation. Qin Yin used the light transformation sacred pupil and transcending void step to travel day and night. Only after several days did he see the nine-colored phenomenon in the sky. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye and used luck observation technique. Not only can he see the luck of a person, he can also see the luck of a place. After looking for a while, Qin Yin said doubtfully, I used luck observation technique and saw 9 huge birds in front of me. Each bird has a different color. Then what's the situation? Ling Yin'er asked. This is a place where a divine bird is being nurtured. Qin Yan's expression changed. 9 different types of energy, could it be that a divine bird is being incubated? The place chosen by the heaven creation god palace is truly unexpected to Qin Yun. Quickly call Yang Yang out. Ling Yin'er quickly said. Qin Yun called Yang Yang out. The little girl is holding a bright red fruit in her hand. He doesn't know what kind of fruit it is, but it should be planted by Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. Yang Yang, can you sense what's ahead? Qin Yun asked. Let me see. Yang Yang chewed on the fruit and looked ahead. She was originally floating in the air and now she is flying even higher. Not long after, she said with a frown, Big brother, there is a divine bird in front, moreover it is a 9 heavens divine bird. It should be nurturing a divine bird. Could it be that the divine bird has come out? Qin Yan said, what kind of divine bird is it? The divine bird is dead. It didn't survive. Yang Yang sighed softly. Could it be that it was killed by the heaven creation god palace? Qin Yan felt that it is possible and said again, why is the divine bird of the 9 heavens here? It should be called by divine sun. In order to adapt to the environment of the divine Desolate, the 9 heavens divine bird will undergo nirvana. During nirvana, an accident happened and it died. Yang Yang groaned and said, there must be bad people doing evil. Qin Yan squinted his eyes and looked at the 9-colored cloud in the distant sky. He sighed and said, after this divine bird underwent nirvana, it must be very powerful, but it died. This must be done by the heaven creation god palace. Big brother, you must teach those bad people a lesson. Yang Yang suddenly felt sad and angry. And, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Qin Yan caressed Yang Yang's face and let her return to the 9-sun divine soul. Qin Yan also entered the 9-cloud state and flew towards the 9-cloud heavenly city. He is now very sure that below the 9-cloud heavenly city is the place where the 9 heavens divine bird underwent nirvana. The divine bird was actually killed by the heaven creation god palace. The energy gathered by the divine bird during nirvana was released and turned this place into a treasure land. Xiaoyun, the divine bird must have a soul. The soul should be suppressed, otherwise if the divine bird died here, the surroundings would definitely be filled with resentment. Ling Yin'er said. Let's find Yu Tian and ask, we will know. Qin Yin increased his speed. He only wants to quickly reach the heaven creation god palace. He is worried that something might happen to Yu Tian. Yu Tian is the 9-sun divine maiden, there won't be any accidents. However, Qin Yin is very worried because Yu Tian is facing the heaven creation god palace. He is very regretful, he should not have agreed to let Yu Tian become the palace master of the heaven creation god palace. Jiangclan King, make a trip to the 9-cloud state. We will trade in the 9-cloud state. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Jiang Zhouchuan. Palace King, I am currently in the 9-cloud heavenly city. Divine King Xianxia is also here. Jiang Zhouchuan said. Knowing that Divine King Xianxia is refining a puppet body, Qin Yan immediately realized that it is not a coincidence that Divine King Xianxia is in 9-cloud heaven city. Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun killed the bodies of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Sovereigns, so their souls must have escaped back to Heaven Creation Divine Palace. This means that they urgently need a new body. Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Sovereign's souls are descendants of Divine Sun, so they can't leave Divine Sun with their bodies. If they want to leave Divine Sun, they need a puppet body. Of course, their puppet bodies are very high level. It can be said that they are stronger than the bodies cultivated by most Divine Heaven monarchs. A large number of materials must have been used in the production of this puppet body. If Heaven Creation Divine Palace has many souls of Divine Sun's descendants, then they will need a lot of these puppet bodies. A divine bird from 9 heavens, with the help of Divine Sun's nirvana, its body must be very strong. This kind of divine bird's flesh and bones are one of the best materials to refine puppet bodies. So that's how they got their bodies. Qin Yan said in his heart. Then he continued to contact Jiang Zhouchuan to discuss the details of the fake transaction. Qin Yan did not rush to 9-cloud heaven city immediately. There is no one around him now. If Jiang Zhouchuan comes alone, Qin Yan's plan will be a success with Divine King Xianxia following him. As long as Divine King Xianxia is alone, Qin Yan is confident that he can capture him. Jiang Zhouchuan's voice came from the sound transmission pearl. Palace King, this is 9-cloud province, the territory of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Isn't it bad to fight here? As long as Divine King Xianxia comes alone, there is no need to be afraid. Divine King Xianxia probably wants to rob us, then capture me and give me to Heaven Creation Divine Palace in exchange for rewards. Qin Yan said with smile. After all, Divine King Xianxia used to be one of the Divine Kings of 9 heavens. He is a very confident person. Moreover, he has many evil heavenly talismans and magic treasures. He is also very strong. Alright, let's do as we discussed before. Jiang Zhouchuan said. Jiang Zhouchuan immediately took action. As for Qin Yan, he looked at his surroundings before drilling underground. He began placing the Sun Dragon altar deep underground. The 9 altars were set up deep underground by Qin Yan. Furthermore, they became much smaller and did not produce any aura fluctuations. As such, Qin Yan could activate the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Array with just a thought. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation contained many types of formations, including killing formations, sealing formations, defensive formations, and all sorts of offensive formations. As long as the enemy enters the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, Qin Yan's plan will be half successful. It was also because he had previously sold a Sage Dao God pill in exchange for quite a number of Divine Universe golden stones and placed them in the 9 altars, which was why he could squander them as he pleased. Qin Yan took out the God King spear and inspected it. Then, he put in 5 talisman crystals. That old fox Divine King Xianxia is quite hard to deal with. Qin Yan touched his hat. With this hat, Qin Yan's defense was extremely powerful. At the very least, he did not need to worry about his soul being damaged. Xiaoyun, don't let your guard down. Ling Yan warned, it's not that easy to take down a guy like Divine King Xianxia. Qin Yan also knew this, so he was prepared to use all the rune crystals he had. A talisman crystal paired with a godly monarch spear was rather useful. The godly monarch spear can accurately shoot out the talisman crystals very far. Inside the godly monarch spear, Qin Yan also added Space Heavenly Rune. After using the Space Divine Power Pearl's Space Divine Power, it can allow the talisman crystals and bullets to travel through space and avoid being blocked. Qin Yan took out the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. This square pagoda was disguised by him and stuffed inside a mountain. Then, he opened up a cave. When Jiang Zhouchuan arrives, if something unexpected happens, he can use Transcending Void Step to hide inside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Qin Yan can now say that everything is ready. He is just waiting for Divine King Xianxia to fall into his trap. If Divine King Xianxia follows, he will definitely observe from a distance. Therefore, Qin Yan does not plan to enter the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda right from the start. After making all the preparations, Qin Yin imagined several possible situations in his mind. This way, he can better deal with them. Palace King, I am almost there. Jiang Zhouchuan sent voice transmission to Qin Yin. Did he follow? Qin Yin asked. He followed, but I can't be sure if he came alone or not. Palace King, if he brings a group of Heaven Creation Divine Palace experts to capture you, it will be very dangerous. Jiang Zhouchuan's voice is filled with worry. Don't worry, I am already prepared. Qin Yin also thought of this possibility. Although Qin Yin's 9 altars are underground, their range is still very large, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. When needed, he can immediately summon the altars and use Divine King Heavenly Seal to draw out the divine power of 3 myriad worlds' divine suns to make the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation even stronger. It is currently noon, the time when myriad worlds' divine sun's light is at its strongest. Qin Yin grasped this time very well because at this stage, drawing out the divine power of myriad worlds' divine sun is also the fastest and strongest. The distance is very close. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye and looked at the direction Jiang Zhouchuan is coming from. There is no one behind Jiang Zhouchuan, not even a bit of aura. Divine King Xianxia is truly an old fox, he should not be following us from the sky. Qin Yin also knows that he can not only pay attention to Jiang Zhouchuan's direction. It is very likely that there will be a surprise attack from all directions. Qin Yin's mental power is very strong, especially after he cultivated 2 heavenly souls and heavenly souls. Using it together with his heavenly eye, he can completely grasp every movement within 10,000 meter radius. 6 Shintianjun. Qin Yin released his mental power and immediately sensed that other than Jiang Zhouchuan, there are 6 more Shintianjun approaching. Jiang Zhouchuan also appeared in Qin Yin's line of sight. His expression is very grave because he also sensed that something is amiss. He knows that Divine King Xianxia did not come alone. When Divine King Xianxia was in Divine Moonland, he already saw Qin Yin's strength, so he didn't dare to come alone. Jiang Zhouchuan flew over, he is wearing thick black heavy armor. He knows that a great battle is about to happen, so he is very well equipped. Jiang Clan King, where are the transcending space divine stones I asked for? Jiang Zhouchuan took out a storage bag and said, they are all inside. Palace King, where is your Star Lord inscription spirit? Qin Yin has been secretly paying attention to the surrounding situation. When Jiang Zhouchuan mentioned the Star Lord inscription spirit, Shen Tianjuan's divine power fluctuated very faintly, apparently he is very excited. Qin Yin took out a pearl. The pearl looks like a soul-sealing pearl. Furthermore, it is emitting a very strong star power. This is not only star power, it is also accompanied by soul power fluctuation. Anyone who has seen inscription spirit before can immediately see that it is an inscription spirit. Naturally, this is not a real inscription spirit, Qin Yin made a fake one. This is not difficult for him. Just as Qin Yin is about to hand over the soul-sealing pearl, a berserk wave of divine power suddenly burst out from all directions. In just half a moment, the berserk and dreadful divine power violently rushed over. Thunder and lightning suddenly fell down like a waterfall, crazily bombarding Qin Yin and Jiang Zhouchuan's location. All of this happened very quickly. Even if Jiang Zhouchuan knew that a powerful enemy is about to attack, he didn't have enough time to react. Qin Yin's reaction is very fast, but he is very shocked in his heart. This kind of attack is very fast, it can be seen that the Shen Tianjun are very strong. Sensing a sneak attack, Qin Yin released Sun Heavenly Shield as fast as he can and opened it like a huge umbrella to block. At the same time, he activated the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. After the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation was activated, it turned into a very powerful barrier that trapped Xianxia and the others inside. If they want to break out of the formation, they will need some time. Go. Qin Yin immediately brought Jiang Zhouchuan towards the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda while being attacked by all kinds of berserk divine power. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda was originally hidden inside a large mountain, but now all the mountains in the vicinity have been destroyed. Qin Yin and Jiang Zhouchuan's location is several hundred meters around them, all kinds of light and thunder are exploding unceasingly. Divine King Xianxia and the others are releasing divine power they have been storing for a long time. Some of them are using divine tools to attack, some of them have heavenly talismans. If it was a normal Shintianjun, even if there were 10 of them here, they would still be heavily injured. The Sun Heavenly Shield that Qin Yin released through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit has very strong defense. It condensed the divine power of several divine suns and can block all kinds of powerful attacks in a short period of time. After entering the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yin and Divine King Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Jiuchuan, you little bastard, you really colluded with that bastard Qin Yin. Divine King Xianxia said with sneer, do you think you can take me down like this? You are too naive. After the few Shintianjun stopped attacking, they stood around the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. Divine King Xianxia is wearing a set of black armor. It is obvious that it is made of black crystal moon divine iron. As for the other 5 old men, they are also wearing black armor. Their equipment is the best kind currently. It is made from a large amount of black crystal moon divine iron. 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. It has been many years, I finally see this pagoda again. An old man with a face full of wrinkles said with an emotionless voice. His yellow old eyes looked cold. Great Emperor Zhuyang, the person inside the pagoda is the Qin Yin who destroyed your wife and son's body. Divine King Jianxian said. I know. This person is indeed very powerful. He was actually able to remain unscathed under our attack just now. Great Emperor Zhuyang said indifferently. Divine King Jianxian sighed and said, his pagoda's defense is extremely strong. We attacked it before but were unable to break through. Great Emperor Zhuyang sneered, 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda, this broken pagoda is not difficult to attack. As long as it is related to the sun, it will not be able to withstand a single blow from me, Zhuyang. Outside the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda, Zhuyang Great Emperor stood in front of the pagoda door with his hands behind his back and shouted coldly, Qin Yin, come out and fight me. Do you really think that the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda can never be broken? The sky was covered with thick clouds. When Zhuyang and the others attacked, they covered the sun and blocked the divine power of the myriad realms. Divine Sunday Qin Yin was not worried at all. If he really wanted to borrow the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun, the thick clouds would not be able to stop him. You have 6 Shintian monarchs outside. I am just a small saint god, I am not your match. Qin Yin laughed, do you really think I am an idiot who will go out and die? Jiangxian shouted, Qin Yin, although you are a saint god, who doesn't know that your strength is comparable to Shintian monarchs? Don't pretend to be weak anymore. Zhuyang Great Emperor said slowly, Qin Yin, your strength is not bad. But you can only stop here. Your last heavenly Tao image cannot evolve into a sacred heavenly Tao image, do you know why? I don't believe your nonsense. Qin Yin snorted. You are a smart person. Even if you say that you don't believe me, you can definitely tell that I am telling the truth. Zhuyang Great Emperor smiled faintly, do you know how the heavenly Tao image can evolve into a sacred heavenly Tao image? It requires the God bestowed by the heavenly law orthodoxy. The sacred heavenly spirit can evolve. Jiangxian laughed sinisterly, Qin Yin angered all the law enforcement great sovereigns, how can he obtain the sacred heavenly spirit bestowed by the heavenly law orthodoxy? Qin Yin knew that Zhuyang Great Emperor was speaking the truth but he was not worried at all. He believed that he could definitely evolve the heavenly Tao image into a sacred heavenly Tao image. Qin Yin, you can destroy my wife and children's bodies because they are not prepared enough. Do you really think that you are strong enough to easily destroy the bodies of the heavenly emperors? Zhuyang Great Emperor laughed loudly, you should not know that our bodies are very strong, right? There are many of them, right? Only when we are serious will we use our strongest bodies. Divine King Jiangxian nodded and said, the bodies of the myriad heavens venerables and the sad emperor were the worst. If he uses his strongest body, even 10 Qin Yins would not be his match. Inside the pagoda, Qin Yin could see Emperor Zhuyang clenching his skinny fists tightly as he gathered his strength. This great Emperor Zhuyang pretended to talk to Qin Yin but he was secretly condensing an extremely terrifying divine power. This guy's divine power. Could it really restrain the power of the divine sun? Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye and saw that Emperor Zhuyang's fist was trembling slightly. The divine power condensed in his fist had a demonic red glow. Only when he used his third eye could he see that red light. At the same time, he felt the divine power of Emperor Zhuyang fluctuate slightly. That fluctuation could easily penetrate the 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda. Not good. If this guy really attacks, he might break through my 9-sun sky-raising pagoda. Qin Yan was immediately certain that Emperor Zhu Yang's divine power restrained everything related to the divine sun. In other words, even if he used his nether sun divine power, he might be restrained. Looks like I can't use divine power related to the divine sun, otherwise, it will be easily neutralized. When Qin Yan used the sun heavenly shield earlier, Emperor Zhu Yang did not use his divine power to restrain the divine sun. Now it seems that Emperor Zhu Yang needed time to prepare to use his divine power to restrain the divine sun. Qin Yan is thinking about how to resist Emperor Zhu Yang's divine power. He can already feel how terrifying Emperor Zhu Yang's divine power is. It can indeed restrain the divine sun's divine power. Qin Yan, you have the divine king heavenly seal, you can borrow the power of the myriad realms divine sun. Your cultivation should be closely related to the myriad realms divine sun. And this is your Achilles heel. Emperor Zhu Yang suddenly laughed maniacally and said, I, Zhu Yang, have spent my entire life studying how to restrain all kinds of divine sun, because I am the nemesis of the divine sun. As he spoke, his fist overflowed with traces of red energy. The surrounding space actually began to fluctuate and distort. From this, it can be seen how terrifying that power is. All of you quickly retreat, lest you get injured. Once I take down Qin Yan, the great formation sealing us will naturally break by itself. Great Emperor Zhu Yang is very confident. Divine King Xianxia and the other divine heavenly monarchs are very clear about how terrifying Great Emperor Zhu Yang's strength is. The divine power fluctuation that erupted from him at this moment caused them to secretly feel fear. Just that aura alone caused the entire 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to shake and let out a kind of ga sound, as if it is about to be torn apart at any time. This is the first time Qin Yan felt that his 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is in fear. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's divine power can indeed destroy the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. No, I absolutely cannot let him destroy the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Qin Yan's eyes suddenly turned blue as he operated the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. There are no moves within the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. However, Qin Yan can use the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique's various exquisite techniques to comprehend and create all kinds of powerful Imperial Heaven magic techniques, divine skills and runes. Qin Yan's Heavenly Tao Divine Rune has already evolved into the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune image. This is a very miraculous state. Not only is it the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune image, it is also the Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit. My strongest power is not the Divine Sun but the Imperial Heaven Divine Power. Qin Yan suddenly stepped out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and stored it away. His 10 fingers quickly moved towards the void in front of him. His eyes shot out 2 blue light beams. In the blink of an eye, he used runes to carve a blue shield in the void. Qin Yan used the shield totem to coordinate with his Imperial Heaven Divine Rune, and under the effect of the Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit, the shield totem quickly evolved into the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune. You are truly disappointing. In order to protect a broken pagoda, you actually came out to throw away your life. Great Emperor Zhu Yang laughed loudly and punched forward. An incomparably bright red divine power rushed towards Qin Yan like the head of an angry demon. This divine power is incomparably evil, it contains all kinds of ruthless and resentful intent. It can be imagined that Great Emperor Zhu Yang must have slaughtered countless living beings to cultivate this power. As soon as the absolute Yang evil power appeared, the evil power is like the roar of 10,000 ghosts. Even the 3 myriad realms divine suns in the sky are now enveloped by the evil red shadow. Boom, the absolute Yang devil fist hit Qin Yan's shield, causing a deafening sound as if the heavens are collapsing. The place where Qin Yan is enveloped by the bitter red evil power. The evil power roared and churned. It is as if countless red devils are celebrating. The scene is evil and demonic, it is shocking. My absolute Yang devil fist can exterminate a child divine sun with one punch. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's fist is incomparably red. He stood proudly and looked at the area enveloped by the red evil power. He said with a sneer, Qin Yan has been hit by me head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. However, at this moment, the area enveloped by the red evil power suddenly flickered with blue light. The Imperial Heaven Shield Totem Qin Yan created through the Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit condensed into a large blue shield. It actually blocked the red evil power. Imperial Heaven Shield, controlling the heavenly Tao, transforming the heavenly Dao into a shield. This is the power of the Imperial Heaven Dao. Absolute Yang Devil Fist? Qin Yan faintly sneered. His laughter is filled with contempt. You are only SOSO. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's expression greatly changed. His wrinkled old face twitched. It is obvious that he is extremely shocked. Attack, exterminate him. Great Emperor Zhu Yang suddenly shouted, indicating to Divine King Xianxia and the other divine heavenly lords to attack. Qin Yan immediately laughed loudly and said, a few divine heavenly lords are finally going to join hands to attack a mere sacred god realm like me? Boom boom boom, after a few loud sounds, the earth suddenly split open. 9 enormous dragon altars that are as large as mountains roared and rushed out from the earth after a few trembling sounds. Great formation activated, 9 dragon roar. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is crazily attacking the target within the formation. Just as Divine King Xianxia and the other divine heavenly lords were about to attack, they were attacked by the dragon-transformed berserk dragon, causing them to be unable to attack Qin Yan. I will exterminate you with my bare hands. Qin Yan took a step forward and arrived in front of Great Emperor Zhu Yang. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw appeared. It is filled with destructive Imperial Heaven divine power as it slammed towards Great Emperor Zhu Yang. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's equipment is extremely strong. It released a shockwave that scattered Qin Yan's heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. At the same time, his withered and aged body radiated with red light. Waves of absolute Yang evil power surged out, majestic and intense. It is clear that he is going to fight with his life on the line. My current body isn't the only body I have. It's just my weakest one. And you only have one body. Great Emperor Zhu Yang laughed loudly. I will use this body to perish together with you. The one who will suffer is you. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's body that radiates absolute Yang divine power is indeed terrifying. But Qin Yan is not afraid because his Imperial Heaven divine power can completely suppress Great Emperor Zhu Yang's absolute Yang divine power. Under Great Emperor Zhu Yang's feet, many tree vines that flickered with blue light suddenly surged out. The tree vines quickly wrapped around Great Emperor Zhu Yang. Then, a large number of tree roots, like powerful blue claws, ruthlessly grabbed Great Emperor Zhu Yang. This is Qin Yan using the power of the tree totem, and it is the Imperial Heaven tree. Totem. I said before, I will exterminate you with my bare hands. Qin Yan once again arrived in front of Great Emperor Zhu Yang and attacked with a palm. When the palm containing boundless Imperial Heaven divine power attacked, its aura is like a sky slapping down. Boom. The boundless Imperial Heaven divine power stirred up vibrations, as if the sky was shaking. The palm struck Great Emperor Zhu Yang's head. Heavenly annihilation 9 forms, heavenly quake. After a loud sound, Great Emperor Zhu Yang's head was directly smashed into pieces and deformed. When Divine King Xianxia and the others in the distance saw this scene, they were all alarmed and terrified. After a few heavenly quake palm strikes, Great Emperor Zhu Yang's head was completely smashed into pieces. This Great Emperor Zhu Yang's soul is the soul of a divine sun descendant, and it is an extremely powerful one. It can escape from the body at an extremely fast speed, pass through the 9 dragon heavenly origin array and return to the 9 cloud sky cities heaven creation divine palace. Qin Yan took a deep breath and looked at Divine King Xianxia, who was not far away. Then, he removed the heaven locking chain from his neck and activated his vigorous Imperial Heaven divine power. He controlled the heaven locking chain to fly over and pierce through Divine King Xianxian's forehead. Divine King Xianxian let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying this Divine King of the Divine Desolate Heavens was. He was only at the sacred God realm, yet he had such powerful strength. God King Xianxian was an expert who had cultivated for many years. Furthermore, he was once one of the God Kings of the 9 heavens God realm. His soul was extremely powerful. After his body was torn apart by Qin Yan, his soul was like a gust of wind, blowing towards 9 cloud heaven city as he fled in panic. However, his soul was blocked by the boundary released by the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Only the souls of the descendants of the divine sun god had strong penetrative power and could easily pass through the barrier. God King Jiangshuan's soul didn't have such an ability, so he could only struggle in despair. You godly monarchs from the outer god world, behave yourselves in the gods desolate and don't make an enemy out of me. Then, nothing will happen to you. Qin Yan looked at godly monarch Jiangshuan's soul. As he spoke, a sacred tribulation gate appeared behind him. The sacred gate of tribulation opened, and black energy surged out, creating a devouring force. This was Nether Sun's divine tribulation gate. God King Jiangshuan's soul screamed in fear as it was sucked into the sacred calamity gate. This guy's soul is pretty good, but it's still far from mine. Xianxia originally believed that devouring godly monarch Xianxia's soul would greatly aid his cultivation of the heavenly soul and heavenly spirit. But now that he used the Nether Sun to investigate, even if he completely refined God King Jiangshan's soul, it would only increase his heavenly soul and heavenly soul by a little. Within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, there were still a few Shantianjun. Some of these heaven lords were from the heaven creation god palace, and some were God King Jiangshan's subordinates. They were far weaker than divine King Jiangshan and great emperor Zhuyang. Xianxia didn't even need to make a move. Just the 9 dragon. Violent lightning released by the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation heavily injured those divine heavenly lords. He released the heaven locking chain and pierced through those divine heavenly monarchs one by one. Then, he exploded their bodies and used them to feed the little Nether Sun in his 9 Sun divine spirit. I have only cultivated 9 sacred heavenly Tao images and my power is already comparable to the extremely powerful Shantianjun. This is mainly the power that the Imperial Heaven Divine Power brought me. After Xianxia cultivated the Imperial Heaven Divine Power, his heavenly body also improved along with it. However, he could not sense it. Xiaoyun, you still underestimate your own strength. Ling Yun'er laughed. It's not that I underestimated myself, it's that I overestimated them. Xianxia put away the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, shook his head and smiled. They boasted about how strong they are. I was almost fooled. When Xianxia fought with Zhuyang Great Emperor, he roughly understood the strength of those powerful divine heaven monarchs. After the battle with God King Jiangshan, he understood the strength of the god kings of the outer god world. They left their own god world and without the help of the God King Heaven Seal of their original god world, they were no different from ordinary heaven lords. The guys from the heaven creating divine palace should be here soon, right? Ling Yun'er said, if they use their powerful bodies, what will happen? Xianxia shook his head, I don't know. When I find you Tian, I'll go fight them again. He had wanted to see the power of the seal crystals, but Emperor Zhuyang had not forced him to use them, so there was no need for him to waste it. After Xianxia left the battlefield, he took out the 9 Sun heaven-raising pagoda and let Jiang Jiuchuan out. After Jiang Jiuchuan came out and saw Xianxia's calm expression, he knew that the battle was over, but he doesn't know the result. Where are they? Jiang Jiuchuan looked all around. This is not the battlefield from before. He believes that Xianxia only escaped and cannot defeat Zhuyang Great Emperor. Zhuyang Great Emperor's body was destroyed by me, his soul escaped, everyone else is dead. Xianxia said with smile, Old Jiang, this time it is all thanks to you for luring them out. Jiang Jiuchuan is startled, then said with smile, you are welcome, I promised Palace King that I would help you get rid of them. Without these scoundrels, Divine Desolate will become a better place. Although Divine King Jiangshan is his father, they have not had any feelings for each other for many years. Jiang Jiuchuan has always been vigilant against Divine King Jiangshan, he is worried that he will be refined into a puppet and controlled by him. Divine King Jiangshan refined his few outstanding sons into puppets, he can completely control them. When needed, he can even make his sons explode, he is very vicious. I still want to go to 9 Cloud Heavenly City. Xianxia said. Palace King must be careful. Jiang Jiuchuan finished speaking and said with sigh, what a pity, Divine King Jiangshan had an inscription spirit, it is gone just like that. Ah? What kind of inscription spirit does he have? Xianxia promptly asked because Divine King Jiangshan's soul has already been devoured by Xianxia. Heavenly Puppet Inscription Spirit, this inscription spirit is very special. After obtaining it, one can master a kind of heavenly rune that can be used to refine puppets. Jiang Jiuchuan let out a long sigh again, this is a very rare inscription spirit. Ah. Xianxia is very happy in his heart, inscription spirits are usually connected to souls. If Divine King Jiangshan's soul is refined by Nether Sun, Xianxia will surely obtain the heavenly puppet inscription spirit. As a puppet? Xianxia already had the Sky Cosmic Overlord. At present, it was a pretty good puppet. I don't know the specifics. He's never told me about it. That's right, the reason why Heaven Creation Divine Palace thinks so highly of him is because he has the heavenly puppet inscription spirit. Jiang Jiuchuan said. Jiang Jiuchuan doesn't dare to go to Nine Cloud Heavenly City again because Great Emperor Zhu Yang's soul has returned and knows that Jiang Jiuchuan is with Qin Yun. If Jiang Jiuchuan is discovered in Nine Cloud Heavenly City, he will die for sure. He is not as strong as Qin Yun. Jiang Jiuchuan still has some goals, moreover, his vision is very far. The Nine Heaven Divine race he leads is the most orthodox Nine Heaven Divine race, he has taught them very well. Palace King, we will meet again someday. Jiang Jiuchuan cupped his hands towards Qin Yun and then swaggered away. Qin Yun also obtained 100 genes of transcending space divine stone from Jiang Jiuchuan. He also did not take Jiang Jiuchuan's things for free, he gave him some divine universe golden stone. Not many people know about divine King Xianxia's death. Jiang Jiuchuan knows but he won't talk about it. As for whether or not Great Emperor Zhu Yang will talk about it, no one knows. In short, Great Emperor Zhu Yang suffered a great loss this time. Not only did he lose his body, he also killed a talented person like Divine King Xianxia. Divine King Xianxia is very important to Heaven Creation Divine Palace's upper echelons precisely because of the heavenly puppet inscription spirit. Qin Yun is also not in a hurry to understand the function of the heavenly puppet inscription spirit. In any case, it is already in his hands. Inscription spirit, this kind of thing, no one will dislike having too many. Nine Cloud Heaven City does not have thick and tall city walls but it is enveloped by a very strong barrier. Creating a barrier is to have a stronger control over the entire city. If you want to enter or leave the city, you have to go through a specific entrance and exit. This way, they can prevent enemies from invading or people who are causing trouble in the city to escape. At night, Qin Yun quietly arrived at Nine Cloud Heaven City's South City Gate. The city gate's main gate is closed, only the small gate is open. There are many people at the city gate. Moreover, there are all kinds of large mirrors, they are all kinds of detection equipment. After Great Emperor Zhu Yang's soul ran back, he will definitely order to strengthen the security. Qin Yun thought. Xiao Yun, what do you think Yu Tian will do in Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Ling Yun'er is very worried. Yu Tian is an inscription master and she is not stupid. She must have her reasons for doing this. Qin Yun looked at the divine moon in the sky and said, with the protection of divine sun and divine moon, she will definitely be fine. Qin Yun observed from afar at the city gate and knew that it is impossible to sneak in. The various tools of Heaven Creation Divine Palace are very brilliant. If Qin Yun insisted on entering, he would definitely be discovered. If he was far away from Nine Cloud Heaven City and fought with the people of Heaven Creation Divine Palace in another place, Qin Yun would have nothing to worry about. Heaven Creation Divine Palace absorbed a large number of talents from many divine realms and gathered in Nine Cloud Heaven City. This is the headquarters of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. If Qin Yun made a move here, he would definitely be besieged. Nine Cloud Heaven City's barrier is extremely strong. Qin Yun tried using spatial divine power but he was unable to penetrate it. He could only release the little queen ant and let the little queen ant bring him in through the dark space. The little queen ant can very skillfully bring Qin Yun into the dark space and then come out from the dark space. This way, she can bring Qin Yun across the barrier of Nine Cloud Heaven City. Moreover, it is very quiet. No matter how strong the barrier is, it can be crossed, unless there is some powerful barrier that can completely seal off the dark space. Qin Yun entered Nine Cloud Heaven City and took out Yu Tian's soul-chasing talisman. After confirming the direction, he said doubtfully, strange, Heaven Creation Divine Palace should be in the middle. Yu Tian's direction is not in the middle. The soul-chasing talisman pointed to the east, so Qin Yun could only rush to the east. The inside of Nine Cloud Heaven City is very big and the streets are very spacious. The buildings here are all very large, row after row, they look very grand. There are no small houses at all. Qin Yun hurried along the streets. He is not eye-catching here because he is dressed in a very low-key manner and is even wearing a hat. Furthermore, there were many people from the God world gathered here. Many of them were dressed in strange clothing, and some of them even had strange appearances. Nine Cloud Heaven City is very lively. There is an endless stream of people and carriages. After Qin Yan entered, he also discovered that many of the people here smoke unfettered smoke. The bright moon sect's unfettered smoke has already been sold here. The cooperation between the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the Bright Moon sect is very close. Wang Haoyuan knows that the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace are very sinister, but he also wants to use the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to help him obtain a large amount of Remnant Sun Soul. Qin Yan has never seen what the Remnant Sun Soul looks like. He only heard that there are not many of them and it is not easy to obtain them. When Qin Yan was rushing to the eastern region, 9 huge beams of light suddenly shot into the sky from the center of 9 Cloud Heaven City. Soon after, a huge ball of 9-colored light condensed in the sky. This sudden commotion shook the entire 9 Cloud Heaven City. Many people cried out in alarm and walked towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace in the center of the city. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and discovered that there is a figure inside the ball of 9-colored light. Could it be that they created a body? It looks very strong. Qin Yan originally wanted to go over to take a look, but he discovered that there are many auras of the Heavenly Lord over at the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When Qin Yan heard the voice that penetrated him with immense and robust divine power, he felt an inexplicable sense of horror. The 9-cloud sky city's barrier is very strong. When Qin Yan came in, he carefully checked it out. Not only can it block divine power, it is also very difficult for sound to penetrate. And there was an expert outside who could make his voice penetrate the barrier of 9-cloud sky city and reverberate within 9-cloud sky city. This was an extremely terrifying divine power. This guy, could it be that he has surpassed Shin Tian Monarch? Where did he come from? Qin Yan secretly guessed. The person who spoke just now not only has unfathomable divine power, he also recognized the 9 heaven divine body created by the Heaven Creation God Palace. Although Qin Yan doesn't know what the 9 heaven divine body means, from the huge movement of the Heaven Creation God Palace, it is definitely a very powerful body. Zhuyang Great Emperor said before that they have many bodies and they usually don't use the strongest body. Most of the upper echelons of the Heaven Creation God Palace are descendants of Divine Sunday. They don't have their own bodies. Their powerful souls need to be attached to powerful bodies in order to control powerful divine power. Although their bodies were created, they still had flesh and blood. That kind of powerful body also had a cultivation base. The souls of the descendants of Divine Sun can attach to these bodies, allowing them to continuously cultivate and grow, no different from normal people cultivating. Qin Yan took out the soul-chasing talisman and looked. Yu Tian is still in the eastern district and did not rush to the Heaven Creation God Palace in the center of the city. Let's go find Yu Tian first. Qin Yan decided to find Yu Tian first because she definitely knows a lot about the internal affairs of the Heaven Creation God Palace. Qin Yan quickened his pace and rushed towards the eastern district. Many people are rushing to the center of the city to watch the show, so the streets are quite chaotic. Outside the barrier of the 9-cloud sky city, the voice came again, Heaven Creation God Palace, did you really encounter a strong enemy? You actually used such a large amount of resources to create the 9 heaven divine body. You are wrong. Our 9 heaven divine body was not created just now. It was already created a long time ago. We are only awakening it now. A voice came from the center of the city. When Qin Yan heard that voice, he is secretly shocked. It is actually the voice of the sad emperor. Oh? It seems like you already have a lot of bodies in your hands. The voice outside the city chuckled, Emperor Melancholy, I heard that your and your son's bodies were destroyed by someone, but it's not enough to force you to awaken the 9 heavens' godly physique. The Sorrow Emperor sneered, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, are you here to mock us? I wouldn't dare. How could I dare to make fun of your heaven-creating deity palace? Heavenly Ghost Ancestor chuckled, I have no malicious intent in coming here, I just wanted to see my old friends. Humph, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, you just broke through the Divine Sky Lord realm. I think you're here to make fun of us. The Sorrowful Emperor snorted coldly. Surpassing the Divine Sky Lord realm, this instantly caused an uproar in the city. Everyone looked outside the city to see where the Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was. A person who could surpass the Shin Tian Lord realm was naturally very terrifying. Qin Yan had roughly guessed it just now. Now that he had confirmed it, he was still shocked. There was actually someone who had surpassed the Divine Heaven Lord realm. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor laughed and said, Sad Emperor, I really didn't mean that. I came here to chat with my old friends. I have been in seclusion for many years and just broke through. Most of my friends have died and my Heavenly Ghost Legion has also been exterminated. How boring. No matter how everyone heard it, they all felt that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was flaunting his strength. They all suspected that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor had once been tricked by the heaven-piercing god. Xianxia also felt the same way. The Sorrow Emperor said coldly, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, whoever destroyed your Heavenly Ghost Legion, go and find them. You should know who destroyed your Heavenly Ghost Legion, right? It was the Heavenly Dowled Turtle who destroyed my Heavenly Ghost Legion. However, the Heavenly Dowled Turtle has returned to heaven. And the new Heavenly Tao seems to be your son. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor chuckled and said. My son is indeed the new Heavenly Tao, but he hasn't completely inherited it. Even if he inherits the Heavenly Tao, it has nothing to do with my son. The Sorrow Emperor said angrily. She knew that this Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was here to cause trouble. The Heavenly Tao destroyed my Heavenly Ghost Legion. As long as I inherit the Heavenly Tao, I can obtain the power of the Heavenly Tao. Then I will have to repay everything on behalf of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said with a sinister smile. The Sorrow Emperor is very angry, her voice is filled with cold killing intent as she shouted, the Heavenly Tao pawnshop was obtained by Xianxia, the Heavenly Tao altar is in the hands of Heavenly Tao Z, my son has yet to inherit anything from the Heavenly Tao. If you want to find someone, go find them. Xianxia, who was running madly, secretly laughed in his heart. Taking over the Heavenly Tao and even taking the blame for it, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said with a smile, as far as I know, the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy recorded that when one inherits the Heavenly Tao, there is no Heavenly Tao pawnshop or Heavenly Tao altar, so they don't count. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, I said that my son has yet to inherit the Heavenly Tao. Only after he devours Xianxia will he be considered to have completely inherited the Heavenly Tao. The Sorrow Emperor became angry out of humiliation and shouted. It can be seen that she is quite afraid of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, afraid that he will set his eyes on the Heavenly Venerables. The Heavenly Venerables have 10 Tao images, and these 10 images are innate to him. He doesn't need to cultivate to become the strongest Tao image, this is the power of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's voice no longer has a smile, it has become very cold. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's voice has become very cold. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, who has just broken through and learned that his army has been destroyed, naturally wants to find the enemy for revenge, and as the inheritor of the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Venerables naturally become the target of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. The 9-colored ball of light in the sky above the heaven-creating God Palace suddenly shook, and then, a strong light exploded. Everyone in the 9-cloud sky city was so blinded by the strong light that they could not open their eyes. Xianxia, who was running madly on the street, immediately stopped, opened his heavenly eye and looked at the strong light, only to see a strong body in the middle of the strong light, the appearance of a middle-aged man. From the appearance, it can be seen that it is Zhuyang Great Emperor. When Emperor Zhuyang fought with Xianxia, he used a very old body. But now, his body was that of a middle-aged man. From the shape of his face, it could be seen that he was very similar to the old Emperor Zhuyang. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, my son will inherit everything of the Heavenly Tao, you want to find him for revenge? If you have the guts, come. Zhuyang Great Emperor's voice is filled with monstrous power, shaking the sky. Xianxia continued to run, he wants to quickly find Yu Tian and then leave this place. Zhuyang Great Emperor's 9 heavens divine body is indeed very powerful. These guys, after changing their bodies, they really became very strong. Xianxia also doesn't know if the Heavenly Venerables also changed to 9 heavens divine body or some other stronger body. Xiaoyun, next time you fight them, think about how to capture their souls. Ling Yinar said, once you capture their souls, use soul lost dew. Xianxia still has some soul lost dew in his hands but not much, he wants to keep some as samples for research. Soul lost dew is currently something that can restrain the souls of Divine Sun descendants. Those guys' souls are very strong. It will be very difficult to capture them. If Xianxia were to face the souls of ordinary Divine Sun descendants, it would not be a problem. But for the souls of Divine Sun descendants like Zhuyang Great Emperor, once they leave their bodies, their speed is very fast. Xianxia has not found an effective way to quickly seal the souls of Divine Sun descendants. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's voice came out after a long time. It can be seen that he is also scared. His aura is still very strong. He laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, good. Great Emperor Zhuyang, you said those words. Just you wait for me. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, you crossed the Divine Heaven Monarch realm, it is really great. Especially at this time, you came at the right time." Great Emperor Zhuyang also laughed loudly. "Oh? You want to use me to test the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Body?" Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said with sneer, "You just fused with the Nine Heavens Divine Body, aren't you afraid that I will destroy it? Didn't you want to kill my son? He just changed his body, I will let him come and kill you to show our might in the Divine Desolate." Great Emperor Zhuyang said. All Heaven's Great Emperor's body was destroyed by Qin Yun in the Divine Moon continent. This matter has already caused all Heaven's Great Emperor and the entire Divine Desolate to lose their prestige. Now, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, a person who has crossed the Divine Heaven Monarch realm, has appeared. If all Heaven's Great Emperor can suppress this person, they can once again shake the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun also secretly hopes that all Heaven's Great Emperor can come and fight with Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. This way, he can take this opportunity to clearly understand the strength of all Heaven's Great Emperor. Your son, don't tell me he also fused with the Nine Heavens Divine Body? Heavenly Ghost Ancestor sneered, if you fight with me, you still have 2 to 3% chance of winning. If your son fights with me, he has no chance at all. I am not afraid of the Nine Heavens Divine Body. Great Emperor Qin proudly laughed and said, you are wrong, my son does not have the Nine Heavens Divine Body. The Divine Body he obtained is even stronger than the Nine Heavens Divine Body. Apart from the Nine Heavens Divine Body, what Divine Body is stronger? Don't scare me, I, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, am an expert in scaring people, you can't scare me. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said very confidently. Then don't leave, wait for my son. Great Emperor Zhuyang's laughter is filled with confidence, he shouted, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, if you want to live for a few more years, then hurry up and scram. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly and said, don't bluff, I won't fall for this kind of trick. Fine, I will wait for your son outside the city. I, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, have been asleep for so many years, I really need to do something big and let people know of my existence. These old fellows who have been in seclusion for many years, indeed no one knows them. Only by killing a famous expert of the present age can they raise their fame. Qin Yun has already arrived at the eastern region, holding the soul-chasing talisman, he rushed into a small villa. After entering the small villa, he sensed danger lurking on every side. Whoosh, a burst of gale blew over, Qin Yun's body is also momentarily unable to move, then he was surrounded by 4 women with red cloth covering their faces. These 4 women are very strong, all of them have the cultivation of Divine Heaven Monarch. Moreover, the aura on their bodies is very gloomy. Their eyes are light blue, they look like heavenly eyes but they are not. When Qin Yun saw these women, he was astonished at first. But soon after, he felt happy because the divine power aura of these 4 women showed that they had cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. The women of the Divine Moon Race and Moon Palace mainly cultivated the Sun Moon Heart Sutra. Even if they didn't cultivate with men, they could absorb the divine power of the Divine Sun and Divine Moon to cultivate. For Qin Yun to be able to grow to his present state, cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra had played a huge role. It had greatly improved him and could also speed up his growth. Of course, he didn't master the Sun Moon Heart Sutra himself. It was those women who cultivated it with him. Therefore, he was very familiar with the divine power aura of the Sun Moon Heart Sutra and could sense it immediately. Generally speaking, those who cultivated the Sun Moon Heart Sutra were considered to be on the same side. Furthermore, they were in Yution's residence, which meant that they were protecting Yution. Qin Yun could tell that although the 4 women cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, they were not Divine Moon women. That was because Divine Moon women had a unique aura. He secretly guessed that these 4 women were probably Yution's confidants. I came to find Yution. I am Qin Yun. Qin Yun said in low voice. He was certain that these 4 women were Yution's confidants, so he directly revealed their identities. In this way, there was no need to explain too much. Otherwise, if they continued, they would fight and attract the attention of the heaven-creating deity palace, which would be very troublesome. After Qin Yun announced his name, the eyes of the four veiled women are filled with shock. They have naturally heard of Qin Yun, but they have never seen him before. They also don't know the relationship between Qin Yun and Yu Tian. Yu Tian is the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, and Qin Yun has a conflict with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I am friends with Yu Tian. I have an urgent matter to discuss with her, Qin Yun said. After saying that, he secretly released his divine power. His divine power aura contained a weak divine power aura of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. A man who could dual cultivate the Sun Moon Heart Sutra with a woman could be said to be very rare, therefore, this would give these women a sense of intimacy. Follow me, the tallest woman said in a low voice before walking towards the mansion in the small villa. When she walked over, she was still holding a token in her hand. Follow me closely. There are many traps here. If you fall into one, no one can save you. Qin Yun was not afraid of falling in. He was an expert in this field. He followed the woman and walked towards the mansion in the small mountain village. Miss, how should I address you? Qin Yun asked softly. Chen Yu. The woman turned her head, looked at Qin Yun and asked, Are you really Qin Yun? How did you get into Nine Cloud Sky City? Logically speaking, they wouldn't have let you in, or you would have been discovered when you came in. Qin Yun said with smile, I have my ways. By the way, how's Yu Tian? Palace Master, she. Let's talk about it when we see her. Chen Yu said in a low voice, she did tell me that someone would come looking for her during this period of time. I didn't expect it to be you. When did you two meet? We have known each other for a very long time. At that time, Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate had not been formed yet. Qin Yun suddenly became somewhat worried and asked, Is she alright? Chen Yu only shook her head, making Qin Yun even more worried. The other three women also suddenly disappeared. It is not that they left, they have always been here. They are just hiding inside some formations, so they can't be seen. This small mountain village is heavily guarded, there are many traps and they are all very well hidden. Moreover, they are all very strong. Once trapped inside, even Shen Tianjun would find it difficult to escape. Along the way, Qin Yun sensed many dark formations, they were all set up by Yu Tian. Seeing that Yu Tian can still set up so many dark formations, Qin Yun felt somewhat relieved. This means that Yu Tian's divine power is still very strong and her condition is very good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to set up this kind of dark formation that has very strict requirements for runes. Chen Yu originally brought Qin Yun straight towards the mansion, but she suddenly went around it. Qin Yun can see that she is going around a dark formation. In this small mountain village, one must walk a specific path and have a token in hand to avoid triggering the dark formation. Yu Tian is very protective of him, it is clear that her current situation is not good. Chen Yu, how long have you been following Yu Tian? Qin Yun asked. When she came to the Heaven Creation God Palace, we were arranged to be by her side. We were originally not Palace Master's people, but Palace Master treated us very well, so we followed her. Chen Yu said. Qin Yun nodded his head, Yu Tian treats people very well. Being able to obtain her Sun and Moon Heart Sutra means that he has gained her approval. Outside of Nine Cloud Heaven City, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor also released his aura from time to time or roared loudly to prove that he is still here. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor wants to wait for the Heavenly Emperors to come, he wants to fight with them. How strong will the Heavenly Emperors who obtained a new body be? This is also what many people in Nine Cloud Heaven City want to know. What is the relationship between the other three great emperors of the Heaven Creation 5 emperors, Sorrow and Zhuyang? Qin Yun always wanted to know if the Heaven Creation 5 emperors were in the same group. Chen Yu shook her head, I don't know. My original master was not Sorrow and Zhuyang. Oh? Then which great emperor is it? Qin Yun asked. Chen Yu did not reply and continued to lead the way. Not long after, Qin Yun finally followed Chen Yu and entered the mansion. He sat in the living room and patiently waited for Yu Tian to come out. Chen Yu has already entered the inner room to find Yu Tian. She warned Qin Yun not to run around and said that there are many formations here. Qin Yun can naturally see that there are many formations here. If he were to trigger a dark formation, even he would be entangled and even cause a great commotion. Yu Tian came out very quickly. Qin Yun sensed Yu Tian's aura and just got up. he saw a beautiful white figure fly over. Big Brother Yun. Yu Tian lightly shouted and threw herself into Qin Yan's embrace. Yu Tian, what's wrong? Qin Yan gently patted her back and asked softly, don't be afraid, I am here. Did someone bully you? Yu Tian's appearance is exactly the same as Bing Xing, but she is not as cold as Bing Xing. Yu Tian's temperament is very similar to Xiaqiru, both are very gentle women. Yu Tian is different from Xiaqiru, her gentleness also has a faint sweetness. Seeing this gentle and elegant beauty in his embrace, Qin Yan's heart seems to have softened. Chen Yu, who is at the side, is even more apprehensive. She did not expect that Yu Tian and Qin Yan would have this kind of relationship. Palace Master, Chen Yu went out to patrol. After Chen Yu finished speaking, she promptly left. Yu Tian gently pulled Qin Yan's hand and led him into the inner room. Qin Yan held Yu Tian's hand and at the same time secretly sensed the aura of her flesh and blood. There is nothing strange, it means that she is not injured. Yu Tian, what happened? Aren't you the Palace Master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Why are you in this place and there are so many dark formations here? Qin Yan entered Yu Tian's room and can still sense many dark formations. Yu Tian's dark formations are very dense, it is clear that she is very worried about being sneak attacked. Big Brother Yun, I am in danger. Yu Tian's curved eyebrows are lightly knitted, her snow white as jade and sweet face is filled with self-blame. This is all because I was too conceited. I originally thought that I could change everything, so I delayed leaving Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Don't be afraid, I am here. Qin Yan gently patted the back of her hand and said with smile, Sister Bing Xing told me to bring you back, I will definitely be able to bring you back. I know you will definitely come. I am very happy but also very worried. I really did not want you to come. Yu Tian is very conflicted. Big Brother Yun is very strong now. When I was outside the city, I destroyed Zhu Yang Great Emperor's body with my bare hands. Qin Yan said with smile, I can bring you out safely. Let's go, we will leave immediately. Yu Tian gently shook her head and said, Big Brother Yun, I still have things to do, I want to stay. Aren't you in danger? Qin Yan still does not know what kind of danger Yu Tian is facing. I want to stay and destroy them. Only like this can Heavenly God Desolate be at peace. Yu Tian's gentle and beautiful face is filled with determination, her voice is strong and firm. Qin Yan held her hand and said, They are all descendants of Divine Sun, it is impossible to destroy them now. Yu Tian, you have been in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace for so long, you should know this better than me. Yu Tian bit her lips, she naturally knows this. She faintly sighed, but, if they continue like this, they will definitely become stronger in the future. At that time, they will kill Big Brother Yun. Qin Yan caressed her face and said with smile, Don't worry, they can't kill me. Oh that's right, Yu Tian, did they bully you? They want to force me and Heavenly Emperors to cultivate the third layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. When Yu Tian spoke of this matter, her expression suddenly became ice cold. At this moment, she is exactly the same as Bing Xing. Qin Yan frowned, killing intent also appeared between his brows. He coldly snorted and said, These bastards. Big Brother Yun, they want to control the myriad realms Divine Sun through our 9-Sun Divine Maiden. Yu Tian's expression is ice cold as she said, especially those damned Heavenly Emperors. You are the Heaven Creation Palace Master. Won't there be any consequences for them to treat you like this? Qin Yan asked. Yes. That's why they don't dare for now. But very soon, they won't be afraid of anything. Yu Tian sighed and said, I originally planned to exterminate them all before that day arrives, but I underestimated their strength, so I failed. However, I was trapped in 9-Cloud Heaven City. Before that day arrives? Which day? Qin Yan asked. He is not afraid because he can bring Yu Tian out of 9-Cloud Heaven City. Heaven Sealing Sun. Yu Tian said, Once the Heaven Sealing Sun arrives, they will have nothing to fear. On that day, all the heavenly divine moon, myriad realms divine sun and the power of countless stars will be sealed. This will last for 10 days. Why did the Heaven Sealing Sun appear? When will it arrive? Qin Yan hastily asked, he has never heard of it before. In the near future, I am also not sure when it will arrive. In short, when it arrives, I can clearly feel it. Yu Tian's expression is solemn. This is also a secret that I learned in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When the heaven sealing sun arrives, the through heaven sword formation might lose its effectiveness. Sealing the heavens for 10 days, the divine desolate land will be isolated from the heavens. All living beings in the divine desolate land will not be able to sense any celestial bodies during this period of time. Yu Tian looked up. She is worried about this. The Divine Moon clan has already entered the heavenly sword formation, so is the 9 Heaven Divine Palace. The main reason why the heavenly sword formation can be maintained is because of the divine power of the 10,000 world divine suns. Once the 10 days of sealing the heavens arrive, it means that the heavenly sword formation can be broken through. Why did the heavenly sealing sun appear? Xianxia took out the sound transmission divine pearl. He wants to send this matter back. Xianxia heavenly city's barrier is very strong, isolating it from the outside world. Therefore, Xianxia is unable to communicate with the outside world using the sound transmission divine pearl. I don't know why the heavenly sealing sun appeared. Yu Tian gently shook her head. I can't communicate with the outside world, nor can I go out. Chenyu, I and the others are being watched closely by people. We can't leave this villa at all, so we can't send this matter. We need to send the news back. So you want to stake it all on one throw and destroy them yourself? Xianxia sighed. Yu Tian wants to shoulder so much by herself, this pressure is very great. As long as you are all fine. And I won't die. Yu Tian faintly smiled. I am the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. But they are the descendants of the Divine Sun Divine Palace. Xianxia shook his head. He placed his hand on Yu Tian's soft and beautiful face and gently caressed it. Yu Tian, I will definitely take you out. Leave this matter to me. Oh right, where are Sister Qiru and Sister Xiangyun? Yu Tian asked. They are all in the Divine Moon clan. Xianxia took out the token that Yu Xiangyun gave him, which is the dagger. It is Yu Xiangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. This is Sister Xiangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. Yu Tian said in shock. Xianxia said with smile, I am now the acting clan emperor of the Divine Moon clan. Sister Xiangyun made me. Really? Yu Tian is somewhat surprised and said with smile, it's not easy to be the clan emperor. Don't be afraid, we will support you. Xianxia suddenly recalled the matter of the traitor in the Divine Moon clan. He was not completely certain that there was a traitor, but he was very worried. Especially when the 10 days of sealing the heavens was about to arrive, it made him even more worried. Yu Tian, what do you think of the Dark Moon Duchess and Blood Moon Duchess in the Divine Moon clan? Xianxia asked. Yu Tian was the 9 Yang Divine Maiden and had interacted with Muyu for many years. Xianxia wanted to hear her opinion. Big brother Yun, why are you asking this? Yu Tian felt that it was a little strange. Could they be moles? I received news that they are spies planted by Mother Moon in the Divine Moon clan. Xianxia sighed and said, I can't be sure if it's true or not, but I'm very worried. Why would Mother Moon plant a spy in the Divine Moon clan? This matter also puzzled Xianxia and made him feel uneasy because once there was a traitor in the Divine Moon clan, it would cause great damage to the Divine Moon clan. In particular, the 2 spies were core members of the Divine Moon clan and were very strong. Yu Tian frowned as she pondered. She did not immediately give Xianxia an answer. Clearly, she was also uncertain about this matter. She looked gentle and sweet, but she was not completely clueless. After all, she had been the Chuangtian Palace master for a long time, and she had also fused with Yuxi's soul. She was the 9 Yang Divine Maiden and had lived for so many years. Big brother Yun, it's better to believe it than not. Yu Tian pondered for a moment and said seriously, this matter needs to be secretly investigated. Send the most trusted people to pay attention to them. And I'll let Sister Rujing and Yao Shui go. Xianxia nodded. If they were really planted by Mother Moon, it would be very dangerous. And Mother Moon has the possibility of planting them in the Divine Moon clan. Yu Tian's voice was very serious and also very worried. Xianxia was even more alarmed by her words. His heart beat a lot faster and he quickly said, what do you mean? Why would Mother Moon plant a traitor? This is also what he can't figure out. Because Mother Moon was once one of the law enforcement great venerables of the law enforcement world. She used to be very protective of the heavenly rule orthodoxy, but because of some reasons, she left the law enforcement world. However, she still maintains a certain level of loyalty to the heavenly rule orthodoxy, and everything about the heavenly rule orthodoxy is deeply imprinted in her soul. Yu Tian said. Mother Moon was actually a member of the law enforcement world. Then this is a big problem, especially when Mother Moon was about to die. She might have given some orders to the two traitors. And what kind of existence were those two traitors? They had been in the Divine Moon clan for so many years. Did they not have any feelings for them? If there really is a traitor and knows that I am the Divine Moon clan emperor, then what will they do? Qin Yin suddenly became very worried and gritted his teeth. Damn the heavenly rule orthodoxy, why do they always go against me? Big Brother Yun, the existence of the Divine Moon clan has already violated the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Yu Tian's jade hand gently caressed Qin Yun's face and said softly, don't blame yourself. If there really is a traitor, then they are not targeting you. The women of the Divine Moon clan were created through a very mysterious method. It could be said that their souls were not within the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Later on, when their souls were sensed by the heavenly rule orthodoxy, they were added in, causing the heavenly rule orthodoxy to operate. It created a certain amount of variables. Regarding this matter, Qin Yin had heard about it before. Mother Moon and the Divine Moon clan were indeed close, but who knew if she also had thoughts of destroying the Divine Moon clan? After all, she was once a law enforcer, so she must have been brainwashed. Let's leave the heaven-creating divine palace now. Qin Yin held Yu Tian's hand. He wanted to return to Divine Moon Heavenly City as soon as possible. As long as he was there, he could rest assured. Big Brother Yun. Can you bring Chenyu and the others? They have been with me for a long time and are trustworthy, so they have signed a soul contract with me. Yu Tian could only leave with Qin Yin because the Divine Moon clan was facing a great crisis. All right. Qin Yin readily agreed, call them all in. Yu Tian's 4 sisters were taught the Sun Moon Heart Sutra and named Chenyu, Qiuyu, Xiaoyu, and Dongyu. Their strength is very good and they are very loyal and devoted to Yu Tian. After Yu Tian called them in, Qin Yin placed them in a room inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yin called out the little ant queen and let her bring him out of the city. Yu Tian and her 4 sisters are not weak, but they are unable to break out of Xianxia Heavenly City. With the help of the little ant queen, Qin Yin easily left Xianxia Heavenly City. What surprised him is that after leaving the city, he sensed 2 very dreadful divine power waves. Qin Yin is now very far from Xianxia Heavenly City. And from the direction of Xianxia Heavenly City, burst after burst of frantic energy waves, as well as heaven-shaking loud sounds. A battle has erupted over there. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor and Heavenly Emperors are fighting. At this time, Qin Yin took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Yi Yaxue and Xian Rujing. He learned that Blood Moon Duke and Dark Moon Duke have returned. These 2 dukes, who were suspected to be traitors, did not have any strange reaction after learning that Qin Yin is the current Heavenly Ghost Ancestor of Divine Moon clan. Instead, they expressed that they are very welcoming. Their reaction is very similar to that of many Divine Moon clan women. This made Qin Yin feel a lot more relieved. At this time, he also released Yu Tian and her 4 sisters. After they came out, they are very shocked. They did not expect Qin Yin to bring them out so quickly. Brother Yun, you are truly awesome. How did you do it? Xianxia Heavenly City's barrier is very strong. I used many methods but still could not break it. Yu Tian is an inscription master, so she wants to know. Spatial Xian Ant helped me out. Qin Yin said with smile. So that's how it is. Yu Tian immediately understood because she knows about the Spatial Xian Ant. Yang Shuriwei has 2 sprite avatars and fused with 2 Spatial Xian Ants. Yu Tian also knows about this matter and studied it for a while. It is the battle between Heavenly Ghost Ancestor and Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Qin Yin looked into the distance. Energy waves are churning over there. The sky is covered in dusky ghost energy. The 9 colored clouds of Xianxia Heavenly City can no longer be seen. Even though Qin Yin and the others are very far away from Xianxia Heavenly City, they can still feel the terrifying aura of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is no match for the Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Yu Tian said with frown, the Heavenly Ghost Ancestor did not use too much divine power, they directly used their physical strength to fight. Chen said, if the heavenly ghost ancestor can use their physical body to fight, it is definitely not the nine heavens' divine body. Xianxia looked at Chen and asked, I heard from Great Emperor Juyan that their strongest physical body is not the nine heavens' divine body. What kind of body is that? It should be the legendary heavenly tyrant body. When the heavenly god Desolate was formed, they stole the divine power that created the heavenly god Desolate and strengthened it on the basis of the nine heavens' divine body. That is why they created the heavenly tyrant body. Yu Tian said. Yu Tian, when the heaven sealing 10 days comes, can we go to the heavenly god moon? Xianxia asked. No. When the time comes, there will be a seal on the heavenly god Desolate, we will not be able to touch the sun, moon, and stars. Yu Tian shook her head, as for why the heaven sealing 10 days will appear, I also don't understand. The battle between the heavenly ghost ancestor and the heavenly ghost ancestor did not last long, but it was extremely intense. The heavenly ghost ancestor actually had the upper hand. You bastards, just you wait. The heavenly ghost ancestor roared. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared near Xianxia heavenly city. The heavenly ghost ancestor tore through space and escaped. After the heavenly ghost ancestor obtained the heavenly tyrant body, he actually became so strong. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. He now does not have the confidence to destroy the heavenly ghost ancestor's body. Let's go, we will return to the heavenly sword formation. Yu Tian said, I will go back and gather with my sisters. After that, we will go to a place. Where are you going? I will go with you. Xianxia said. That is the mission of the goddess, I will bring Chen Yu and the others with me. I will complete this mission and try my best to ask Xiangyang about the heaven sealing 10 days. Big brother Yun, you stay in the heavenly sword formation, you need to preside over the situation there. Yu Tian instructed. After Qin Yun brought Yu Tian back, he hurriedly went to the Immortal Heaven pawnshop and entered the inner hall of the Immortal Heaven pawnshop. Then, he took out the book and contacted Heaven Destroyer. Grandfather, it's urgent, quickly come out. Qin Yun shouted anxiously. If the heaven-creating God Palace found out that Yu Tian was not in the nine-cloud sky city, they would definitely come to the heavenly sword formation immediately. Once the 10 days of sealing the heavens arrived and there were strong enemies outside, the heavenly sword formation would be in danger. Very quickly, the image of Heaven Destroyer's upper body appeared on the page. Little grandson, what's the matter? Heaven Extermination is very happy to see Qin Yun, he asked with a chuckle. What the hell is that heaven sealing 10 suns? Qin Yun asked anxiously. The smile on the Heaven Destroyer's face immediately froze at the mention of the 10 heaven sealing suns. His expression also changed drastically as he asked in shock, why are you asking this? Where did you hear that? The 10 days of sealing the heavens is coming soon. Is there any way to prevent the heaven sealing 10 suns from happening? Asked Qin Yun. Suddenly, a faint white glow appeared on Heaven Destroyer's solemn face. His eyes turned white and 2 spiral patterns appeared in his eyes. It was as if many runes were converging together, transforming into a spiral vortex that condensed in his eyes. On the pearl. Damn it. They actually used the heaven sealing grand forbidden art. Heaven exterminating deity's expression was very ugly. Is it for me? Qin Yun clenched his fists and asked anxiously, who did? It? It's the law enforcement world. Heaven Destroyer was very anxious. He paced back and forth and shook his head. They're not here for you. They're going after the entire God's Desolate. Why are you targeting the entire God's wilderness? Asked Qin Yun. Because of the formation of the divine wilderness, it will become the main gathering place for living beings. Above the divine wilderness, there were many souls that did not belong to the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxies. They could not even be sensed by the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxies. The reason for this was mainly because there was a force secretly resisting the heavenly rule Tao orthodoxy. It wanted to escape the heavenly rule Tao orthodoxy's control over the divine wilderness. Where did this power come from? I'm not sure yet. I suspect that it might be the center of the divine wilderness or the myriad world's divine sun. Furthermore, you and the Divine Moon Clan are their targets. And the ancient desolation might also be the main target. The Heaven Destroyer looked very anxious. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the heaven sealing 10 suns. Heaven sealing 10 suns was to seal the connection between the earth and the heavens. Because the energy of the earth mainly came from the heavens, as long as it was blocked, the strength of the creatures on the ground would be affected. In this way, the law enforcers could quickly eliminate all kinds of variables. As for Qin Yun, the number one anti-heavenly villain who wanted to correct himself, he would naturally become a target. What surprised Qin Yun was that even the ancient desolation was affected. It was evident that there were too many loopholes in the orthodoxy of heavenly rules and orthodoxy. That was why the Great Sealing Heaven's forbidden art was used to rectify the loopholes. Then what should we do? Qin Yun asked, Grandfather, will you be affected as well? We came to the ancient desolate land to avoid the law enforcers. It can be said that most of the people in ancient desolation are famous in the heavenly rules orthodoxy. Heaven Destroyer said, I also don't know what to do, I can only confront the law enforcers. Qin Yun suddenly thought of his 9-sun divine spirit. There are several divine suns inside. The immortal heaven pawnshop was also formed from the divine sun of the heavenly universe, so it might be of great use when the time came. If he had a large amount of divine universe golden stones during the heaven sealing 10 days, he would be able to maintain the Great Formations operation. After Qin Yun cut off contact with Heaven Destroyer, he immediately contacted Ming Yunyue and Ming Yongtian on the mystic moonland. He asked them to help him gather a large amount of divine universe golden stones. He urgently needed them. In addition, Qin Yun also asked Ming Yunyue to find the Bright Moon sect leader and borrow as many divine universe golden stones as possible. He would definitely be able to repay them in the future. As long as he could endure the heaven sealing 10 days, it would be fine. As for the matter of repaying the debt, Qin Yun was not too worried. He could refine pills and talismans. Furthermore, the unfettered smoke he made was extremely good. He would definitely be able to repay the debt very quickly. Qin Yun headed to the center of the heavenly sword formation. The divine inscription mountain was here. The core members of the inscription gate were usually in the divine inscription mountain. He gathered mountain god, Xiaohua, black rat Bai Zai, ancient ox devil, Shui Yi Hui, triple radiance, Yi Shaosong and other core members of the inscription gate. The control of the heavenly sword formation was mainly the responsibility of the inscription gate, so they understood it very well. Qin Yun gathered them to clearly understand that if the heavenly sword formation could not absorb the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun, then how much energy would it need to maintain itself? After their discussion, they found out that the amount of divine universe golden stones required was extremely high. Every day, they would need 5 million divine universe golden stones. In other words, if the heavenly sword formation was to be maintained for 10 days, they would need at least 50 million divine universe golden stones. Qin Yun contacted Ming Yunyue once again and asked if she could help him gather 50 million divine universe golden stones. Ming Yunyue did not immediately reply. She also needed time to calculate. Qin Yun waited for a while before Ming Yunyue replied. She said that even if she borrowed Wan Haoyue's, she would only be able to gather 15 million divine universe golden stones at most. 15 million divine universe golden stones could only maintain the heavenly sword formation for 3 days. To be able to maintain it for 3 days was already very good. If it was not possible after that, there was still the heavenly universe divine sun from the imperial heaven pawnshop and the divine sun from the 9-sun divine spirit. Old Mountain, can you control the movement of all the sword mountains? The area covered by the heavenly sword formation is too wide. Let's shrink the area so that we can consume less energy. Qin Yun asked. Sure. Then let's shrink the area within the heavenly sword formation. It's enough for several big cities. The mountain god said. If we shrink the area, then 15 million divine universe golden stones can last for at least 6 days. Xiaohua calculated and said. 6 days, that's enough. Let's begin immediately. I will go greet the big shots of the various cities. Qin Yun first contacted Zao and told him that the area within the heavenly sword formation would shrink. The heavenly sword formation previously covered a large area, occupying a large area of the sword forest desert. At present, they did not need such a large area, although there were still several huge cities within the heavenly sword formation. Even after shrinking, it was enough to accommodate them. However, it would not be as large as before, so it would not be as convenient when training. After that, Qin Yin let Little Palace Spirit and White Death contact 3 Heavenly City and 9 Yang Royal City to inform them. Many huge cities are currently in the second ring area, and within the Heavenly Sword formation, there are a total of 5 ring areas. Now, shrinking to the second ring area is enough. Qin Yin contacted Little Phoenix and told her to find Bai Suxin. Xianxia gave Qin Yin 2 young embryos and told him to find Bai Suxin after returning to the divine desolate great land. Then together with Kong Feiqing Palace's Fei Yan's Gemini heavenly rune, they will create White Divine Sun. As for the other young embryo, it will be used to create a Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Qin Yin does not know how to create Myriad Realms Divine Sun, and he has the poisonous sun seed. In this kind of situation, he needs to create his own Divine Sunday. That way, even if Heaven Sealing 10 Sun arrives, he can use the Divine Sun's power to obtain quite a bit of power. Heaven Sealing 10 Sun will cut off the connection between Qin Yin and Myriad Realms Divine Sun, causing him to be unable to borrow Myriad Realms Divine Sun's power. After Qin Yin finished his preparations, he busied himself for an entire day. At night, he returned to Divine Moon Heaven City. He originally wanted to meet the Blood Moon and Dark Moon Kings, but they are in seclusion. Flower Moon King is also on his way back from hiding in Heavenly Emperor City. Hong Mangshu, Shimen Chuqian, as well as Yi Zixuan and other women are following Flower Moon King. Qin Yin arrived at Fragrant Charm Pavilion and felt great pressure. If he did not have the Through Heaven Sword formation, he would have to resist the frontal attack of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Law Enforcement Realm and Heavenly Divine Nations. Qin Yin did not tell anyone about this matter. At night, Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing arrived at Fragrant Charm Pavilion. They saw that Qin Yin's expression is not right and hastily inquired about the situation. Yu Tian has already left to complete Divine Daughter's mission. She will be fine, rest assured. Xian Rujing consoled Qin Yin. Qin Yin nodded and said with smile, I told you to keep an eye on those 2 kings, did they discover you? Of course not. Yi Yaoxue very confidently said with smile. Seeing Qin Yin's smile, Xian Rujing delicately leaned on Qin Yin's shoulder. Her charming eyes are looking at Qin Yin, her eyes are filled with deep affection. Little husband. Yi Yaoxue also said with charming smile, let's go to sleep. Qin Yin's mood suddenly became a lot better under the tender affection of these 2 beauties. He doesn't know how long he stayed with them sweetly and finally fell asleep. After daybreak, Qin Yin woke up and did not see Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing. Little Phoenix also sent a message to Qin Yin saying that Bai Suxin is very busy and will go find him as soon as possible. Bai Suxin has Heavenly Law Heart Spirit, she can help other people master Heavenly Law Inheritance. Heavenly Law Inheritance is very mysterious. Qin Yin only learned that there are more and more kinds of Heavenly Law Inheritance. There are also very strong Heavenly Law Forbidden techniques. He suspects that Heavenly Law Inheritance can be used to fight against Divine Sun descendants. Because Heaven Creation Divine Palace and Divine Nations consider people who use Heavenly Law Inheritance as evil devils. Ming Yunyue will arrange for Heavenly Sha Battle Immortal and Ming Yong Tian to deliver Divine Universe Golden Stones to the Heavenly Sword formation. Qin Yin is very grateful to Ming Yunyue. She has paid a great price to help Qin Yin gather so many Divine Universe Golden Stones. She did not ask Qin Yin what he will use them for, she also did not ask when he will return them. Tens of thousands of sword mountains are moving towards the center. In just one night, the Heavenly Sword formation's range has shrunk a lot. Many sword mountains have formed several circles, forming several layers of huge mountain walls. This sudden change caused the people inside the Heavenly Sword formation to feel very puzzled. They roughly guessed that a crisis is coming. Early in the morning, Shueyu sent sound transmission to Qin Yin, Clan Emperor, there are many people outside the mountain wall. One of them claims to be Fire Moon Divine Race's Clan Emperor. What is he doing here? Qin Yin asked. He did not say, he only said that he wants to see Divine Moon Clan's Emperor. He also said that if Divine Moon Clan's Emperor doesn't come out, he will teach us a lesson. Shueyu said. If it was under normal circumstances, Qin Yin would definitely ignore the Fire Moon Divine Race's Clan Emperor who was clamoring outside and unable to enter the Heavenly Sword formation. This was because there were many people outside the Heavenly Sword formation who were challenging him. But right now, Qin Yin was worrying. The Fire Moon God Race's Clan Emperor was provoking him outside the Heavenly Sword formation. Naturally, Qin Yan had to go out and take care of him. He had to ensure that these small fries would stay away from the heavenly sword formation before the 10 days of sealing the heavens arrived. Not long after, Qin Yan arrived at the top of a sword mountain. Feng Yue and Xue Yue were waiting for him there. Clan Emperor. Feng Yu and Xue Yu shouted softly when they saw Qin Yan. They are very respectful towards Qin Yan, especially in this kind of situation. They will not try to seduce Qin Yan. Qin Yan nodded. He wore a heavenly hat and an inscription master's robe. He had come with the identity of the Nine-Yang Palace King. Standing on the peak of the gigantic sword mountain, Qin Yan looked ahead. The Fire Moon God Race's clan emperor had actually brought quite a number of people with him. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were clad in flaming armor. Furthermore, each of them had a flaming crescent imprint on their foreheads. Qin Yan had previously seen the few people who had betrayed the Yu clan. Their attire was somewhat different from the Fire Moon divine race in front of him. Furthermore, there was no Fire Moon mark between their eyebrows. Other than the people from the Fire Moon God race, there were actually quite a few other people, but those people all maintained a distance from the Fire Moon God race. Qin Yan could not tell the origins of that group of people. He only felt that they were most likely here to watch the show. There were definitely people from the Heaven's Divine Kingdom and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, but they were all hiding. There were a lot of people in the Divine Wasteland, and the Heavenly Sword Formation and the Sword Forest Desert were very famous places. Now that the Sword Mountain had moved and shrunk in one night, it caused a huge commotion. There were teleportation arrays in the Divine Wasteland, so the flow of news was extremely fast. Furthermore, there were people watching the Heavenly Sword Formation, so this matter attracted the attention of many parties. Is Xianxia here? I need to see her. Ask her to come out. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man from the Fire Moon race. He had fiery red hair, a fiery jade crown on his head, and a fiery red flute in his hand. He floated in midair, his robes extremely long, releasing golden red flames. They fluttered in the wind, drawing out a long robe shadow, looking extremely awe-inspiring and domineering. The Fire Moon Imperial Arch looked at Qin Yan. He felt that Qin Yan looked extraordinary, but he could not tell Qin Yan's origins. Why did she come out to see you? Based on what? Said Qin Yan coldly. Why? Because I am the Fire Moon Protector under the venerable emperors of all heavens. And she, Xianxia, is destined to be the woman of the All Heavens Emperor Zun. I am here to bring her to the All Heavens Emperor city under the Emperor Zun's order. The Fire Moon race's emperor said loudly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know he was from the All Heavens Emperor city. Sovereign's Fire Moon Protector. Qin Yan was immediately infuriated when he heard that. Xue Yu knew that Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun had slept together before. She was very clear that the relationship between Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun was not ordinary. When she saw Qin Yan's expression turn incomparably cold, she was not surprised. She only said in a low voice, "Forget it, don't lower yourself to that person's level. He can't do anything to us. A dog like venerable sovereigns of all heavens is fit to have a woman? He's not even fit to have a bitch." Qin Yan's voice turned into a surging wave of air that reverberated forward. Just the power of his voice carried the vast and mighty power of heaven. Those who heard his voice were all shocked. "You, who are you? You dare to insult an sovereign, you are dead." The Fire Moon Imperial Arch was also shocked and shouted angrily. Through Heaven Sword Formation, Sword Forest Desert is the territory of Nine-Yang Divine Palace. A stupid dog like you trespassed into my Sword Forest Desert and barked incessantly. The one who will die is you. Qin Yan sneered. You are Qin Yan? The Fire Moon Imperial Arch suddenly realized that the man wearing the hat was the famous Qin Yan. You are not fit to call me by my name. As Qin Yan's voice fell, the surrounding space fluctuated. He stepped out of the Through Heaven Sword Formation's barrier in an instant and appeared in front of the Fire Moon Imperial Arch. Feng Yue and Xue Yue looked at each other in shock. They thought that Qin Yan would not go out. Even if he went out, he would make a series of preparations. But now, Qin Yan rushed out in the blink of an eye. This kind of suddenness exceeded everyone's expectations. This kind of speed made everyone dumbstruck. This kind of aura intimidated everyone present. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan appeared in front of the Fire Moon Imperial Arch. The supergravity brought along terrifying heavenly might, as if the heavens were pressing down. After the fire moon divine race's people were pressed down by the supergravity, they suddenly fell, and then, another pressure rushed up from the ground, supergravity heaven and earth fusion, the two gravitational forces attacked from above and below. The power was extremely terrifying. When the palace king made his move, heaven and earth shook. The 100 people of the fire moon divine race were all heavenly monarchs. They never thought that someone would dare to fight them one-on-one, because even the sovereigns of the heavens did not dare to directly charge at them. But now, Xianxia dared. This kind of boldness and might shocked everyone present in an instant. Even the fire moon imperial arch was deeply shocked and afraid at this moment because he did not feel this way when facing the sovereigns of the heavens. Kill! The fire moon imperial arch roared angrily. Through shouting, he broke through the fear in his heart. After all, they were all heavenly monarchs. Facing Xianxia's heaven and earth unity with all his strength, they also had the power to resist. Boom 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 boom, the bodies of the fire moon divine race's people madly emitted flames. Divine power surged out from their bodies, resisting the two gravitational forces of heaven and earth. The 100 people in front of Xianxia were desperately resisting the attack. If they did not use all their strength, they would definitely be flattened and eventually be flattened into meat paste. Xianxia single-handedly suppressed the 100 heavenly monarchs, causing the spectators from afar to suck in a cold breath of air and sweat to appear on their backs. Xianxia held his hands behind his back, his eyes were cold, flashing with cold light. That kind of gaze seemed to look down on everything. Even the powerful heaven and earth did not seem to be in his eyes at this moment. His entire body was fluctuating with a powerful might that looked down on the heaven and earth. It was as if he could destroy the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. Do you really think that you can stop me like this? Xianxia's cold voice sounded like the call of death. You can't kill us. The fire moon imperial arch laughed angrily. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. The sovereigns already have the heaven's tyrant body, they can destroy you with a finger. If the heavenly rules orthodoxy says you must die, then you must die. Just as he finished speaking, 9 dazzling golden sacred tribulation gates appeared behind Xianxia with a whoosh. The sacred tribulation gates were 10,000 feet tall, floating in the sky with divine light that shook the heavens. The person with 10 Tao images released 9 powerful sacred heavenly divine power, meaning that he had cultivated 9 sacred heavenly Tao images, and each of these 9 sacred heavenly Tao images had a sacred tribulation gate. The most shocking thing was that Xianxia was only in the sacred God realm. As long as he could cultivate the last sacred heavenly Tao image and step into the Tao God realm, wouldn't he be able to beat all the heavenly monarchs? Just a moment ago, the fire moon imperial. The arch was very confident that the Empyrean sovereigns with the heaven's tyrant body could destroy Xianxia with a finger. But now, he was so shocked that he could not speak a word, because Xianxia could destroy him with a finger. A sacred God realm person could single-handedly suppress 100 heavenly monarchs of the fire moon clan with his bare hands. What kind of terrifying potential was this? If Xianxia stepped into the heavenly monarch realm one day, how strong would he be? Wouldn't he be invincible in the universe? I only need to open one tribulation gate to destroy all of you. As Xianxia spoke, a majestic and shocking sacred tribulation gate suddenly opened. The dragon's roar reverberated, the sound waves turned into monstrous chi waves that swept across the sky. The majestic dragon might could topple mountains and overturn seas. The divine dragon had yet to appear, but its power was already earth-shattering. The dragon power poured out of the gate and entered Xianxia's body. In an instant, the power of Xianxia's heaven and earth fusion increased rapidly. Ah! A few of the fire moon divine race people who were pincered by the supergravity suddenly screamed. All of a sudden, their bodies exploded from the pressure, burning with flames, completely destroyed. Roar! Xianxia roared and opened the tribulation gate. Divine power surged out like a dragon's roar. More than 100 people were pincered by the supergravity. In an instant, their bodies emitted crackling sounds. Their bones were all shattered, and their bodies were in a mess from the pressure. Only the fire moon imperial emperor, who had a divine treasure to protect his body, was able to break through Xianxia's heaven and earth fusion at the crucial moment and escape. But he was also heavily injured. Xianxia took a step and chased after the escaping fire moon imperial emperor. He appeared in front of him and punched the imperial emperor's face. Boom! When this punch was thrown out, the shockwave seemed to cause the entire world to tremble. After the Fire Moon Imperial Emperor's face was hit, it cracked and exploded. His head is bleeding. Divine Kingdom's Fire Moon Protector? Is that all? Xinyan raised his foot and kicked the Fire Moon Imperial Emperor with heaven-trampling berserk might. Just one kick was enough to shatter the Fire Moon race's emperor, who was wearing a mighty armor. The souls of the Fire Moon Imperial Emperor fled in fear. The souls of the Fire Moon Imperial Emperor are undying, but they need to rebuild their bodies. The Fire Moon Imperial Emperor was defeated miserably and his body exploded from the kick. And all the Divine Heaven Lord subordinates he brought with him were completely annihilated. Divine Heaven Venerable Emperor. You have repeatedly sent people to my Sword Forest Mountain Desert to cause trouble, and I have never gone to your territory. Looks like I should go to your place. I won't be like you, always sending some cats and dogs to make a fool of themselves. I will go personally. The 9 sacred tribulation gates suddenly opened. Xinyan's voice reverberated from the sacred tribulation gates towards the distant Heavenly Emperor City. Xinyan wants to attack the Heavenly Emperor City. It has always been said that the 9 Yan Palace King was hiding in the Heavenly Sword Formation, and now, Xinyan is finally going to counterattack. Xinyan withdrew the sacred tribulation gate, activated the teleportation pearl and disappeared. No one knows where he went. Feng Yu and Shui Yu, who are on the Sword Mountain, did not even dare to breathe loudly. They have an initial understanding of how strong Xinyan is. Clan Emperor is so handsome. Shui Yu faintly smiled after her shock passed. He wants to attack the Heavenly Emperor City? Is he going alone? Feng Yu said worriedly, isn't he going to bring some people? Who can he bring? Whoever follows him will only become a burden. Shui Yu said with charming smile, Feng Yu, let's go back. When the Clan Emperor returns, even if he can't attack the Heavenly Emperor City, he will still scare them half to death. Xinyan had released the 9 sacred tribulation gates. The sound waves from the gates reverberated in the sky and traveled far. All Heaven sovereigns could hear Xinyan's voice even from far away. Knowing that Xinyan was going to attack the city, everyone in the city started to get busy. All Heaven sovereigns were not afraid of Xinyan. They even declared confidently that Xinyan wouldn't be able to return. After obtaining the All Heaven's tyrant body, all Heaven sovereigns could defeat Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Therefore, he was very confident. Now, no one dared to say that he was inferior to Xinyan, let alone doubt his strength. All Heaven sovereigns could defeat Heavenly Ghost Ancestor with only Shen Tianjuan's cultivation level. This was proof of his strength. Many people knew that all Heaven sovereigns were very strong, but they also thought that Xinyan was not weak. Therefore, they were looking forward to their battle. All Heaven Sovereign City had become very strict. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter the city unless they were core members. Leaving the city was allowed. In just one day, experts from all sides had arrived outside the city. All Heaven Sovereign City's teleportation formation was placed outside the city. It connected to many places, such as 9 Cloud Sky City, Mystic Moonland, and Divine Court City. There were a lot of experts in these cities, so they would be able to reach the All Heaven's Emperor City quickly. At this time, another piece of news came. Xinyan had actually destroyed Emperor Zhu Yang's body and killed godly monarch Xianxia. This news was very shocking. Great Emperor Zhu Yang's name was very famous. After all, he was the father of all Heaven's sovereigns. Heavenly Emperor Sorrow, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Yang, and Emperorian Supremacy had all had their bodies destroyed by Xinyan. It was truly a neat family. Now, everyone understood why Great Emperor Zhu Yang had awakened the 9 Heavens' divine body. It turned out that his original body had been destroyed. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was wearing a black robe. His dark face was slightly wrinkled. His white hair draped over his shoulders. He floated in the air, emitting an oppressive ghostly aura. No one dared to approach him. Although Heavenly Ghost Ancestor had been defeated by the Heaven Sovereigns, only the Heaven Sovereigns were qualified to look down on him. Most people could only look up to him. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's cultivation level surpassed Shen Tianjuan's. What kind of realm was that? This was something that many Shen Tian lords wanted to know. Right at that moment, the Sun Dragon Clan's Sun Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Lion Clan's Emperor arrived with a group of people of the younger generation. The Divine Judge also teleported over with the gods of the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds. The gods of the Divine Court arrived with a terrifying aura. The gods of the divine court, who were previously regarded as useless, had all become heavenly monarchs. This level of cultivation, at the moment, was the pinnacle of divine wasteland. Everyone suddenly recalled that Qin Yun had the godly king heavenly seal. He was supposed to be the godly king of the divine court. However, Qin Yun had never entered the Myriad Realms' divine palace, and the Myriad Realms' divine palace had never announced that Qin Yun was their godly king. Then, a burst of white light shot over. It's the White Sun Elf race. I heard that the White Sun Elf Emperor is also loyal to the sovereigns of the All Heavens, but he is not in the All Heavens sovereign city. Someone sensed the special White Sun divine power and exclaimed. Following that, the clan emperors of the 8 Dao clans and the illusionary tribe descended from the sky with their elders. The Bright Moon Sect master, Wang Haoyue, brought more than half of the Bright Moon Sect's experts. They also came out of the teleportation formation with great momentum. The other clan emperors of the Ice Moon Divine Race, Thunder Moon Divine Race and Wood Moon Divine Race were all outside the city. When they saw Wang Haoyue, their expressions turned ugly because they were not doing as well as Wang Haoyue. Ming Yunyue, Ming Yongtian and Heavenly Evil Battle God are all Qin Yun's friends. When they found out that Qin Yun had caused such a big commotion, they naturally came to take a look. They followed Wang Haoyue and planned to help Qin Yun at the critical moment. Outside the All Heaven Sovereign City, experts have gathered. Nearly half of the famous experts and powers of the All Heavens Divine Desolate Great Era have arrived. Just as everyone was waiting for Qin Yun to arrive, the earth suddenly trembled. The surrounding crowd who loved to watch a good show immediately became wild with joy, thinking that Qin Yun had arrived. They looked in the direction of the tremors and saw a very large altar slowly moving over. That is the Heavenly Law altar. How could Tian Daozi miss out on such a big matter? After the Heavenly Law altar arrived, Netherworld Great Emperor, MOG, Yunlong and other core members of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. They all landed on the Heavenly Law altar. When needed, they will all take action. On the surface, it seems that Qin Yun wants to attack the All Heaven Sovereign City and fight against the Heavenly Sovereigns. There are so many experts behind the Heavenly Sovereigns and there is also the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When the time comes, it is impossible for them not to help the Heavenly Sovereigns. If Qin Yun were to face so many people alone, he would be at a disadvantage. Tragic Heavenly Emperor and Zhuyang Heavenly Emperor are already inside the All Heavens Sovereign City. Wang Haoyue was just outside the city, exchanging pleasantries with them, saying many hypocritical words. Everyone suddenly felt that Qin Yun would not come. Because from the current situation, Qin Yun does not have the advantage. Even if he brought all the experts of the Piercing Heaven Sword formation, they would still be far from the All Heavens Divine Kingdom and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. What everyone is concerned about now is not how Qin Yun will attack the All Heavens Sovereign City but whether Qin Yun will come or not. To the All Heavens Empyrean City, even if Qin Yun didn't come, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Instead, it would increase their prestige. Qin Yun had previously destroyed the bodies of their family of 3, so he was indeed powerful. Now that he did not dare to appear, it meant that the family of 3 terrified Qin Yun. In addition, Qin Yun had announced that he would attack the All Heavens Empyrean City with great momentum, alarming half of the All Heavens Divine Wilderness. But in the end, he didn't go himself, which would definitely make people feel disgusted. There should be many of Qin Yun's friends outside the city, right? You can tell Qin Yun that no one will laugh at him even if he doesn't come. After all, he's just a rat. It's in his nature to be timid. The All Heavens Venerable Sovereign's mocking voices echoed from the Emperor City. From within. Just as All Heaven Venerable Sovereigns finished speaking, a majestic and terrifying divine power suddenly poured down from the sky, causing the earth to sink by half an inch. As for the people outside the All Heavens Emperor City, as long as one was not at the Lord of Heaven realm, without anyone to protect them, they would be pressured by that sudden aura to the point of vomiting blood and being seriously injured. Is Qin Yun here? Someone shouted in fear. Because that aura is truly too terrifying. Such a huge piece of land was instantly pressured down by the aura. This kind of power is simply too terrifying. Many people retreated in fear, distancing themselves from the All Heavens Emperor City. The Lord of Heaven experts outside the All Heavens Emperor City also looked at the sky with grave expressions. Old cousin is here? Ming Yongtian said with pleasant surprise. It's not Qin Yun, it's the law enforcement world. Wang Haoyue's gaze was grave as she looked at the sky. I didn't expect that this would even alarm the law enforcement great sovereign of the law enforcement world. It's not Qin Yan who caused such a shocking commotion, it's the law enforcement world. The law enforcement world that was in charge of the heavenly law orthodoxy finally took action. The heavenly law orthodoxy determined the fate of a large number of living beings, and the law enforcement world that could control this mysterious heavenly law orthodoxy naturally has incomparably terrifying strength. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared high in the sky. Not long after that ball of light appeared, another ball of light appeared in succession. In just a moment, the sky was densely filled with rows of light balls. Those light balls were arranged very neatly, releasing a very strong golden light. He estimated that there were at least 10,000 of those light balls, and they were all in the sky above the All Heavens Emperor City. It's still the law enforcement world's extravagance, 10,000 suns descending to the heavens. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor exclaimed. 10,000 suns descending to the heavens, those balls of light were all divine suns. 10,000 divine suns suddenly appeared just like that. When everyone heard Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's words, they were all moved and let out cries of fear. The law enforcement world had made a move and there were over 10,000 divine suns. What were they trying to do? Within the heavenly Tao altar, Tian Daozi's expression was incomparably grave. 10,000 suns descending to the heavens, what is the law enforcement world doing? Wang Haoyue was also alarmed. Is such a big movement from the law enforcement world really aimed at Qin Yan? Qin Yan's strength is far from enough to make the law enforcement world make such a big move. Then who is it aimed at? The law enforcement world's move caused many experts outside the All Heavens Emperor City to fall into panic. Even the White Sun Fairy Emperor and the others were secretly afraid. With the law enforcement world doing this, let alone one Qin Yan, even 100 of them wouldn't dare to come. That's right, this move is 10,000 divine suns. If I were Qin Yan, I would find the deepest hole to burrow into and hide. Disperse, Qin Yan won't come. Everyone was discussing, many people were certain that Qin Yan would not come. Previously, Qin Yan had exterminated the Fire Moon clan's great emperor and the others outside the Heavenly Sword Formation. After announcing that he was going to attack the All Heavens Emperor City, he used the teleportation pearl to teleport away. He had already decided to attack the All Heavens Emperor City, but he did not immediately go. Instead, he first arrived outside the Nine-Cloud Heaven City. Outside the Nine-Cloud Heaven City, Qin Yan looked at the ball of light in the distant sky. With a glance, he could tell that it was 10,000 divine suns. Is the heaven sealing 10 days coming? Is that the heaven sealing great forbidden art? Qin Yan thought to himself, before the heaven sealing 10 days, the threat of the heaven creation god palace was extremely great. I'll give it a try and see if I can flatten the heaven creation god palace. He had just received many messages from his friends. There was the spatial god, nameless old man, Tian Daozi, Ming Yunyue, and others. They constantly asked Qin Yan about the situation and advised him not to attack. They even said that the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Emperor Zhuyang were already in the All Heavens Emperor City. I can't endure it now. Before the heaven-sealing great forbidden art is activated, I must do my best to heavily damage the enemy's lair. Qin Yan could still draw upon the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun. Combined with the divine sun inside the nine sun divine spirit, his strength would reach an astonishing level. The number of people in Nine Cloud Sky City has decreased a lot. Most of them have gone to Heavenly Emperor City. Heavenly Emperor City is not far from Nine Cloud Sky City. It only takes 2 days to fly at high speed. Based on the relationship between Heaven Creation God Palace and Heavenly Divine Kingdom, if Heavenly Emperor City is in trouble, Nine Cloud Sky City will naturally go and help. In other words, there are hundreds of thousands of Nine Cloud Sky City experts rushing to Heavenly Emperor City. There are tens of millions of people in Nine Cloud Sky City. At least hundreds of thousands of them are working for Heaven Creation God Palace. When Qin Yan entered Nine Cloud Sky City, he could clearly feel that there are fewer people here. He didn't think of deliberately luring people to Heavenly Emperor City. He just felt that when he was going to attack the All Heavens Emperor City, he must teach the Heaven-creating deity palace a lesson. In case Heaven Creation God Palace went to help Heavenly Emperor City, or after Heaven sealing 10 days, Heaven Creation God Palace will bring pressure to through Heaven Sword Formation. I inadvertently implemented the diversion plan? Qin Yan is also quite surprised. At this moment, it is the best time to attack Nine Cloud Sky City and Heaven Creation God Palace. Xianxia walked on a large road towards the huge Heaven Creation God Palace in front of him. From afar, the Heaven Creation God Palace looks like dozens of towering mountains crouching on the ground. It is very huge. When he came to Nine Cloud Sky City before, this road was very lively. But now, the number of people has obviously decreased a lot. As he walked, he thought about how to bring the greatest loss to Nine Cloud Sky City. It is not easy to destroy Heaven Creation God Palace in a short period of time. In the Heaven Creating Deity Palace, Sorrow and Ju Yang, the two great earths, went to the All Heavens Emperor City. Heaven Creation 5 emperors and the other 3 emperors, if they are in Heaven Creation God Palace, they will definitely come out to stop Xianxia. Xianxia has a way, but he doesn't know which is the best. He opened his heavenly eye and looked at the sky above Heaven Creation God Palace. He saw 9 huge divine bird phantoms circling in the sky. The 9-colored divine bird looks very auspicious, as if it brings the best luck to the entire 9 Cloud Sky City. But after getting closer, he found that the 9-colored divine bird's eyes are full of resentment. After discovering this, Xianxia was shocked. The divine bird died miserably here and even had its flesh cut, bones broken and soul sealed. It's impossible for it not to have any grievances. Xianxia took a deep breath and thought to himself, could it be that there's a luck-changing array here? There must be an expert in this field who can turn resentment into 9-colored good luck. Ling Yin'er said, if the soul of the divine bird from the 9th heaven has not completely melted, it will definitely be sealed. If we can release this vengeful spirit, wouldn't that cause chaos in 9 Cloud Sky City? It must be underground. Xianxia found a place without people and immediately dived deep into the ground. Yang had said before that the 9 heavens divine bird was dead. However, Xianxia believed that the soul was still there. It was just sealed, or perhaps cut and sealed. If the 9 souls and 9 spirits were sealed separately, it would be very difficult to sense them. Xianxia used the penetration divine art to burrow deep into the 9 Cloud Heaven City. Not long after, he sensed a seal underground. What made him laugh is that the seal is actually the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. The Heavenly God Seal Restriction is a very strong seal. It can be said that other than Xianxia, it would be very difficult for anyone else to break it. To Xianxia, this kind of thing is like paper paste. Back when Xianxia was weak, he could already break the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. Now that he is so strong, even if the Heavenly God Seal Restriction is stronger, it would be a piece of cake in front of him. He did not touch the Heavenly God Seal Restriction because what is sealed inside is only a soul. Under the 9 Cloud Sky City, there are still the 8 souls and 9 spirits of the divine bird. Xianxia plans to break the 18 Heavenly God Seal Restrictions at the same time and free the divine bird's soul. This is not difficult for him. He carved a set of Nether Sun Totem on the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. As long as he controls it, after the Nether Sun Totem circulates, it can devour the runes of the Heavenly God Seal Restriction and destroy them. What a brilliant technique, to actually use the 9 souls and 9 spirits of the divine bird to set up a formation. The Luck Change Great Formation is set up using the 9 souls and 9 spirits of the divine bird as the foundation. Xianxia quickly found the second Heavenly God Seal Restriction. After finding the second Heavenly God Seal Restriction, he thought about it for a bit and the layout of the Luck Change Great Formation appeared in his mind. The location of the other Heavenly God Seal Restrictions have been deduced by him in a short while. I wonder who set this up. It's really brilliant. If not for me, no one would have been able to destroy it. Even if someone knew that there is a Heavenly God Seal Restriction below, they would definitely be devoured by it. Xianxia found the rest of the Heavenly God Seal Restriction one after another. Divine Restriction. Moreover, there are many trap formations in between each Heavenly God Seal Restriction, mainly to prevent people from entering and destroying the formation. Xianxia found all 18 Heavenly God Seal Restrictions and covered them with a set of Nether Sun Totem. After he finished, Xianxia immediately left the underground and moved his divine sense. The Nether Sun Totem immediately activated and began devouring the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. Xianxia took advantage of this moment to quickly leave the 9 Cloud Sky City. He doesn't know how strong the divine bird's soul is. He also doesn't know what kind of commotion it will cause after it comes out. He only knows that it will be very dangerous inside the 9 Cloud Sky City. outside the nine-cloud sky city, Qin Yin used sound transmission Divine Pearl to secretly contact Mog. Granny Mog, what's the situation over there? Qin Yin asked with voice transmission. The situation is very bad. Xiao Fuyun, listen to Granny Mog, don't ever come to the Heavenly Emperor City. Mog immediately replied to Qin Yin, hide and grow wretchedly, you will definitely be stronger than them in the future. Tell me about it. Qin Yin is actually very casual, he is not the least bit nervous. Mog roughly explained the situation of the Heavenly Emperor City. After Qin Yin finished listening, his heart did not fluctuate at all. He said with smile, Granny Mog, wait patiently, I will be there soon. Xiao Fuyun, why do you not want to live? If you go on like this, my family Xiao Rou will become a widow. Mog's sighing voice sounded. When Qin Yin heard Mog's words, he felt indescribably happy. He said with smile, Granny Mog, we will meet again. He cut off the connection and quietly looked at the distant nine-cloud heaven city. The situation of the Heavenly Emperor City is that experts have gathered and there are myriad suns in the sky. It can be said that the Heavenly Emperor Venerables have already gathered all the power they can and the law enforcement world has also joined in. Once Qin Yin goes there, he will have to face many powerful enemies. The Heavenly Emperor Venerables also said that they will wait for Qin Yin for 7 days and 7 nights. They are waiting for Qin Yin on the other side, but Qin Yin is sitting on a mound with a blade of grass in his mouth, looking at the nine-cloud heaven city. It hasn't started yet? Could it be that the divine bird's soul has already been sealed and is very weak? Qin Yin waited for a while, but there is still no movement from the nine-cloud heaven city. Impossible, if the divine bird's soul becomes weak, then the nine-cloud heaven city's luck won't be that strong. Qin Yin thought to himself, the divine bird's soul is very powerful. Furthermore, the nine-cloud heaven city absorbs the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun and injects it into the heavenly god sealing restriction to nourish the divine bird's soul. The divine bird's soul is maintaining the soul's vitality. The divine bird came to the heavenly god desolate for nirvana because it was invited by the myriad realms' divine Sunday originally. The myriad realms' divine sun wanted to create a powerful divine bird to protect the heavenly god desolate, but it was destroyed by the heaven creation god palace. The divine bird is undergoing nirvana. Once it succeeds, it will definitely be extremely powerful. Its strength might even surpass Shintianjuan's. With such a divine bird, it will definitely be able to intimidate one side. Qin Yin suspected that Yutian's mission as a goddess was to save the divine bird, but she did not do it, and the myriad realms' divine sun did not seem to blame her. If that's the case, then as the divine king, I have to help the divine bird. Seeing that there is no movement from the nine-cloud heaven city, Qin Yin decided to go in and take a look. Just as he was running over, the ground slightly trembled. There's movement. He was ecstatic and immediately stopped in his tracks. Then, he quickly retreated and maintained a distance from the nine-cloud heaven city. The people inside the nine-cloud heaven city are all very outstanding. They all noticed the weak tremor just now and realized that something was wrong. They immediately floated into the air. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye and looked at the sky above the nine-cloud heaven city. The 9 beautiful divine bird phantoms have disappeared. The good luck of the nine-cloud heaven city had already disappeared. Instead, it was shrouded in a dark and gloomy aura. What made Qin Yin happy was that within the gray-yin energy, there was actually a blood-red color. This was a sign of great misfortune. Boom, a loud sound rang out as the nine-cloud heaven city's great city protection formation suddenly collapsed. There were still tens of millions of people in the city. They all let out cries of bewilderment as they scattered in all directions. The earth suddenly split open. In the middle of the nine-cloud heaven city, the heaven creation god palace, which was formed by dozens of mountain-like palaces, suddenly floated up. The reason why the heaven creation god palace floated up was to prevent it from being destroyed. This enormous palace's movement speed was not fast. At this moment, it was as if it was fleeing for its life as it slowly floated towards the divine nations. A sharp and ear-piercing cry, as if it could pierce through the clouds and split rocks, rushed into the sky from the ground. That incomparably ear-piercing cry caused many people who flew out of the nine-cloud heaven city to feel a stabbing pain in their ears, and many of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even Qin Yin had to circulate his imperial heaven divine power to protect his body and soul from being penetrated by the sound wave. So strong. Is this only the power of the soul? Qin Yun is also extremely astonished. He is chasing after the Heaven Creation God Palace. He can't let the Heaven Creation God Palace fly towards the divine nations. The sound wave released by the divine bird through the soul is already so astonishing. Even if Shen Tianjun was hit by the sound wave head-on, his soul would probably scatter and he would die. Qin Yun flew in the air and looked down. He was suddenly given a fright. The entire 9-cloud province's land is actually bulging up. It's like a big bump. Suddenly, flames burst out of the bulging bump and sprayed into the sky. Whoosh, a shocking whistling sound erupted from the ground. The entire 9-cloud province turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The slowly floating Heaven Creation God Palace is currently flying above the sea of fire. It is constantly trembling, as if it is shivering. 9-cloud Heaven City is completely finished. All of this happened too fast. Even Qin Yun did not expect that releasing the divine bird's soul would have such a good effect. At the same time, he is also very surprised that the divine bird's soul is so powerful. The divine bird's body is under the 9-cloud Heaven City. The Heaven Creation God Palace cut off its flesh and bones, pulled out its tendons and peeled off its skin to make a powerful puppet body. As long as the Heaven Creation God Palace needs it, they will dig out some materials from the divine bird's body and it will be enough for them to make a puppet body. The divine bird's body is definitely very good. The 9 heavens divine body of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Emperor Juyang was refined using the divine bird's body as the core foundation. The divine bird's soul is sealed underground, but it is still very powerful, so it can sense the condition of its body. For many days, the divine bird could deeply feel its body being ravaged from time to time. Now that it has broken free from the seal, the divine bird's soul erupted with anger and directly destroyed the entire 9-cloud Heaven City. The Heaven Creation God Palace has a strong defense and it can also fly in the air, so it is still fine. However, if the divine bird comes out from the ground and catches up with the Heaven Creation God Palace, it might be destroyed in the end. Xiao Yun, hurry up and seal off all the space channels. Ling Yun'er hurriedly said. Heavenly Emperor Juyang and the others must already know what happened here. Maybe they are rushing over. If they fly at their fastest speed, it will take at least a day to rush over from the Heavenly Emperor City. If they use space teleportation, they can arrive in an instant. There should be a teleportation formation inside the Heaven Creation God Palace, but at this moment, the surrounding space is fluctuating and has not stabilized yet. Once it stabilizes, Heavenly Emperor Juyang and the others will definitely rush over. Qin Yun immediately released the little ant queen and let her sneak into the dark space. Once someone tries to open a space channel to teleport over, she will immediately stop them. This is simply a piece of cake for the little ant queen. After the little ant queen sneaked into the space, she can still maintain contact with Qin Yun. Qin Yun also quickly learned that there are 3 types of spatial divine power fluctuating, preparing a space channel. The little ant queen can also sense that the 3 groups of people who opened the space channel are all quite far away. One of them is the Heavenly Emperor City. There are 3 groups of people coming? Which 3 groups of people? Qin Yun frowned and said, the All Heavens Empyrean City is one of them. Could the other 2 be 2 of the Heaven Creation 5 Thearchs? He thought carefully and thought to himself, Sorrow and Juyang are both in All Heavens Empyrean City. In addition, there were 2 other heaven-creating emperors in 2 other places. They all had to rush back to the heaven-creating deity palace. In other words, in the Heaven Creation God Palace, there was only one. The Emperor of Creation is here. If there was only one heaven creating the arch, Qin Yun would be able to deal with him easily. Just as Qin Yun was thinking about how to completely destroy the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, the earth suddenly trembled and a rumbling sound shook the sky. All of a sudden, a volcanic crater that was thousands of miles wide appeared on the ground, spewing out flames and rolling black ash. This divine bird, why is it so big? The area where Qin Yun was also covered in black ash and flames. He quickly activated the Sun Heaven Shield to defend against the flames coming from all directions. Even if he didn't use the Sun Heaven Shield, he could still block it. Using the Sun Heaven Shield could prevent people from ambushing him in such a situation. Once someone ambushed him, the Sun Heaven Shield could block it. The world seems to be filled with thick black ash. Qin Yun stretched out his hand and his palm is full of black dust. What's going on? Could it be that the flame is so strong that it burned the earth into black dust? Xianxia is secretly shocked. What kind of divine bird is that? Isn't this kind of divine bird too terrifying? Xianxia is a very strong divine bird, but from the looks of it, Xianxia is far less powerful than this mysterious divine bird. Xianxia originally wanted to let Xianxia out and let her see what kind of divine bird it is. However, thinking that it is very dangerous in this environment, he dispelled the idea. He is still not sure whether the divine bird is an enemy or a friend. If it is a very bloodthirsty kind, once it sensed the existence of Xianxia, maybe it would eat her. Xiaoyun, the divine bird should be out of the ground. You have to pay attention. Ling Yin'er said, fortunately, there is no evil power. Although the divine bird has a lot of resentment, it is not evil. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and paid attention to the movements around him. The Heaven Creation God Palace is also completely shrouded in black ash, and its flying speed has become even slower. It looks like it is being held back by the thick black smoke between heaven and earth, causing it to be unable to move forward. Maybe I don't need to do anything. Xianxia looked around, looking for traces of the divine bird, but he did not find it. If the divine bird is very huge, he can quickly find it using his heavenly eye, but now he can't see it at all. Everything around him was grayish-black. At that moment, Xianxia felt like he was in darkness. The thick black smoke completely blocked the light of the three myriad realms' divine suns. Xianxia cannot see the light of the myriad realms' divine suns at all. What kind of divine bird is this? Xianxia cannot imagine how strong this divine bird is. With its own strength, it can destroy 9 Cloud Heaven City. Now, the divine bird is still entangled with the huge Heaven Creation God Palace. One must know that the Heaven Creation God Palace has all kinds of powerful formations, and there are all kinds of energy sources inside. Although the flying speed of the Heaven Creation God Palace is slow, its defense is very strong and it is not easy to destroy. Xiaoyun, maybe the divine bird is not sealed by the Heaven Creation God Palace. Ling Yin'er said, judging from the current situation, the Heaven Creation God Palace can't do anything to this divine bird. Xianxia frowned and said, could it be that it was sealed by the law enforcement realm? Does the law enforcement realm not allow the myriad realms' divine sun to give birth to this kind of powerful divine bird? Ling Yin'er felt that it is very possible and said, maybe the divine bird was originally going to be killed by the law enforcement realm. Later, it was saved by the myriad realms' divine sun, but in the end, it was still sealed by the law enforcement realm and was even suppressed by the Heaven Creation God Palace. If that is the case, then what happened before makes sense. No wonder those heavenly God seal restriction are so good. The person who set up the formation also knows how to change luck and many other methods. Xianxia also suddenly realized that this is the seal of the law enforcement realm. Xianxia flew in the thick black dust and suddenly smelled something strange. He tried very hard to open his heavenly eye, wanting to see through the thick black dust, but he could not see through it. What the hell is going on? Why is there so much black dust? I can't see through it even when I open my heavenly eye. I can't see the myriad realms' divine sun at all. Xianxia looked around and said with a frown, I can only see the Heaven Creation God Palace, I can't even see the earth. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, let Xianxia come out for a while. She must know what kind of bird this is. This little girl is not weak, what are you worried about? Alright. In order to figure out the situation here, Xianxia can only let Xianxia come out. After Xianxia came out, Xianxia immediately grabbed her little hand and did not let her run around. Xianxia, what kind of divine bird is that? The big move it made is very strange. Xianxia asked. What surprised Xianxia is that Xianxia is actually very afraid. She floated in the air, hugged Xianxia's arm and whispered, Big brother, I am afraid. Don't be afraid, Big brother is here. Xianxia quickly touched her face and said, I will let you go back now. He immediately let Xianxia go back. Xianxia has always been fearless. She often complained that Xianxia did not let her go out to fight. And now, just as she came out, she was scared back. This is very rare. After Xianxia returned to the 9 Sun Divine Soul, she lightly shouted, Big brother, you are in the stomach of the divine bird. That's why you can't see the divine sun. What? I am in the stomach of the divine bird? Xianxia jumped in fright and exclaimed, how is this possible? The Heaven Creation Divine Palace is also there. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace is so big, it is like dozens of towering mountains. Is it also in the stomach of the divine bird? N. This divine bird is called Kuan-pung. It is very big. Xianxia nodded and said, don't mention the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, even the stars and moon will be swallowed in one bite. Qin Yun was suddenly dumbfounded. He had released an incredible thing. He carefully recalled the moment when the black ash appeared. It turned out that the divine bird opened its mouth and swallowed the land and everything in the sky in one bite, just opening its mouth, and it has this kind of effect. How big is it? What shocked Qin Yun the most is that he did not even feel himself being swallowed. He inexplicably entered the stomach of the Kuan-pung. Yang, this Kuan-pung is really big. Do you think the other pearls of my 9-sun divine soul can hold it? I really want to raise one. Qin Yun fantasized for a moment. If he had this kind of super giant bird, whoever he was unhappy with, he would directly go and swallow their nest. I don't know. This Kuan-pung should be a dark Kuan-pung, not an ordinary Kuan-pung. Yang shook his head and said, I suspect that this great Kuan-pung has eaten the nether sun. Qin Yun originally hoped that the divine bird would go and destroy the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, and then he would go and pick up some trash. The result made him not know whether to laugh or cry. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace was directly swallowed by the Kuan-pung. Yang, what will happen inside the Kuan-pung's body? Qin Yun also began to feel anxious. If he could not get out, it would be terrible. After a long time, it will be refined. The black ash outside is very corrosive. After hundreds of thousands of years, no one will be able to withstand it. Yang said worriedly, Big brother, quickly think of a way to leave the Kuan-pung's body. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to get out. Qin Yun immediately flew towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Before going out, he wants to destroy the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Outside the Heavenly Emperor City, no one is discussing whether or not Qin Yun will come to attack the city. Instead, they are discussing the fall of the 9-cloud Heaven City, because news came from the Divine Moon. Someone saw a supergiant flying out of the Divine Desolate Land. More than half of the 9-cloud province was swallowed, and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace was unable to escape. Many people were confused when they heard that it was the dark Kuan-pung. A mysterious giant beast like the Kuan-pung was only a legend to them. According to legend, this kind of giant beast only appeared in the depths of the universe. There was actually a Kuan-pung in Divine Desolate, but everyone only felt amazed. They didn't understand what it meant. Those who knew how strong the dark Kuan-pung was were all trembling in fear. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were together, and they understood Kuan-pung quite well. This was especially so for Luo Yaofeng. When she was still the Shadow God King in the 9 skies, she had seen the dark Kuan-pung and even came into contact with it. The dark Kuan-pung really came to the Divine Desolate. I never expected it to be sealed by the law enforcement realm. Now that they have finally broken through the seal, this is enough to make the law enforcement world suffer. Luo Yaofeng is also outside the Heavenly Empyrean City. She learned that Qin Yun wants to attack the Heavenly Empyrean City. How could he not come? Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were both core members of God Moon, and they were incredibly strong. Qin Yun had looked for Bai Suxin before, but Bai Suxin did not have the time. When she had the time, Qin Yun was no longer in Divine Moon Heaven City. Tian Faud was wandering in the universe, and he was devoured by this Kuan-pung once. Fortunately, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon appeared and communicated with the dark Kuan-pung, and he managed to escape safely. Bai Suxin said softly. In truth, even the dark Kuan-pung doesn't know how powerful it is. How did you swallow the laws of heaven and earth? The universe of sky laws was extremely big. Even though it had already exploded into pieces, many people in the Divine Desolate still had a deep impression of the universe of sky laws. I wonder where Brother Yun went. Luo Yaofeng looked around with the soul-chasing talisman in his hand. He frowned and said, even the soul-chasing talisman did not show his location. Could he be hiding? Bai Suxin looked at the 10,000 balls of light in the air. 10,000 divine suns might not be huge, but if 10,000 of them appeared in the air, it would still be a very majestic sight. I'm worried that he will be targeted by the law enforcers. If the soul-chasing talisman can't find him, then he might be hiding his soul to avoid being found. Bai Suxin was also very worried about Qin Yun. Let's wait a little longer. It would be best if Big Brother Yun didn't come. Luo Yaofeng sighed. This Brother Yun is really something. Why is he in such a hurry to attack the All Heavens Empyrean city? Now is not the time. Most of the people inside the Piercing Heaven Sword formation were puzzled because they all believed that Qin Yun's current strength was not enough to shake the All Heavens Divine Kingdom. From their point of view, Qin Yun's attack on the All Heavens Empyrean city was too hasty. They believed that Qin Yun shrank the Piercing Heaven Sword formation to strengthen its defense. This way, even if he starts a war with the Heavenly Emperor city, the Piercing Heaven Sword formation won't be breached. Very few people knew that the Heaven Sealing 10 days were coming. Furthermore, Qin Yun did not spread the news. He had already made the necessary preparations. In order to survive the Heaven Sealing 10 days, he must attack the All Heavens Emperor city and the Heaven Creation Deity Palace. The people outside the All Heavens Emperor city were all discussing the Dark Kunpeng. Emperor Zhu Yang and the other leaders of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace were sure that Nine Cloud Sky City had been destroyed and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace had been swallowed by the Dark Kunpeng. The Heaven Creating Divine Palace had just made a name for itself in the God Wasteland, but now it was gone. Fortunately, most of the people in Nine Cloud Sky City came to the All Heavens Emperor city to see Qin Yun fight the Heavenly Emperors. The matter of the Dark Kunpeng quickly overshadowed the matter of Qin Yun attacking the All Heavens Emperor city. I just got the news that the Dark Kunpeng is not moving. The Dark Kunpeng landed on the ground and seems to be resting. The area where the Dark Kunpeng is at is shrouded by the Dark Qi. Anyone who gets close will be sucked in. The place where the Dark Kunpeng is resting has turned into a huge black whirlpool. It is devouring the divine power of heaven and earth. Is the Dark Kunpeng evolving? All kinds of news kept coming. The scouts did not dare to get close to the Dark Kunpeng because they would be finished if they got sucked in. The Dark Kunpeng's devouring power is very terrifying. Even though they are 1 or 2 days away from the All Heavens Emperor city, they can still feel the Dark Kunpeng's devouring power. Everyone, don't worry. The Dark Kunpeng is an evil beast of heaven and earth. It is not allowed to exist in the heavenly law orthodoxy. The law enforcement realm had sealed the Dark Kunpeng once before. They will definitely succeed again. His voice reverberated throughout the entire All Heavens Emperor city. Everyone in the All Heavens Emperor city was worried that the Dark Kunpeng would suddenly fly over and swallow the entire city. Therefore, everyone in the city was in a state of panic. Although the All Heavens Emperor told everyone not to worry, he is still panicking in his heart. After all, the 9 Cloud Heaven City's Heaven Creation Divine Palace has been swallowed. His All Heavens Emperor city will not be able to stop it. At this moment, Emperor Zhu Yang smiled and said, I've already suggested to my friends in the law enforcement circle that we should lure the Dark Kunpeng to the Heavenly Sword formation. Father, this is a brilliant plan. Let's see if the Heavenly Sword formation is stronger than the Dark Kunpeng. The All Heavens Emperor suddenly laughed and said, Qin Yun must be hiding in the Heavenly Sword formation. He claims that he is the only Divine King in the All Heavens Divine Desolate. Let's see with our own eyes how the Divine King fights against the Dark Kunpeng. The people of the All Heavens Divine Nation all smiled. Zhu Yang Great Emperor and Sad Great Emperor are smiling sinisterly. However, Qin Yun is now inside the belly of the Dark Kunpeng and flying towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The Kunpeng seems to be motionless. Qin Yun suddenly felt that the surroundings are very quiet and suspected that the Kunpeng is not continuing to fly. Xiao Yun, can you contact the Kunpeng? Can you communicate with him? Ling Yin'er said, try your best. Since the Kunpeng was invited by the Myriad Realm's Divine Son, as the Divine King, you should be able to communicate with him. Moreover, you are also the one who released his soul. I will try my best. But before that, the Heaven Creation Divine Palace must be finished. When Qin Yun flew over, he released the Heavenly Universe Overlord. Under Qin Yun's control, the Heavenly Universe Overlord suddenly became very big, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Although it is very big in Qin Yun's eyes, it is still inside the Kunpeng's belly. Thinking of this, Qin Yun suddenly felt that the Heavenly Universe Overlord is very small. The Heavenly Universe Overlord's skin is emitting Divine Universe Purple Qi. He is wearing a blue crystal armor. The helmet has a powerful and domineering dragon head. His hands and feet look like dragon claws, and he also has a very powerful and flexible dragon tail. Go, destroy the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yan did not enter the Heavenly Universe Overlord's body. He only gave the Heavenly Universe Overlord an order to enter the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to cause destruction. He took out the Divine King Spear and thought to himself, if there really is a Heaven Creation Emperor guarding the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, then I can use him to test the power of the Talisman Crystal. The Heavenly Universe Overlord rushed towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Just as he approached, a huge barrier appeared inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Furthermore, it produced a shock wave that sent the Heavenly Universe Overlord flying. To have such a strong barrier, not bad. Qin Yan quickly checked the Heavenly Universe Overlord and found that he is not injured. Who wants to attack my Heaven Creation Divine Palace? An angry voice came from inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. We are all in a bad situation right now. Don't tell me we still want to kill each other? Soon after, a burst of roars came from inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The roars shook the dark belly of the Kuan-Pung. The aura is very strong. This is also the reason why the Heaven Creation Divine Palace wants to scare away the enemy. Qin Yan did not eat their trick. The reason why the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace are so calm is also because of their powerful formation. Once it is broken, they will be scared to the point of jumping up and down. Heaven Creation Divine Palace, have you all forgotten about me so quickly? Qin Yan's laughter came over. I am Qin Yan. It was your Heaven Creation Divine Palace who created me. Originally, there was an imposing roar coming from inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, but it was interrupted by Qin Yan's voice. After being interrupted, the aura of the entire Heaven Creation Divine Palace seemed to have deflated. It is actually Qin Yan. Isn't this Qin Yan going to attack the Heavenly Emperor City? Why did he come to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qin Yan, did you do it? The angry voice of the Great Emperor came out from inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. That's right, I did it. Breaking through those heaven sealing God restriction is a piece of cake for me. There is no need to make a fuss. Qin Yan chuckled and said, Great Emperor of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, we are all in the belly of the Kuan-Pung. You bastard, you have caused a great disaster. Even if you die 1,000 times, you will not be able to make up for this mistake. The Law Enforcer realm will never let you go. The Great Emperor's angry roar came out from inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yan laughed and said, the Kuan-Pung was sealed by the Law Enforcer realm, right? Then I did the right thing this time. You bastard, you are in the belly of the Kuan-Pung right now. Do you still not know the gravity of the matter? The Great Emperor said angrily. Qin Yan is already close to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and said with a sneer, it is also your fault that you should not have created me. You created me in order to let me bear the pain and torture of others and then take away everything from me. You are so cruel to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless to you. If the Heavenly Emperor swallowed Qin Yan's body and soul, he would be able to obtain everything from Qin Yan, and everything that Qin Yan has. He has gone through untold hardships and tasted all kinds of suffering and torture in the human world to obtain. The fault is not with us, but with you. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be a tool, destined to become a heavenly emperor, destined to die, destined to be stripped of everything you have. Qin Yan, this is your fate. The fault is that you are not willing to accept your fate. The Great Emperor said. Qin Yan sighed, since it is my fault, then I will fix everything. Exterminate the heavenly emperors, destroy the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy, eliminate the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. This way, there is no right or wrong. Come. I, the Great Emperor of Violence, am not afraid of other people declaring war. Great Emperor of Violence laughed wildly. Qin Yan, let me tell you one more thing. The primal chaos divine dragon that gave birth to you was killed by me. Before this dragon died, I, the Great Emperor of Violence, used all of my strength to kill it. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's barrier is very hard. Sky Universe Overlord attacked a few more times but was not able to break the barrier. Instead he was shaken by a power. Although Qin Yan's fury is overflowing to the heavens, he is very calm now. He is very clear that Great Emperor Baosha's words are meant to infuriate him. Heaven Creation Divine Palace, your era is over. This is the great era of Heaven's Divine Desolate. Qin Yun said with sneer. Qin Yun, Primal Chaos Divine Dragon is your mother, you should know about this, right? You should know from the pawnshop. Emperor Bao Sha laughed maniacally. She didn't even see her own son before she died. Before she died, she naively thought that we would create a powerful child for her. It was to create a strong child for her, but she still foolishly thought that all the suffering she went through was worth it. Qin Yun suddenly clenched his fists tightly and issued ka sound. His eyes suddenly turned blue as he entered Imperial Heaven State. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned black. I will repay her suffering 100 times over. Qin Yun madly roared and a sacred tribulation gate appeared behind him. The tribulation gate opened and black energy rushed out. The entire sacred tribulation gate became pitch black and a nether sun slowly floated out of the gate. Everyone inside Heaven Creation Divine Palace is very apprehensive seeing the nether sun fly out of the tribulation gate. No wonder you were so arrogant, it turns out you have such a powerful nether sun. Very good, this nether sun will belong to me. Great Emperor Bao Sha very excitedly laughed and said. However, the originally incomparably black nether sun suddenly turned dark red. It must be known that nether sun has always been black, it will never change color. Because nether sun can devour everything, all energy that approaches nether sun will be devoured. Therefore, nether sun is completely black. Any energy that has color, no matter how strong, will be dissolved by nether sun, so it will never produce light. Now that nether sun has turned dark red, it caused Great Emperor Bao Sha to jump in fright. This is not nether sun? What is it? Quickly open the myriad thunder divine formation and attack Qin Yun. Great Emperor Bao Sha yelled in alarm. Qin Yun's eyes also turned dark red. His body emitted an incomparably evil dark red mist. The dark red nether sun in the sky suddenly became very small, it is now only the size of a thumb. Then it flew towards Qin Yun's chest and entered his body. Imperial Heaven Heart, Imperial Heaven Divine Technique, control everything. Qin Yun's evil red eyes looked at the Heaven Creation Divine Palace in front of him. At this moment, he was in a demonic state. It could be said that at this moment, his body was filled with extremely evil energy. He had experienced this many times when he was very weak. There were a few times when he almost collapsed and was almost devoured by evil. The first time, he was still very young, in order to save Xiao Yuan. Later on, Xianxia used Qi Milan's power to seal his memories to prevent him from sinking into darkness and evil. Another time, he was together with Bing Xing. At that time, it was Bing Xing who helped him pass this trial. Ling Yun has always been worried that the evil dark power in Qin Yun's body would break through Qin Yun's body at any time. Even Ling Yun was almost unable to suppress the evil in Qin Yun's body several times. Now, Ling Yun feels fear again, because Qin Yun's current powerful state is not something Ling Yun can suppress. Xiao Yun, don't fall for their trap. When those people created you, they must have buried something in your heart. It will make you turn black, make you lose your original heart and make you fall into the abyss of darkness and evil. Ling Yun shouted. Yun, I am fine. Qin Yun's calm voice transmitted into Ling Yun's mind, I can already control this power. Ling Yun is startled, she suddenly recalled that this power should be the strongest hidden power in Qin Yun's body. But because it is very evil, once it is released, Qin Yun will lose control. Ling Yun finds it hard to understand that Qin Yun can control it now. Ever since Ling Yun obtained the sacred tribulation gate, her understanding of Qin Yun has become less and less. Because Qin Yun cultivates the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique, he wants to control everything. Qin Yun has always been trying to control the evil power in his body. This is something that Ling Yun does not know. Great Emperor Bao Sha laughed loudly and said, very good, very good. You are indeed like this, with just a little stimulation, you will turn into a great evil devil. We don't even need to do anything, you will bring about your own destruction. Qin Yun, you don't know, right? When we created you, we fused the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun Soul and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun Soul into your soul. We are doing this to turn you into a peerless evil devil. Then we will let the Heavenly Sovereigns kill you, he will be revered by the people of the world, he will become the new Heavenly Tao. He will become the only divine king of the Heavenly Divine Desolate. Qin Yun's eyes are completely red, his entire body overflowed with black and red fiendish energy. Now he can feel the power of the heavenly devil divine sun and heavenly evil divine sun's sun soul and sun soul. The imperial heaven divine technique can control the heavens, let alone the sun soul and sun soul of a mere evil devil divine Sunday. At this moment, Qin Yan's heart is very calm. Although his heart is calm, the fiendish energy overflowing from his body is incomparably berserk, his body is even slightly inflating. He took out the myriad heaven divine saber and let the divine saber Tao image enter the myriad heaven divine saber. When Qin Yan's divine saber Tao image evolved into the sacred heavenly Tao image, it was cultivated using the saber left behind by his mother, the primal chaos divine dragon. At this moment, he is holding the saber hilt. He can feel his mother's gentleness. Qin Yan's heart has not been corroded by the evil devil, but he can control the power of the extreme evil devil. Heavenly devil and heavenly evil? I finally sensed your existence, I finally saw your true faces. For many years, you have always wanted to seize my body and soul. Now, you will be completely enslaved by me. Qin Yan can feel that the heavenly evil and heavenly devil's sun soul and sun soul are struggling, but they were quickly suppressed by Qin Yan and completely controlled by him. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's great emperor of violent murder laughed loudly and said, Qin Yan, don't worry. I won't kill you just like that. I will capture you and hand you over to the heavenly sovereigns. I will let him kill you in front of the heavenly divine desolates myriad gods and heavenly monarchs. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's people all thought that Qin Yan has been completely devoured by the evil devil and has completely lost his mind. However, in the eyes of Qin Yan's extreme evil devil, they are already dead people. I said it before, the era of Heaven Creation Divine Palace is over. Today, I, Qin Yan, will completely end your era. A new era of this world will be opened by me. When Qin Yan's calm voice spread out, a black and red energy wave rippled out in the darkness. The black Kuan Peng's body is very dark. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace is currently emitting light. The sound wave released by Qin Yan's words is several thousand feet tall. It is like water ripples, flickering with evil red light and rushing towards the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Hearing Qin Yan's voice just now, Great Emperor of Violent Murder is completely dumbfounded. Because after being devoured by the evil devil, it is impossible to speak such calm words. 10,000 Thunder Divine Formation, open! Great Emperor of Violent Murder shouted. Boom! At the same time that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's barrier was attacked by the sound wave, countless violent thunder suddenly shot out from the top of several tall buildings. Countless thunder and lightning twisted into one and roared towards Qin Yan. Scram! Qin Yan casually waved his hand and shot out a red light, defeating the thunder and lightning. Walala! After the condensed thick thunder and lightning was dispersed by Qin Yan, countless lightning bolts burst out in all directions, illuminating the dark space. Qin Yan has already arrived in the sky above the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. His large saber hacked down on the barrier. When the myriad Heaven Divine saber hacked down, it let out the roar of an angry dragon. The saber energy transformed into a huge arc of light. What is terrifying is that the arc of light is formed from the convergence of many profound runes. Qin Yan is already able to fuse inscription Do technique into his weapon and release it in an instant. The sturdy barrier of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace was instantly cut apart by the saber energy light arc condensed from inscriptions. Hoo. The light arc condensed from saber energy is extremely huge, as if it can split apart a mountain range. After the barrier was destroyed, all kinds of inscriptions ran around chaotically. They are like lightning dragons, moving as fast as lightning and scurrying around inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. There are a large number of tall buildings and palaces inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, and more than half of them were destroyed in an instant. Roar! Sky Universe Overlord rushed into the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and with a casual move, he destroyed several huge palaces. Boom! Sky Universe Overlord's huge palms clapped, as if he is swatting a mosquito. He killed a person who is flying in the air, causing blood to spray out. Heavenly Emperor Bao Sha is holding a long rod in his hand. He charged towards Qin Yan like a bolt of lightning. He quickly smashed down with the rod. Divine power that can pull mountains and rivers exploded out with a terrifying ear-piercing sound. Is this the Nine Heavens divine body? Qin Yan held his saber horizontally with one hand and blocked the ferocious rod attack. Heavenly Emperor Bao Sha's body is very young. He looks like a middle-aged man. He is wearing blue armor and his entire body is filled with killing intent and ruthless aura. His eyes are filled with ruthlessness and are filled with dense life force. With a single glance, one can tell that this is a new body. Who exactly are you? Heavenly Emperor Baosha's rod hit Qin Yan's saber edge and unexpectedly did not cause any ripples. Qin Yan's saber seems to possess endless devouring power. It completely absorbed the incomparably ferocious divine power of the rod. I am Qin Yan. I am the master of this world. Qin Yan's bloodshot eyes suddenly flickered with red light. Evil aura burst out from his body like a peerless evil devil. Heavenly Emperor Baosha wanted to pull out the rod but he felt very powerless. It was sucked onto Qin Yan's saber edge. Heavenly Emperor Baosha finally felt fear at this moment. The tool that they created in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace actually grew to this stage. Boom, Qin Yan punched towards Heavenly Emperor Baosha. The evil aura on his fist vibrated and let out a terrifying whistling sound. Heavenly Emperor Baosha let go of the rod. He quickly dodged and distanced himself from Qin Yan. I originally thought that I would need Tao God Realm cultivation to fight against your Nine Heavens divine body. Now it seems that I overestimated you. With my current cultivation, it is more than enough to kill you all. Qin Yan said with sneer. You are not Qin Yan, who exactly are you? Heavenly Emperor Baosha shouted in fear. Emperor Baosha's body is a brand new Nine Heavens divine body, not the old body from before. Such a powerful Nine Heavens divine body was torn apart by someone. It shows how terrifying Qin Yan's current strength is. Is this the Nine Heavens divine body you all boasted about? Qin Yan grabbed Emperor Baosha's severed arm and sneered. He released super gravity and enveloped Emperor Baosha. Emperor Baosha, who lost an arm, can now feel how powerful Qin Yan is. You are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. Emperor Baosha thought about how his soul is indestructible. All the fear in his heart disappeared and he started laughing hysterically. While Heavenly Emperor Baosha was laughing, Qin Yan grabbed his other arm and tore it off with great force. The Emperor of Violent Murder, who was laughing maniacally, let out a scream of pain. Although his soul has fused with his body, his soul will still feel pain when his body is injured. That's right, I haven't found a way to kill the soul of a divine sun descendant. I can't kill your soul, but I have ways to make you suffer. Qin Yan said coldly. Boom, Emperor Baosha's Nine Heavens divine body suddenly released 9 different types of berserk energy and shook off Qin Yan's supergravity. I am immortal. I will not let you have an easy time even if I have to sacrifice this body of mine. Emperor Baosha finally regained his battle intent and shouted angrily. Qin Yan released the heaven-locking chain and pierced Emperor Baosha's forehead. His palm was filled with sharp red evil aura and pierced Emperor Baosha's chest. Crack, Qin Yan grabbed Emperor Baosha's crystal heart and crushed it. After Emperor Brutality's crystal heart was crushed, the great godly power that he had just gathered also dissipated in an instant. Qin Yan's palm turned into Heavenly Lion Claw and grabbed Emperor Baosha's head. Then, he pulled and tore off Emperor Baosha's head. Heavenly Lion Claw's evil aura spewed out and emitted an incomparably evil aura. Emperor Baosha's head was pierced by the heaven-locking chain and his face was filled with fear. Qin Yan brandished the myriad heaven divine saber and slashed at the Nine Heavens divine body. Countless saber images flashed and the Nine Heavens divine body was instantly shattered. The myriad heavens divine saber released a crimson baleful aura that engulfed the shattered body of the brutal death monarch. This saber really needs to be nurtured. Qin Yan looked at the evil energy on the blade and faintly smiled. The head in his heavenly lion claw was shaking crazily. The soul inside wanted to break free. Qin Yan is currently using the Imperial Heaven Divine Art to suppress the soul of the Baosha Great Emperor through his powerful mental power. Within the Imperial Heaven Divine Art, there was also a method to suppress powerful souls. Qin Yan gave it a try and the effect was pretty good. He was able to seal the Arch Rampage's soul in his head. Do you really think that your soul can escape so easily? Qin Yan raised the head and looked at Baosha Great Emperor's expression, which is filled with fear. He chuckled and said, "You are too naive." Qin Yan's palm suddenly condensed a set of runes. This is a combination of Imperial Heaven Divine Art's soul subduing technique. After entering the head, he can seal the soul inside the head for a period of time. He put away the head, rushed into the Heaven Creation Divine Palace with his saber and began a massacre. How come there are so many divine sun descendants inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Qin Yan is somewhat shocked. There are many people inside the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. These people's bodies were made to fuse with the souls of the Divine Sun descendants. When Qin Yan's myriad heaven's divine saber slashed over, he killed a large group of people with a single slash. Then the saber also produced a devouring power that devoured everything. Sky Universe Overlord is also crazily killing the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Just as Qin Yan said, the era of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace will be ended by him. In less than half an hour, tens of thousands of people in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace were killed by Qin Yan and their bodies were devoured by the myriad heaven's divine saber. Because there are too many souls of the Divine Sun descendants, Qin Yan is unable to seal them one by one. After many people died, their souls escaped. They should be able to fly out of the Kuan Peng's body, right? Qin Yan looked at the specks of light in the distance. They are the souls of the Divine Sun descendants. Qin Yan flew above the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, summoned the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and turned it into a floating cloud rod. Then, he crazily smashed and stabbed the ancient and majestic huge palace. The mysterious and powerful Heaven Creation Divine Palace that stands at the peak of heaven and earth was destroyed by Qin Yan's power just like that. This is just the beginning. Among the Heaven Creation 5 emperors, there are still 4 left. Qin Yan has already captured Bao Sha Great Emperor. There are still 4 Heaven Creation 5 emperors left. If they don't exterminate the Heaven Creation 5 emperors, then the Heaven Creation Divine Palace might reappear. The black and red evil aura on Qin Yan's body also slowly faded. His eyes gradually turned blue and then returned to their original appearance. After his body, which was filled with violent power and swelled up, returned to its original size, there was a strong sense of fatigue and his whole body was soft. If it was in the past, after he suddenly obtained such a powerful power, not only would his body be in pain, he would also have to rest for a long time to recover. But now, he only feels very tired. Xiaoyun, are you really okay? Ling Yin'er said worriedly. She also flew out and floated in front of Qin Yan. Her charming and pretty face is full of worry. This charming long-legged elf was very afraid from a moment ago, afraid of losing Qin Yan forever. Now that she saw Qin Yan return to his original appearance, although she is a lot more relieved, she is still very worried. I'm fine. Qin Yan said with a smile, then embraced Ling Yin'er's slender waist, letting the long-legged elf's delicate body stick close to him. Xiaoyun. It's good that you're fine. Ling Yin'er also hugged Qin Yan tightly. Qin Yan kissed Ling Yin'er's red lips and said, "Don't worry, no one can take away everything from me." I knew it, Xiaoyun, you will definitely become very strong. Ling Yin'er said with a chuckle. She also kissed Qin Yan's lips and then transferred her power to Qin Yan, allowing him to recover a bit. Qin Yan destroyed the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. It is unknown whether the souls of the Divine Sun descendants can fly out of the Kuan Peng's body. Ling Yin'er returned to the 9 Sun Divine Soul and Qin Yan flew up into the sky. He must leave the Kuan Peng's body. Just as Qin Yan was flying up, he suddenly felt something approaching him. Who? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked over, only to see a red shadow over there. Are you Qin Yan? A light and graceful woman's voice came out from the red shadow. Are you from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? The myriad heaven divine saber already appeared in Qin Yan's hand, filled with killing intent. After the red shadow dissipated, a gorgeous red-haired woman wearing a black dress appeared. This woman's red hair is very bright red, causing her to look very gorgeous. Her appearance is even more gorgeous. Her eyes are light pink. They should be very beautiful and enchanting, but now they are filled with killing intent. The woman's face has a coquettish smile, but her eyes are filled with dense killing intent. She said with a sweet voice, Qin Yan, you are truly powerful. I didn't expect to meet a rare talent like you in this kind of place. Who are you? Qin Yan asked again. I am not from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. My title is Heavenly Venerable Imperial Beast. My name is Imperial Demon. This Kuan Peng is raised by me. The woman smiled gently, although her eyes are flashing with a charming smile. It is accompanied by killing intent as she looked at Qin Yan. The Kuan Peng is yours? Then you are too weak. Qin Yan said with a smile, his voice is filled with ridicule. Imperial Demon stroked her long red hair. Her beautiful face still has a smile on it as she said, Qin Yan, are you looking down on me? Do you know that the souls of those divine sun descendants are trapped by me? Those things can move around a lot, Even we can't walk out of the Kuan-Peng's belly. Can you? You're mistaken. The descendants of the divine sun god are weaker than me, so it's normal that they can't get out. Qin Yan said with smile, Miss Yu, it would be best if you send me out, it would be best if we don't have any conflict. Miss Yu? Don't think that I'll let you out just because you shout nicely. It's fine if you want to go out, but you have to listen to me and be my subordinate for a few years. Imperial Demon Monster said with a smile. Don't forget who let you out. Qin Yan stopped smiling and said seriously, if I can release the Kuan-Peng, I can seal it. The smile on Yu Yaoyao's face also disappeared because she sensed Qin Yan's killing intent. Qin Yan, although I don't know who you are, for me, Yu Yaoyao, to fancy you is your good fortune. Everyone else who wants to be my subordinate. Before she could finish her words, Qin Yan suddenly disappeared. Imperial Demon Monster's expression changed because she can't sense where Qin Yan is. While she is feeling apprehensive, she suddenly felt a very strong gravitational force pressing down on her body. Moreover, her body is being tied up by dragon-like tree vines. Insignificant skill. Imperial Demon Monster sneered, her delicate body shook, the supergravity force pressing down on her body and the dragon tree vines binding her dispersed in an instant. Qin Yan just fought the Rampage Heavenly Emperor, he still has not recovered. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Yan's voice came, if you force me to fight you with my life on the line, you will definitely regret it. The Kuan-Peng's belly is filled with darkness, but a pair of very large blue eyes suddenly appeared. Those eyes are extremely dreadful. They are Qin Yan's heavenly eyes. Seeing those eyes, Imperial Demon Monster said with frown, heavenly eyes? I underestimated you. Do you still want to fight? Qin Yan said coldly. Forget it. Since you have heavenly eyes, there is no need for me to continue fighting with you. Imperial Demon Monster waved her hand and said, come out, I will take you out. Qin Yan appeared in front of Imperial Demon Monster again and asked, why don't you fight me because I have heavenly eyes? You want to know? I won't tell you. Imperial Demon Monster tenderly snorted, then said with smile, I won't tell you, what can you do to me? I saved you, don't tell me you don't feel grateful? Qin Yan said with cold snort. Qin Yan originally wanted to speak a few more words with Imperial Yao Yao and ask her about the dark Kuan-Peng. However, he discovered that she is a very arrogant and conceited person, so he did not bother to speak with her. Imperial Yao Yao took him in as a subordinate to repay a debt of gratitude. This made Qin Yan feel that they were not from the same world. As for how strong the Imperial Yao Yao was, Qin Yan did not probe it. In short, it was definitely not weak. If not, it would not have been able to control such a gigantic Kuan-Peng. Hey, what's the matter? Are we going to commit murder and arson? Imperial Demon flew in front to bring Qin Yan out of the Kuan-Peng's body. Yes. Qin Yan replied. Then I will go with you. You are after all my benefactor, even though you don't appreciate it, I know how to repay kindness, so I will help you eliminate your enemy. After Imperial Demon Yao finished speaking, she asked again in earnest, Qin Yan, are you really not willing to be my subordinate? That's a swing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you refuse it, you won't be able to regret it next time. If you are my subordinate, I will consider it. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Egomaniac. What right do you have to make me your subordinate? Imperial Demon Yao tenderly snorted and continued flying forward. Qin Yan followed behind her and looked at her red hair. He did not say a word and instead focused on recovering the divine power he had expended. He was indeed very curious about the origins of the Imperial Demon. Yu Yaoyao called herself the Imperial Beast Empyrean and had such a powerful giant dark Kuan-Peng. She also knew about the Eye of Heaven. She definitely had a great background. Seeing that Qin Yan did not speak, Imperial Demon snorted softly. After flying for a while, he suddenly saw many dots of light in front of him. They were all souls. The souls of the group of people from the heaven-creating divine palace were all trapped inside and were actually unable to fly out. One had to know that the souls of the descendants of the divine sun god had a very strong penetrating power. They could easily pass through any formation, even a very thick mountain. What do you plan on doing with these souls? Asked Qin Yan. I'm not telling you. Yu Yaoyao scoffed. Who asked you not to be my subordinate? Since Imperial Yaoyao did not elaborate, Qin Yin did not pursue the matter. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Imperial Yaoyao brought Qin Yin and flew past the group of souls and continued flying forward. The belly of the Kuanping is very spacious, it seems to be boundless. Qin Yin secretly used a voice transmission divine pearl but was unable to contact the outside world. It meant that there was a special space inside that was completely isolated from the divine wilderness. Qin Yin, who are you going to kill? Imperial Yaoyao suddenly stopped and asked. I want to kill an Empyrean supremacy. Have you heard of him? Qin Yin felt that Imperial Yaoyao had not heard of an Empyrean supremacy. You really are an arrogant person. Don't you know that this guy can't be killed? Yu Yaoyao smiled and said, all heaven's venerable sovereigns are the same as the souls of the divine sun god's descendants. There is no way to completely destroy them. Qin Yin was somewhat surprised as he asked, have you heard of the Empyrean supremacy? Yu Yaoyao's sexy lips curled slightly as she flirted with her red hair. She laughed lightly and said, of course I have. This guy even pursued me in the 9 heavens. At that time, he was some 9th heaven supreme sovereign. You come from the 9 heavens? Qin Yin recalled that Yang Yang had mentioned that the Kuanping was invited from the 9 heavens by the myriad realms divine Yang. No, I played in the 9 heavens for a period of time. Then, the divine son of this divine world invited me here, so I came. Imperial Yaoyao flew to Qin Yin's side and said, I came here and slept. Then my Kuanping was sealed. It's quite strong. It'll take me a long time to break it open. Don't you hate the people who sealed your Kuanping? Qin Yin looked at the Imperial Yaoyao and did not seem to have any hatred. It was sealed by the law enforcers. What's the use of hating them? I can't be enemies with the law enforcement world. Yu Yaoyao pointed at the red light in front and said, that is the exit. By the way, are you really going to look for venerable sovereigns of the all heavens? Qin Yin was even more curious about the Imperial Demon Yao's identity, but he did not pursue the matter. Yes. Do you want to take a look? Qin Yin sped up and flew towards the red dot. It should be a spatial passageway. Qin Yin, don't waste your energy. Fighting with divine sun descendants is very tiring. These guys are truly lingering around like ghosts. After being enemies with them for a period of time, you will realize that no matter how much effort you put in, you will only be able to destroy their bodies. Their souls won't die and they will always have a way to escape. Imperial Yaoyao said. Divine sun descendants can be found all over the divine world. As long as one is a top expert of the divine world, they can come into contact with divine sun descendants and gradually understand them. Imperial Yaoyao understands divine sun descendants very well. She even fought with them for a very long time. This means that she was once a top expert of the divine world. I destroyed the body of an Empyrean sovereign once. Qin Yin said. And then? He has a new body and it's even stronger, right? Imperial Yaoyao shook her head and sighed. Even if you can destroy his body this time, what can you do? Qin Yin's tone is filled with confidence. He said, this time, not only will I destroy his body, I will also capture his soul. Even if there are divine tools and magic treasures that can trap their souls, it is only temporary. Imperial Yaoyao sighed and said, the Kuanping's abdomen can only temporarily block those souls. After a period of time, those souls will slowly seep out. I will go back and reconstruct my body. Sealed inside Qin Yin's soul creation heavenly cauldron is the soul of a law enforcement great sovereign. That law enforcement great sovereign's soul is a very strong divine sun descendant. No matter how Imperial Yaoyao tries to persuade him, Qin Yin has already decided to go find the Empyrean sovereigns. Qin Yin has already flown to the exit. Imperial Yaoyao also followed him out. After arriving outside, Qin Yin looked at his feet. It is as if he is standing on pitch-black hard soil. We are on the back of the Kuanping. I will put away the Kuanping now. This will take some time, wait a moment. Imperial Yaoyao took out a round mirror, chanted an incantation and threw it into the air. After the mirror flew into the air, it turned into a huge black hole. Let's go. Imperial Yaoyao grabbed Qin Yin's shoulder and quickly flew away from the Kuanping's back. The Kuanping turned into black gas and entered the huge hole in the sky. Imperial Yao Yao looked ahead. There are 10,000 small light dots, they are all divine suns. Damn it, that is the law enforcement world's little divine sun. Imperial Yao Yao groaned. The round mirror also returned to her hand. The huge Kuanping was actually kept in this palm-sized mirror. Are you afraid of the law enforcement world? Qin Yan said. These guys are very troublesome. You must not offend them. If you offend them, you will be hunted down. Imperial Yao Yao said. Qin Yan previously captured a law enforcement world's great sovereign and already offended the law enforcement world. However, he is currently not being hunted down by them. The law enforcement world's 10,000 divine suns are scattered all around the Heavenly Emperor city. They are slowly forming an array formation. The Empyrean sovereigns are the ones who will inherit the heavenly Tao. This is very important to the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. In order to ensure that the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy will not make any big mistakes, the law enforcement world must protect the Empyrean sovereigns. If necessary, they must attack Qin Yan. Qin Yan is flying in the sky. If he wants to go to the sky above the heavenly emperor city, he must pass through the area enveloped by the divine suns. These divine suns are not big. Qin Yan said. Because compared to the 3 myriad realms divine suns in the sky, these divine suns are too small. They are not big but they are very strong. Qin Yan, when you look at those divine suns, why do your eyes shine? Do you have thoughts about those divine suns? Imperial Yao Yao said in surprise. I want to steal a few, is that a problem? Qin Yan said very casually. Previously, he and Ling Yan joined hands and obtained a primal chaos divine Sunday. Qin Yan can even obtain a heavenly universe divine Sunday stealing the law enforcement world's divine sun? You are courting death. Imperial Yao Yao jumped in fright. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Wait until you come into contact with the law enforcement world in the future, you will know how powerful they are. Qin Yan increased his speed and flew towards the divine sun great array in front of him. Your dark Kuanping should be able to swallow a little divine sun in one gulp, right? Qin Yan said with a smile. Let him out and let him have a good meal. Imperial Yao Yao cursed in a low voice. I'm not as ignorant as you. My Kuanping was sealed by the law enforcement world but I admit it. After all, the size of the dark Kuanping exceeds the rules of the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy. Rules? Qin Yan is somewhat puzzled. That's right. The heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy limits the size of beasts to a certain extent. Once they exceed it, they will be sealed or killed. Imperial Yao Yao said, My Kuanping came to this god realm and absorbed the divine power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. It became much fatter and exceeded the standard. Qin Yan never expected that the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy would have such a rule. However, no matter what, he secretly despised Imperial Yao Yao. The way he looked at her was filled with contempt. Imperial Yao Yao made contact with his slightly disdainful gaze and said with a low snort, Why are you looking at me like that? You are so weak. You are actually afraid of the law enforcement world. Qin Yan shook his head with a smile and said with a slightly mocking tone, You actually want me to be your subordinate with your cowardly appearance? Why? You. Good. If you are not afraid of the law enforcement world, then go and mess with them. If you mess with them and don't die, then consider yourself awesome. Imperial Yao Yao suddenly stopped flying and floated in the air. She crossed her arms over her chest and pointed ahead and said, There is a small divine sun over there. Go ahead and steal it. If you can steal one, I'll take off a piece of clothing. Qin Yan looked at Imperial Yao Yao's delicate body wrapped in black dress and shook his head slightly. What do you mean by this? Imperial Yao Yao immediately flew into a rage. If you take off your clothes, it will definitely hurt your eyes. Qin Yan laughed loudly and then flew towards the divine sun in front of him. This bastard. He is truly courting death. Imperial Yao Yao is also anxious but she did not chase after him. She said with a low snort, He obtained the heavenly eye but he doesn't know how to cherish it. What a waste. I want to see how he can escape the pursuit of the law enforcement world. Qin Yan stole those small divine suns mainly to feed the many divine suns in his 9-sun divine spirit. When Qin Yan saw Wanyang descending sky, he already had the intention to steal divine suns. Now that those little divine suns are in front of him, he immediately sped up and flew over. Seeing Qinyan fly over, Yu Yaoyao can only grit her teeth and snort. She muttered, "Is this guy really not afraid of death? He is not a descendant of divine sun." Yu Yaoyao did not follow him. Instead, she took out a telescope tool. She wants to see how Qinyan stole those little divine suns. To be honest, she is also very envious of those little divine suns. If she used them to feed her dark Kuan Peng, it would be the best rations. However, she doesn't dare because she is afraid of the law enforcers. After Qinyan came out of the dark Kuan Peng's abdomen, the sound transmission Divine Pearl received messages from his friends. Most of the people who contacted him were very anxious and concerned about him. They all advised him to quickly hide because the law enforcers have already appeared in the All Heavens Emperor city. Clearly, they want to help the All Heavens Emperor Venerables. Qinyan is not afraid of the law enforcers, especially now that he can control that extremely evil devil power. He was able to easily defeat the Nine Heavens Divine Body Heavenly Emperor inside the dark Kuan Peng's abdomen. His strength is sufficiently strong. Originally, he wanted to try using the talisman crystal, but in the end, he did not succeed. Every time he encountered a strong enemy, he thought that if he couldn't beat them, he would directly use the talisman crystal. But in the past few battles, because the opponents were not too strong, he was not forced to use the mysterious and precious talisman crystal. Yu Yaoyao looked at Qinyan's back through the telescope tool and muttered to herself, "This guy is flying over just like that? Those 10,000 little divine suns formed a barrier, how can it be so easy to enter? That's not right." This guy seemed to have easily sealed the heavens. He opened the divine restriction. Thinking about it carefully, he is quite strong. He is a very outstanding inscription master. What a pity, he is not willing to be my subordinate no matter what. He would rather die than be my subordinate? Motherfucker, Yu Yaoyao's beauty can't even charm him. Is he a man or not? While looking at Qinyan's back, Yu Yaoyao kept muttering. After Qinyan approached the outermost small divine sun of the divine sun great formation, he sensed a powerful barrier. It's really not easy for so many little divine suns to form a great formation. Qinyan secretly tested it. The barrier is indeed quite strong, but it is not difficult for him. When Imperial Yaoyao saw Qinyan suddenly come to a halt, he chuckled inwardly, this fellow must have hit a wall. He definitely couldn't pass through that barrier. Give up, obediently come back and be my, Yu Yaoyao's, subordinate. However, Qinyan did not need the little ant queen's help. He directly used the mysterious penetration divine ability and combined it with the imperial heaven divine power to easily pass through the barrier. F***ck. This guy really passed through it. Through a long telescopic device, Imperial Yaoyao could not help but curse when she saw Qinyan pass through the barrier. Qinyan looked around and there was no one in the barrier. Every single one of these 10,000 little divine suns was releasing a scorching divine power. The intense light that shot out from the surface was enough to instantly vaporize a Dao God realm. Even if it was Lord Shen Tianjun, if he didn't put up any defenses, he would be burnt. This little divine sun is neither too big nor too small, it is simply the best food for my little nether sun. Qinyan laughed inwardly, he secretly gestured and then released his formidable mental power and sent it into the little divine Sunday. These divine suns don't have souls inside. Oh my god, isn't this clearly a gift for me? Qinyan probed and felt greatly surprised. If there was no soul inside the little divine sun, it would be too easy to steal it. Xiaoyun, are the law enforcers all idiots? How can this kind of thing be casually placed out? Moreover, it doesn't seem to have any protection. Ling Yin'er said with smile, the law enforcers just showed their face in the gods desolate and they already gave you, a divine king, such a big gift, my present. Qinyan chuckled and said, then this divine king will kindly accept this gift. He touched the 9-sun divine spirit on his wrist. There are a few very empty pearls, they are enough to contain a large number of little divine suns. He activated one of the empty pearls and released spatial teleportation power, enveloping a little divine Sunday. That little divine sun is quite big, it is several 100,000 meters wide, but compared to the myriad realms divine sun in the sky, it is pitifully small. Of course, if it is used to feed little nether sun, Qinyan feels that it is just right. In just an instant, the little divine sun that was locked on by the 9-sun divine spirit was teleported to an empty space inside a pearl. Seeing the little divine sun suddenly disappear from the distance, Yu Yaoyao is so shocked that her pink eyes almost popped out, her jaw dropped wide open. What did this guy do? How did he succeed so easily? Stealing a divine sun is as easy as stealing a melon. Yu Yaoyao secretly exclaimed in admiration. She saw Qin Yin continue flying towards another divine sun and can't help but cry out in her heart, "Bastard, you stole! One is enough to satisfy your craving, you still want to steal a second one? A person must be content, don't be too greedy, hurry up and leave." Qin Yin flew to the nearest little divine sun and used the same method as before to take away another one. Very good. It's as easy as stealing a melon. Qin Yin rubbed his nose and said with smile, "Next." Yu Yaoyao is extremely anxious. She thought that Qin Yin would stop after stealing too, but now he is actually stealing endlessly. He has no intention of stopping. This won't do, I have to leave quickly. If the people from the law enforcement world come and discover that the divine sun has been stolen, they will definitely think that I am an accomplice. Just as Yu Yaoyao made her decision, Qin Yin stole the third little divine sundae. She turned around and left because Qin Yin's endless stealing of divine sun will definitely be discovered. She is very puzzled. How can the people from the law enforcement world be so careless? There are so many divine suns here and no one is looking at them. That's not right, other than Qin Yin, no one dares to steal divine sun and they can't. The idiots from the law enforcement world definitely didn't expect that there would be such a strange existence like Qin Yin, that's why they didn't guard against him. Yu Yaoyao hastily landed on the ground and flew towards the Heavenly Emperor City. She doesn't know that there is a Heavenly Emperor City over there. She only knows that the center of the Divine Sun Great Formation is over there. She wants to go over and see if there are people from the law enforcement world there. While Yu Yaoyao is rushing over, she would pay attention to Qin Yin from time to time. Although the distance is very far, she can notice that in the area where Qin Yin is, the number of little divine sun is gradually decreasing. That guy has stolen at least 10, why hasn't he stopped yet? Yu Yaoyao is also speechless. She suddenly feels that taking Qin Yin as her subordinate is a very stupid thing to do. With this kind of subordinate causing trouble for her, her days will definitely not be good. Yu Yaoyao flew for a very long time. When she is still half a day away from the Heavenly Emperor City, she suddenly sensed several powerful auras rushing over. She immediately stopped and landed on a boulder. "Young Miss Yu, your dark kunpeng suddenly ran out, what's going on? Did you break the seal?" the person who asked is an old man. Although his voice can be heard, he did not appear. Yu Yaoyao turned around and saw a faint illusory figure gradually becoming real. It is an old man wearing white clothes, his face has a faint smile. On the left chest of his white clothes, there is a very eye-catching red 7 character. It's a long story. Yu Yaoyao is rather calm and said, "I didn't expect that it would actually be the 7th sect that came to the Heavenly Divine Desolate. Can I talk to your sect leader?" There is no other way. Among the law enforcement world's 18 sects, only our 7th sect is relatively idle, so we were sent here, the old man said with smile. "Young Miss Yu, where is your dark kunpeng? Did you put it away? Wait until I see your sect leader." Yu Yaoyao waved her hand and said. She is suddenly somewhat worried about Qin Yin who stole divine sun like it was a melon. "Alright, then follow me," the old man waved his hand and made an inviting gesture. "Oh, that's right, where are you going? Did you specially come to find me?" Yu Yaoyao asked. "No. There is a problem with our divine sun great formation, we want to go take a look." The old man said, "I will bring you to see the sect leader. As for the others, they can go take a look. Maybe there was a mistake during the arrangement, the position was not good, so we can't sense it." Yu Yaoyao knew that Qin Yin stole too much, he will definitely be discovered. Those divine sun that she can't sense were all stolen by Qin Yin. "Then I will have to trouble Senior, bring me to see your sect leader." Yu Yaoyao only hopes that Qin Yin will quickly stop and leave. Qin Yin is very happy to steal divine sun, he has already taken away several hundred. Little Nether Sun, Divine Universe Purple Sun, Heavenly Cosmos Divine Sun and Primal Divine Sun are all gnawing on a little divine sun, they are eating very happily. My little divine son babies, eat more and quickly grow up. Let me become stronger and I will be able to let you eat even more delicious food in the future. Qin grinned and continued to steal little divine Sunday. Although Qin is very happy to steal, he did not relax his vigilance. After he cultivated heavenly soul, his mental power became very strong. Especially after he cultivated imperial heaven divine art and mastered extreme evil devil power, his control over the heavenly eye has improved by a lot. High in the sky, there is a pair of invisible heavenly eye. It was released by Qin. It allows him to see everything in a very far radius around him. Someone is coming. For people, looks like their strength is pretty good. Qin immediately entered a divine Sunday. These little divine sun are from the law enforcement world, but Qin is a sun spirit. Entering this kind of little divine sun to hide is very easy. He hid inside the little divine sun and used the heavenly eye he released in the sky to pay attention to the movements of those 4 people. 532 little divine suns are missing. A middle-aged man's expression is grave, his voice is filled with anger. Who took away so many divine suns? And in such a short period of time. Looks like it's not that we sensed wrongly, there really are a few hundred little divine suns missing. Another middle-aged man suddenly became very vigilant and looked around. To be able to take away so many divine suns, his strength is definitely not weak. The middle-aged man, who seems to have quite a bit of status, said in a deep voice, could it be that dark Kunpeng? Talisman crystals are very difficult to make because to store an expert's great move in a small crystal, it requires a large number of complex and profound runes in order to preserve an expert's ultimate move. And after throwing out the talisman crystal, the power of the ultimate move will not weaken. Qin himself has many powerful moves. He thought about it, if he could store them and make hundreds of talisman crystals, then he could throw them out and directly smash people to death. Just thinking about it is terrifying. These 4 guys are from the law enforcement world, they are definitely not weak. I wonder if they are descendants of the divine sun. Qin is hiding inside a small divine sun, so he can't clearly sense the aura of those people outside. Therefore, he can't be sure if they are descendants of the divine sun or not. If they are all descendants of the divine sun, then after Qin kills them, he won't be able to capture their souls. If they fly back, they will definitely expose this matter. Whatever, let's shoot them first. Qin is patiently waiting for the 4 people to gather together and then shoot the talisman crystal. He doesn't have many talisman crystals in his hands, so he wants to use them sparingly. If he can use a talisman crystal to kill those 4 law enforcement experts, it would be very worthwhile. The 4 people outside circled around the area, searching for clues. They want to figure out who exactly stole hundreds of small divine sun. Finally, they gathered together to discuss and took out many tools. Law enforcement guys are quite capable, they know I'm nearby. Qin eavesdropped on their discussion. The 4 law enforcement middle-aged men can actually sense the remnant weak aura of someone. Based on the analysis of the weak aura, they determined that the person has not left the barrier and is still inside the barrier. Therefore, they took out soul tracking tools to probe the nearby souls and search for traces of the person who stole the small divine Sunday. Of course, they don't know that the person who stole the divine sun is Qin. Otherwise, they would have left immediately. Grandpa have an extermination's talisman crystal, it's all up to you. Qin thought in his heart, then suddenly teleported outside the small divine sun and pulled the trigger. The God King spear aimed at the 4 law enforcement experts and fired a shot. The talisman crystal, as a bullet, exploded after flying out and turned into a huge golden ball of air. Finally, it condensed into a pig head. Yes, after the talisman crystal exploded, it turned into a huge golden pig head. What made Qin most dumbfounded was that the huge pig head even let out a very domineering roar. The cry was extremely shocking and ear-piercing. It carried with it an extremely strong spiritual force fluctuation. Qin frowned because after the sound wave rushed over, even he felt uncomfortable all over. The golden pig-headed ball of air opened its mouth so wide that it seemed like it could swallow a mountain. Sound waves burst out from its mouth as if it had a mind of its own as it attacked the 4 people. After the 4 people were locked on by the sound wave, they had a splitting headache. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices as they screamed crazily. Qin also jumped in fright. When he saw the pig head, he was very disappointed. However, when he saw the 4 law enforcement world experts collapse because of the pig head's few shouts, he secretly rejoiced. In the end, the huge golden pig head held the 4 law enforcers who were mentally contaminated in its mouth. The huge golden pig's head exploded with a strange pig squeal. Boom! Finally, the golden pig's head and the 4 people vanished into thin air, disappearing from the world. They are not descendants of the divine son. Qin Yin used his heavenly eye and saw many scattered souls. What surprised him is that those souls seemed to be the souls of the 9 heavens divine race. After Qin Yin killed the few law enforcement world experts, he continued to steal the little divine son. Xiao Yun, the commotion just now was not small. You have to hurry up and steal it. Ling Yin'er said, their large army will arrive very soon. If I had known that the commotion would be so big, I wouldn't have needed it. Qin Yin suddenly felt somewhat regretful. Of course, the power of the talisman crystal is worthy of affirmation. It is indeed very strong. In one move, it annihilated the 4 law enforcement world experts, not even leaving behind ashes. However, he doesn't know what kind of ghost technique it is. It actually turned into a huge pig head. Qin Yin strengthened his heavenly eye, allowing it to sense a greater distance. At the same time, he sent the little ant queen out to keep a close eye on all the spatial channels in his vicinity. Once a spatial channel is about to be opened, he would immediately block it and not let anyone teleport over. After making the arrangements, Qin Yin began to happily steal the little divine son again. Yu Yaoyao followed the old man and headed towards the Heavenly Emperor City. When they approached the Heavenly Emperor City, they discovered that there are a lot of people there and they are all very strong. Old man, why are there so many people over there? Are they going to put on a show? Yu Yaoyao asked. There is an anti-heaven thief named Qin Yun who said that he wants to attack the Heavenly Emperor City and fight with the Heavenly Emperors. Everyone is waiting for that guy. The old man from the law enforcement world 7th sect chuckled and said, we have been waiting for a long time, but Qin Yun is as timid as a mouse. He probably won't dare to come. Others all think so, but Yu Yaoyao is very certain that Qin Yun is not timid at all. On the contrary, he is extremely daring, only she knows that it is not that Qin Yun doesn't dare to go but that he is going to attack the Heaven Creation God Palace. He even released the dark Kuan Ping and destroyed the Heaven Creation God Palace inside the Kuan Ping's abdomen. As for the law enforcement world and the heavenly divine nations, they still don't know about this matter. They naively think that Qin Yun doesn't dare to come. Is your law enforcement world and the heavenly divine nations underestimating the enemy like this? Yu Yaoyao lightly snorted. Qin Yun is currently stealing the law enforcement world's little divine son, that's why he didn't come. Underestimating the enemy? This guy Qin Yun is not worthy to be our enemy. He is only relying on the divine weapons he has mastered to repeatedly provoke us and then escape, the old man said with sneer. This time, we have made sufficient preparations. Once he appears, we can immediately capture him. Yu Yaoyao curled her lips and said, with this kind of mentality, it is impossible for you to succeed. She is very clear that Qin Yun's strength is not because of divine weapons. Qin Yun's body is hiding an extremely evil and devil power. At this moment, the old man took out a jade communication talisman and received the message inside. After receiving it, his expression suddenly changed and he cursed in low voice, damn it. What's wrong? Yu Yaoyao asked. She suspects that it is a matter with Qin Yun. There is no problem with our little divine son, it was stolen by someone. The 4 people we sent before are all dead. The old man's face is filled with anger. Those 4 people are talents that we recruited from the 9 heavens. They are considered very outstanding in our 7th sect, but their souls actually scattered and died just like that. Yu Yaoyao is also shocked. Not only did Qin Yun steal the little divine son, he also killed 4 experts from the law enforcement realm. This is a huge disaster. Who did it? There are not many people who dare to provoke your law enforcement realm. Could it be Qin Yun? Yu Yaoyao asked. It can't be Qin Yun. This bastard doesn't have that kind of strength. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to enter our barrier. Wouldn't that be walking right into our trap? The old man said with sneer. According to the news, someone saw a very large golden pig head in the vicinity, as well as a roar. Yu Yaoyao is startled, she is suddenly confused. Imperial Yao Yao is startled, she is suddenly confused. She originally thought that Qin Yun was the one who killed those 4 people. But when she heard that the golden pig head appeared along with the roar, she thought of a person. Heavenly Pig Roar? Yu Yao Yao is extremely puzzled because someone who can use Heavenly Pig Roar should not be here. That's right, it is Heavenly Pig Roar. Only that bastard Heaven Extermination dares to go against our law enforcement realm. The old man gnashed his teeth and said, that old thief Heaven Extermination actually came to the Divine Desolate. Let's go, let's quickly go back and report to the sect master. Yu Yao Yao suddenly suspected that Qin Yun might be Heaven Extermination. Because only Qin Yun stole the little divine son, she saw it with her own eyes. That's why she thought so. Moreover, she also saw Qin Yun's strength, he is very formidable. Not long after, Yu Yao Yao followed the old man and arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor City. After arriving, she is also alarmed because the scene here is very big, they are all waiting for Qin Yun's arrival. She followed the old man and stood at the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor City. She raised her head and looked at the group of experts on the city gate. The 7th sect master looks like a middle-aged man, he is wearing white clothes, his face is slightly round, his eyes are also round and shiny, he has a rather comical beard. When his eyeballs move, it gives people a kind of sinister and treacherous feeling. And when he smiles, it is also very annoying. Miss Yu, where's your dark Kuan-peng? Your Kuan-peng size exceeded the heavenly rule Tao orthodoxy standard, so it was sealed by us. Now it suddenly broke the seal, is this your doing? The 7th sect master asked with chuckle. Apart from the 7th sect master, there is also Great Emperor Qing Qing and Great Emperor Zhuyang. Miss Yu, you came to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace before, we also very politely received you. But you let your Kuan-peng swallow the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and even destroyed our 9-cloud heavenly city. Great Emperor Qing Qing furiously said. You said it yourself, you have no opinion on your Kuan-peng being sealed. Great Emperor Qing Qing said with sneer, Miss Yu, you still have the face to come here. The people outside the Heavenly Emperor City immediately burst into an uproar. That Kuan-peng is actually a woman, moreover it was released by this woman. Who is this woman? She actually knows law enforcers and has such a dreadful and huge Kuan-peng. Yu Yao Yao is secretly holding back her anger, her Kuan-peng's bones and flesh were cut by these people, it is very seriously injured. Sealing is sealing, but torturing her Kuan-peng, that is not right. She suddenly somewhat understands why Qin Yun disregarded his life and attacked these people. You all misunderstood me. This matter was not done by me. Yu Yao Yao said coldly, it was done by Qin Yun. He broke the heavenly god sealing restriction and released our Kuan-peng's 9 spirits and 9 spirits. Do you all know what happened after that? After she said this, everyone present let out a burst of exclamation. End of chapter 2552. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.